back with our second of 3 SPL sets here today. And we're right on track with our timing because the Olympus Bolts in our first set of the day take down the Leviathans in quick 2-0 fashion. Not something I expected. The Bolts win, sure, that's on the table, but the way it happened definitely surprised me. A couple more close matchups to happen later on today, but very excited here for the next one that we've got. Clearly behind me, you can tell Titans are playing up against the Valhalla Valkyries. Trelly's with me. Trelly, do you echo my sentiment on our first set of the day at least, that either team had a real good shot at winning, but how quickly the Bolts did it was surprising?
Yeah, I would say the Leviathans, they definitely have always had that option to, to lose a game 1 and then make the adjustments, bounce back, and come back for at least game 2, but the Bolts absolutely running over them. Of course, it wasn't that dominant, but the point is a 2-0 that it really looked like they couldn't drop towards the late game. I mean, yeah, I would say no one really expected that. It was just a very dominant performance from the Bolts.
As I've mentioned, first of 3 sets that we have today was the Atlantis Leviathans up against the Olympus Bolts. Coming up next, the Tartarus Titans versus the Valhalla Valkyries, and then to end the day, another great one, the Jade Dragons up against the Camelot Kings. And it's worth mentioning, Trelly, you talk about 2-game sets versus 3-game sets. This Valkyries team already shows us they are no strangers to 3-game sets, have gone to 3 games against both of their previous opponents. Jade Dragons have shown us some longer sets, so have the Camelot Kings. So this day, far from over, plenty of action for Smite fans to look forward to. And unfortunately for the Valhalla Valkyries, as the standings show us, despite very competitive sets, have fallen in Game 3 in both of the sets that they've played. So down at 0-2, still some momentum to build up, though, moving forward here. Up against, and I'm glad the last desk points this one out, the Leviathans and the Titans, your Worlds finalists from last year. Now, we only have 2 sets played. You can't glean too much, or for some of these teams, only a couple of sets played. Leviathans through 4 sets are 2-2. I think that's more eyebrow-raising. Titans down at 1-1, though, Trelly. I think we're in a spot now, before we move on to this match, talking about this matchup. You're looking at the SPL in general right now. Seems like every team can beat every team any given week.
Yeah, it seems like anything can happen right now. Again, you're sort of just trying to figure out the meta. You're trying to see where your team meshes. Right. Obviously, the Titans right now did just pick up SOT. They're still trying to mesh with their new solo laner, see, what strengths does he bring? Does he bring these sort of different styles of picks? Are we going to have to adapt to that? And that's sort of the meta that we have seen. I mean, SOT's been bringing out these assassins in the solo lane, something that Benji really wasn't up to doing back in the, the last season. So it's a different style. They have to get used to it.
Yeah, and just like I think we've said this about every team so far this phase, where we've seen 2 different Tartarus Titans through our 2 sets. They 2-0 the Jade Dragons in their first set of the year, and then the Titans fall 2-0 to the Leviathans just yesterday. So we have seen the good and the bad from this Titans team so far this year here in Season 9. And the good is still very similar to what it was last year in Season 8. Still a lot of the same strengths for this Titans team. I think SOT has brought a bit of a different playstyle, Trelly, and I'm glad you point that out, the need to mesh and sort of adapt and change around that playstyle. And the team check-in we did with the Titans supported that as well. And so in Phase 1, I think while SOT and the rest of the team is getting used to how the right side of the map might play, this is time for the veterans, for Paul, Aurora, and Cyclone Spin to really step up, to layers, to get back to good old-fashioned layers, and so I have high expectations, really for the duo lane specifically here today.
Yeah, I would think that right now, Cyclone and Aurora have always been looking very solid, but have they been able to get off to this, real late-game carry? Right. Not so much. So, as you mentioned, Paul's always been looking pretty clean, taking 5 sometimes bans in the set and still able to find pick that he's able to flourish on. But one player does not a team make. You really have to be able to make those adjustments and say, hey, how are we going to get everyone firing on all cylinders ready to, make these sets happen? So after getting 2-0, they're going to have to, make a strong comeback here against the Valks.
And one player does not a team make, something that can ring true for the Valkyries as well. Benny Q has really stepped up. We've seen moments from the rest of this Valkyries team where they've looked very, very good, very competitive as well. So in the last 2 matchups, Valkyries against Solar Scarabs, that one goes 3, Scarabs win. Valkyries versus Oni Warriors, that one also goes 3, where the Oni Warriors win. We're going to see what this Valkyries team is made of, Trelly, in the last 5 sets of the phase here. They've got Titans, Bolts, Jade Dragons, Leviathans, and Kings to end their phase now in their next 5 matchups. And we have seen some very, very clean Smite from this Valkyries team. And I think that gives you hope that there is great potential for this team to start taking some sets off teams.
Yeah, they come out swinging, no doubt. And I think it's more so because these teams aren't used to facing this rookie roster. You know, game one, they sort of feel them out. The Valks have been able to take that, and then these seasoned veterans that have been around the SPL for a while are able to make the adjustments and say, okay, we know how to shut you down games 2 and 3. That's not to say that the Valks can't convincingly take a second set. They just have to get used to the league and figure out what it is they need to do to make their adjustments. If they are going to take game 1 and then lose game 2, they have to say, hey, all right, we figured out what we did wrong. We're going to look to, improve on this, that, or the other, and then take this game 3. Obviously, you have Aquarius, you have Wowie. They've been around the scene. They know how to make those adjustments, just can they execute?
Yeah, that's the big talking point here with this Valkyries team, where you have a couple members who have played in the SPL before. Then you got a few members of this team that are in the SPL for the first time. That's an adjustment period. There's time to get up to speed and get the chemistry rolling. One of those players, Kiermi, the jungler for the Valhalla Valkyries, getting up to speed in the SPL is very important. He is with me now for the pregame interview. Kiermi, first and foremost, congrats on making it to the SPL. It's been a lot of fun watching you guys play so far this year. We've talked a lot about the differences between SEC and SPL, and I want to ask you directly. You're in the SPL now, whether it's preparation, in-game play, scrims, things like that. How different is it playing at the SPL level versus the SEC?
The culture is very different. Of course, obviously, a lot of SPL players take it a lot more seriously,
Sure.
but also the pacing of the games goes a lot faster, and people will punish you within seconds if you make a mistake, where in SEC, you really did get away with almost anything you wanted, right? So that's a big learning curve for us. I think one of the biggest things for us is that we're still just having fun and we're learning a lot, and we're not letting the losses get to us, which just means we'll improve that much faster.
Yeah, I want your take on how you're approaching maybe Phase 1 in general. I think a lot of the teams around the SPL have said, this Valkyries team, they need some time to get used to the SPL in Phase 1, then Phase 2 and Phase 3 really could be a scary team. Despite losing, you've been able to take games off the SPL team. So how are you approaching just sort of Phase 1 in general?
We're definitely trying our best in this phase, and it's unlucky that we're losing sets. Like, we have some really ugly games, and then we have some super dominant games. I think it's important to show that we can absolutely go toe-to-toe with all of these teams, and that we are playing very well. It's just about keeping consistent with it and learning why we're winning and following that method still.
You're going up against the Tartarus Titans today, a team that has had some good and some bad so far here in the SPL this year. Talk to me maybe a little bit about your matchup against Layers. How are you approaching dealing with Layers here in this set?
Layers is a talented jungle. I think he's somebody that we're looking out for this set, and I think we'll be able to confidently handle him, though.
Excited to see what you guys bring to the table. Best of luck, and excited to see that first SPL win for you guys.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, absolutely. The Valhalla Valkyries have shown some flashes, Trelly, and I love every word that I just heard from Kiermi.
Yeah,
every single. That is a sharp young man right there. All the words that came out of his mouth, I really resonate with me. They're approaching the SPL with a fresh mindset, and having fun is so important because remember, this roster stuck together through the SEC. They knew that as a roster, they had the potential to be in the SPL, and they stuck together. And you form some great friendships over the years, approaching games like that. And so I think having that behind them is really good. And Kiermi didn't seem nervous at all in the pregame interview, and it really stands out there talking about the differences between the SEC and the SPL, realizing, look, we're not a team that's immune to making mistakes, and we've just got to get up to speed with the SPL. And I think this team is capable of doing so. Yeah,
it seems like everything he said, they're holding true, right? They're able to play at this level, and they've shown that. They take these game ones, but on the other side, how do you keep it consistent? How do you say, hey, we were able to outplay you guys game 1. How do we continue that through these 3-game sets? And I like that he mentioned that they're learning and they're not taking the losses too hard, because as the team, that those rookie roster that is yet to get a win in the SPL, you really can't be saying, man, we weren't able to beat this team or that team. You have to be able to make these adjustments, as we mentioned, and I think their mindset is exactly what they need right now.
Yeah, agreed. And I think the fresh look, not getting down, and that's why I asked, how are you approaching Phase 1, right? Are you a team that's taking even just a game win in these sets as success? And I think they are. I think they're realizing we can play some very clean Smite, and we are going to take that as our win right now. Worlds is later on this year. You've got a long time to go until the Smite World Championship, and while Phase 1, Phase 2, Phase 3, they all matter, if your goal is lifting the hammer at the end of the year, then you realize that this is the time of year to take your lumps and get things rolling. And a team that has taken lumps in one of their sets so far is this Tartarus Titans squad, where up against the Jade Dragons looked very convincing. And then in the Worlds rematch yesterday up against the Atlantis Leviathans. The Leviathans had a commanding set, taking it 2-0. Will the Tartarus Titans get back on track? Will the Valhalla Valkyries grab their first set win in the SPL as a roster? All that and more will be answered on the other end of potentially just a couple of games here. P's and B's, though, for the first of what could be a 2-game set. Kickoff right now as Daji ends up getting banned away. And so Kirmi already receiving a little bit of pressure here from the Titans and goes right back towards layers as well with Yearlong Shen.
Yeah, I'm very interested to see if the Titans. I was gonna say, man, I didn't even get it out in time. If they're gonna put stock in this Shiva ban, it's because I talked to Kirmi after their Oni Warriors set, and I was like, hey man, you thinking it's gonna be a 2-0? And he's like, yeah, Shiva's OP, man. I'm gonna keep getting this Shiva, and they immediately banned it away, and they didn't give it to him. So I think the Titans did their homework here. They saw what Kirmi was able to do on this Shiva, and they're just gonna put the respect on there, saying, you know, we don't even want to deal with it. Maybe it's just the fact that we haven't seen it enough. We don't really know what it can bring, but we saw what it did to the Oni Warriors, and we're just gonna say no more Shiva. So banning that away right away.
Yeah, Shiva was a pick for layers as well yesterday up against the Leviathans. Went 2-1-1 in a loss. And so there were moments of success for layers on this pick, but maybe didn't feel confident or strong enough about the pick to want to leave that open to maybe a pick there for the Valhalla Valkyries. Gleedna, of course, going to get banned away. That's an afterthought at this point. 64% across the SPO, and I expect that number to continue to climb up just a little bit further. So, if you're the Valkyries here, you've already taken a shot at layers. You've taken Gleedna off the table, and that's so strong out of the solo lane and out of the jungle. And so I think good just sort of general bans here from the Valkyries. Could say the same for the Titans. Bellona just so strong in her own right out of that solo lane. Seems like, Charlie, no real specific hardcore bans towards pocket picks for any of these players. Just going down the tier list and maybe outside of the Shiva, as you mentioned, for Kirmi. As Kepri ends up being the final ban here for the Valhalla Valkyries. Umoja left open. And the strong duo lane for the Titans just got a whole lot stronger. Aurora on one of his favorite picks.
I like to see that the Valks haven't put any sort of stock in banning out Paul. Either A, saying, hey, his god pool is so deep, there's no reason that we try to ban it out, or B, maybe that's the confidence of Benny Q saying, I think I know how to deal with Paul in this lane. We are going to, both of these teams like playing through their mid laners. Both of these mid laners have the potential to hard carry games. And I think Benny's saying, give him the Zeus, give him the Morgan, give him anything that he wants. We're going to be able to deal with it and at least try to get me a counter pick or something like that. So first option here, they have 2 picks available. The Valks, will they hold on to Benny Q's pick like they usually do? It's certainly an option.
Now, I think this is an interesting stat where when teams are able to, at least in the 2 sets that we've seen so far from the Valkyries this year, when teams have been able to shut down Benny Q, that's when they beat this Valkyries team. Again, you can't. Not all the eggs are in the Benny Q basket, but in the win versus the Solar Scarabs, Benny Q goes 10-0-8, followed by 1-3 and 3-5 in the 2 losses against the Solar Scarabs. In the Game 1 win against the Oni Warriors, Benny Q goes 6-1-6, followed by 0-4 and 1-8 in the 2 losses up against the Oni Warriors. So needless to say, you're going to have a rougher KDA when your team is losing. But those are brutal KDAs for Benny Q, and so when there's a concerted effort put against him there in the mid lane, difficult to come back against. This is a little unique, though. Benny Q getting his pick this early on in a draft, and it's a Zeus. Now, Zeus is strong enough, Trelly, that maybe warrants an early pick, but could open the door to some punishment in the rest of the Titans draft.
I would say so. I mean, picking the Zeus into not only the Umoja, which you saw, you knew the Rivers Rebuke would be there. You knew your positioning has to be top tier if you're able to avoid these walls. Now we're seeing the Cthulhu and even possibly an AMC mid. It could be in the ADC role as well. We're going to hold on to that flex option, but more often than not, we see this AMC in the mid lane. It's going to have some solid clear to match up into the Zeus. Now, both of you are pretty immobile. You get some movement speed built into the kit with, AMC having the hives and Zeus having the shield toss. But I think this matchup specifically, it's going to be hard to survive on Zeus just looking at this double guardian composition.
You told me you're a mid laner, right?
Yes.
We replaced aggro into the design team. You come in, so we still gain a mid laner here. Do you enjoy the hunter style of meta out of the mid lane? Like, is that something mid laners in general sort of, would you rather just stick to I mean, now mages are still very viable right now, but it feels like AMC, maybe Chiron, a couple of those ability-based mages are at the forefront. Is that a style you enjoy playing?
I certainly don't. I mean, it's one of those things where if you want to get ahead early. You know, you're always going to outbox the mage counterpart you're against. You can sort of get a lead there, but I just prefer to play mages. That's why I like the mid lane. And now that it's switched up, it really just...
I don't want to play Hunter.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I try to avoid ADC if
Right.
possible for that exact reason. But I think the mid lane mages still have pressure into the Hunters if they can play accordingly.
Right.
And obviously Zeus, some of the best early clear in the game with the shield toss. So I don't think he'll be sitting, you know, too far behind in that lane. But again, the double Guardians are more so what I'm looking at here.
Yeah, Yamoja plus Cthulhu is a difficult front line to go up against. AMC can play more ability-based and can build more ability-based. You can kind of bridge that gap maybe sometimes between Mage and ADC. Bastet ends up being the pick here for Kirmi, is what it ends up looking like, though. With a Cabrakan locked in, who knows? Could be Cabrakan solo, could be Cabrakan jungle, and then Bastet could fill either of those other two roles as well. So you've got a lot of burst damage. Only one game of Bastet played for Kirmi in the 6 that we've seen the Valkyries play, and it was a win in the first game of the phase, first game of the year for the Valkyries. 4-3-8 is what Kirmi put up on Bastet in their first set of the year. And so there's some flexibility there. I want your take on the Cabrakan, though, in general here, Trelly, because I feel like it's a green light or a red light, depending on how some of the early game can go for this pick. We have seen Cabrakan shut down, and we have seen Cabrakans take games over. It sometimes feels like there's not a whole lot of middle ground there. Do you like what you've built around this Cabrakan if you're the Valkyries?
Yeah, the Cabrakan has some success into this matchup. Looking at AMC, the walls are going to be very annoying to deal with. Obviously, Cthulhu, if you're in the position where you're walling Cthulhu, that's one thing, but as we both are looking at this, a Wheelix pick from Layers, that's going to be... There's only one leap at the moment, but I'm looking more so at the knockup. You have Yamoja with the Riptide, Cthulhu, Descend into Madness has the ability to knock up as well. So this is a draft that's going to have to get online early because, again, a Wheelix more so wants to get active, you know, levels 5 to 12. That's where he's going to find a lot of success because of how much damage she has in the early game. But on the flip side, it's very difficult to dive Zeus. Even as a Wheelix, he's just going to drop the Lightning Storm, and you're going to have to play around that. You're always going to be taking a lot of damage there.
Well, you saw the one game win, one pick, one win for a Wheelix. That was Layers in a win up against the Jade Dragons. 2-1-7 was his KDA in that game. Cernanos started to rise up the pick list just a little bit here as of late. Some of the buffs that we've talked about plenty have made him a little bit more viable. Still needing what we assume is I was going to say a support pick maybe, but could end up being a solo lane pick if this Achilles gets locked in. And Achilles is locked in. Only one game of Achilles we've seen so far here this year in the SPL. Likely means, Trelly, that I guess Cabrakan would be over in support. A lot of pressure in that lane.
Yeah, I actually like the Achilles pick here. Into Cthulhu specifically, he has a lot of HP, but that threshold for his execute just means it's that much bigger. If you are Aquarius on this Achilles right now in the lane, which we've already mentioned, there is a bit of flex potential with this draft, so we'll have to see where everything goes. But Achilles into Cthulhu specifically, if you can get tanky online and then just sort of play around your carries, executing Cthulhu in the Descent into Madness is a great way to start the fight. I mean, it's such a big target. It's very difficult to miss that execute, and then of course, 40% of his HP or 30%, whatever the threshold may be, it's very high for that such a high target character.
Right, and Cthulhu, we saw in our first set of the day how difficult it was to kill off Haddocks, right, on Cthulhu. Shortening up the margin that you need, shortening up the amount of damage that you need to kill off such an obnoxious pick to go up against is always going to be beneficial. So I like this from the Valkyries. Do yourself some favors, right? I mean, there are a lot of instances that I'm still worried about for the Titans, but give yourself an out to some of the difficult nature of this Tartarus Titans draft. That said, still won't catch me sliding a Yamoja Cthulhu front line with an AMC and CERN in the back. Though it feels like a lot of this, I mean, Cthulhu and Soul Laners will always do their damage, right? But a lot of this big burst damage is going to be coming from physical sources, AMC, Wheelix, and CERN there as well. What level of concern are you at about the ability to itemize against the style of damage the Titans are bringing?
Yeah, usually when we see this double Guardian comp, it is a hard damage solo laner like Cthulhu, and then matched up with another hard damage Guardian, something like a Bacchus. But Yamoja more so wants to look for the lock-in and spam the heals, look for the Riptide to displace her target, but she still does have a fair amount of damage built into the kit if you can just spam the water bubble. So I don't think the Titans are really lacking in the magical damage either here. It's just going to be, will these Hunters get online? Will they get to that late game where they're able to shred everything effectively? Because AMC and CERN, has a lot of penetration in their own right, just built into the kit with the stinger and the stances from Cernanos.
Well, and just because of the way the draft went now, we can assume that Bastet ends up in the jungle. Bastet versus Wheelix, I think, has the ability to be pretty interesting here. Layers on one side versus Kirmi on the other. Do you imagine power curve starts to look similar here, Trelly? Do you think both junglers have the ability to get active at a similar point in this game?
Yeah, I think they both are. They both have a pretty strong early game, but my issue with the Wheelix pick is how effective will you be in the late game? If it does get to the point where you do have double ADC, right? But Layers will be vastly ineffective except for just trying to pull in Kirmi off the pounce, which in its own right is really all you need to do late game because you have that double ADC comp, you have that shred, you don't really need that much damage. But the issue is if a Wheelix gets behind, she's very hard to really come back from that. Her damage sort of falls off, especially against a pick like Zeus, where that's your main target, right? You want to try to get this immobile mage and just try to shut him down, but just drop the Lightning Storm. It's hard to get close to Zeus.
Yeah, and I am curious about that because that's how the team fights may look later on here in this game. But it feels like when you've got a mid lane with a Zeus and an AMC in it, there's got to be some emphasis there from junglers, right? Because I think you look back to our last set, where Shinta's on the AMC and just gets jumped on by Lasbra over and over and over again in the early game. Got to be similar potential in this one, right? I mean, whether it's AMC or Zeus that's being jumped on, whether it's a Bastet or an Wheelix, do you think the junglers have some eyes for the mid lane here?
I would say so. Yeah, I mean, both of these mid laners are going to need some peel to survive. And that's why I imagine the Titans went for this sort of double Guardian style. Maybe Cthulhu and Yamoja just have the range to say, hey, we'll deal with the Zeus. You know, Layers, you can look for that 1v1 jungle matchup. You can try to find a knock-up and a pull, but besides that, don't go towards that Lightning Storm. You really don't want to take that much. So I think that sort of draft that they've went for here does benefit their comp a little bit.
Can the Tartarus Titans get back on track? Can the Valkyries find their first set win of the year? Game 1 will get us closer to some answers.
Well, so far, the Valkyries have been able to find successful game 1s in all of their sets, but haven't been able to get those last couple of games to close things out. It's J-Mac, it's Mifflin, and it's Rosie here in our second set of the day. You're throwing some praise over towards Rosie. I saw the little post you put over on Twitter. Just some nice camera work so far.
What's my Twitter?
Mifflin TV.
That's right. Make sure you go follow it in the chat. J-Mac Tucker. With an underscore.
Where is the underscore?
It's between J-Mac and Tucker?
No,
it's at the ends. Yeah.
No, it's before.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, man.
That's literally the worst spot you could have put it. Why'd you do that?
Because I had something before that and then underscore, then J-Mac Tucker. But now I got rid of the part that was before. It's all confusing. It's all stupid. I can't even get my actual handle. Let's get back into the game, though, and talk about this one. A very control-oriented comp here out of Tartarus Titans, especially with the roar on this Yamoja, SOT. A lot of space creation that can come from this Cthulhu. Meanwhile, the Valkyries, this Achilles pickup was one that was talked a lot about to try and deal with this Achilles. I mean, we saw last game with the bolts how hard it was to actually kill Haddix. But if you have an execute, you don't have to kill him all the way. You can just get him down most of the way.
Yeah, just do 60% of the work first, and then from there, Aquarius should be able to get a handle on it. Gamma gets canceled out of the Tremor a little bit early. Had he been able to clear that wave, things would have been looking tough as Layers doesn't need to worry. It's Chain Lightning, all right? It's level 2 Zeus. He doesn't have Detonate just yet. But Layer's going to spend a good bit of time just re-sustaining the jungle now already out of potions. That's a concern for a Wheelish. You know, Charlie said it's similar power curve. I'd argue between a Wheelish and Bastet, a Wheelish likely will be getting involved earlier on. So you want this portion of the game to be that point for a Wheelish where she is getting powerful. Level 3, Feather Step is essentially an execute. I mean, watch this damage.
That's a lot of damage. It's also a bees out of the mid laner. Benny Q running as fast as he can.
Done.
Slowed down by the Honey, and one more auto. It's Layers on the board first for the Tartarus Titans.
That's exactly what you want. I thought maybe Layers would have to spend a little bit more time re-sustaining. Not the case. Was able to heal up very quickly and get involved yet again on the map. That said, Kirmi got to solo out essentially an entire wave. So despite Layers picking up first blood for himself, gold advantage over the Titans jungler, XP advantage now over to Kirmi, who should take over to level 5 first. And speaking of a level 5 Bastet, that is a very strong displacement tool. And looking at the beads from the Tartarus Titans, there aren't a whole lot of them. Maybe you're able to lock down Aurora. Similarly, you could lock down Layers, no CC immunity available to him. Nothing really just yet for SOT. We don't know where he's going. Could be that he picks up a teleport. Could be it's a beads, depending on the pacing of this lane.
No, we don't know where Aquarius is going either. Neither of these solo laners have picked up their first relic, and that's become somewhat of a common trend as of these last couple of weeks, is these solo laners don't really know what they want to go with first, and because not a whole lot typically happens over here unless one of these junglers tries to get active. It seems like Kirmi maybe waiting for the dash out of SOT before they make an engagement here. Now that it's been used, SOT will be fine, though. Kierman said a little bit more active towards this blue buff.
Yeah, that's the answer to Cthulhu, who is not the greatest lane bully, is to make sure that he isn't allowed to get that blue buff for himself. Unfortunately for Kierman, spends so much time hovering nearby. Layers farms up the jungle, then shows up just on time for the blue, so we'll close up that XP gap that Kierman was able to establish for himself. Worth noting, Layers also got first blood, so he's got a gold advantage, significant leaps for the jungler of the Tartarus Titans, and he is very close to hitting some pretty significant power spikes himself. Gravity Surge has got some great targets. Kierman is going to give up that opportunity twice, leap in and then the leap back out, both gravity surgeable. Not a word I thought I'd ever have to use. And then you've got some knockups from Aurora that should be able to set you up relatively easily with those Riptides.
Well, that's the fun part of casting. Is sometimes you get to say words that you don't know if they're actually words, but we're going to make them words, by God, out here. So gravity surgeable.
Yeah.
Or just surgible, I guess, in this case. Gravity is the precursor there at the beginning of that one. But Paul over here on this AMC didn't go so hot for Shinto in their previous set. He was kind of getting farmed a little bit early on in the game. Went down like 3 deaths in just as many minutes there, but Paul has been much safer on this AMC, or maybe even just more aggressive. We saw him, he was already going up behind that tier 1 tower to help get that kill on Benny Q earlier on. The Tartarus Titans, even with just that first blood, have been able to get a little bit of extra neutral farm across the map. About 1,000 gold up the Titans have.
Yeah, it's going to be much more difficult for the Valkyries to shut down Paul on this AMC. Zeus, sure, has a lot of damage output, hard for him to apply it, and Kierman going to need a couple more items before he's really able to do it all on his own. Small skirmish around these left camps immediately let up. Kierman just not interested in fighting when Layers is around. If this Wheelish is nearby, Kierman just getting out of dodge.
Layers actually pulling some nice little tech here. We keep seeing new things come around with these obelisks, these offering camps. You know, we see how the meta has kind of shifted around there. Beginning, it was obelisk. 4 minutes in, you get your first set of camps, and you're diving that backline. You're going all the way to the enemy obelisk. You're trying to steal those flowers out. And we see that whenever a camp is on cooldown, once that 4 minutes hits and the obelisk spawns in, changes itself up. Layers actually deals like 90% of the camp's damage, lets that 4-minute mark hit, and then only has to deal with slightly enhanced damage out of that camp to pick up that offering there. So smart little plays here out of the Titans jungler.
And the Valhalla Valkyries really are just trying their best to put some pressure onto this blue buff, but Layers has been on time every single time. That's a 3-man rotation from the Chaos team just to try and put SOT behind, and goes unrewarded yet again. Kierman and Gamma sacrificing some of their farm to rotate over. Kierman just now ticking over to level 5. Layers comfortably at 6. Gamma just now ticking over to level 5. Aurora, well, he's been there for a little while now. The Tartarus Titans getting the better end of this macro farm, and you can see it reflected in the golden experience as well. It's just first blood as far as objectives separating these two squads. Maybe some small macro, the mid camps specifically, going over the Tartarus Titans. And it's just adding up very slowly. That said, the Valhalla Valkyries have got a very nice scaling composition between this Zeus, the Medusa, and Kierman on this Bastet. They don't need to concern themselves too much.
Benny Q gonna use the beads early on and drop the lightning storm at his feet at that tier 1 tower.
Uh-oh.
But all the while, 2v1 kill on the right side of the map. Gamma rotates over to help find a pickup against SOT. Seems to not have that Descent into the Madness ready to go at the time of that rotation. Aquarius getting the credit to that kill there. It seems the execute was all that it needed.
Yeah, and a little bit of help from the Kabrakan as Benny lines up against Aurora. Aurora just being annoying. Doesn't even have the Ohm to put any genuine threat out. Doesn't have the ultimate either. Seems like Layers may have been willing to rotate forward, but well, even with Suku and a speed buff, wouldn't be fast enough to get there in time. But now with Aquarius comfortably in the lead, about 1 level, and already itemizing to deal with SOT in the lane. Runic Shield already picked up. It's going to shred away some of that power, give you some protections and some power in your own right. I think now the Valhalla Valkyries, they could just leave him alone over there. Aquarius, he should be able to take that 1v1.
Yeah, we do have Paul back over here into the mid lane. And talking about these mid laners here, I mean, Benny Q has gone for a Vamp Shroud, and I don't know, we haven't seen very much on these mid laners, but we do see it's just an easy rotation
Good
over
wall.
and a perfect wall to catch that dash from SOT, and then the execute after by Aquarius will make sure to finish the job there. So solid kill out of the Valkyries in the solo lane, but going back towards Benny Q here, I mean, Vamp Shroud, we've been seeing it a lot in the solo lane Guardians more than anything else, anytime that it goes over there. Not often that we see these mid laners picking this item up.
No, just a little bit of survivability now for Benny Q. He's got some great transformation, or upgrades rather, for this item. The Blood Soaked in particular, one that I think we will likely see. Generally when it is Vampiric Shroud in that first slot, especially on a Zeus, we do see matched up with it. The standard book build, Book of Thoth into Breastplate of Valor, then Book of the Dead for that additional survivability. Matches up very well with the inherent protections of this item, but instead, double flat penetration, just saying, all right, Vampiric Shroud on its own. That's all I need.
We'll see where the rest of his build goes. I always love seeing the Sacrificial Shroud personally. Doing just a lot of extra damage is nice, but I guess without any actual lifesteal into your build or any kind of self-sustain, it does make it a little bit more de-incentivizing to be losing out on some of your health for that extra boost of damage. We'll see where BennyQ itemizes for the remainder of this game. Paul, meanwhile, goes for a Transcendence first item, nearly fully stacked up.
Oof.
Gamma goes to the ultimate, but comes up just a tad bit shy there. Quick Riptide out of Aurora gets him out of there.
He does. Soul Laners have already made the rotation towards this mid lane. Thought maybe we'd see a heavier skirmish around that camp, but SOT at level 9 doesn't want to line up against Aquarius, who is already starting to deal a ton of damage and has that execute available with all that AoE damage. The Valhalla Valkyries have gotten their mid 3v3. Gotta think they want to take
There
it.
goes in. Aurora's in danger. Aurora's not making it out of there. Detonate from BennyQ will deal the last blow. But Layers, Paul, and Cyclone have all regrouped. But it seems that without their support, they're not willing to dive back in this 4 versus 3. Valkyries find another pick.
But what can they do with this space created? Not many objectives, maybe a dive.
Maybe we just go for the kill, they say. It'll be a Tremors under the tower, but Paul will be fine. Layers gets on out of there. No beads to this Wheelish as of now. So if that ultimate from Kirmi would have connected there, could have spelled the death of Layers, but unfortunately just a tad a bit off the mark.
Does at least cost Layers his blink. Shell lost for Aurora as well as his ultimate, and that is a very long ultimate. Yamoja going to be a couple minutes, so she can get involved yet again. And the Valhalla Valkyries are off to a nice start. They're able to establish some pressure, start controlling those mid camps a little bit more so. You can see it now. The chart's starting to dip down a little bit, find itself back in a neutral state. And I would argue neutral likely favoring the Valhalla Valkyries. It is just so hard to play into a late game composition that just straight up has a Zeus in it on its own. That's how strong that pick is individually, but even the composition built around it is going to facilitate that Zeus very well.
Well, it is traditionally the double flat pen out of the mid lane for these mages. Not going to be the case here for BennyQ, at least not yet. Going for a percent pen, second item. Obsidian Shard will be the item out of the mid laner for the Valkyries. Aurora playing with fire up here. I mean, he is in dangerous territory consistently throughout this game. We saw him at bat camps earlier on. Now we're seeing him just casually stroll through the jungle here on this Yamoja.
Yeah, Aurora's one to play with Wild Abandon. That's been his MO since day one. All the way back since the Fat Chunks days, he's been a very aggressive support player. I am curious how aggressive he's playing with so little ohm, without his defensive relic and without his ultimate. That is concerning. As now, the Valhalla Valkyries start to work their way over towards that right side of the jungle yet again. Think maybe they want to play around. Yep, the Pyromancer pulled out immediately. What's the response from the Titans? Gold Fury pulled out.
And Pyromancer will go down to the Valkyries. That one will be nice and easy. A Lightning Storm expended. But as highlighted, the Gold Fury is going to be accosted on the opposite side. Tartarus Titans with a fast response. They'll be able to tie up that objective for objective. But that'll keep the gold at pretty much the exact same point that we were. Valkyries just slightly bouncing back and forth around that lead. Only about 300 ping-ponging between these two teams.
Yeah, the Valhalla Valkyries doing a very good job matching that macro pressure that the Tartarus Titans have been able to establish themselves. That said, all the kills the Valhalla Valkyries have picked up so far have not found the most ideal targets. Generally, you want to shut down an AMC pretty early on. You'd love to start rotating over towards Cyclone Spin, both playing hunters that don't have any way to deal with the walls that Gamma's able to spawn up. But so far, not a lot of pressure towards that dual lane. I don't think we've seen a single rotation from either jungler towards the long. And, well, Paul's doing just this. Toss out an ability from downtown and walk himself into the jungle.
Yeah, he'll be able to go back and clear up a lot of these camps here, or maybe just let Aurora take that back camp by himself. Give the support some of their own farm here. But this is something that we talk about with teams like the Titans, teams like the Leviathans, these backliners that like to sit back, farm up as long as they can, and then once we hit 15, 20 minutes, that's when Paul and Cyclone really start getting involved in these team fights. But they're really taking it to the tee here. Double Riptide from Aurora hit the backliners, and then a Riptide of his own to get him in layers away from Gamma, who had begun the chase but wasn't able to close gap.
Look at that vision on the left side of the map. No wonder neither team's been able to rotate over. Both squads have just got a whole lot of defensive wards on the left-hand side. Layers spotted out there, and, well, Wowie fully disengages himself. Cyclone Spin makes use of that time to go ahead and push out yet another wave. Now we get a chance to talk about the builds. Looking at Gamma, that's a little bit unorthodox. Sovereignty in the first slot and immediately into the Breastplate of Valor. He's going to be spawning up those walls consistently, and against this double Hunter composition, he won't be struggling too much in the front line. Unless he gets slammed by Stinger, which again, just has an insane amount of defense shred on it.
And then on the opposite side here for Aurora, Gauntlet of Thieves, maybe a more traditional start. That's the more typical one. But SOT, a 3-man rotation to try and kill this Cthulhu. They only need to get him a little bit lower for that execute out of Aquarius, but a massive triple fear out of SOT won't be enough to say Mach was still able to find that execute at the end of it. But it's a 1-for-1 trade. Benny Q in the mid lane gets shredded down by the Titans.
Yeah, they might be able to go for the tier 2 tower here. Valhalla Valkyries will likely be able to pick up the tier 2 on the opposite side, but this is a much more valuable structure for the Tartarus Titans. Now it's going to be so much more difficult for the Valhalla Valkyries to start a retreat, regardless of which objective they're fighting on. Gamma shows up, takes a little bit of damage, and then disengages himself. Tier 2 falls in mid, as it does in the soul lane as well. So golden experience going to be largely equal. The only separation now is map state, and well, if SOT so chooses, considering how aggressive we've seen from the Valhalla Valkyries have been on the right-hand side of the map, could just freeze his wave. Just keep it exactly where it is and force Aquarius to rotate even further if he wants to A, farm, or B, try and kill SOT again.
Aquarius has been able to get the better end of this lane, not just with the kill earlier, but that one there puts him now level 15 versus only the 13 on the side of SOT, going beyond that level of minute barrier here that we typically talk about for a lot of players. Want to hit that level 20 by minute 20. Could be a little bit sooner if Aquarius keeps going at this rate, but I mean, going that far, going that deep to try and get these minions could pose a problem here for the Valhalla Valkyries solo lane. Benny Q going for a book 3rd item. Probably too late to go for a Book of Thoth. Unlikely Book of the Dead, just because of the lack of other mana items. So Soul Reaver, most likely the next item up for the mid.
Yeah, Benny Q already putting out a whole lot of damage. Not too much magic defense he has to concern himself with from the Tartarus Titans just yet, but when they do buy it, that Obsidian Shard is going to be doing a whole lot for him, and Soul Reaver should help out with that burst potential. So far, though, haven't seen a whole lot of emphasis from the Valhalla Valkyries in that mid 3v3. We're about a minute away from Pyromancer and Gold Fury respawning, both POIs I'm sure the Valhalla Valkyries would love to group up on, because we are starting to reach that point where this Valkyries draft is really going to start getting dominant in some of these team fights. Keep your eyes on the Tartarus Titans relics, though. 2 shells already picked up, neither upgraded just yet, but you got to think at least one of them is going to be that Phantom Shell. Could put a real dampener on Gamma's initiation.
We already have a Phantom Shell on the side of the Valkyries now. Phantom Shell picked up by Gamma, the support here for the Valkyries side. But we've been seeing this a little bit more now, where some of these mid laners and these carries, they've been shying away from going the Aegis here, maybe a little bit less of a threat to worry about here, as we do see Paul going for that shell. And even a Horrific Emblem. That item has started to make a resurgence back here in the meta as of recent.
It just makes it so much easier to find some of this aggression. The real answer to Horrific Emblem being that Heavenly Sprint. You don't really see Heavenly Sprint picked up too often, and when you do, generally it's the Entangling Wings, and, well, that's not an option just now for the Valhalla Valkyries, as all their relics have already been purchased. So he's going to find some value from it, and you've got some great targets to lock down. Benny Q in particular, going to be one you really want to apply that slow to. Wowie as well, another great target of it. And SOT is not going to have a hard time getting into those backlines. He's Cthulhu. Dash forward, drop your relic, immediately go into that ultimate, and just be that disruption for your team.
Tartarus Titans back over to the Oni Fury. These objectives have respawned. The Titans will be the first one to make a response and call. Gamma tries to go in to steal this one away, drops the ultimate, but it's not going to be enough to steal that one away. Tartarus Titans come up with the Oni Fury, but it's a collapse in by the Valkyries. The Lightning Storm by Benny Q is doing a lot of damage to SOT, who's fallen low. Aquarius tries to get in, but SOT takes down Gamma. Aquarius can't find the execute, but does find the stun after the shield bash. Good enough to get the kill onto one. Ultimate by Kirmi will pick up one, but immediately beads out there by Paul. It's a 1-for-1 trade for these two teams.
Support for solo should favor the Valhalla Valkyries, but the objective at least goes to the Tartarus Titans. 4-stack from the Chaos team on the center of the map, maybe trying to return some pressure into this tower. They know now that Layers is in the duo, but Aquarius left alone.
Aquarius not very tanky on this Achilles. Aurora's bubble is enough to get the kill in this one, and the Titans turn this 1-for-1 into a now 2-for-1 trade. Both solo laners go down, but the added benefit of Gamma, maybe 3. Oof. But a quick Aegis out of Benny off that swarm will We'll make sure that this AMC can't close out that kill.
Just disrespectful rotations there from the Valhalla Valkyries. Aquarius tries to rotate in aggressive into the right side jungle. BennyQ thinks he can walk up alone into mid, and they lose out on some pretty significant pieces. Aquarius' life and BennyQ's Aegis.
Titans do get the Pyromancer. I questioned it for a moment. I was like, wait, hold on. Tartar Titans are on the order side here. I thought maybe I was able to steal that one away with the acid spray. Unable to do so here. It's a 3,000 gold lead that the Titans have gotten now with those couple of kills in mid and with that Gold Fury now, Pyromancer up here. Finally, the first significant lead that we've seen this game.
Yeah, but 3,000 gold split between 5 people at the 18-minute mark, maybe not the most significant. Where you're getting like a tier 1, maybe a tier 2 item on a couple of your players. Specifically, Layers, I think, should be a good deal ahead of Kiermi at this point because he spent so much time farming that left side while there was a small skirmish in mid, and it's reflected in the experience. You see he's 1 level up. He's already got that tier 2 cloak, so some defense for this Awilish, and that's something that Trelli had expressed on the desk was his concern with Awilish's ability to close gap onto this BennyQ, or onto BennyQ. It's not so much that you're concerned about his ability to get there, it's whether or not he can survive once he does. Cloak will help out a fair bit.
Cloak will also help BennyQ. He started that one himself, so it's going to be a little bit of defense for both the jungle on the side of the Titans and the mid for the Valkyries here. After the Pridwin finished up by Aurora, now going in towards some extra magical defense and a fully upgraded Bracer. Aurora seems to be one of the only supports in the league, not only running this Bracer relic, but also upgrading it as early as possible.
It's just so versatile. You save gold the earlier you upgraded it because it acts as a Sentry Ward, and it's a respawning Sentry Ward. And if these fights go long, and they should, because the Tartarus Titans are trying to leverage their sustain, you're just going to, by rote, win some of these vision battles. I mean, if Aurora could just get in, clear that ward, and wait him out, you got to go back to base on the Valhalla Valkyries to pick yourself up another Sentry.
Fire Giant started by the Valkyries, but it's a bait forward. They're only going to find Aurora for now, and not a whole lot of damage thrown towards the support. SOT
That's
gets caught out inside the walls by Gambit, descent to the Madness, but SOT has not found a way out here. It's Aquarius taking him down with the execute, and the Valkyries get the first kill of the fight, but Layers has made their way in and made their way right back out. They're not going to get in here. Rivers Rebuke to hold up, and Aquarius will dash on out using that second shot of his ultimate. Cyclone, no, sticking inside of the Lightning Storm. He goes down, but Layers finds a kill on a Benny in the middle of a 2v5, making a double for the jungle, and now Paul has shown back up. Give him a kill, give Aurora an extra one. It's only Aqua left.
Layers comes up huge for his team there to turn a awful engagement into a passable one. 4-for-2 trade, favoring the Tartarus Titans. Can they find a little bit more? Paul's damage coming up shortly, but because he's tanking the tower, will have to reset, will not be able to chase out any further. Layers resets himself and regroups around the Fire Giant. Paul still relatively healthy and only getting healthier with the help of Aurora. Could this be a Fire Giant pool? I think so.
3 here, but it's 3 strong on this way. SOT gonna be a little late to the party if he wants to show up for this Fire Giant, but he might not even get there in time. It's already down to half. Aqua has teleported right back in. A good knock of the stun, just off the mark. But walking through this ring of fire is starting to do some damage to everybody through, and Aquarius will not make it out of here. A good feather step by Layers to lock him down and shut him down. But that is going to mean the Fire Giant cannot go to the Titans just yet.
It will be a 5 versus 4 once the Tartarus Titans are able to regroup. Aquarius death so desynced. That relic won't be just back up. 80 seconds left on that teleport, so going to be a good while until the Valhalla Valkyries Soul Laner can get involved in the Fire Giant yet again. That said, look at the Fire Giant pit itself. There's nothing the Tartarus Titans can do without the Valhalla Valkyries knowing about it until they clear out that sentry, and I'm sure they will very shortly. Aurora Bracer coming back up in about 15 seconds will act as a buff for his team and as a sentry ward in the Fire Giant pit. Cyclone Spin. Gotta play cautious there. Kiermi, he's got ultimate.
Kiermi does throw out the cat. That'll spot them out. And the Titans will start the Fire Giant once again, but all of the Valkyries will know about this. Aquarius up in 7, teleport down 50. For 45. This is going to be a 4 versus 5 in this pit. Gamma locked down, transformed into the boar and taken down. It's Cyclone Spin to start the fight up. Descent to the Madness by SOT, and BennyQ is already gone. Already 2 down on the side of the Valks.
Yeah, SOT not even needed for that engagement. He goes into Descent into Madness just to get the bird's eye view like we've got to watch his team succeed in not only taking the objective, but also in taking a couple of lives. 40 seconds on BennyQ, 20 on Gamma, and the Tartarus Titans are starting to run away with this one. What can the Valhalla Valkyries do? Consolation prize, Primal Fury. Yeah, that'll be real nice to help you out, clear out some Fire Giants later on. The Tartarus Titans, they've got their eyes on the permanent objectives. Tier 2 burning quick. Minion wave right behind them. They're going for the Phoenix.
It's only Aquarius here. The carries on the side of the Valks haven't shown back up. It'll just be the frontliners. And with a minion wave walking in right behind the Titans, this Phoenix will be a foregone conclusion. Tartarus Titans have stripped away everything on the right side of the map structure-wise and can easily make their way over towards this mid. Though without a minion wave will take them a little bit longer, but it's only just now that the carries of the Valkyries are going back. They got the Fury, they got a tier 1 in left, but they're not going to be able to defend this left side Phoenix. Gamma falling low here, does pop the shell to get themselves out. Kirby goes in, but Aurora doesn't take quite enough damage. The cat can't finish the job. Aurora makes it out, and these Riptides are just so clutch out of this emoji to get the team out.
55 HP and 54 more than he needs. Aurora gonna try his best to get the rest of his team out, but it's SOT pulled back in.
It's pulled back in, down to half HP, but an ultimate Cyclone won't be enough to save him, but will be enough to at least turn around and get a kill. Layers leaps on out. Wow, he pops the ultimate, but it's only gonna hit Cyclone spin. Another 1-for-1 trade here as the Valkyries continue their chase.
You know, during that interview, Kirby had said, yeah, it's a much faster pace in the SPL. It's something we're not used to. I gotta think that's the inexperience of the Valhalla Valkyries rearing its head, not realizing that the Tartarus Titans were in a position to look towards that mid-Phoenix. Speaking of, Kirby, what are you doing?
That's gonna be Beads. The leap gone. Now it's a leap back, but who's gonna get the kill? It'll be Paul, the mid laner for the Tartarus Titans.
Aqua.
Aquarius walks in, finds a big stun on Cyclone. Beads are down. Detonate does a lot of damage, but Cyclone is life stealing through all of it. Aquarius can't find the damage. It's a kill for Cyclone and a near deicide here for the Tartarus Titans. Valks only have 1 tower, 1 Phoenix left, but the Titans may just go for the end. It's only 2 left.
Here's the thing about their Fire Giant power play. It's nowhere near over. 2 minutes left for the Tartarus Titans and 5 stacked very shortly. SOT, he's got TP. He'll be there before too long.
Gamma's got ult. He'll pop it onto 3. Big damage right back.
Or not.
At Gamma, though. Titan hasn't taken a whole lot of damage yet. Now, with Gamma gone and Wowie right after, the Titans will deicide the Valkyries. They'll take the Titan, and they'll take game 1.
Hey, SOT gets to do another 4 funsies Descent into Madness to watch the Titan die. This time, the Tartarus Titans, they may have stumbled a little bit throughout the early game. The Valhalla Valkyries certainly bringing that fight, but the game 1 curse on the rest of the SPL now cleansed, I suppose. This is the first game 1 the Valhalla Valkyries have lost.
And not able to find a win here up against the Titans in this very first matchup here. Some signs of light in the early game by the Valkyries, able to at least maintain parity with the Titans earlier on. But once it came to these late game team fights, man, the Titans had it in spades.
They did. The Valhalla Valkyries just were not able to regroup. I feel like it was like 1 pick around the Fire Giant, around that 20-minute mark, and from there it was never another 5-on-5 engagement. It was a 5v4, a 5v3, a 5v1 when Aquarius has to go in and try and slow down the Fire Giant. Not once were the Valhalla Valkyries in position and ready to put up a real defense.
Well, game 1 will go to the Titans. We'll go to a break, and then we'll come back to the desk right after.
say pretty please, or speaking little white lies. I've got a rebel soul. I've got a rebel soul.
Game number 1 between the Titans and the Valkyries is a fun one for some members of the Titans, a fun one for some members of the Valkyries, but the important members of the Titans, the ones who are carrying these team fights, stand strong by the end of it, and game number 1 goes to the Tartarus Titans, though another example of a Valhalla Valkyries team that can compete in these matchups end up falling just a little bit short here in game number 1, Trelly. I mean, Paul has a massive game, Layers has a huge game. It was really the pick and ban counter where we're talking about the Achilles pick into the Cthulhu.
Yeah.
That was working for the Valkyries, but not much else was working for the Valkyries in game 1.
Yeah, it turns out when you put all of your eggs into can we execute this Cthulhu, the carries aren't really getting looked at here, and that means that Paul, Cyclone, and Layers can sort of just pop off. And it started from minute 1 here as Layers getting very aggressive into this Zeus pick. And that's really what we expect him to do. You have this Awilix, you have this early damage. Don't let the Zeus get online and try to find your Blink Feather steps as early as possible.
I love the detonate coming out at the end of that clip, like Paul clearly trying to last hit. And this is just huge from Layers. Look at all of the cleave damage that finds its way through the Valhalla Valkyries. Paul just makes an absolute living in that team fight. And Layers was largely left unchecked here in this one. KDA at 10, 10.5k damage. Might seem unimpressive, but the damage that was damage that was sticking, quick burst damage, executing targets, and Layers. This is the Layers that the Titans need, right? I mean, the Titans have such veteranship on their roster. You know what you're going to get with Paul. Aurora and Cyclone Spin have been around the SPL for a while, and it's Layers that's kind of this extra little spark for this team, and in their success last year was when Layers was playing as well as he was. And so, yeah, SOT got executed a lot, right? But literally everyone else on the Titans put together some real nice games. Paul ends at 5-0-11. Dual lane looks great for the Titans as well. And that's what we were concerned about, wasn't it, Trelly? Where we're saying, all right, maybe the saving grace for the Valkyries is this Achilles. But outside of SOT, it felt like Aurora was able to do what he wanted. Cyclone Spin was able to scale up well in this game. And Paul finally gets his good AMC game after yesterday when the AMC was just kind of jumped on. Feels like a resetting of the feet here for this Titans team after what was a tough set yesterday.
Yeah, I like what Aquarius was doing, like just trying to execute this Cthulhu, but again, when you let the carries free cast because you're looking at that Cthulhu, the team fight is just not going to look that solid.
Well, Jithin says picks and bans are ready, and the world is his oyster, so let's bring in picks and bans here for game number 2. The Tartarus Titans find themselves in pick slot number 1. The Valhalla Valkyries will have to wait and pick a couple after the fact. If you're the Titans, Trelly, I don't know if you change up too much. I don't know if enough stood out to me from the Valkyries in game 1 that I'm immediately feeling like I need to take away. I mean, the Achilles was the one thing that was working very well, and I think that was more of a counter to SOT on this Cthulhu. And so I think we're in, run-back territory. The Titans can adapt their playstyle, but I don't think many bans jump out at me that the Titans feel like they might need to take away.
No, definitely not. I think, we talked about this before the set. The Valks really need to get into that mindset where, what did we do wrong? How did we lose those fights? How did we get behind that sort of thing? And then change that in their picks and bans phase. Usually, they're getting a win first before they have to do that. But now, it's do or die time. I mean, if you lose this one, you won't get a second chance to try to adapt. So right now, they have to figure out what is the issue. And right now, banning the meta pick seems to be the start. But I think getting Benny Q on more of a facilitating god where he can go in, like the Jean Kui, for example. He can look for fights all the time. Zeus, sort of a lost puppy if he can't really survive in these fights. You really need your hand held, at least at the early points of the game. But one adaptation they are making is getting rid of Aurora's Umoja. Yeah,
that is a strong adaptation here because it was an insta-lock Umoja. Aurora, one of the best in the league at the moment on that pick, and just the one death and a whole mountain of assists for Aurora in game 1 pretty much tells you all you need to know. 2-1-11 was Aurora's KDA on that Umoja. There's still a lot available as far as support goes that you could look towards with an opening pick. And so 9 games played so far for the Cabrakan. Could be solo, could be jungle, could be support. So some flexibility for the Titans. Just beneath a 50% win rate, and teams continuing to prioritize that pick relatively highly. I feel like I remember it's been a lot of layers playing this Cabrakan in recent games here for the Titans. Yeah, layers had one game on the Cabrakan up against the Leviathans in that 2-game set, 1, 5, and 8. And
Didn't look great.
Didn't look great for layers there in that set. But I don't think one game necessarily means you have to abandon the pick. So if this ends up going to layers, I'm unoffended.
Yeah, I mean, taking away from Gamma, at least, because he obviously wanting to put that Guardian in the solo lane, I mean, the support role as well. It's just trying to throw them off their game a little bit here. But as I like to think of layers the same way I like to think of Lasber. I talk this a lot. I've seen them whip out these Cabrakans, and it never really looks that great. They're more of these assassin-centric players. They're very mechanically gifted. Cabrakan, not a lot of outplay potential. It's very linear what you're going to do. You're going to 1 in, then hit a 2, probably wall off some carries and start tremors. That's the idea. So I prefer to see this either in solo or support, but it really just depends on if the Titans think, hey, let's run it back. We have an answer for everything. But on the other side, the Valks, I really think the Zeus, not my favorite pick here for them.
Right.
I think
it was early, right? It was early in the draft.
Yeah, exactly. They want to pick this early because it's highly contested. You don't want to give Paul the option to play it. But I just think when I think of Benny Q, I think of these characters that can go in by themselves, make some huge plays, and that's more of the style I'm looking for from the Valks.
And this is the Valks. Let's not mince words here. The Valks need to find a way to get their duo lane going. We've already talked plenty about how this is going to be a learning phase for the Valkyries, getting up to speed with the SPL. Any mistakes are going to be punished very quickly, is how Kiermy worded it. The duo lane for the Valks needs to get up to speed here, or once they get up to speed, this Valkyries team will feel a lot better. It's been tough sledding so far for Gamma, who will likely be piloting this Bacchus, so you get some nice aggression there for him. And then Wowie, who has played in the SPL before, has 3 kills in the last 6 games that the Valkyries have played here in the SPL. A couple of 3-game sets, and then this one up against the Titans goes 0-2 and 3. And so the dual lane getting those wheels spinning is a good starting point here for the Valkyries. And you give them something aggressive with a Bacchus and a Medusa, should buy them some lane presence.
Yeah, I would say so. Wanting to make sure that your dual lane gets ahead, at least in the early game, is the idea here. And Bacchus Medusa is going to do pretty much that. Obviously, the AMC is out on the table right now, probably still going to Paul in that mid lane, but the flanks potential, we have to admit that it is there right now. And then you look over at the double Guardian composition. This Cthulhu probably going back to SOT, so where's the Cabrakan? Is it going to jungle with layers? Possibly.
Right.
They're going to be banning away some assassins as well, and the Zeus is going to be gone, so at least we get to see Benny Q on something different in that mid lane. And again, the Valks getting the duo lane started. That's going to be a great opportunity here with this pick. But again, I think they play out of this mid lane so much better. So it really depends what they're going for here.
Right. Facilitating Benny Q is always going to be priority 1 for this Valkyries team. But getting Wowie and Gamma going it should be, I think, priority number 2 here over their next couple of sets. Gilgamesh is the lock-in for Kiermy out of the jungle. So you give Achilles back. That was one thing that worked really well in game 1. Let's give it back. Let's ride that momentum moving into game number 2 here. Though a different look, not the Bastet anymore. Gilgamesh, strong initiator here for the Valhalla Valkyries. And the Tartarus Titans are hovering this double hunter composition yet again. Kepri there is going to make life very difficult for the Valhalla Valkyries in some instances. And the Cernanos is locked in there as well. Kepri into Achilles is always an interesting conversation here, Trelly. Are you surprised that we go Kepri despite there being an Achilles on the other side?
Yeah, it seems like Cthulhu's going to be taking the brunt of these executes, so as long as you're able to save your carries from everything else besides the executes, maybe you're just going to be fine in that regard. I think that would be Aurora's play style. He's very smart with the Scarab's Blessing. He's certainly not going to throw it out willy-nilly. He's going to make sure that if it is being tossed out, it's going to be effective. So probably saying, hey, SOT, we'll try to body block the execute, in our best instance. But if we can't, I'm going to save it for someone else because right now it's just going to be a waste on you. But on the flip side, it looks like that Cabrakan will be in the jungle. Triple Guardian, double Hunter. The Titans are going to want to get active more so in that late game, but they still have some solid presence. As we said, the Cabrakan does get online pretty early. Pretty plug and play. You just want to blink in and look for some aggression. Against the Tiamat, though, might be hard to find.
Yeah, Trelly, if I'm saying, all right, let's build a pure protect the carries composition, and my carries are Paul and Cyclone Spin, I'm feeling just fine going into any of these matchups. On the flip side, if the idea again is to facilitate Benny Q, you've gotten him on a fantastic later game pick in the Tiamat who can really scale into these matchups, and Benny Q can make some magic happen here for the Valhalla Valkyries. I want to look a little bit at the duo lane though here, Trelly, before we get into game number 2. Bacchus plus Medusa and Gamma and Wowie finding some success. Again, we've talked about it. Should be a priority here for the Valkyries. Going up against what we'll assume is the Kernanos and Kepri. You have to imagine there should be some aggression here for Bacchus and Medusa, some lane priority going up against Aurora and Cyclone Spin.
Yeah, I mean, Aurora's going to have to play very carefully on this Kepri. Bacchus always going to be able to find some... Kepri's a huge target, right? So it's very easy to try to find some of that early CC. I would imagine Aurora either tries to go for a beads or just forfeits pressure in that lane and just says, hey, we're going to get online. Let's just sit back and not really give any opportunity for maybe a frenzy pop into a belch and just giving up first blood, that sort of thing. But Aurora and Cyclone Spin, they've been around the block a few times. I think they know how to play this early game into this very high-pressure composition.
So the big change for the Tartarus Titans is triple Guardian instead of double and the Wheelix in the jungle. Do you imagine the play style looks pretty similar here? The way the team fights look for the Tartarus Titans, Trelly, are very similar here, despite the swapping of a Assassin for Guardian. Facilitating the carries is still the name of the game. Do you think team fights look similar?
It will look similar, but a Tiamat is just so much more survivable than Zeus. I think it's going to be hard to just say, hey, let's focus out Benny Q, and then we can start the rest of the engagement because, again, you have that leap, and then when you're on all fours, Tiamat is just so much tankier. It's going to be a lot harder to pick this Tiamat as opposed to the Zeus.
All right, now the jungle matchup does look different, I guess, in this game as well. Game number 2, you're going to have a Kabrakan up against a Gilgamesh instead of Bastet versus a Wheelix. I asked you a little bit about power curves. When are these junglers going to get active? Does your answer change at all from game number 1 to now? Do you imagine you see Layers or Kirmi Trelly finding more success early in this game?
I'm thinking Kirmi has a little bit more pressure right now. The Gilgamesh just, brings a lot to the table.
Time for the Valhalla Valkyries to bounce back in game number 2. Can they do it? Let's find out.
Valkyries need to find their first game 2 win if they want to keep alive in this set up against the Tartarus Titans, who have gone for this, honestly, disgusting triple Guardian double Hunter comp. We used to see this a lot. It was a whole meta a few seasons back, and the Titans really seem to love running this year, Mifflin.
All right, J-Mac, go ahead and lean back, because I'm hopping on a soapbox for
right,
just a moment.
Hold on, let me grab a chair real quick.
Okay, well, you don't need to look around. It's the exact same spot it always is.
You're right.
Here's the thing about a Cthulhu and how it just adds so much entropy to a game. On its own, it does. It's something Haddix talked about earlier. Do you focus the Cthulhu once it's at 4,500 HP? If you're doing so, how long is it going to take to kill it? Probably a really long time, and it makes you very likely to lose out on a team fight because all the while he's going for knockups, he's going for damage, he's healing his team. How do you deal with it when there's a Cthulhu and a Morrigan, double Cthulhu? Well, that's super hard to deal with. There's 2 of them now. How do you do it with a Kepri? You can't even kill him anymore, barring Aquarius' ultimate. If it ain't Aquarius, and if Aquarius doesn't have ultimate available, SOT can walk into a team fight, transform, W key with 0 regard for his own life, and just trust that Aurora, with a massive, literal tower to ult, will consistently find those high-impact Scarab's blessings. There are multiple answers to Cthulhu. I think Haddix a little bit glib in his answer. You can either dive past him, which is difficult because Cthulhu can turn on a heal and just act as peel, or you directly kill him. And I would argue that Kepri on his own removes one of those options.
Gamma will still get aggressive back in this duo lane here. And this is the first time we're really seeing the Valkyries duo be able to find any kind of wave pressure. I mean, as soon as I say that, the Cyclone Spin gets aggressive and forces Wowie to dash back towards the Tier 1 tower. But this brings up a really big point there, Dave, especially with Wowie. Wowie in the SCC was a very successful hunter, able to find a lot of big picks for his team, able to be kind of one of those big carries that his team needed. But so far in the SPL has not found very much success at all. It's a belly flop by Gamma. Kirmi comes in, missed the dropkick though, a leap in, Aurora is low, Cyclone trying to body block, but it's a 3-stack on top of Aurora to take him down. The Valkyries will come up big and strike first blood for the jungle.
Aurora was not allowed to move, and it's not because he was stunned. He was, by the way, but it's because he was surrounded by 3 burly Valhalla Valkyries. That was a very tough situation. Good wherewithal from Cyclone Spin to try and stick in there, buy some time, leverage that cleave auto attack that Cernunos gets when he's in melee range. It deals a good deal of damage, but was not quite able to save his support, and then eventually was forced to dash out. It does at least cost Kirmi his blink, so this Gilgamesh can be mitigated for the next minute or so while he waits for that cooldown. And Cyclone Spin, being an ADC, I speak from personal experience here. When you're playing ADC and your support dies and the kill goes to anyone besides the enemy ADC, you don't feel so bad because you're just soloing some waves. You're going to be able to close up that experience gap ever so slightly. And when it's the jungler that gets the kill, what was Layers doing the entire time? Just farming. He's still got the XP advantage.
And this is what we saw last game, kind of on the flip side, actually, where, Layers was able to get first blood, and then Kirmi got the XP lead, but then it turned out that Layers was just keeping that farm going, and still this time, even with Kirmi getting that first blood, Layers still does hold a very slight XP lead. You can see over on the XP needed chart that's been brought up here by Rosie for us. It's actually a chart that we don't look at very often just because it usually moves fairly quickly here, but Layers is very close to their next level up. And then right there, right below,
Whoa!
It's going to be that Kabrakan. Big stinger onto Benny Q, but a quick beads in response means that Benny can leap their way on out of there. And tier 1 tower pressure already, and mid lane pressure over to Paul.
Yeah, Paul might be able to get it down to like around 50%, decides he doesn't want to drop that tower this early on, and I think rightfully so. It's something I always talk about, and I get boos for it. I really like when pro players freeze waves. I really like when they hold it at their tier 2s, at their tier 1s, and force people to step up. Yeah, sure, it's boring, but it's peak performance, all right? Get used to it.
Look,
and Paul doesn't want to open himself up to that.
The caveat is that it's pro players doing it. When you're doing it in your casual lobbies, then it's just
I'm gonna do it.
not so great here. Gamma caught inside the walls. Paul jumped on by Kirmi, and the beads already expended. Drop kicked against the wall. And Kirmi picks up a second kill for himself, and a second one for the team now on the Valkyries.
That is an early start for Kirmi out of the jungle, 2-0. Next back should be able to finish up that item, and we'll very shortly be able to pick up some of his quest items as well. That said, Layers still maintaining parity in the jungle, still able to keep himself within just about the exact same XP range, and it's just fine for now. It really is the onus on to Kirmi to be that one who is getting active, and he's living up to it. 2 kills in 4 minutes so far for the Valhalla Valkyries jungler. But you need to start transitioning those kills into a lead elsewhere. Now it is reflected. Benny Q, 1 level up on Paul. That's massive. Benny Q still has to play cautiously for the next 80 seconds while he waits on his defensive relic to come back up. But that's a small win for the Valhalla Valkyries. I want to see them start moving in towards some objectives, though, because their composition is very good for it. It's going to be a little while. I think maybe 2 or 3 more levels before the Valkyries can feel incredibly confident in that ability. But 1,000 or so gold at the 5-minute mark, still very nice.
It's a nice lead that the Valkyries have gotten for themselves early on. I believe that they wish they would have had maybe in game number 1 to help themselves out. Instead, it was a 1K the opposite way here. Kirmi, though, as you were talking, does hit level 5, so does have access to being able to pick up that quest. And talking about that quest, just for you personally, where's the worst spot that you've ever had your quest spawn as a Gilgamesh?
Well, hold on, Paul in some trouble. Gamma drops the Intoxicate, and it's a blink forward from Kirmi. Luckily, Aurora nearby will be able to keep him alive. Worst spot for the quest on release was probably like behind a tier 2 tower. I don't think that happens anymore, so at worst, like at a back camp. Anywhere, it's just distance from base. The closer it is to me, the better.
I had a green buff one time. Enemy green buff was the worst that I'd ever gotten at that point there. But here, Paul able to get out thanks to the help of Aurora on that. Khepri does get that Scarab's Blessing. And then finally, we're seeing a team actually be able to force that ultimate out. There were a couple instances with the Warriors where we didn't get to see too many of them early on. Frenzy popped out. Layers goes in. Doesn't find the stun up against Benny Q. Instead, it's a belly flop onto one. Paul with no beads. Should go down to the winds of Shamash kicks out of Kirmi. And that's a killing spree. Up for the Valkyries jungler. Aquarius finds one in the fight. And Benny may be the first one on his team to go down unless he can get some help. SOT is pelting him away, but the drop kick against the wall. SOT won't get it. The solar flare's not enough. Benny Q lives through, and Kirmi picks up the double.
5 out of 5 affected kills by the Valhalla Valkyries jungler. 4 of them find their way onto his belt, and Kirmi has got to be feeling good about his performance so far. The Tartarus Titans, on the narrowest of margins, were not able to see one go in, and sometimes you just need to. 0 in the kill column. Goose-egged at the 6-minute mark, and the Valhalla Valkyries looking very dominant already, doubling their gold lead, pushing the experience even further, and we have not even looked at a neutral objective just yet. And their neutral objective pressure is good. Do not get it twisted. They've got decent confirmation thanks to Wowie with Petrify, phenomenal burn thanks to Wowie with Viper Shot, and we gotta talk about that space control. This triple frontline composition, 1 Guardian, 2 Warriors, Kirmi on the Gilgamesh, Aquarius on the Achilles, and Gamma on the Bacchus will be very difficult to walk through for the Tartarus Titans.
We're starting to get a look as to why so many of these warriors are being banned away from Kirmi. First, the Shiva, and I imagine after a game like this, win or lose, not many teams are going to want to hand this Gilgamesh over to the jungler of the Valkyries. Just all these control style of warriors that Kirmi's been going for. The Serket, whenever it was the more tanky Serket style meta, was one that Kirmi loved going towards. Obviously, with this Gilgamesh, a little bit of the Erlong Shen here, and now throwing Shiva into the arsenal. Kirmi really trying to be that facilitator for his team, and so far it's paying off in dividends.
It hasn't established the biggest XP gap. It actually sells his quest item. I believe it was a tier 1 Stone of Gaia, sells it out to finish up that Berserker Shield. That is a massive power spike, and it's something we talk about with Gilgamesh. You're either just getting 600 gold saved if it's an item that you want to build into, or you're just getting like a raw infusion of 300 gold if you're going to sell it. Kirmi takes the latter this time and just gives himself a little bit more gold in his own pocket. And in a level lead up against Layers, who is just only on that tier 1 item, an expensive item, or a first item slot, I should say. It's a tier 3 item, Spear of Desolation, finished up. But very far behind in the build. Paul loses the beats.
Kicked against the wall, also loses the Stinger, missed that one. Up against Kirmi, Aqua still going very aggressive up here by himself, and now he's got backup with Gamma, and Toxin is good. And the ultimate not necessary from Aquarius, he'll use it to get away. But SOT is right around the corner. Good body blocks inside the mire. Not enough to get the kill, but it's BennyQ diving aggressive onto Paul. That's a double kill for the mid laner, but SOT at least puts the first one up on the board for the Titans. But can they find another one? Gamma low, but not low enough. Tartarus Titans strike 1, but lose 2.
Gotta wonder where Aurora was for the entirety of that team fight. Scarab's Blessing still available, goes unused. 2 of his teammates in the grayscale. I suppose just farming up elsewhere on the map. Speaking of farming, Wowie doing a very good job of it, level 10, as opposed to the 9 of Cyclone Spin. And this is something that the rest of the pros in League have been talking about. When the Valhalla Valkyries are winning, they win clean. They push their leads fast. Kirmi rotates over, forces out the beads, could potentially find more had he had just a little bit more mana, but not the case here. This gold, this experience quickly stacking up in the rookie's favor. The Valhalla Valkyries, very comfortable, but I still need to see that lead push. 3,000 is that alarm bell. Okay, well, we're starting to fall behind in items. Maybe we're about a tier 1, tier 2 item in each roll behind. You get to that 4, 5K mark, that's where you're starting to think, okay, well, team fights aren't really an option. We need to find isolated picks. The Valhalla Valkyries, 1 gold free, 1 Pyromancer away from finding themselves in that position.
This mid 2v2 out of the Valkyries between Kirmi and Benny has been popping here in game number 2. Has been finding them a lot of kills, 5 effective for Kirmi, 4 that Benny has been able to be a part of. And going back to that very first like real big scuffle that we had, the fact that BennyQ makes it out on what felt like probably 10 HP
9
out
more
of
than
a
he
solar
needed.
flare. Just impressive, nonetheless, out of him here, his team, and knowing kind of how much damage he's able to take at this point, or maybe just hoping that he can.
He got lucky.
Hoping that, okay, hopefully this solar flare doesn't get me. Maybe Saw doesn't have quite enough damage to get him there, but BennyQ and Kirmi undying so far, the only one to take a spill, Aquarius.
Man, Gamma level 9, Paul level 10. That should tell you the pacing of the Valhalla Valkyries as we see some significant grouping on the left-hand side. Will get the Oracle Vision, but will not pull out the objective. Cyclone Spin, I suppose, generating enough pressure on the other side to dissuade the Valhalla Valkyries from dedicating that time.
Stinger off the mark by Paul. The Scare's Blessing is here from Aurora to make
Tough.
sure to keep him out, but they are waiting this one out, and there's 3 surrounding this B. No chance that he makes it out. It's BennyQ. Credit to the kill, and now Layers has walked up. The ultimate is down. The Winds of Shamash have been dropped, and Layers has nowhere to go but to the grave. It's another double kill, this time for BennyQ.
I wonder what the conversation is there for Layers. He goes in aggressive, has got to think to himself, wait, Paul, why are you dead? Kirmi still has Winds of Shamash, gets caught out by the Gilgamesh ultimate, loses his life. 2 for 0 trade, and the Valhalla Valkyries will move over to the first objective of the game. And who's going to step up to defend? Not a single soul on the Tartarus Titans, because Aquarius has got Aurora locked down, and well, Cyclone Spin realizing that without his ultimate, there's not a whole lot of steal potential for him, decides to just farm up the map as best he can. The Valhalla Valkyries, they're looking dominant.
3 levels up for BennyQ in the mid lane. It's not often that we see Paul behind more than a level, especially
Behind
not
it all.
3 levels. Yeah, I mean, even if he ever does get behind. Same thing, similar in conversations that we have with Shinto. He's rarely ever behind. And so far, in both of these team sets today, on this AMC have not been having the greatest of time in game number 2s at the very least here. Fully stacked Transcendence ready to go for Paul, so big power spike for him, but only on tier 2 of that mace. Meanwhile, BennyQ already double flat pen online.
Yeah, that is an early power spike, and, well, 3-level lead means that all your abilities are going to be dealing a good deal more damage as well. Paul, once he finishes up that next item, will be able to get involved a little bit more so, presumably going to be Crusher, so additional penetration, some attack speed, synergizes very well with the stem that he has, so just standing in range of these hives will mean that he's got decent objective burn, and I'm sure the Tartarus Titans have got objectives on the mind, considering Pyromancer the only one feasible right now, and relatively easy to clear out with an AMC in mid. That said, do you really want to fight against this Valhalla Valkyries draft, especially with Kirmi picking up a Witchblade in the 3rd slot, gonna remove some of that attack speed Paul just spends all his gold on and give himself a little bit more HP. And here's the thing about Gilgamesh, and when you build HP, it just makes you hit harder because of the Sun Scimitar's passive on it, giving you additional damage based off of your own max HP pool. Kirmi, very effective with this build.
Titans try to pull out the Pyromancer here. Roar will walk forward. The layer's only level 11 on this Kabrak compared to 12 for Kirmi. Aquarius finds a stun up against SOT, who dashes in to the opposite side of the map. There's no follow-up here by the Valkyries. They'll just slow down the Pyromancer call by the Titans, and instead it'll now be the Valkyries grouping up right-hand side. Aquarius level 13 on the Aquarius. Not quite the level lead that we saw in the previous game.
Yikes.
Miniq does get hit by the Stinger. Use the beats, going aggressive. Paul has the Scare's Blessing to help him out. A Solar Flare is good. Beniq should go down with 3, but Kirmi
Good
has
peel.
showed up. The drop kick will push them out. Benny walks away from the ultimate out of Cyclone Spin, and the mid laners are both out.
Beniq takes a 1v1 up against Paul and wins out handily, forces out multiple ultimates from the Tartarus Titan. Cyclone Spin tries to finish off the kill, unsuccessful. Roar forced to use his to peel out for Paul. Paul at least able to pick up that Stinger, but don't get it twisted, that gets used as well. And despite all of it, Beniq able to walk on out and maintain his lead. That is a massive win for the Valhalla Valkyries, but it does not come without cost. Beniq loses out on both defensive relics, Beads and Aegis. So, gotta think, target on his back, Tartarus Titans might just try and do it again.
And Kirmi loses the blink, trying to go and save the mid laner. Paul back here, both relics still up, but they'll be able to get far enough away from the Valhalla Valkyries, who will just grab that mid camp and go back towards their state of farming here. It's a little bit quieter this game. I say that, I mean, we've already got 9 kills to 1. We haven't seen too many deaths in the last couple of minutes. Layers with not a lot of HP will have to go back, and going for a Stone of Binding. I mean, we've been seeing this item kind of pop back up, but it hasn't been very often on these junglers.
Yeah, generally we've seen it in Kabrak in jungle just because you're able to synergize very well with your own kit. Applying CC, gonna shred away some of the protection. So what do on Kabrakan? It's blink forward. I hit you with my 1. Oh, okay, you've got less protections. Maybe I hit you with my 2. Oh, hey, another stun. And you also took additional damage. And you've got less protection. So it synergizes very well. And considering Spear of Desolation was the first pickup, such an expensive item, going towards that Stone of Binding in the 2nd slot, it helps out the economy of your build a little bit. A very cheap item, I believe 1,700 in its entirety. So that's very good for Layers to just try and make the most of his lacking gold.
Titans tried to pull the Pyro twice. Couldn't do anything with it either of those times. Now it's the Valkyries pulling this one, and they'll go ahead and drop it. Gamma in the middle of 3. Gamma falling low, should go down here. Paul, credit to the kill, and finally, the Titans are able to strike back in this fight, but Paul has stepped too far forward, and Beniq has dove the back line to get the kill, but now it's Layers up against, but misses the first stun. Does hit that second one, but Beniq is fine fighting into this 3v2. Aquarius as his bodyguard trying to back themselves out. But Beniq and Aquarius are fairly tanky. Kirmi waiting for the opportunity to strike back in. The Winds of Shamash are up. Aquarius should go down here. Big Sun will keep them out. Kirmi finds SOT. Layers cannot find Aqua. And Wowie has rotated all the way from the duo lane to pick up a kill.
Tartarus Titans overconfident in their ability to take that team fight, chase out much too far, and the Valhalla Valkyries are able to turn it around. Thought maybe there'd be an opportunity for Cyclone Spin to get involved, but whereas the Valhalla Valkyries were retreating towards their ADC, retreating towards Wowie and giving him space to get involved, Cyclone Spin was on the chase the entire time, was not even able to cast out an ability, was not able to do any bit of DPS, and in doing so, wastes the rotation, wastes the time of the Tartarus Titans, loses out on a team fight. Now the Valhalla Valkyries on timer could show up to the Oni Fury. Who's going to defend from the Tartarus Titans? I'm not sure there's going to be much of one.
Nobody will step forward here. And even taking a look at the relics just from that last team fight, you look over at the Valks and they've got a set of beads from Aqua and a frenzy pop by Gamma to start that fight out. Other side of the board, every single relic on cooldown aside from Cyclones and Aurora, who just picked up that bracer on that last back there. So 7 out of the 10 effective relics for the Titans used in that fight. and they're the ones who came up empty-handed.
And look at the difference in builds here. Between the ADCs, that is. Cyclone Spin going down that crit tree should help him out around objectives. Will not be too impactful against the incredibly tanky front line of the Valhalla Valkyries. Bacchus, one of the tankiest late-game Guardians in the game, with a lead as well. Going to become tanky much quicker. Kirmi on a frontliner, Aquarius on a frontliner. All those going to be able to mitigate crit relatively well. Whereas on the other end, Wowie goes down that kin-size tank shred style, removing percentage HP with every single auto attack. Deals with the triple front line of the Tartarus Titans pretty well himself. Very curious itemization. Wonder why Cyclone Spin decides to go down that crit tree. Maybe looking for some 1v1s in lane or hedging his bets that his team should be able to win out in the fight and he's there to just deal with these objectives. But so far, it's been, well, largely up to Cyclone to find that DPS in the fight. Every time I've seen him land a crit up against Aquarius or up against Gamma, he's been critting for like 110.
Hasn't been getting a whole lot of damage out there. Kirmi, 4th item now after that Witchblade. Shogun's Kasari kind of going towards, what was it, coined the demon build that Panatom put together during the World Championships that Kirmi is going for here. You get your nice pen, and then you just go this full tanky attack speed for you, less for the team kind of style of play here. And it's working out well.
Did he call it that? The demon build?
That's what I was hearing across, around maybe like the rank streets. I was hearing things like that. The demon build was coming out there in the jungle.
You sure it's just one people saying like he's going demon mode? Like
Maybe it could have just been the same thing in that case there. But 5-0-4 for Kirmi, 5-0-4 for Benny Q as well. Actually skipped building into that tiny trinket, got the tier 1, and then decided, you know what? A book looks pretty good here instead.
Yeah, just has the goal to pick up that tier 2 and does so. It's a pretty strong tier 2 as well. Gives you a good deal of power. And I believe some mana as well. The Valhalla Valkyries strip away the tier 1 mid tower, back up to the Pyromancer, and we've seen it before. No defense from the Tartarus Titans on these neutral objectives. They will eventually have to group up for that 5-on-5 engagement once the Valhalla Valkyries start looking towards this Fire Giant. But you gotta talk about the cleanliness, the clinical nature of the gameplay so far from the Valhalla Valkyries. They have given over very minimal opportunities to the Tartarus Titan. Maybe one massive one, though.
Nobody here yet for the Valks. It's Gamma now. Kirmi on the way. The
Coin
Fire
toss.
Giant
They're
is
committing.
not going down fast enough. Gamma's going to go in alongside with Kirmi. The Fire Giant is low.
Tough.
The Valkyries steal it away. Gamma still alive in the midst of the engagement. SOT goes up. Descent to the madness. Kirmi boxing out against 3. Might not have much health left. Layers able to pick up the kill. Takes one of the buffs away, but Wowie trades out to make it now a 1-for-2 trade. Aurora on the run. Aquarius finds SOT. The execute is there, just a little shy of finding Aurora, but they should still be able to take down the bug, make it a double for Aqua and 3 for the Valks.
Both hunters still draw a breath. Cyclone Spin was able to keep his breath to himself thanks to that Aegis. But the Valhalla Valkyries in a coin toss with less numbers are able to take away the objective, put Fire Giant on 3 belts, and start up their siege. Wowie already on the right-hand side should make short work of that tier 1 tower. That said, that was one of the best team fights so far from the Tartarus Titans. SOT creates a lot of space, was able to separate the fight. Might be because it was a 5 versus 3 for the longest time. Once Benny Q and Wowie were able to rotate in, the fight became a little bit more so one-sided. But the Tartarus Titans show signs of life. Maybe the defense could be one spot for them, unless Paul gets soloed.
Benny is just walking into enemy territory by himself. 1v1s up against Paul and gets that kill. Benny with his 6th one up now in this game. Didn't even get the buff. Aquarius is the one who walks over and secures that one instead for himself. But Benny giving no regard for anybody at this point.
Yeah, Benny can do no wrong, man. He's 2 levels up. He's already starting to finish off some of these items. Seems adverse to picking up a tier 3. Just buys the tier 2 on the tiny trinket tree. But the Valhalla Valkyries, I think, now in a position to start grouping up and pushing out these towers. Generally, you want to see them group up on the left-hand side, the most valuable Phoenix for subsequent Fire Giant invades. But it seems like the mid is where the Valhalla Valkyries have got their eyes. Maybe unconcerned with taking a Phoenix on this siege. Only 2 minutes left on the buff as we take a look back at the Fire Giant.
What was it that Kirmi throws that steals it out there? He just walks up and I think he just autoed it to get that kill there.
Oh, it's Phoenix
It'll
time
be a
now.
walk up right to the Phoenix here for the Valkyries. Winter Shamash dropped by Kirmi, and it'll kick one away. Mid-Phoenix goes down, but Gamma should fall in response to this. He's very low in this fight. The shell is already gone, and yeah, Paul will be able to clean up that kill, but the Valkyries make quick work of the Titans mid-bird. But the Titans are not going to give up this chase. They've caught out 1, and that's forced the other 3 to respond to the Valkyries. Aquarius is low. SOT down to half. But Aquarius should be out for now.
That Petrify from Wowie is all that secures Aquarius his escape. We'll see if it'll get him all the way out. Blink forward from Layers goes unrewarded, and 4 members of the Valhalla Valkyries, like bandits in the night, make away with the mid Phoenix. Can the Tartarus Titans find some sort of response to the map? Tier 1 tower crumbles, Tier 2 tower will do the same, but I think that's just about it. Fall back to a Primal Fury, that'll be a decent golden experience swing, and that's just the Valhalla Valkyries not putting enough respect on the initiation potential of the Tartarus Titans. SOT, yet again, gets phenomenal value from that Descent into Madness, just separates the fight, buys some time, and it is very, very difficult to retreat from a Cthulhu who is constantly knocking you up, constantly healing his team, constantly putting out that damage while constantly moving forward. That's a lot of constantly, but it's just true of
It's
SOT.
the nature of the god.
That's just what he does. The Valhalla Valkyries regroup. Fire Giant still on 3 for 30 seconds. Maybe a Tier 1 tower, maybe a Tier 2, but that's about it. That's left in this Fire Giant power play.
But the Valkyries will group up towards this left-hand side. Now that the mid has been completely stripped away, it's only the right side Phoenix and these left side towers. With only 20 seconds left on that power play, should spell the end of it once they grab these two, especially with no Fury left to go back to. The Valkyries could do well with regrouping themselves, getting some of that extra gold online. Winds will be dropped by Kirmi to zone out the Titans. SOT's ult is back up, but he's not going to use it just yet. We'll throw out the Mire initially, and that Tier 2 tower will stand tall. Gamma and Aqua, the ones being chased out by SOT, but the rest of the Titans close behind their solo laner.
Yeah, SOT realizes that his teammate's not close enough for him to try and chase that one out, and the Valhalla Valkyries will be able to retreat safely from this one. Drops a Tier 2 down to 50%, takes a Tier 1, and gears them up very well to start looking towards the Fire Giant shortly. 9,000 gold in the lead. Experience not really that impactful, but still in the lead. Maybe effectively like 3,000 experience separating these two teams. It keeps counting up even after you're level 20. So the chart, deceptive in the current pace of the game. Valhalla Valkyries, though, I think, confident in their ability to stick around and do this objective. Worth noting, Kirmi has just about finished up his build. Just finishes that starter item, Bumba's Hammer. It was already difficult to kill Kirmi. It's only become harder because he is regenerating percentage HP after every single ability into auto, and, well, Gilgamesh, he abilities into auto just about with the best of them.
And he's got a decent bit of HP built up into that kit, so a lot of extra healing and a lot of extra damage for that first ability on the Gilgamesh. Pyromancer started and Pyromancer finished just as quick by the Valhalla Valkyries. The Fire Giant has crashed back on to this map. And the Valkyries will be there right away to start it up. It's Kirmi and Wowie to begin the Fire Giant. It's already down to about half HP. The Valkyries stole it away last time from the Titans who started it up. SOT will dash forward, but still has that ultimate if necessary for the retreat or for the re-engage. The Valks will stop the initial fight, go back to the fire.
Poor usage of the Berserker there, so that's a good deal of versatility lost to the Valhalla Valkyries. Benny sinks some damage into Layers, and it's just poking and prodding as of now. The Tartarus Titans trying to work their way into the fire. Too little, too late.
Valkyries will just grab that one. Layers was zoned away by Benny Q earlier on to nobody able to walk into that Fire Giant pit, or maybe nobody willing, I should say, on the side of the Titans to step up there, especially with the rest of the team so spread out. Mid Phoenix is about to come back up, or the Valkyries could just make their way back towards that left side, finish up the job that they started on Tier 2.
They could. I think more likely they're going to try and clear out that mid Phoenix, though, already weakened. The Valhalla Valkyries have learned their lesson from the last siege. They need to work slowly here, make sure that they're taking away individual resources from the Tartarus Titans. Do not all in engage. If they could just survive the Descent into Madness, it becomes so much more simple for the Chaos team.
Full 5v5 group up for this weakened mid Phoenix. Aqua will dash in first, not find anybody with the initial stun. Afterwards, Aurora gets knocked up by the tornado from Benny Q, but no commit onto the Phoenix. Kirmi instead is now between the two Phoenixes on this left-hand side, dealing with Paul, keeping him distracted, while the rest of the Valkyries slowly trickle their way in. No minions to help them out just yet. They still need a couple more seconds.
Layers, blinks
Oh,
forward,
Benny!
finds Benny, drops him down, but credit goes to Paul.
Paul finds one. Winds of Shamash drop through. Paul down to half HP, and Kirmi dies in the back line, but that's over half of Kirmi's health. There's a turn back around. Layers finds the kill in the team fight. That's 2 down now for the Valkyries, and the Tartarus Titans in one team fight have completely turned this game back around. Wowie will find the dash out, but how far can Wowie go with Paul chasing him down and SOT to close out the gap? This Medusa should go down once this Aegis falls away.
Paul nearly has the kill returned onto him. Wowie almost able to turn it around completely. Had he killed Paul, they would have removed the opportunity for just this. I think the Tartarus Titans in a position to potentially end the game. It's all up to Aquarius and Gamma to buy some time. 15 seconds left on BennyQ, 20 seconds left on Kiermi.
No minions for the Titans. It's going to be a little slow for them to burn it out. 10 more seconds now for BennyQ. The Tartarus Titans might not be able to end this now. Paul is low, and the Phoenix goes down just before Benny respawns in. So the Titans able to defend their own mid-Phoenix in the 5v5 versus the Valkyries, get 3 kills during the fight, and then instead now push down the Valks mid-Phoenix.
Gotta give credit to Layers, who sets it all up. Blinks in onto BennyQ, removes him from the map expeditiously. Benny doesn't even get the Aegis off. It's a bead's leap away and dies to the dot damage from Paul, who had slammed him with a stinger off the initiation. Tartarus Titans proving why you have to earn every single win against this team from the brink, able to defend a hobbled mid-Phoenix, keep their bird alive, and win the team fight handily. The Valhalla Valkyries find themselves now in a position where they are dead even against the runners-up for the World Championship.
Now, I'm not sure if Benny just didn't have his Aegis available at the time, was still on cooldown, or if he just didn't elect to use it, or maybe just didn't expect the damage
I think he
flying
died
back
midair.
out. He was gone in an instant. The moment that fight started up, BennyQ was basically gone here. Paul doesn't have his relics for another 30 seconds, but the Titans don't necessarily need to worry about that. They can just go ahead, take this Primal Fury, and make their offense at the next Fire Giant that much more potent, grabbing this objective off the map and closing up this lead a bit. I mean, Valkyries were pushing near 10,000 gold in the lead earlier on, and now it's closed itself down. Only 6,000, but it's still only 6,000 between them.
Yeah, here's the thing about 6,000 gold at the 29, 30-ish minute mark. It might as well be like 300 gold at the 2-minute mark, right? It is insignificant a lead. Maybe some tier 6 items just now starting to be finished up for the Tartarus Titans. Worth noting, Layers does go for a very glass cannon style build. Polynomicon as the last selection. Watch him in these team fights. Layers' job is simple. It is one route. Blink in, find a priority target, either TKO him or KO him, and then die. It does not matter if Layers survives the fight. If he does, great. That's awesome. But it's not on his mind. He is just there to get high-value trades.
The true assassin mentality here on this Kabrakan. We'll see if Layers can find anything in the jungle. Starting up around the Fire Giant. 30 seconds-ish until that one comes back. A little closer to 40 there. As you check the timer on the top. The Titans are the one pushing themselves forward up into Valkyrie's territory. They're the ones who have this pressure at the Fire Giant pit. And they're the ones who get the Pyromancer to start this fight out.
Pyromancer dropped down. The Tartarus Titans are further forward on the defense than we've seen just about any time up until this point in the match. Are able to at least lock eyes with the Fire Giant. There's Aurora's signature drop. Bracer drop down should act as a ward, but also give your team a little bit more power and get them ready for the team fight. Defensive positioning established by the veterans in the league, and the Valhalla Valkyries going to have a harder time fighting in. That said, we've seen what the Tartarus Titans are capable of do in the defensive positioning around their bird. Can they do it in neutral territory? That's yet to be seen.
Titans know that Kiermi was a little further away from the fight in that mid lane as he was pushing up those minions. But now the Titans still hold that advantage. Enhanced Fire Giant is on the map and started up by Cyclone Spin of the Tartarus Titans. Aquarius will walk forward. BennyQ will pelt some damage up into the solo laner, but SOT will not take all that much damage from the Valkyries just yet. Instead, it's Kiermi who's lost a lot of their health, but that's an ultimate now gone out of Layers, and a frenzy popped by Gamma in response. SOT down to a third HP, only needs a little bit more to get within execute range, but will not get there in time.
Watch Layers. He still has Blink available. Loses out on that ultimate, so that's a good deal of his burst. Gone. SOT dropped low. Probably can't stick around in this team fight. He knows that Aquarius has got only eyes for him with the execute. Great play from the Valhalla Valkyries to stop that back. SOT delayed yet again and does not have teleport in his relic slot, so we'll have to walk all the way back. The Valhalla Valkyries, they've already regrouped. Only Gamma, who has taken some damage. That said, the War of Attrition might not be HP. BennyQ below 50% in that mana column. If this fight goes too much longer, he might just himself. Could pick up a blue buff, though. That'd help.
give you a little bit of CDR as well. Can't go wrong with picking something up
Why does
there.
Benny have speed?
But you know what? Never mind. No blue buff for Benny Q. Instead, it'll just be. I thought maybe he would like consumed it, and so he'd be able to pick up that blue, but not in this case. Instead, it's the fight on the frontliners. SOT descent into Madness will give him a lot of extra HP to get through here, but Aquarius can't close the distance
Fire
to get
Giant.
that ultimate. Fire Giant coming a big factor in this play. Layers finds one. Benny Q already down on the side of the Valkyries, and everybody else is falling low. It's a knock up onto Wowie. Layers will find the summon against the beats. Kirby goes back in, but Kirby is already gone. Aquarius trades out one, finds the double kill with the execute. Needs a couple of more in low threshold to get the max value out of it. But with 4 down on the Valkyries, make it only now 2 alive for the Titans. The Titans might not be able to end, but they at least get the D aside.
Seems like the Titans disagree. Cyclone Spin and Aurora are going to work their way down the middle of the map. Complete credit for that fight has got to go to Layers, who yet again goes in, drops multiple targets down to low HP, separates the fight, finds great walls, buys time for the rest of the Tartarus Titans to work their way forward. Let's see. Aurora's pretty healthy. I think they've got it.
He's got a lot. About a quarter health here on this Kepri, and Cyclone with all the damage in the world needed. One team fight is all it took for the Titans to bring themselves back in. One more team fight
Can they
to
do it?
potentially end this game.
Benny's
2
up.
seconds on Benny Q. Titan down to half HP, but with Benny spawned back in, the Titans do not have the DPS to kill this Titan. Too many towers still standing on the map. Those 3 structures giving that Titan just a little bit of extra help.
I suppose taking 50% of the Titans' HP might be worth it for the Order team, just because Fire Giant on 2 members, probably not the biggest deal. You definitely want Layers to have Fire Giant. You definitely want SOT to have it, so it would have been a long time waiting. Now, the Tartarus Titans will be forced to reset themselves. Cyclone Spin with crit can shred this Oni Fury pretty quickly. With the Valhalla Valkyries, they can do the same to the Fire Giant.
Fast regroup to the Fire Giant. Frenzy has been popped. Benny Q is the eye on target for Layers. Benny will leap away, find his stun up against Layers, loses out on the beats. Descent into Madness from SOT
No way.
to try and seal the fire, but he will not do so. It's the Valkyries grabbing it, and an immediate retreat by the Chaos team. They got their prize. It's time to get out.
Man, the Tartarus Titans just regroup very slow there. I suppose Paul just doesn't respawn in time to get back to that fight. Cyclone Spin decides to go over to the Oni Fury, gets it for his team. But in trade of enhanced Fire Giant to 5 members of the Valhalla Valkyries, not sure how valuable that is to the Tartarus Titans from here. Weakened mid Phoenix still, because the Valhalla Valkyries so long ago were able to take out that bird. Tier 2 tower on left, 1 auto attack from just about anyone besides Gamma will finish that one up. And the Valhalla Valkyries 5 strong can start their siege. Believe we will see them play through the center of the map just to try and contend with the map state the Tartarus Titans have established, having taken out the Chaos team's mid Phoenix. We've seen many a time now what the Tartarus Titans can do on a defense situation, but they're not grouping up in the Phoenix. They're grouping up in the jungle. They're looking to catch the Valhalla Valkyries unaware. It is a large loop with Layers acting as the spearhead here, and you know what Layers can do with that blink, with that damage, with that build. If he finds anyone, he'll make short work of them.
Cyclone walked over the 1 ward. Layers goes in, finds most of Benny Q's health. The Aegis is there, but a leap out of Benny gets him away from the Kabrakan. Layers now on the run, but Paul finds Kirmi, who dove in up against 3. Now the Valkyries are losing out on one of their major frontliners.
Aquarius loses his beads. Benny Q is still low HP. SOT starting to work his way around the back of this team fight. Will group up on the left-hand side. You'd think the team with enhanced Fire Giant on 5 would be the aggressors, but it's the Tartarus Titans grouping up on a tier 2. Then the Phoenix immediately afterward. 40 seconds left on Kirmi. Benny Q, no defensive relics. This is going to be a hard-fought defense.
5 versus 4. SOT very healthy on this Cthulhu. Aquarius goes in to slow down the pace of the Tartarus Titans, but Aurora with that bracer dropped back through, giving a lot of extra
That's
power
fast.
to his team. Phoenix at half health and should go down soon right after. Layers going for a cheeky backdoor to try and end that one, but gets spotted by Aquarius. But it's now 5 versus 4. Titan at half health, and the Tartarus Titans with their solo laner in Descent to Madness. He's taking a lot of damage, but so is the Titan. And the Tartarus Titans pull this one back off of 2 massive team fights.
My heart goes out to the Valhalla Valkyries, who had dominated every portion of the first 20 or so minutes of this game. The Tartarus Titans, with iron wills, are able to just maintain their mentals. I don't know how they do it. That has got to be such a frustrating game to play. Losing and fighting an uphill battle for that long, are able to steal away the Fire Giant, group up, defend their base multiple times. And they prove why they're so highly valued in the SPL.
And the Titans have got to be thinking layers for those picks onto Benny Q in those
Layers
last
goes
couple
nuts.
of fights. If they don't kill Benny Q in that one, that mid Phoenix goes down. Maybe at least goes at a state of even there, but Layers able to find those big picks there. Paul finding a couple of his own, and maybe a couple of missteps at the end there by Kiermi and Benny Q getting caught out in those last few fights. Valhalla Valkyries do go down 2-0 to the Tartarus Titans.
And you know, we saw that Benny Q realized there was a dive attempt there. He was pre-charging the Primordial Onslaught in that jungle skirmish. Wonder if he only saw a couple of people on the map, thought it was maybe just 2 targets, but in doing so, loses out on 80% of his HP. Lucky he doesn't die. Layers goes nuts. MVP for me.
Yeah, Layers, big turnaround here for the Tartarus Titans. SOT as well over on that Cthulhu, a massive threshold for them. Tartarus Titans take it to 2-0. We're going to take it to a break and come back with a disc to break down the set.
Tick tock, you're on the clock. Give it all you got. Tick tock, before it's gone for good.
After a very contested game number 2, the Tartarus Titans grab themselves a 2-0 win over the Valhalla Valkyrie, get themselves back on track here after a tough set yesterday against the Atlantis Leviathans. Valkyries, again, they show us that they have the ability to be competitive in every single game that they play. Unfortunately, some of the macro game and decision-making, team fights, things like that, just a little bit more convincing for the Titans down the stretch here. Trelly with me one final time to break this one down, and there is a lot to break down here, Trelly, because this feels like a game that the Valkyries are in control of at the beginning.
Oh, yeah.
And the sieges maybe is really where this game goes wrong.
Yeah, they found some success early in the duo lane. They were able to push that lead. They had pretty much all the gold they really wanted, but that end-game siege was their issue. They really were not able to push into this Titans comp. They couldn't get the Phoenixes down. I mean, you got to kill the Titan to end the game, and they just were not able to do so.
That's true. And I really loved the call there for... It was Cyclone and Aurora were the last two alive after that Fire Giant fight. Like, considered maybe... Not considered maybe trying to end the game. Tried to end the game. Realized that the damage wasn't quite there. But Paul on this AMC has been a lot of fun to follow along with. You know, Paul not one who's unused to being focused out in-game. And picks and bans and in-game. Up against the Leviathans, goes 2-6. Has a 5-0-11 game 1 here against the Valkyries. Then an 8-7 on the AMC in game number 2. And so Paul does these massive damage numbers, but not immune to the immobility being punished a little bit.
Yeah, no doubt. If you are going to pick AMC mid, there's got to be, you can't be allowed to free cast, right? There's so much damage on this pick. But as Miff highlighted on the cast, I mean, Layers was doing a great job of just going at Benny Q, making sure this Tiamat was not able to free cast as well. I mean, 30,000 damage for the Tiamat, but largely impacted by a Kabrakan constantly just blinking at you, making your life miserable. So props to Layers to have a rough early game, but then just come back strong in that late.
Yeah, about a 34,000 damage AMC, though, for Paul down the stretch here. Tartarus Titans get themselves back on track. Paul gets the AMC back on track and now stands by with me for the post-game interview. Paul, look, it was a tough set for you guys yesterday up against the Leviathans.
Yep.
You get back to your winning ways against the Valkyries. Is there anything that you immediately put into change from yesterday's set to today's set that made a big difference for you guys, or maybe just consistency playing good Smite?
Yeah, there's a couple things we were just like, we kind of trolled yesterday. We also, I mean, I was obviously trolling that game too a bit as well. But yeah, just a couple little things that we were trying to improve on for today's set, and so I think it went a bit better today.
No, it did. You got the win. And big convincing game number 1 in this set. Valkyries maybe had control of the early part of game number 2. What goes wrong for the Valkyries in game 2? Maybe what goes right for you guys in game 2 to end up grabbing that win?
That's a tough one.
Sure.
I'm not. They're up a lot of gold, but we're just winning fights. I don't really. And they got the enhanced fire giant at the end.
Right. Is team fob better?
Why did they lose? I think.
I don't know.
I think Layers got like a nice blink stun on Tiamat or something like that, or one of their back lines, and then I got a stinger, and so then they started panicking at the end. And I think that's how we won.
How are you feeling about AMC? Final question here for you, because it feels like you can do massive damage numbers.
Yeah.
But you can also do massive death numbers potentially in these games. How's it feel piloting that pick?
Dude, it is so volatile, man. Like, what was I 0-6 at one point, bro? Like,
yeah, I think, and then you go 8-7. So you
get like the first game I'm 5-0, second game 1-4 or whatever. It's like this pick, you either go so fed or you're literally getting owned like all game. So
right. Well, look, it looked good for you and the rest of the Titans down the stretch. Congrats on the win, and happy to see you guys back in the win column.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. And so. The volatility not only of the AMC, but I think just the SPL in general, Trelly. We've already seen good and bad from, I think, every team so far this year. And good and bad already here today. What a whirlwind of a day that we've already had. Feels like it's gone long, but somehow we've only had two sets, and both of them go 2-0s. And the results of those 2-0s may surprise you. Surprised me in our first set of the day, Trelly. You and I cast that one. Again, not surprising that the Bolts won. Bolts are a very good team, but the fact that it was as convincing as it was over the Atlantis Leviathans, make sure to go back and watch that one if you missed it. And then game 2 here, even Paul a little baffled. Like, Valk's in control, they get the FGs, they get the enhanced FGs. Like, I'm not even sure how they lost that game. And it was a big initiation from Layers that deletes Benny Q in that fight, gives the Titans the 2-0 win here. And how about this one that we've got coming up, Trelly? Jade Dragons versus the Camelot Kings will end our week here in the SPL. And standings-wise, this one becomes very important because 2-1 are the Jade Dragons. Hey, 2-1 are the Camelot Kings as well. So are the Titans and the Bolts. Seems to be a bit of a separation right now. Scarabs and Valkyries, only 3 games played, that said, compared to the 4 of a couple of the other teams. And so standings, of course, going to be very important here. One of these 2 teams, between the Camelot Kings and the Jade Dragons, will find themselves in sole possession of first place. First team to reach 3 wins in this phase of the SPL. I know we're casting it. Do you have a thought, a prediction on who may end up winning this one, or you think this one's very close?
I mean, just like we've been bringing up so much lately that the bottom tier of the SPL and the top tier is not a far gap right now. Any team is able to take another set. It really just depends. For me, the matchup I'm looking at is Pagon going to show up? Is he going to be able to, get on these hard carry characters that he's been able to succeed on so far? And that's really going to be the deciding factor, I would say.
Yeah, think about that. Pagon versus Big Man Tings. What a mid lane matchup that is. Dragons versus the Camelot Kings. A fun way to end this week in the SPL. That matchup and a whole lot more coming up next, so stick around.
Looking for something to make me stay. Round and round forever searching for something that could never get replaced. Don't need you to save me, but I just really need to be saved. I'm just so sick of waiting for any luck to come my way. Feel good, be good, stay good, and live good. If I could feel good, I'd live good, I'd die good.
I'm an odd person. I run in dark circles. I would love a long life, cause I love how life's worthless. I'ma paint purple, cause blue's overrated. We all outdated, we all so jaded. We all lost love like love's our savior. It's a dark place when it's all about the paper. Counting pretty cards before they deal you something heinous. I've been steady sitting on my ass. I'm so contemporaneous, in love with my behavior. But really, I could probably try and be something greater. Get on my favorite, you could tell me something different, but I probably wouldn't listen. No, I probably wouldn't listen. The word, that's the ego. Scared it's taking over. But fuck it if it's fun to run my tongue up on these road fronts. But I know I could lose it all if I'm not careful. I sound scared. Hope you feel that my heart's there though.
Don't need you to save me, but I just really need to be saved. I'm just so sick of waiting for any luck to come my
everybody, and welcome back to the Smite Pro League. Our first 2 sets are all done, but we're not done just yet. We've got a third one here on this lovely Sunday. My name is J-Mac. I'm going to have Mifflin help me out to talk about our third set of the day. That's going to be between the Camelot Kings and the Jade Dragons. Both these 2 teams sitting at the top end of the standings now with 2-1 victories between themselves as far as their record is concerned. But this should be a very close matchup between these 2 teams, Mifflin.
Yeah, I'm really excited for this one. Whoever wins is going to be winning topper seedings, if you would, and whoever loses will drop down a little bit more so to a neutral state. I think they're both sitting 2-1 right now in the standings, so creating some separation certainly strong, and finding a win against what I would consider to be at least some top-tier teams at the end of the day. We don't know exactly where they're going to end, but I've got the Jade Dragons and the Camelot Kings projected towards the top of the standings, which means that this set has added importance for each of these 2 squads. Want to win here.
Yeah, definitely need to get the win here. Let's take a look at the schedule, though, to see what you've missed. And obviously, this is the last thing that you can look forward to, at least for this week here. Jade Dragons and Kings, our final match of the day. The Bolts found a massive 2-0 win over the Leviathans to start the day out, and the Titans found a close 2-0 win over the Valhalla Valkyries. Almost turned into a 2-1 during that last little set here. But with the Jade Dragons and the Camelot Kings, something that we talked about very briefly at the very beginning of the day, I think you described to it as a heat check for both of these teams here.
I mean, all games are a heat check, right? I'm going to pull back the veil for just a moment. When a caster says heat check, it's because they don't know what else to say. But this is going to be a sick heat check for both of these teams.
Okay, just kind of throw that one out there here. Second seed of the Kings, tied in the third seed here for the Dragons between them and the Bolts, but only one of these teams is going to move on with a 3-1, be the first 3-1 here, at least in our league, to kick things off. The other one's going to drop down and be tied with the Warriors and the Leviathans as far as that seeding is concerned, with the 2-2 between those 2 teams. But where every single game matters as you move on to this first phase of the playoffs, getting a big win here, especially against another top-seeded team, getting those wins are probably, I can't say they're the most important. You want to make sure that you're definitely getting those ones against the lower-end seed, but getting these top-end teams, making sure you get those big dubs are just as equally important.
Yeah, to speak to the point that you're trying to make, when a top-seeded team plays against the bottom, it's almost taken for granted a little bit. Like, you expect this team to win. For example, back in the day, like the team Ghost up against Obey, for example. You just say, Ghost is going to win that. They need to. But the more nebulous matchups, the ones where you're closer in the seeding, where you're not exactly sure who's going to win, those are the games you really need to take, because that's how you find separation in the standings, and I'm sure both squads would love to do so today.
First thing that we'll talk about here between these is going to be the Jade Dragons roster. A little bit polarizing coming out of last season. They had these very high hills, but also these very low valleys coming into this season. It looked like it was going to be very similar. I mean, they had a very convincing win in their very first week up against the Solar Scarabs, and then a not so great, but still a fairly close matchup with the Tartarus Titans, even despite going down 2-0, and then they get a 2-0 over the Warriors, who were just coming off the hot seat of getting a win off of the Leviathans previously.
Yeah, so the Jade Dragons in a very good position right now, and they have shown again and again that they have diversified their win portfolio. No longer is it, okay, we win early or we lose. It's, all right, we could win early, we could draft for the late, whatever need be. We can play through the mid laner, now Pagon, new to the league and looking very good at it. Or you could play through solo, have Final K on these more aggressive selections, some picks that we haven't seen too often, things like the King Arthur, or even have a Panicat play something that isn't Uller, please. Please.
Maybe. Hopefully.
Please.
Potentially. Well, though, on the one that they did win against the Scares, Panicat did really pop off on that Uller, but maybe against some of these other teams, that Uller not going to be as potent here. Pagon on this Thoth really put on a show for us. Just again, flexing on how much of a god pool this player in particular has. We even see, even though he's not highlighted in this moment, a Susano mid coming out of him here. Pagon has really been able to slot himself nicely on this Dragons team. And talking with all of the members, you know, initially you have those growing pains. You get a rookie player coming up to fill in a spot that's been replaced time and time again on this Dragons roster. But every single one of his teammates has really been hyping him up here. I mean, he's really been able to show that he has found a nice home here on this Dragons team.
Yeah, if you told me Pagon had a couple years of experience in the SPL, I would be forced to believe you, considering just how well he's slotted into the squad, just how well he's already performing with the Jade Dragons. I do want to highlight Sam for Soccer briefly. In the past, Sam for Soccer was a jungler that was patented. You look up jungler in the dictionary, his playstyle was exactly that, but maybe one of his weaknesses, his Achilles heel, if you would, was the fact that Sam for Soccer would get aggressive very early on and occasionally would stumble. He'd fall for first blood, and it almost felt like that would completely shut down his gameplay. He would stop getting active. seems to have rectified that already in Season 9. I mean, up against the Tartarus Titans, recently we saw what? He blinked in at level 2 with like Osiris Jungle, got first blooded immediately, but it didn't slow him down. He kept getting involved. He stayed active on the map, and that is exactly what the Jade Dragons need from their jungler. So maybe a point of maturity for their jungler to just keep his mental in check, and so far the Dragons have been looking better for it.
And one of the things that we talk about with this Dragons jungler a lot is how Sam was kind of refusing to play whatever was the meta at that time. We'll see if he can do that here. But before we move on and talk about the Kings, we do have a very special Gorilla interview that came by Mifflin just before.
Miff. I gotta get on the desk. What? Are you already recording? I don't know who do I talk to. I can't go into the player booth. Oh, Biggie, how do you feel about this upcoming set right now?
I don't wanna.
Biggie doesn't want to, so I'm gonna go interrupt his players mid-discussion about the game. I think I got like 2 minutes till this starts. Kabam, how do you feel about this set?
Super good. Can't wait. Get in here.
Good. Oh God, Pagon. Do you like K-pop?
Sure. Yeah. The mic though. What?
DMC. Okay. No. Oh God. Fine. Okay.
Hey, don't show God I'm playing.
Don't.
Show
I won't. Well. Okay. Don't show the God.
Yeah. They give away too much.
What do you think? It's likely you're gonna play this God?
Oh, definitely. Big time.
He's not gonna play that God. Oh. Okay. All right. We'll get to know what God you're playing. Why are you gonna play Set?
Because I can do this.
He teleported and it auto attacked. It was super sick. Thanks for checking in with the Dragons and also the Kings and also Kabam. It's been me, Mifflin.
And now, Mifflin, I'm not going to ask you to tell me what Fine OK was playing there. If it's any indication,
I'll do it.
Okay.
What is he going to do? Stop me?
That's fair. He can't stop you now. He's in the player booth, and we're here on the desk.
Well, maybe I wait till P's and B's. I'll let you know if it was. We'll talk about it at the end.
Good call. We'll talk about it there. If it's any indication of what we've seen from behind the scenes of these guys, they were all playing Kabrakan inside of a jungle practice right before.
No, it wasn't that.
It was all 5 of them. There was a set difference on that time, at least there for Pagon, because you said he teleport in and auto.
Yeah, he was really stoked about it. Like the energy Pagon was giving me, he's like, yo, because I could do this. He literally threw out a minion, teleported at an Odin bot, autoed once, and he was cheesing.
He was very happy about doing that here. But up against the Jade Dragons is going to be the Camelot Kings. Another team that had a lot to prove coming out into last season. They didn't have all their players with them up until the very end. Then once all the players of the Kings got together, went for 15 games during their playoffs in order to qualify towards that World Championship. Did so and was the only team at the World Championship to take a game off the Leviathans. And it's been a back-and-forth tussle between these teams. I mean, up against the Bolts, they had a 2-1. Then against the Leviathans, had a 2-1 set. And I believe even their previous set was also a 2-1 here. So the Camelot Kings, a team to take us 2-3 games. But so far, has been coming out on top in these 2-1s.
Yeah, in the SPL kickoff tournament, we had interviewed some teams asking them what they had thought about the Camelot Kings' performance at Worlds and what they projected the Camelot Kings, how they projected them performing throughout this year. And the common consensus amongst the pros is that the Camelot Kings are a team that are likely very much in contention for a world championship. They said from the reigning world champions themselves, the Atlantis Leviathans, they thought this was the second best team at Worlds. I think they're contractually obligated to think that because it's the only team to take a game off of them. But I'll be completely honest. I was not swept up in the hype. I did not expect this squad to live up to those expectations, but already they have done so. They have proven time and time again that they are a force to be reckoned with on the battleground. Great KDAs, specifically from Big Man Tings, my fantasy mid laner. Keep doing it, Tings. Love that from you. But also diversifying their god pools, which is something that Genetics had said in his interview last week, said that's the main thing they're looking to do on the Camelot Kings to continually improve. I'd argue they've done so already. This is a team that is continually iterating and improving on the style that they had already established throughout the course of last year, and they are looking very good for it. I've got high expectations for the Kings for the rest of the year.
Yeah, I think that mid lane is one that we're going to be looking a lot at as this set goes on, as this game continues to progress between these two teams. And I think even the jungle is one that we're going to be keeping a very close watch on. The evolution of Sam and the kind of the change up in style of Captain Twig here as he's jumped into Season 9 being this kind of oddball pick out here. I mean, we see things like the Bakasura that nobody was really playing except for Scream, who was kind of the more oddball jungle last time around, or going for these more facilitator style roles, things like the Erlong Shen, these Gilgameshes to set up for his team.
the Hun bots, the Bakasura, the Arachnes, right? Like
Weird.
Captain Twig, just incredibly versatile out the jungle, and that's kind of the namesake or the main MO of the Camelot Kings holistically. They play whatever it is that they want to play, be it a Hera in mid, or a Kukulkan, or a Ra, or Genetics going towards some of these more unorthodox selections as well, mainly the Khepri, but still capable of playing some of these other picks. It makes it very difficult to P and B against the Camelot Kings.
Yeah, it's going to be a difficult one to really talk between these two teams. Luckily for us, we got to talk to both these teams and see what they had to say against each other. So we're going to go ahead and throw that video up for you guys.
Our performance so far in this league has been hot and cold. I think you've seen kind of the worst of the Kings in our set against Leviathans, and game 1 against Scarabs, game 1 against the... Okay, I've completely forgotten who we played against. You've seen kind of the best and the worst of the Kings. We've come back from 2 sets against the Bolts and the Scarabs, but in those game 1s, we just looked all over the place, really quite bad. And we lost that set against Leviathans, but we took a game while we were losing. So I kind of think you've seen how we can beat anyone, but right now it's about consistency. I think we need to play about us, not trying to beat what every other team's doing, just like play our own game the best of anyone.
Generally, we were fairly happy with it. I think obviously we'd rather win than lose, but the Titans are a very good team, and we obviously made a roster change, so we're still adjusting a little bit. I guess like consistency is always the big thing, but generally I think we as a whole, and definitely me, have been pretty happy with like how practice has been going, how like the matches overall have gone, especially after today's win, and yeah, I guess just keep doing what we've been doing.
So our next game is the Dragons. I'm feeling pretty confident. They had a slow start out of the gate. They did beat the Scarabs, but they lost their following game. So right now I think they've got a little ways to grow before they're a top solid team.
The Kings are definitely just a good team. I'm good friends with like Captain Twig or Ben too, and like I just like know how good of a jungler and player he is, you know? So I mean, I think as a whole the team's pretty good. They're pretty like always known for their like objective play and stuff, but I think generally we do fairly well into them overall, and I think we're pretty confident playing against them.
In my opinion, their biggest threat is Sam Fasaka. This guy, at the best of his game, he can be the best jungler in the league, but when he's not having a good game and things don't mesh around him, he looks like a lower end jungler. And my fear is when we play them that he just has a good day, and in my opinion that just makes it almost impossible to beat them.
I probably would say Ben or Captain Twig. I think they definitely have other good players, like Big Man can pop off, and you know Genx is like, he's pretty smart and stuff the way he thinks about the game, but I think generally the game kind of revolves around Ben like a bit, or maybe not in the sense where like if he's doing well that means they're winning necessarily, but he's kind of like always engaged in everything. So yeah, I think he kind of is their most valuable player.
I think we're going to win either 2-0 or lose 2-0. That's the nature of both of our teams. We're either hot or cold. You make a lot of mistakes. I think we're going to win 2-0, but I'm biased obviously. We'll see how the game goes.
So of the set against Kings, I think we're just going to 2-0.
The hot and cold nature of both these teams is described by Captain Twig, where he thinks that this set is going to be either a 2-0 win for the Kings or a 2-0 loss for the Kings here. And that's kind of the nature of these Dragon sets. Is it's not very often the Dragons do drag these out to 3 gamers. It's usually they win or they lose.
And it seems like, well, Twig seems to agree about his odds in this one. Worth noting, Twig says win or lose 2-0. Sam says win 2-0. A little bit more confidence from the Jade Dragons, but that seems to be their MO all the way back since the Ghost days. These guys play with confidence even when behind, and that has caught teams off guard. I mean, how often do we see the Jade Dragons 4,000 or 5,000 gold down just barrel stuff a Fire Giant or just walk straight up to a Gold Fury and catch teams unawares? Could be that we see something like that here today.
Well, we could see. Picks and bans for game number 1. At least I'm being told it's ready to go. And thankfully for the graphic, it will pop up. So that means we do get to jump right into those ones here between the Kings and the Dragons. But to kind of talk about your point there, you know, how many teams are willing, or at least for the Jade Dragons here, how many times are they willing to jump in and take these 50-50 chances? Well, this is the team known as the 50-50 when it comes to objective play. Fire Giants, Gold Furies, always that coin toss up here between them. But as far as the picks and bans are concerned, nothing too out of the ordinary. RDO and Erlong Shen will be the first 2 gods off the table.
You know, in lieu of Gormizer being out this week, celebrating whatever it is that he's celebrating right now, I've got a fun stat for you, J-Mac.
What do you got?
What do you think in Season 8 was Big Man Ting's GPM ranking in the league?
I want to say he was probably 3rd.
Close. Number 2.
Wow.
Beaten out only by Shinto. And that is a testament to the Camelot Kings' ability to just macro farm the map. Even when they were struggling to find consistent wins throughout the season, Big Man Tings still finds himself in the top 2 for GPM. Number 4 in KDA, by the way. Great performance from him. Great pickup by me for the Fantasy League.
You remember what Netroid's solo participation was? He was the player with the most solo
the
kills.
soloingest guy.
Yeah, I believe it was 13, if I'm not mistaken, that he ended the season with.
I'm not that good
so,
with the stat sheet, man.
That's just going off the dome, because I remember at one point we did a trivia and he had 11, and then he got like 2 more in a set after that or something. So at least 11 to 13 was his solo kills. But into the picks and bans for the remainder of them, again, nothing out of the ordinary. Probably the most surprising thing out of all of this is the fact that Medusa actually made her way into a top 3 ban. Almost every other team has let this god go through and allowed it to be this second pick slot. But the Kings leave it open, and that allows for Kleena to be a first pick.
A very versatile selection, has got flex potential into both the soul lane and the jungle, but in taking Kleena, they leave the Camelot Kings, that is, some priority picks available to the Jade Dragons. Namely, Yamoja immediately jumps out to me, as well as the Khepri, a pick that the Kings are very adept at playing. Genetics, one of the best Khepris to have ever done it. So we could see the Jade Dragons take that pick just to limit the Camelot Kings, and in doing so, could leave up Yamoja for the other side. So I suppose could even just wait out on that Guardian selection and instead look elsewhere, because no matter what, you're getting something all right.
Somebody's going to get something good here. The Jade Dragons are getting one of the more winning mages in the league here with this Habwa. 100% win rate on the 4 games that this god has made it in so far in the SPL for our first 2 weeks. Cernanos, the response immediately after, and that typically does end up being the answer back when Medusa is either picked up or not available. A lot of teams have been going over to Cernanos' Hachimon's, or not the Hachimon's, Heimdall. That's the other one.
Hachimon, yeah, more so now.
Yeah, now, especially with Zapman kind of keeping that number up there. But the Heimdall, the Hachimon, those kinds of gods still making their way through. Izanami, notably, has kind of fallen out of favor by so many teams. Maybe it's also just by the nature that Crit is starting to fall out of favor by some of these Hunter players.
Yeah, Crit's taking a slight hit. Izanami's been nerfed coming into some of these most recent patches, and with this new just like belt start in the duo lane, you could just get that clear on just about anybody. Very aggressive Guardian selections should make up the bulk of your clear levels 1 through 3. So it doesn't really need to be that infinite pressure selection of Izanami. The Khepri selection for the Camelot Kings, I think surprising nobody. Genetics loves going to this pick, has got a great win rate on it. Matching up with the Persephone, though, that is a bit surprising. I don't often expect Big Man Tings to A, make a selection this early, or B, go towards something like this. Generally, if he is forced to pick up his mage this early on, it's something like the Merlin, but it's still a style of play that I think Big Man Ting's very comfortable with. He can play that long-range artillery style, similar to the Kukulkans, the Ras that he's so apt to go towards, but this time, instead of just raw damage, he's also bringing a little bit of CC lockdown, Bone Rush, very similar to the Solar Beam as well, just ranged DPS. But what are you setting up for? As of now, you're setting up for a Kleena. That's pretty nice.
Pretty good damage out there. And speaking of pretty good damage, Jade Dragons have drafted a Camazotz for their 3rd selection. Still some flexibility with their roster. This Habwa has been going most often to the jungle as of now. I believe all 4 games that we've seen out of this Habwa has gone towards that role. Camazotz, still some flex between the solo and the jungle there, but seeing this Habwa, I can only imagine Camazotz going over into the jungle or mid. I can't completely dismiss the fact that we have seen
that's Pagon.
A Camazotz mid, and Pagon or Benny Q would be one of the players to do that here. And since Benny's not in the game, it'd have to default over to Pagon. But as the bans come through, Bologna taken away by the Dragons alongside Cerberus. Meanwhile, the Kings will take a shot at a couple of the top-end supports. Yamoja going to be the first one that they take out.
Yeah, I was really expecting the Jade Dragons to take that Yamoja in the 3rd slot, and in not doing so, the Camelot Kings will address that immediately. Camazotz, worth noting, does have that flex potential that you bring up, mid, solo, and jungle, but Habwa, with the recent buffs, namely to Water Spout no longer self-rooting, makes him just an incredibly strong jungler. You're able to rotate in, very easily line up a knockup, never once locking yourself down. You're already very mobile thanks to the Atlas of the Yellow River, just giving not only you movement speed, but your team and slow immunity as well, which will come into play up against a Kleena and a Persephone. I think Habwa likely slated for the jungle, which would put Camazotz more than likely in the solo lane. But that guy on your screen right there keeps me guessing, and I hate him for it.
It's going to keep everybody out here guessing. Even his own team is probably guessing right now, like, hey, Pagon, are you actually going to take that? Are you going to let me take that? And now with this
You think Final K is like begging? Like, please, I want to play the Camazotz.
I just want Camazotz. And now with the Kabrakan here, I really don't know. I'm completely flabbergasted where everything is going out here. We might finally see a Habwa mid, or maybe Mike is going to take this Kabrakan. Or maybe this Kabrakan is going to go over into the solo lane, and we'll see Habwa still in the jungle and Camazotz mid. I have absolutely no idea where it's going. I do see, though, another Geb ban coming out here. And it's so strange to see so many Geb bans more than anything else, because we've yet to see a Geb pick so far this season.
Well, Geb has seen some buffs in the last couple of years, namely the Cataclysm now having base damage on it, so you can actually kill people with it, and it still does the HP reduction. So I think Geb, a fine pick and one that would have served the Jade Dragons very well. It's a very strong initiation tool. Blink Cataclysm, going to be very adept at locking down Kepler, even Sobek to a certain extent. With Kabrakan locked in, though, and looking at the matchup, assuming, well, maybe my assumption's wrong. I was going to say Kleena jungle, but now with Sobek locked in, maybe we're looking at a Sobek solo here with Kleena in the jungle and Kepri in support. I was thinking it was going to be Kleena solo up against Kabrakan, and that's a good matchup for Kabrakan, but I've lost that. And now the Jade Dragons,
what in the world?
They look towards Arachne. That's a Twig pick.
Yeah,
surely not.
No,
but
no shot.
But you don't love Habwan mid in this matchup because he has to get so close to the wave, and it takes a little while till he's able to consistently clear the wave as well. And having pressure in mid is so important in the current meta because of how much farm those mid camps afford you. I suppose Arachne being a hyper farm jungler should be able to help you out a little bit in that regard, but won't help you in terms of wave clear whatsoever. And also another god that has to get in the melee range to clear the wave, which makes it so much easier for Persephone to line up some of this damage. I just don't think so. I do not think it's going to be an Arachne. But if it is, it's another single target DPS god, countered out by Kepri.
We'll see if they decide to lock in this Arachne. The Jade Dragons really keeping us guessing so far this year, Mifflin, as so many different picks have been coming out of this team now. We're actually seeing Panicat play something other than Ullr this game, so you get your wish at least there. It will be that Cernos. That's probably the only thing that we can lock in so far for this Jade Dragons roster.
How certain are you?
Is I'm gonna put my 100% certainty that one is going over to Pandacat, just because I can't recall any Cernos mids unless it's like a Cernos jungle of some sort popping out here. But now with a Mercury on the side of the Jade Dragons, that gives us maybe a little bit more insight as to where this roster is going.
Hear me out.
Okay, I'm listening.
Camazotz mid.
Okay.
Habwa solo. Mercury in the jungle, Kabrakan, and Cern lane. I think that might be best allocation for matchups here. Just because I am so averse to having Habwa in mid up against this draft from the Camelot Kings. Not only is it a poor matchup in a Persephone, but Kleena's got decent lockdown potential. Because Habwa has to play so far up in the lane, she can essentially use Pierce the Veil as a wall to lock him down. I suppose Alice of the Yellow River will give you slow immunity, so you're not getting locked down too bad, but it is still a good deal of damage output. And the Jade Dragons are just so weird that I'm willing it into existence. To reiterate, I think it's Habwa solo.
Habwa solo with the Camazotz mid popping out here. If we were back in the days, if Heavy Hammer was still a thing that slowed in this game, I wouldn't put it behind the Jade Dragons to throw like Mercury support with that kind of an item rush, but
no way.
We're well beyond those days. No shot that we see a Mercury support come out of the Jade Dragons team. But at the same time, it is the Jade Dragons. They would be the team to do something crazy like that.
They would be. Oh, for those of you who are curious who Final K was playing during the little Mifter view or Gorilla interview, it was Ull. I knew it wouldn't go to him. If that got locked in, it was going to Panda.
Yeah, I mean, Pandacat, or could have been Pagon. We saw Pagon play it once out of like the 8 games that it did get played by the Dragons during the kickoff tournament here. But still a little bit of guessing game to be had here with this Jade Dragons roster. With Mifflin thinks it's the Habwa solo. As far as matchup concern goes through here, out of more maybe what we've seen kind of out of realism, though, where do you think this Dragons roster will actually pan out?
If I'm in the coach spot right now, I am actually putting Habwa in the solo lane. But if we're going to go off like traditional Smite knowledge, like you went to Smite college, it's probably Habwa in mid. Just basics there, because we see Camazotz so much more often in the solo lane. We see Habwa historically so much more often in mid. But I just don't love that matchup, man. I've already gone ad nauseum on why I think the Kings have got a great draft to deal with Habois in mid. So instead, I suppose I'll address the rest of the draft. Having Camazotz in mid would really alleviate a lot of that. He's just such a safe selection. Has great wave clear. We know Pagon's capable of playing it. We've seen him do it a couple of times in the SEC. And in doing that, would net you a good deal of pressure and kill potential. Could start rotating in towards these mid camps a little bit more so. Limit the facet of the game that the Camelot Kings are best at, which is macro farm, playing around these objectives, pulling leads from nowhere, simply spawning more gold. That is one way the J Dragons could limit them. But regardless, the late game team fight potential of this J Dragons draft is incredibly high.
It's going to be a interesting matchup, to say the least, here in game number 1 between the Camelot Kings and the J Dragons. Who's going to take it? Let's jump right in and find out.
What a way to end this week in the SPL. The Kings and the Dragons, 2 teams with top of the standings aspirations and maybe expectations, as Dolson, Trelly, and Rosie one final time this week will bring you a fantastic set of the SPL. Final K is going to be on Camazotz solo. That'll put Habois in mid for Pagon. And so Smite College wins the day here, Trelly. And Habois up against Persephone and maybe just the rest of the draft is something that Myth was a little nervous about.
Yeah, I will say, Variety going on the solo back here, an interesting one. Obviously, Guardians right now very strong in this solo lane, but they're not there for pressure. And the characters like Sobek just wanting to sit back, farm effectively, and really sit at that tower line. I remember, again, I did this tier list with SOT. It should be coming out very shortly. I'll give you a little bit of insight. He said if you want to play solo back in ranked, the strategy is hopefully your opponent falls asleep because they're so bored, and that's why you would pick it.
Well, Final K under threat of sleep with the way that this lane goes. Camazotz would love to scrap early, but I just don't think Variety is going to give that as an opportunity. All right, we're invading at level 2. Sam for soccer sends Captain Twig off to the wayside. Variety is rotated out, though. Where is Final K? Here he is. But Captain Twig has already gotten first blood. And now Final K in the body blocks, desperately trying to hit auto attacks, but Variety just too strong. Is it going to be a 2-kill swing for the Camelot Kings? No, not just yet. Final K lives. But that is knowing your strong points to a T, and the Camelot Kings strike first.
Yeah, I think Sam might have thought at least a 1v1 here, or Final K is on the way, as we see PBM goes for the blink in this duo lane. Not too much follow-up, though. The Kepri and the Chiron going to be sitting pretty right now.
For now, Netrioid and Genetics will live on just fine. Blink gone for Polar Bear Mike for the next couple of minutes or so. Pagon doing just fine in the early part of this mid lane matchup. And up against Big Man Tings on Persephone. And BMT, over the last few years, has just been consistently solid out of the mid lane. Above average, great even. And so Big Man Tings, I think, a massive threat on this Camelot Kings team that is sometimes overlooked. Not in a disrespectful way. I think it's just easy to forget sometimes just how good Big Man Tings is at this role. And so I look at this Persephone pick, and maybe in Mifflin's mind, a good matchup up against Pagon. It could be tough sledding for Pagon if Big Man Tings is able to hit his stride early.
Yeah, definitely. The Hebo, though, always going to have that option for the 1v1 potential. As long as there's no Kepri around, as long as Genetics isn't there to get that res. You don't have an Aegis available right now, just the beat. So the raw damage output of the Hebo right now is not going to be too much. But looking at level 5, those power spikes are always going to have to be watched out for. But I think you're right. BMT is going to be able to just farm up effectively. Already level 5 right now, as we see. So just not really want to take the 1v1, but outrange the Hebo. Try to poke him out as much as possible, but just stay ahead in the farm game. As we see Sam for Soccer just going for those back camp once again. Looking for that Sonic Boom. Mercury really has a solid gank opportunity at level 5, but before that, not too much early damage.
Wonder if Mike earlier on was even just hoping to burn some beads off of Genetics or Netrioid, because the moment Sam hits level 5, you have to expect that he's going to send his way down, usually the duo lane. He'll walk right underneath the tier 1 tower and ult just all the way down the lane. But that's something teams have, got to be aware of. But it's so easy to fall asleep at the wheel, I imagine, playing up against a Mercury. Like Big Man Tings right now, Captain Twig level 4. So Sam has another camp or two before he ticks over to level 5. It's so easy to sit back by your tower and just assume that you're safe. But that's just the nature of Mercury. He can sit all the way back behind the tier 1 tower and dive you there in the mid lane. And so you got to keep your wits about you from this point on for the rest of the game.
Yeah, I'm looking at the builds right now for possible Sanford Soccer targets, and Variety immediately screams to me as a possibility because of the lack of bees, just going for the teleport, but the Celestial Legion Helm and the Vamp Shroud is going to give a lot of physical protection, not only against this Camazotz, but the Mercury.
Mike is in mid lane. Captain Twig has to use the beads, and that's double effective as he's out of the Sonic Boom and the Grasp of, the Grasp of Death helped out for PBM there, but the Sonic Boom shrugged off by Captain Twig thanks to those beads. His big man Tings and Pagon have showed us that not only lane-wise there could be an interesting matchup there, but ult-wise in the team fights, how different these two mid laners could look. Big man Tings, of course, is going to have great damage, but lockdown and setup. Feels like Pagon is last hit. Big burst damage, confirm kills, maybe confirm objectives. And so there's going to be a difference, of course, in mindset between those two. But Polar Bear Mike getting active with his blink early in this game, looking for something in mid, looking for some stuff over in duo lane. And our first Sonic Boom of the game comes up empty-handed.
Yeah, speaking of different mindsets right now, looking at those supports, obviously Kabrakan, much more of a damage dealer, has the Stone of Binding. PBM is looking to get active very early with this blink. On the other side, though, Genetics has the Shell and going into Gauntlet of Thebes. He's going to be trying to stay back as much as possible, stay healthy, try to get these reses off, because Khepri really not wanting to be the first one in a fight right now. Probably trying to stay back a little bit.
Yeah, probably. Though it does have Scarab's Blessing. Nice power spike, kind of passive power spike to the rest of the Camelot Kings, and Genetics has traditionally been very on point with this pick, identifying the proper targets for the Scarab's Blessing. But how about the way that the early game has already gone here, Trelly? Just farm being stolen away, camps being stolen away, buffs being stolen away. We're already at 1,500 gold in the lead for the Camelot Kings and nearly 2,000 experience. At 6 minutes, with 1 kill on the board, that's very impressive in the way that the Camelot Kings are playing right now. 1 level over in duo, 1 level in solo, 1 level in mid. And there was just that invade that put Sanford Soccer down. The Camelot Kings, a team that we know can play the map so effectively even without having to find kills.
Yeah, there's a reason that when we do these interviews, all these teams harp on the map play of the Camelot Kings. It's just, they always seem to be in the right spot at the right time. Not Twig right now, that will be in the wrong spot.
Ooh, nice ultimate out from Polar Bear Mike. Gotta be a kill, and Crushing Wave face plants into the Kabrakan ultimate, but maybe serves Pagon better as he is able to get out, but Polar Bear Mike abducted back to death. In the rotation that maybe caught the Jade Dragons off guard was from the dual lane. So Netroid will snag a kill and get that Transcendent stacking.
Yeah, Genetics was not in range to ult Captain Twig there at the moment. The Crushing Wave, Pagon gets the last hit on that one, but what a terrible time for me to say they're always in the right spot. As Twig
great timing.
Just gets caught out there. But either way, the farm game is what we were referring to. Obviously, how much gold the Camelot Kings are in the lead. They know how to play this map. They have the Obelisk pretty much over any team in the league right now. They're getting that objective pretty consistently as Genetics probably waltzes over to pick it up just now. But making sure they're always there. And look at Sam already posting up for this Sonic Boom here. If Netroid comes to lane,
Netroid has beads. Genetics has Scarab's Blessing. Sanford Soccer has eyes for Netroid, and in goes Sam, waiting for the beads, but Netroid is just able to gallop away. But here comes PBM as well. Netroid, this entire time has been under threat. There's a Scarab's Blessing on the other side, but oh no, is it going to be 2 kills for the Dragons? Yes, it is. Scarab's Blessing comes off, but Sanford Soccer in traditional fashion, right down Main Street. And it's 2 kills for the Dragons.
I gotta say, Netroid probably could have just beads and ran towards tower, but wanted to try to fight after the fact with the Scarab's Blessing. Just a little bit of a misfortunate timing there, because the beads are still up, though. You live to see another day, but a duo kill, double kill in the duo lane, is not going to be the best option. Final K, though, could be in some trouble here.
Uh-oh, Twig through the wall. Final K has Bat Out of Hell, so should be safety. It's always difficult ganking Camazotz, but the first charge of the Bat Out of Hell went back towards Captain Twig. Sanford Soccer is over here on the right side of the map as well. Not sure which ward he just walked over. It was a Jade Dragon's ward, so Variety doesn't know Sanford Soccer is in behind here. There is no lurking in the waters, and the Mercury strikes pay dirt yet again. And what a difference a few minutes makes. Sanford Soccer is being invaded at level 2, and now suddenly he's affected 3 kills on the map over the last minute.
Such a great play style to watch. Obviously, right now, we haven't seen the Mercury too much in this season at the very least in Sanford Soccer. It makes you play around it, obviously going for the towers. Genetics swinging the miss on the abduct.
And Pagon will Crushing Wave out. So Grasp of Death, yeah, kind of keeps Mike in a certain area, but able to walk out and look for a stun. Big man Tings no dice on that ultimate. And Sanford Soccer loves going with this style of build on the Mercury. Stone Cutting Sword, great for him early. And then looks like immediately into some level of crit. I feel like we've seen Rage in that spot, so wouldn't be surprised if it ends up being something like that for Sanford Soccer, especially if he's going to be this active early. And it is a Rage, as I will pause and watch Centaurus get a whole lot of nothing. If it ends up being a Rage for Sam, shows us that he wants to get active or remain active, really, early in this game.
Yeah, already could have 3 stacks on that Rage if he was able to finish it up first, but this time around, not going to be the choice. There's a little bit extra gold here to try to finish that one up, as I think Netroid realizes, you know, I really cannot push up past this little tower mark here in case that Mercury ult is coming back. The Sonic Boom is always going to be a looming threat in this duo lane. And it looks like Sanford Soccer will just continue farming, so going to be safe for a little while longer at least. And no team really is trying to pull anything just yet, but again, looking at that gold lead, despite the 4 kills that the Jade Dragons have acquired, still not quite in the lead.
No, Camelot King still in control of the gold, but it's always funny when there's a Mercury on the enemy team, specifically Sam. Let's be honest, it's Sam 90% of the time, and it is Rage for his second item. Always watching where the wards go down is always so funny. Like, Big Man Tings drops a ward just outside of Tier 1 tower range there, just dead center of the mid lane. So you get an idea that Sam could be over there. And don't be surprised if you see Genetics maybe even potentially slightly overextend to drop a ward between the Tier 1 and Tier 2 tower over on the dual lane side of the map. Anything to give information of all the potential gank paths for the Mercury is going to be a benefit here for the Camelot Kings. Over on the right, though, is where Sanford Soccer heads. Looks like the rest of the team will rotate over towards the Pyromancer as well. Needs to be careful. Those crits helping out. He's getting a whole lot of them for an unstacked Rage right now. And the Pyromancer burnt through. And the Jade Dragons will get closer to evening up that gold.
Yeah, someone might have to check Sam's computer. But it looks like they will be trying to chase this one down. The Pyromancer goes, but they're not going to give it up for free. But it looks like the Jade Dragons will retreat here. I can't talk about builds without mentioning what Polar Bear Mike has opted into here. I thought it was going to be that Gauntlet of Thieves, but goes for Mail of Renewal this time around. So not going for any sort of traditional support items. We see the Stone of Binding, you know, if you want to go for a little bit extra power early, but no auras for the squad right now. This is only for the healing, so a little bit different. We'll see if it pans out.
Does that change in your mind how Mike wants to play this pick? I mean, Cabrakan is going to do Cabrakan things anyway, right? Does Mail of Renewal shift up some of the minutia of this play style in your mind?
Yeah, I would say Mike wants to facilitate just as much as Sam right now, so just trying to say, hey, when we do find some success on the map, obviously it's going to work out for everyone, so just a little bit extra healing there. And I think this is the exact thing I would expect, though. Mike is going to be going in consistently as Netroid going to have to live underneath this tower.
Panda Cat, yes please, and that is all set up by Sanford Soccer, and his ult strikes again. Netroid had to use the beads this time. Polar Bear Mike sends a stun Genetics way. And Sanford Soccer was able to tank up that tower so effectively that Panda Cat could just walk right on in, drop the ultimate, and get the last bit of damage as well. And this is always the threat. I mean, it's so unique with Sanford Soccer. Lives by the unique picks, dies by the unique picks. You know, like Sam will play the standard assassins at the time, but never one to totally give up the gods that he just enjoys playing. Like if I see a Mercury locked in a draft, you could cover up the team name at the top, and I would just assume it's the Jade Dragons, because I'm not sure any other jungler in the league is playing this pick at the moment. And this time around, it's working for Sam. He's affected 4 out of the 5 kills. Looks like Rage into another crit item after that. So the Jade Dragons jungler keeping the pace going. But doesn't want to scrap with Captain Twig.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if it wouldn't be a Deathbringer at this point, just trying to get as much crit as possible as Variety. Gonna look for a little bit of action here.
Whoa, Mike blinks in. Can't find the stun, but has the ultimate down. Captain Twig makes his way into the wall nonetheless. Now Polar Bear Mike being chunked as Variety plucks him back, and Captain Twig able to punish the over-aggression from Polar Bear Mike, the second death of the game, onto the Cabrakan. That's one where the Jade Dragons hovering around. I wouldn't say they started it, but Camelot Kings definitely finished it off. As Final K was present in that engagement, but into the Transcendence on the Camazots need some time to stack that item up before full effective.
Yeah, it looks like there might be a purple buff invade into a Gold Fury pull, depending on how Camelot Kings are feeling. Bacon still has a lot of damage here, but he's frontlining.
That was a decent chunk damage onto Sanford Soccer. Has to dash away. Crushing Wave doesn't matter. Not when Bluestone is ticking away. Netrioid won't even die for his troubles. Panicat uses the Aegis. So shrugs off all of the damage. Sanford Soccer still has Sonic Boom. Do the Camelot Kings immediately go back for the Gold Fury is the question. The answer is yes. Variety is also rotated over from solo lane. So Final K is just going to farm up the back of the jungle on the right side of the map. Polar Bear Mike closes the gap, but he'll be abducted at the pivotal moment. And the Gold Fury goes to the Camelot Kings, but now Sanford Soccer is in the back line. Has to dash away one by one. The J Dragons are walking into this. And it looks like Trelly one by one, they may end up dying off. I'm not sure Final K can make the big difference.
But he might have gotten Sam out, and that looks like he will. The chase is going to, it's going to continue, so Sam.
He'll be fine.
He's going to have some juke shoes here.
Oh, no, I don't know. Depends on the pathing that either Sam takes or Big Man Tings takes. Maybe Sam at this point, yeah, just drop the speed buff. Variety blinks forward. Sam, I think might just end up, no, he's going to walk right into Big Man Tings, but dodges out the initial burst of damage, and Big Man Tings ends up grabbing the kill. I admire the effort, but Sanford Soccer falls nonetheless. So 2-2-2 now on this Mercury. And the Camelot Kings pull themselves right back into this game. Slight over-aggression from the J Dragons gets punished.
Yeah, and the rotation for Final K just a little bit too late, unfortunately. Wasn't able to make too much of that one. And I really think that just stems from Pagon's positioning. He was way too far up there, didn't expect the dash in from Twig. Even ults away, trying to close that gap, but Netroid, with the snipes, was able to make sure that the Hebo goes down. So now, probably have to play a little bit safer here as you're looking at your lane opposition. Big Man Tings 2-0 right now, just ticked over to level 16. We mentioned that Hebo might have some problems into this Persephone just because of the range and the amount of poke that Persephone has. Right now, not the biggest deal, but still, as this game goes on, it's going to get harder and harder to close that gap.
Look at the absurd aggression that the J Dragons want to play. Even just looking at their relics. 4 blinks, all picked up. Fine, okay. Sam, Pagon, Mike, they've all got blink. And they all want to make use of it. So no Aegis or Pagon is the notable maybe holdout where we're detracting from how a mid laner might normally itemize into the relics. Pyromancer gets pulled by the Kings, no pushback from the Dragons. So another map objective over to the Camelot Kings. But an important one goes to Panda Cat. It's a full 5-man rotation to the right side of the map for the Camelot Kings. And as long as the Dragons are aware of the Fire Giant and don't let it go down quietly, Panda Cat could get some good value out of his split push.
Yeah, but it looks like BMT and, yeah, Twig is also going to be here.
Oh, wow. Panda Cat is tower diving. Captain Twig uses his dash as well. Big Man Tings, I was thinking in a great spot to punish, but in a moment like that, Big Man Tings doesn't know where Sam is, doesn't know where Mike is, doesn't know where most of the Dragons are. And so, you know, nothing ventured, nothing gained, yes, but you're also realizing that you're potentially dropping a kill onto Panda Cat, but you also save your own life for sure. And so Big Man Tings nursing his lead at 203. Whereas Panda Cat very strong. Why is Panda Cat so confident in his potential of a 1v1 up against Captain Twig? Well, he's level 18, highest in the game, and he's 2-0-1, pretty far underway in a threatening-looking build.
Yeah, as the Camelot Kings have been increasing their map play, it looks like Panda Cat and Final K are just increasing their lane play right now. Both a level up right now. Actually, Panda Cat 2 levels up, so the not rotating and just farming did prove a little bit effective here trying to get a lead. Now, will they use it? Will they rotate around and help their team? It looks like Panda Cat might be trying to, hugging this corner here.
Yeah, considering it, Genetics has the Scarab's Blessing. Have seen limited use of it so far. Oh no, Polar Bear Mike, he's got to use the beads, but there's just too much here. The Kraken will fall to Captain Twig. The rest of the J Dragons rallying around their support here in the mid lane. As Variety is lurking in the waters, bursts forth. This is Pluck ready to go, though. Who does it connect on? Looking for Panda Cat, who will dash away. It is half HP on the 4 remaining members of the J Dragons, and the Tier 1 tower will be backed away from. The Camelot Kings walk forward, grab a Tier 1 tower.
Yeah, still some key ultimates available. Sonic Boom and Crushing Away, but Variety's going to blink in.
Whoa, Panda Cat, perfect on the beads timing as Variety flies right by. And Sonic Boom right down mid. That's 3-man from Sanford Soccer. Pagon with the 3 is able to deal the last bit of damage to Variety, and Scarab's Blessing has already been used. Captain Twig still has beads. Blink forward now from Final K. All of those 4 blinks finding value here. The Polar Bear Mike is walking back from base. Variety ends up being the 1 casualty. But you're trading that out for a couple towers in the mid lane. I think the Camelot Kings just fine.
Yeah, I was waiting to see if Pagon was going to use the ultimate there, but again, so hard to push into Persephone with no Aegis available. The only thing you would have to use right now is your ult to try to immune this. It looks like they're going to sit the corner.
Pagon has Crushing Wave. He also has Soul Gem, a little burst of healing. How about this call for the Jade Dragons? Watch for Crushing Wave to confirm the objective here. Pagon has held on to it. Sanford Soccer is low, but Pagon is abducted, won't get a chance to use the ultimate. And Fire Giant has killed off Sanford Soccer as well. It is a disastrous call for now. But Final K remains in the fight. Fire Giant not fully reset. The Camelot Kings rotate in. 4 die for the Jade Dragons, and the Camelot Kings will get FG.
Yeah, you got to pre-ult there and at least try to get some damage out before you go down. Unfortunate for the mid laner of the Jade Dragons. That was the only play they had, was to save that Crushing Wave, get the Fire Giant, and try to get out. Panda Cat does make it out. So I guess there's one shining ray of hope there after a throw like that, but still, it's going to be very difficult. Captain Twig does not have the fire buff, but besides that, the Camelot Kings are in a commanding position now. You can go for Primal Fury. There's only 2 more Tier 2 towers that you really have to go through here, so they can really do whatever they want right now.
One person living after you lose FG is the slimmest of rays of hope, Trelly. Like, Panda Cat lives. I guess that's the only good thing here, and he does. But ultimately, Netroid now in a position where that XP is going to start to catch back up. Panda Cat has reached level 20 and just hasn't been able to do much with the lead that he had built up. The Camelot Kings continuing to prove that they are so aware around the map on these objective calls. And the Jade Dragons, that's an aggressive call, and it nearly pays off. They get the objective so low. But the Camelot Kings just rotated in more effectively. Sanford Soccer was tanking up the FG or stood in the pool, whatever it was. The Fire Giant was the one that killed him. And so he wasn't able to participate in the fight, really, and Pagon died with ult. So some fumbles there from the Jade Dragons have really put the Kings in a spot you would assume to feel comfortable closing out this game. So much time will Twig spend in the wall? Not much. As the Polymorph connects onto Captain Twig, but Captain Twig damages down Sanford Soccer, no shot.
Oh,
there's a 3-man initiation on a Captain Twig, and Twig plays it perfectly.
You really can't have Twig getting out there. I mean, they don't even get the Tier 1 tower for that. So much expended to try to get that pick. That's Merkle. That's Cernos ult. You really have no option to team fight here, but it looks like the Camelot Kings, despite that, are still not going to go in for the Phoenix. They're just going to play it safe. They know they have this lead here, and they're not trying to rush this one down. Only 1 Tier 2 tower left on the map.
Yep.
And you have to realize that Twig didn't have the beads at the time. Had to use the Aegis, but now does have, I mean, the Blink does have the beads now, so
right.
Twig's much safer at this point.
Well, he is. Twig also hurts. Look at the way his build has gone. Standard as far as jungle goes. Stand as far as Queen goes. But finishing up the Heartseeker will put Captain Twig in a position to really find some burst damage on the Jade Dragons. Now, Sanford Soccer does hurt as well. 2 stacks on the Rage. So only a couple of assists since Sam has bought that item, but also a Deathbringer completed. And so if you're finding some opportunities for the Dragons back into this game, maybe it's got to be Sanford Soccer just blowing up a target with a big crit. Maybe Big Man Tings, Netroid, who's got Shell instead of Aegis for ID blinks forward. Won't get much on the Panda Cat except a smattering of damage taken in return. I think Sanford Soccer's got to be a big difference maker here. Pagon as well. That 1-2 punch between those two could flip a fight in an instant.
Yeah, we need to see Pagon get use out of this Crushing Wave. We have not since that first kill on a Twig.
Look at the damage charts. He's literally tied with Genetics. You don't see that all that often, but tied for last is Pagon. Need to climb up those damage charts in this team fight as Netroid gets some good damage with the Centaurus. Left side Phoenix now being sieged as Pagon forced to use the beads. And will end up backpedaling away. Gets a nice 800 damage off there to further separate himself.
Yeah, unfortunately, Mike is still not very tanky because of this build he's opted to go, so it's hard to frontline. The Spirit Rope is certainly helping, but right now the Cabrakan's sort of just tickling at the moment. CC bot, that's all he can really do. He takes too much damage as the mid Phoenix now is being looked at.
Yeah, it's always the awkward spot for Cabrakan when you're too squishy to do what you want to do. And Polar Bear Mike wants to be able to initiate. There's big damage from Sanford Soccer on the end of the Sonic Boom, and he's taken way too much from Captain Twig. Big Man Tings nearly clips Sam with the Grasp of Death, but won't end up confirming that kill. And the Camelot Kings are healthy. The mid lane Phoenix is not. Variety is polymorphed into the back line. Goes Final K, but he's blown up as well. There's so much burst damage from the Camelot Kings when anyone initiates. Sanford Soccer is regened, but his health finally reaches 0. And what a turn the Camelot Kings have made in this game. They will take the mid lane Phoenix Looks like they'll turn their eyes towards right.
Yeah, Pagon still holding on to that blink and ult. I feel like that was the saving grace there, but maybe don't want to, at this point, rather lose the Phoenix than lose the game opportunity. But the Camelot Kings played that siege all but perfectly. No one fell. They were able to get 2 Phoenixes down, and that was a pretty early Fire Giant to be able to use all of that. So solid play by the Camelot Kings. Now FG spawning up soon, about 20 seconds here. And as you mentioned, it seems like Panda Cat, despite having that massive lead, has also not been able to shred too much away here. So the Jade Dragons are going to have to find something massive here. I have to imagine they try to defend this Fire Giant and give it all they got, because right now the gold lead is just, it's pretty absurd.
Yeah, I mean, Netroid has fully caught back up, right? I mean, the one opportunity for the Jade Dragons on the left side of the map was Panda Cat being so far ahead, but levels are now even, and you imagine gold feeling just fine. As about 10,000 in the lead are the Camelot Kings. Fire Giant started up by the Kings. I think the Jade Dragons positioning tells you all you need to know. We are going to buy our time. We're going to push these fire waves out as best as we can. And just give ourselves a little extra time under the right side Phoenix. Get these waves as pushed out as possible. Mike having a bit of a hard time clearing out that left side wave. Variety is completely alone here. Not sure the Jade Dragons realize that, but if Variety buys enough time, the rest of the team can rally in. This is just obnoxious. Variety gets the beads off of Panda Cat. Variety is alone with 3 members of the Jade Dragons, and look at what the Kings are doing on right. They're pushing down the tier 2 tower. And Variety is dealing actual damage to Sam. Variety is like winning this fight a little bit. The Scepter striking out for some damage in here as well. And the siege now begins with Sanford Soccer being chased on the left side of the map by Variety.
Yeah, just so obnoxious. I don't think he was ever in any danger here. There's only 1 Phoenix left, and Genetics is plenty tanky to tank this on. They don't need the Sobek at this point. They can just walk in.
Yeah, finally, Sanford Soccer will get some reprieve from the eye of Variety. How about the backline damage? What happens there? A lot of that from Netroid, and Big Man Tings is able to capitalize. Polar Bear Mike deleted. Variety has eyes for Pagon, but Pagon will water carpet away the Camelot Kings. They've played the map so well here in this game, despite an early onslaught from Sanford Soccer in massive damage numbers. Look at those damage charts. That's all you need to know about the way that this game has gone. The burst for the Camelot Kings has been more effective than the burst for the Jade Dragons. One last chance, huge polymorph from Panda Cat. But there's no damage to confirm any of these kills. Variety is knocked up by Pagon. Crushing Wave has already been used. You got to get it done with your abilities, but the Titan will melt. The Camelot Kings walk in, and the Camelot Kings take game 1.
I mean, the map play that we mentioned was always superior there, but the team fight presence was just, it was just too much to deal with here. Clearly, I mean, you saw some nice sonic booms, you know, you saw the ults going through, but they just couldn't follow up. As you mentioned, their health bars just never changed.
They didn't. That's like the I was casting with you earlier, and it was maybe it was no, I was thinking of was it Shinto who spread out the bees and like half of the health bars of all the dragons like suddenly melted down? There's another example of that, where Netroid on the Chiron just sends Centaurus right down Main Street, then suddenly all the squishies in the backline are just, they have no health on the Jade Dragons. The Dragons are able to play aggressively around Sanford Soccer early in this game, Trelly, but the Camelot Kings, a team that are so good at playing the map, so good at buying their time, and the scaling was just too effective, and the Camelot Kings, crisp and clean down the stretch, are able to take game number 1. Game number 2 between the Dragons and the Kings, coming up next.
Thought the grass was
Welcome back to the Smite Pro League. Game number 1 between the Kings and the Dragons is all wrapped up, and it's the Camelot Kings coming out on top here in our first game of the set. And from minute 1, I mean, level 2, we're seeing invades into the top end of the jungle up against Sam for Sucker, Captain Twig, and Variety making sure to put some pressure on that right side of the map. The Dragons did manage to answer back a little bit early on, Mifflin, by throwing some pressure over into duo lane, but at the end, a lot of this macro play we talk about with the Kings is what nets them this massive win to start leading them to the victory.
It does, and the team fight presence, the 5-on-5 engagement of the Camelot Kings just felt a little bit more coherent. Namely, around the Jade Dragons draft, those last 2 selections, I believe it was the Cabrakan and the Mercury in the last 2 slots, just didn't feel like they fit very well with this draft. The Mercury wasn't quite able to leverage Sonic Boom in the laning phase very well, didn't have the greatest gank targets a couple of times. I feel like maybe he would be able to line it up, but a wall spawned by PBM made it a little bit difficult as well. And the Jade Dragons seem to have crumbled by that 15, 16-minute mark. That said, the Camelot Kings continue to do Camelot things, and that is farming the map very well, controlling the macro, grouping up as 5, and just dominating. Namely, gotta shout out Variety. That Sobek was gross. He is playing a Sobek in the solo lane, so I gotta give him a little bit of a hazing.
Bro, you're playing that
yeah,
guy in solo?
Yeah, it's not like a cool alpha pick, but it definitely dominated, and he certainly was an alpha on the map. At one point, even like 1v3 up against the Jade Dragons around their own obelisk with that Fire Giant push, was able to stop 2 backs, forces Panda Cat in pure terror, just fear, to beads a pluck that nobody was around to follow up on, and was even winning out in the team fight afterward. This Sobek, man, was just dominant.
I mean, Variety put out some big numbers here for his team as far as the game was concerned. A 1-2-4 slash line, if I'm not mistaken. He's gotten in this one out. Netro is putting out a lot of damage as this game continued to go through. I mean, earlier on, like I said, dual lane pressure was in favor of the Dragons at the very least. That's where they decided to throw Sam over to try and get some help out there. But Netro was able to fight back through it, even killed a Habwa mid crushing wave just by the help of that Bluestone Pendant, and that Crusher really popping in there for them. But a 3-0 for Big Man Tings in the mid lane, 3-2 out of Captain Twig in the jungle. And top damage here for Captain Twig on this cleanup. Though no surprise, we've been singing the praises of just how much damage this god can do. Though usually in solo lane where you're a little bit tankier and you can kind of spam these abilities a little bit more safely.
Yeah, Twig was maneuvering Cleana's passive very well, putting himself in what I would argue is out of position, but the fact that you can just phase into a wall means that he's almost never out of position, and Twig was distracting multiple members of the Jade Dragons, going to the wall, saving his Screech until he was there to get a larger AoE, multi-man silences, the ultimates were on point, the objective shot calling. It felt like the Cleana always had at least one Pierce the Veil available for Gold Fury, for Fire Giant, for Pyromancer. The Camelot Kings, they come to play, but the Jade Dragons keep it interesting throughout the early phases of this match. I think that this is one that could very easily go to 3.
Yeah, it kind of comes back down to the drafting phase, when we were going back and forth between where these picks going to go. We'll jump into picks and bans game number 2 and still talk a little bit about there. I mean, you were talking about the Camazots maybe going to the mid lane would be a better matchup, allow Pagon to be able to farm a little bit more freely. Final K up against the Sobek. It's not often that you're probably ever going to really die to a Sobek in that solo lane anyway, so put something like that Habwa over there. We'll see if the Dragons change anything up here, though, in game number 2. Same bans, at the very least, to start things out, as far as all 3 are concerned. Artio, Thoth, and Erlong Shen, unchanging from that previous set.
Yeah, it seems like both teams came in with a game plan because the Camelot Kings execute those bans faster than I could have found those gods on the God Select screen. So, surely Scrim's working out for them. Khepri, though, going to be the first adjustment from the Jade Dragons, going to limit genetics off of that pick and remove some of that layer of safety I think the Camelot Kings would love to have for an aggressive selection like Cleana. Again, we saw it in the jungle in the last game, but that does not detract from the fact that she is a very strong flex pick, could head over to the solo, could stay in the jungle.
Yeah, that Khepri genetics in Season 8, a 75% win rate on that god, and it's been consistently banned away from him up until that. That's one of the first times that we get to see him bring that god out here in Season number 9. It's looked good. I believe he's got 100% win rate on the 2 games that he's gotten to play it thus far here in Season 9, though. It's going to be Umoja, the answer from the Dragons this time. Something that we expected them to bring out last game. We got all the way to 3rd pick. It was still open. They decided to leave that one open and then eventually have it banned out by the Kings. But they'll grab Umoja and Habwa here for the Dragons.
Yeah, Habwa's win rate tarnished slightly, but still incredibly high at 80% and has some flex potential. Could go mid, could go jungle. Seems to be the name of the game in the SPL, is keeping your opposition guessing with your first couple of lock-ins, and Habwa can certainly do that. double water lock-in for the Jade Dragon, so, you know, type advantage, I suppose. We won't see an Agni for the Camelot Kings. That's a joke. I'm joking. Insert laugh.
No, I was waiting like for the comparison with Kleena, but you threw the Agni right away, so not going to pick at least the Fire God out here.
Yeah, but you explained the joke. You didn't laugh at it. Thanks,
There you
Mac.
go. I
Yeah,
got you
appreciate
back.
it.
I got the Ghost type Kleena on the other side. Would Kleena be a double type? Would she be a dual type, or would she just be pure Ghost?
Bro, I'm going to keep it a buck with you. I haven't played Pokemon in so long. That
It's okay,
was as
they've
far as I go.
It's okay. They've only added one new type ever since like they introduced the Dark type in Gen 2, and then it wasn't until Gen 6 that we got like Fairy types. That was the last time that any new typing was thrown out here.
Yeah, Kleena would be a fairy, I suppose.
Would she be a fairy?
I don't know, like a ghost.
Ghost fairy. That'd be an interesting type to see out here. Bacchus, though, the lock-in for the Camelot Kings, coming back to Smite away from the world of Pokemon just for a moment there, and then a Persephone to round that one out. So still a very aggressive Guardian over into that dual lane for the King, something that's a little bit of a different look than the Khepri, typically a much more defensive in nature.
Yeah, Bacchus is going to be much more aggressive, the ability to get involved early on, and matched up with Persephone's engage potential with Grasp with Death, and Kleena's ability to just shred HP bars from level 5 onward will suit the Camelot Kings very well. Decent objective potential, but more so about space control. The Jade Dragons, locked in. I mean, we saw Final K practicing it a little bit earlier. I still think that is more than likely going to Panda Cat in the duo lane.
What if he does just throw it in solo lane?
Then I feel bad for saying it. I feel bad for like saying it out loud, you know, because then, you know, what if the Kings heard me?
Well, maybe they did. Probably didn't, though, as we jump into the next round of bans. Jade Dragons do not want to deal with Variety's Sobek. They're going to take that one away right away here. We did see a Bologna ban by the Jade Dragons in the previous game as well, so that could be another answer to try and keep Variety down. But now that you got this jungle, maybe even the solo, so maybe this Sobek is completely off to the wayside anyways here. Maybe it is going to be this Kleena going over to the solo lane. But we do know as Bacchus, Persephone, the more likely spots that they'll be locked in here. Jade Dragon still with a couple of options to themselves. Do need a solo laner. Do need either a mid or maybe a hunter, depending where their lure is going, or maybe a jungle, depending where the Hobwa is going. It's still unknown for the Jade Dragons lineup just thus far.
Which will make it very difficult for the Camelot Kings to figure out where they want to allocate this last ban slot. I would argue that the potential of Kleena going to the soul lane is pretty high here for the Camelot Kings, because right now the Kings are lacking in consistent beads burning and consistent engage. You can engage with Grasp of Death. You can have a Bacchus belly flop his way into a fight, but generally, Grasp of Death will be the beads burner. You're not really using beads for the flop because it's pretty hard to react, but if you are, that is one way, but it's generally going to be single target. And we know for a fact that the Camelot Kings, and specifically Ben, Captain Twig, has got the ability to play Hunbots. So if you flex this Kleena into solo and have a Hunbots lock in, you've got two targets that are very susceptible to Fear No Evil already from the Jade Dragons. Yamoja and Ull don't have great answers to that ability, will likely be burning those beads consistently. And if Hubwa does not have beads available, how do you beat Hubwa? You kill him before he crushing waves. And that's exactly what you can do with a Fear No Evil.
Yeah, Hunbot's still up there. Also interesting to know, Da Ji is still available. That's been a god that's been making her way into the top bans of a lot of teams throughout the entirety of the first 2 weeks, but has gone unnoticed, at least here in game number 1. Now game number 2, we're still peeking through with no sign of life on that pick. Jade Dragons have a critical pick here, and maybe it'll give us a little bit of insight as to where a couple of these picks are going here, where the Camelot Kings will be able to make a nice counter pick up against that one. But, I mean, just with this Hobwa Uller out here, and then changing up to the Yamoja from the Kabrak, and are you liking this Jade Dragons draft just a little bit more than from game 1?
I think getting the Yamoja early on fits Mike's playstyle very well. You've got a much more aggressive composition immediately with the Ull matched up with it. King Arthur likely headed for the solo lane. Another aggressive selection, so side lanes, one place that Jade Dragons would very much like to play through. With King Arthur locked in, this does make me think Hubwa is likely slated for the jungle, but I've been saying that, and Pagon's been playing it, so we'll hedge our bets once we see the rest of the draft. The Camelot Kings, on the other hand, I think, come away with a already draft that is very potent. I'm really excited to see where these last two picks go.
So if we do see another god, instead of the Kleena going over to Captain Twig, and this Kleena now jumping itself over into the solo lane, I mean, Mifflin, how do you kind of feel about that matchup of Kleena versus King Arthur? Is there any real advantage between those two early on?
Well, you don't get to Beyblade as King Arthur. You channel out
True.
that ability. You silence it pretty consistently. That said, King Arthur's got some decent answers to Kleena on her own right. The cripple to deal with the dash. You're not generally able to fully channel that ultimate. Once King Arthur has his passive fully stacked up, he gets a CC immune dash available to himself. So it's not a lane that one is overly favored in. If anything, I'd say that Kleena is going to spend the majority of the time in lane just proxying waves, using Pierce the Veil, clear a wave, try and steal back camp, something like that. But now I think it is Kleena in the jungle, with Jing Shen in the solo lane, Chiron in the duo with Bacchus and Persephone holding it down in mid. And I'm in a unique position, J-Mac. I used to play in console Smite, and there was a player named Derek Worst, IGN Dworst. And I would argue in 100 games, he would play Jing Shen solo 80 times. So I have had the pleasure of playing with Jing Shen in solo lane very often. Let me tell you what that god does.
What does he do?
Nothing. I begged that man not to play that pick because it does not win 2v2s. It does not win 1v1s. What it does do is survive and eventually become a support. It's going to blink in. It's going to washing machine ultimate. It's going to burn beads, and it's something that I had called for the Camelot Kings draft. Another consistent beads burning tool. It fits into that slot, but it does not hold its own against very many picks, and I think that King Arthur very much will bully this Jing Shen. Benefit of the Jing Shen being that his passive gives you nearly infinite HP because I believe it's like 50 or 60 HP 5 when fully stacked up, which just adds up very quickly, especially with like a Chalice of Healing or something along those lines. So worry not for the King's Soul Laner. He will not die.
End statement.
Yeah, I'm done.
There we go. Jingwei, the final pickup here for the Jade Dragons. This maybe gives us a little bit of light here as to where these picks might be lining out. Hobblot to the jungle, Uller mid, and Jingwei over for Panda Cat. Is what I would like to say, but I'm still not 100% sold in all honesty here.
It's got to be Ul mid now.
It has to be the Uller mid, but there's just something in the back of my mind when we talk about these former SCC players like Benny and Pagon. You just don't know what's going through their head. You don't know if Pagon's going, you know what? Jingwei sounds pretty good here.
Surely not.
Hopefully not.
I can't come up with a single merit to Jingwei mid.
You can get to your wave a little bit faster with her passive in mid than you can in duo.
I suppose you've got me beat.
That's my one that I've got there for you, Mifflin. And with how many games that we've seen out of Panda Cat with Uller, wouldn't be surprised if that was something here. But more
0%.
like
We've seen Panda Cat play Jingwei this year.
We have seen Panda Cat play Jingwei this year and in the past as well. So most likely here going to be that Jingwei going over now with the Yemoja into the duo lane. A lot of control in that duo lane to say the very least. Yemoja with quite a bit of CC in her own right. The knockup from Jingwei is going to be good. But mostly just a ton of safety. It's just such an annoying lane to try and gank.
It is. You're not killing them. Jingwei very safe with the airstrike. One of the OG safe hunter selections. But there is an interesting mechanic in Smite in that there is one form of CC that is undr'able. DR being diminishing returns. If you stun someone twice, the second stun, even if it's the exact same ability, will be for a shorter duration. Knockups are not affected by that. So if Yemoja stun, then we see a knockup, that is going to be a full duration knockup regardless, which will make Jingwei's CC chain very potent.
Yeah, Jingwei, Yemoja in that duo lane here for the Jade Dragons. Going to be annoying to deal with, going to be annoying to get to. Like you said, almost impossible to kill between the healing and the shields that Yemoja will have, the innate safety that Jingwei also just has in her kit. If you do manage to find a knockup on her, she's gone. She'll fly herself away, especially from a belly flop on something like a Bacchus out here.
Or a Xing Chen ult.
Or a Xing Chen ult here. Or, no, that's about the only two that we got here.
Chiron.
Can you get... Is the knockup that far on knockup that high on the giddy up?
It's a knockup. You could definitely a wheelish ult it so Jingwei can dash it.
That is a good point here. We'll see if the Camelot Kings can close this one out in 2, or are the Jade Dragons going to take us to game number 3? Let's jump right in and find out.
A bounce back time for the Jade Dragons after the Camelot Kings look consistent in game number 1, and I have my eyes initially on the solo lane Trelly. And though I don't know if we'll keep our eyes there for very long up until rotation time. Xing Chen up against King Arthur. Not a matchup I expected coming into this week, to be honest, but the Camelot Kings see some merit in keeping variety on these Guardian picks.
Yeah, it seems like variety just wants to survive through the lane phase. As Mifflin said, you know, the benefit of this pick is it's very safe and has lots of sustain, but there's not too much kill potential. It's just you have the CC, and you can really deal with hunters, which, fortunately for Variety, the Jade Dragons have two of. The one, the Furious Roar, just nerfs auto attack damage essentially. So if you hit that on both of these hunters, they're gonna have a rough time. So I think Variety has the right idea, but it will make for a more boring laning phase, no doubt. I think Fine OK was trying to brawl out with the Bluestone start.
Hey.
I don't think Variety's gonna be meeting him halfway.
Hey, maybe Fine OK can still find his moments to strike. We've mentioned a little bit the Jingwei over in the dual lane. That means Pagon will be piloting this. Ooh, or Fine OK is brawling early, but losing the brawl to Captain Twig and Variety, despite having Sanford Soccer there as well. So Habwa remains in the Jade Dragons lineup, but this time for Sanford Soccer. Pagon on the Uller out of mid. And the flexibility of Pagon as a mid laner continues to show here. You know, we see assassins we see some mages that are more standard. Now you get Uller mid. And on a team with Pandacat, if you're going to be the one taking Uller and taking it away from Pandacat in theory, you better be pretty good at it. And I think Pagon has shown us that he has the flexibility to be able to play a pick like this.
Yeah, I'd say Pagon was probably tired of getting bullied last game. You know, Uller, one of the characters that doesn't really want to run away, just wants to buckle down and fight, throw the axe, try to get as much poke off as possible. Very different play style from the Hebo we saw last game. So now Sanford Soccer's going to take it, and we'll see if Pagon's able to find these axes early game. Twig trying to step up these mid camps. Axe a little bit off the mark.
Yep, misses his stun. Means Twig will go right on through the wall. And now the play style for Sam, though Mike has to use the beat. Stun is in, and Netrioid has got the last bit of damage. And that is just a rare miss from Mike. Over in the duo lane, overextend. Genetic has Belch. Mike's beads are down. Netrioid is able to capitalize, and rough start to the Jade Dragons duo.
Yeah, I will say their duo lane really was not meant to get pressure here. As we mentioned, this Jingwei, sort of just safe. Wants to sit back, wants to farm effectively until you can get some crit online, that sort of thing. But Mike was just trying to save some gold. He was like, you know, there's a lot of minions going under this tower.
Yeah,
I would like to save some last hits if possible, and that's not going to be the case. But now we're seeing Genetics look at this purple buff, and there could be an invade.
Yeah, aggression from Genetics still on the left side. As Sanford Soccer will mirror over on the blue buff, helps Final K rather pick that one up. In behind, or they invade, excuse me. They walked at that thing so confidently, I thought it was their own blue buff. No, it was Variety's blue buff that just gets swiftly taken away by Final K and Sanford Soccer. And that may be no surprise there, right? I mean, with the way that this lane is constructed.
But now
It's gonna be hard for Variety to find pressure, but Sanford Soccer gets the knockup and the damage onto Captain Twig. And purple, or blue buff rather, gets dropped by the Jade Dragons, but now Sanford Soccer wants more. Sanford Soccer and Final K want to fight. Captain Twig knocked to the side. Can Final K chase down the jungler? It's a big silence out. And Final K with the Bluestone tick is able to get the last bit of damage, but now Variety, an opportunity to turn around a kill. One more auto will do it. Variety ends up falling as well. And so a 2-for-1 trade for the Jade Dragons. And they grab both blue buffs.
Oh, but Netroid goes to 5 here.
Oh, Centaurus couldn't do it as well. Yes, it will. And so the Camelot Kings, another kill on the left side of the map. This time, Pandacat goes down. We're going to get full value out of that Jingwei passive now. Need to get back to lane as quick as possible. And the Camelot Kings, they are rolling on one side of the map and maybe going even on the other.
Yeah, I mean, at least you're getting a kill onto the Hebo. Late game could not come sooner for the jungle of the Jade Dragons. But on the flip side, Netroid has just been going in consistently. Obviously, when you have Genetics that's constantly setting up, flopping in, everyone is under tower at the moment, but you have so much range on this Chiron. So Netroid pretty much chilling in this lane right now. 2-0.
Yeah.
Hasn't even back, so hasn't got a chance to buy that Transcendent Jet, I imagine. Pretty close to the gold amount for it because you've been farming pretty well over here. So Pandacat's not going to be able to play the game for quite some time in this duel.
Yeah, already level 6 to level 4 for Netrioid over Pandacat. Big man Tings has to dash away. Should be a kill here, and it sure is. Pagon able to jump in, but Captain Twig, he's got damage as well, and the last tick connects. Captain Twig, though, takes the crushing wave, dodges out the knockup. Can he turn it around? No, Sam reads the water hands. And the Habwa off to a great start here. 2-0-2 for Sanford Soccer. These two teams, they love a scrap. We have 8 kills in 5 minutes.
Oh yeah, they are swinging. That was just a brawl over some mid camps in the middle lane. And we're seeing lots of deaths at the moment. Already 8 kills have been gone, 4 for each side at the moment, but Camelot Kings getting a little bit better on that gold lead, but it's relatively even at the moment, as we said. Final K has a small lead in right, whereas Netroid has a small lead in left. So that's sort of the way of the map right now, as we see Genetics putting some stock into that obelisk once again, trying to steal some of those offerings away, but gonna have to back up here.
What a difference for Pagon and Sam for Soccer both. I mean, Sam had a great start to game 1 on that Mercury, slowed down a bit as the game went on, felt like he was just ulting in and immediately dying. Pagon had a forgettable game on the Habois basically all game long. Now Pagon's been effective in turning a couple of kills, and Sam for Soccer has been on time to all of the major engagements outside of Genetics and Netroid just winning duo lane up to this point. And so Habois has already seen more effectiveness in game 2 than it ever really saw in game number 1. And Sam for Soccer is making it look good. Gets the do more, be able to rotate around the map a little bit better off. Netroid goes back, finishes up the Transcendence. We're going to have a stacking battle over here in the duo lane. We're farming up anyway. But this is obnoxious. Panda Cat is going to have to wait a little bit longer for some of those stacks to roll through, because Genetics and Netroid have the zone.
Yeah, don't worry. Mike's on the way. Mike's saying, I'll help you out, man. I'll make sure that wave is eventually going to push up here. But I don't think that we're going to see this lane cleared too easily until maybe a gank happens or Sam for Soccer comes out to help out. But at least Panda Cat does have the Dev Gauntlets now, so he's going to continue stacking, as you mentioned. Netroid also going for Transcendence, so both just trying to clear the wave at the moment. Just Netroid doing a lot more damage. So can sort of stand there and say, hey, you can't post up or I'm going to hit you with this ult for pretty much, I'd say 60% of your HP right now. We hit every shot, so you got to watch out if you are Panda Cat. It looks like Genetics is looping around here.
Yes, Genetics going to find the initiation on the Panda Cat, who has Airstrike, who has beads. And so, you know, I think in reality, I mean, we laugh about it, but like, the Camelot Kings struck and killed Panda Cat. As Sam for Soccer, throw him beneath the tower, and the last tower shot gets it. Now Final K trying to run down the last bit of damage here, has ultimate, and will swipe down a kill onto Variety. So 1-for-1 trade over in solo. How about over here in mid, though? Pagon has already died. Polar Bear Mike gunned down by Captain Twig. And the Camelot Kings are insatiable. Variety turns a big, big gank from Sam for Soccer around for a kill over on right. And then it's a 2-for-none in mid for the Camelot Kings.
Yeah, you just know Sam for Soccer was mashing that 4 key, trying to get the ult off before he got picked up by the dishwasher. And then Variety just jumps over it. He knows it's coming and is able to juke it out, trading that kill. I'm sure Final K's happy with the kill, but probably didn't want to lose Sam in the process. And then Netroid just makes a huge rotation over to mid. They're able to find both. So Panda Cat's probably happy that the aggression ceased on him for a bit, but now he looks over. And not only is his jungle and mid dead, but also Mike finds another death as well. Only level 6 right now for the Umoja.
And we figured, and we were talking about prior to all the fights breaking out, was that, I mean, in reality, the Camelot Kings probably struck and killed Panda Cat, like, during the only window where you're going to have any sort of easy kills on this Jingwei, like with Airstrike and beads and how difficult it is to kill off a Jingwei at that point. So Panda Cat should, I say should heavily, be safe over here in this lane now. But, you know, anything can happen if you have the range and the initiation. Sam for Soccer continuing this emphasis on variety, which, you know, I guess keeping the Xing Chen behind is nice, but variety is just, he's turned around the kills in the last couple of initiations, so it hasn't been super successful for the Jade Dragons over on right. The gold lead isn't absurd, but 1,000 or so for the Camelot Kings feels just fine. I think variety being able to survive maybe I undercut it a little bit, 1.7K or so, missed about 8 or so hundred gold. Panda Cat will have to airstrike away. Variety just surviving this lane feels good, but now he's maybe got an opportunity for another kill. Final K has already used his ultimate, crushing away from Sam for Soccer is not the execute, but Final K has got the range. Variety has already used Whirlwind of Rage and Steel, and that's what the Dragons have been looking for. A clean gank, a clean kill, and get out.
Yeah, that is what they're looking for, but I gotta be honest, I don't think Twig has to be there right now. Variety able to trade last time the gank came through his Genetics. Just gonna get very aggressive here, trying to confirm this. Sam for Soccer did find the re-gank onto Variety, so I guess I'm gonna eat my words before I even say them. I was gonna say Variety's fine in this lane, and that Twig, the only reason that there was a kill there is because Twig showed up, this squishy target, this Kleena, tried to fight with them. But on the other side, sometimes, you know, he does a lot of damage. And it looks like Sam for Soccer was able to do the gank re-gank strat. And Variety's going to head back now, trying to get Final K ahead is the name of the game.
Genetics uses his second Intoxicate in a row on the red buff. This time, though, unable to secure it. Was successful last time. And there's chaos is happening all over the map. I mean, we got reganks happening on right at the same time that the Camelot Kings are invading the purple buff. It's a knockup from Sanford Soccer. If he had Crushing Wave, that's one dead Captain Twig. Still might be, as Twig has to go through the wall. Genetics now being whittled away. Sanford Soccer 3/4 of the way to his ultimate. Crushing Wave. He needed it. It was so close to a couple of kills here for the Jade Dragons. Now Variety walks into the Jade Dragons. Will have to double jump his way away, except the second one goes back in. Whirlwind of Rage and Steel burns the beads off Paycon. But now Variety in a bad spot. Paycon has got the damage, and Genetics stuck around. Panicat dashes through, and the Camelot Kings, one by one, lose their health bars.
This time, Netroid did not opt to make the rotation, but Panda Cat came over and said, I'm going to make the rotation this time. Netroid is going to get some free farm over here on the left side, but crazy that Panda Cat, given how far behind he was able to make that rotation and find a kill.
Oh, Variety now falls to 2 and 4, so the second death in the last couple of minutes. We can now look back at exactly what happened just a moment ago. I imagine the regank from Sanford Soccer a minute or two ago wasn't all that flashy of a moment, right? Where you were able just to rotate back in with your cooldowns, find the last bit of damage onto Variety, end up knocking down the Xing Chen one more time. And so, I guess it wasn't even all that, I thought he had wrapped all the way, okay, so maybe he still does. Oh, he just wraps around the tower. I thought Sanford Soccer ended up going around the blue buff. Actually very close from Variety, but another kill for Sanford Soccer, and that is how Variety got his third death of the game, fourth death of the game, coming just a moment ago. Camelot Kings, though, not dissuaded, still feeling pretty even in gold. So Gold Fury stands. And that massive XP swing, Trelly, is really where you're going to find the difference in this game.
Yeah, we're going to have to see if Genetics goes 3 for 3 on Intoxicates on buffs. I think once you see, no, he's still trying to go for this. I'm amazed. He's going to keep eating so much damage.
Yeah, you got to be careful.
Yeah, finally going to back off there. Let the red buff go the way of the Jade Dragons. The last one did as well, but still, the steal potential just not there. Looking at Pagon, opting to go for the Hydra's Lament this time around. Still going to have some nice ability damage with that stacked up Transcendence, but the extra auto attack after the fact is going to be some nice damage if, you know, Captain Twig, for example, is able to get to him. Right now, not too much tank damage. You do have 10% penetration since the Hydra's Lament buff, but really I think Pagon's going to want to go for those squishy targets right now.
Oh my goodness, I didn't realize the solo lane gap had grown to quite where it is, and that's where all of that XP differential that you just saw, it feels like it all is laying over in the solo lane. 2 levels for Final K, was 3 just a second ago. No surprise when Variety has been killed off a couple of times in the last couple of minutes. That's left Final K in range to simply just farm things up. And when Sanford Soccer's got a little flat pen online, we'll do more power there as well. And Sam has put a lot of emphasis on the right side of the map. No surprise that Final K has been able to pull a bit of a lead here. 3-1-2 for the King Arthur. And one of like 2 guys who's maybe playing this King Arthur right now is Final K. And showing that it still has its viability. Loves building sovereignty on this pick. Another instance of it here in this game. I'm excited come team fight time to see what Fino's able to do.
Yeah, I gotta say, I thought, as we see a Grasping Death come out, gonna be off the mark here.
Yeah, it'll be cleared. Captain Twig, though, sends some damage Mike's way. And Big Man Tings, I admire the thought. It comes up just short.
Yeah, I think just trying to defend the tower there was Tings. But, yeah, I think the Sov, I thought really was when you had a Fizz jungler and a Fizz opponent. It was a nice little ability. But I guess Final K just values that HP 5.
Right.
You know, there used to be a Stone of Gaia build that was very popular in King Arthur. Not really in the meta right now. Still wanting a little bit of regen. This time, though, the tower will go down. Big Man Tings does not have the ultimate for this one, but it looks like the Jade Dragons are grouping up around this Gold Fury here.
Look at this initial collapse all around the Gold Fury. Go the Jade Dragons. Captain Twig needs a whole mountain of damage. Lives, but the Centaurus from Netrioid is huge and up in the air. He's able to get the detonate damage as well. Genetics dodging out a whole lot as Netrioid will finally be taken down by Polar Bear Mike. Panda Cat's got another as well. Big Man Tings at full HP, but doesn't have his ultimate. Will have to backpedal. Ends up being a 2 versus 1. The Camelot Kings duo lane falls. But so does Sanford Soccer out of the jungle from Jade Dragons.
Yeah, Final K will TP back in here, so the Gold Fury certainly still on the cards, but it looks like not going to be the option. Even though you have the emoji heals, looks like the Jade Dragons recognize that there is still a lot of farm to be had on the map. Panda Cat's going to clear up a Laven left. Final K is going to try to find some mids wherever he can. Just try to deny as much farm as you can from the Camelot Kings. Because, of course, the Gold Fury is a nice neutral objective, but the invades are, I think, what's really going to start adding up here because the Camelot Kings, they try to farm as much as possible. So shutting that down early before you even go for the Gold Fury, probably a smart idea here.
It's the Jade Dragons that has been feared by teams in the league over the last few years, but has been hit or miss, has been hard to find consistency. The early game, maybe not what the Jade Dragons had dreamed of. They fought their way back in admirably, but obviously not far enough ahead to immediately pull out this Gold Fury. When you start getting to 16, 17, 18 minutes, when the shred is really online, there's chin size for both of these ADCs, there's penetration there for the necessary junglers and mid laners. The objective is going to go so quickly. You've got to, if you want to fight for it, you almost have to permanently have a small team of folks right on that side of the jungle to try to contest this. Pyromancer's going to respawn shortly. I wonder if that's when you see a big separator. Maybe one of the two teams says, well, we don't really feel like going for Gold Fury. Instead, we'll split over for Pyro. But I think both teams would like the big one over here on this side of the map, get the Gold Fury, and spike a nice gold lead.
Yeah, I'm honestly surprised that Netroid does have this kin size build because given how much his ult did to Sam for Soccer last fight, I really thought he was itemizing into like full ability damage. Crazy amounts of just penetration there, so just a lot. I mean, I'm really just surprised because, you know, Sam for Soccer is going into defense now. He's got Mantle of Discord, obviously, but no Aegis available, so you're going to be eating the full brunt of these Masterful shots and Centaur shots, so it's going to be a little bit annoying here. The Jade Dragons are able to pull this, though.
Yep, they will group up around the Gold Fury, and they will do it quickly. Watch out. Around behind is Captain Twig. Panda Cat being melted through, but Airstrike, defensive as always, will keep Panda Cat on the map. The Camelot Kings actually take the Gold Fury until the fight after the fact needs to be won by the Jade Dragons, but anything but is happening on the map. The Camelot Kings sneak that one away after the Jade Dragons had started it up. Pagon and Sam for Soccer down to half HP. The Jade Dragons, they start up the objective, but fall just short of the secure.
Yeah, given how much confirm the Jade Dragons had there, given the crushing wave, you had the Uller burst. There's a few different things you could have went for. Unfortunately, Captain Twig is able to steal that one away. But interesting to note, Genetics did go for that corrupted blink, so trying to go for some...
Aw, man.
Yeah, he's trying to go for some sort of attack speed slow. He doesn't really want the SpongeBob blink, as we mentioned a few times. He's going to just be really annoying, and he blinks into that Gold Fury, probably disoriented them a little bit. They weren't able to confirm that one.
Yeah, man, between Pagon and Panda Cat, that's just going to be so helpful in mitigating some of their pressure in the fight. At least the Camelot Kings do end up taking the Pyromancer as well. What exactly happens here? I mean, that's simple for Captain Twig. You drop a charge of your ultimate in that direction, and you coin flip it. But you know, Mifflin always calls it a weighted coin, and I think you pointed out there, Trelly. That should be a Gold Fury that, you know, if the crushing wave is timed effectively, should confirm the objective. But the Camelot Kings put their pressure out at the right moment. Things get a little chaotic. And so a small moment that could make a big difference for the Camelot Kings is some gold trickles back into their pockets. Contagion picked up for Genetics here as well. And so a strong item against some of what the Jade Dragons are going to be bringing to the table as far as healing goes. When there's a Yemoja, you know, there's always enough healing just through a Yemoja. You have to think a little bit about how you want to itemize anti-heal against it. Brawler's Beat Stick plus Contagion feels like a pretty good start.
Yeah, and especially because Genetics just has the Belch with the built-in anti-heal as is. So anytime Genetics is just blinking in and burping, it's pretty much full anti-heal. So Polar Bear Mike is going to have to play around that, just given the fact that there's not going to be too much healing whenever this Bacchus is around. As we mentioned, though, the gold is starting to trickle down. The Camelot Kings, we're seeing some leads here. Obviously, Big Man Ting's level 19 over Pagon right now. Trying to just farm up, get to that level 20 point. That's the next big power spike for these carries right now. They want to try to upgrade these starter items. The biggest disparity right now still in that solo lane, though. Variety just a little bit behind. Besides that, every one of the carries of the Camelot Kings are sitting just fine.
Yeah, look at what Big Man Tings has now in his build. He's doing all right. He's got Divine Ruin and Deso, and then Soul Reaver and Obshard for a little percent penetration there as well. And so the burst, you know, is talked about with Sam for Soccer out of the jungle, who's got Doom Orb, Divine Ruin, and Mantle of Discord. But you look at the burst potential of what Big Man Tings can do. You know, middle of the damage charts right now. And you know, you always dream of a 5-man grasp of death, things like that. But as these fights start to transition from the lanes into the jungles, you'd imagine that's when Big Man Tings, especially with the way that his build has gone, should be able to hit a spike of. Mifflin described the difference between effectiveness and efficacy to me the other day. When you're discussing the potential for something, I think it's efficacy. So there should be a spike of efficacy for Big Man Tings in this build once you're fighting in these jungles. The Grasp of Death maybe specifically able to get some value.
Yeah, it looks like, again, just prioritizing that anti-heal, making sure to get the Ankh online, trying to say this Yemoja
I don't see that all that
is
often.
doing a little bit too much here. But yeah, the
Heroic
shielded teleport. The heroic teleport is the real name for it. It's going to be interesting. Obviously, Variety is not going to be teleporting as much as Fine OK, but a little bit extra when he gets there. That is the idea behind that relic.
Yep. And Variety might need some help, right, with the way that his game has gone. He is at 2 and 4. Since dying those last couple of times, haven't seen much more out of the Xing Chen. Both teams make their way on over to the right side of the map. The Primal Fury will be back up in about 45 seconds or so. But neither team will want to give up the fire. You know, Pyromancer's one thing. You're not going to quietly give up the FG, though. So both teams are going to be fully stocked over here on the right side of the map. You got to watch out for those range stuns from Mike. The blink initiations from Variety could also be impactful. But 5 sets of beads. And how about this? All 5 members of the Jade Dragons rallied around as Variety has found the back line. But immediately the front line is melted, and from over the wall, Pagon knocks down one. Sanford Soccer wraps the corner and grabs the other. Polar Bear Mike separated out that fight so effectively with the River's Rebuke, and the initiation results in nothing. And the Jade Dragons likely grab themselves a fire.
Yeah, Genetics found a huge Blink Intoxicate, but it's just vastly ineffective when it's coming from a level 13 Bacchus. I mean, the CC is there, but you're not doing too much damage. And as you said, Mike was able to split up that fight super well, and Pagon gets the finish over the wall to make sure they clean up at least one of those kills. And then, of course, Twig's able to find just a little bit later. But the siege is still continuing here. They have the tier 2 tower. They recognize that it's going to be a 5v4 for a little bit longer, and they're going for Phoenix.
They are. Yeah, decent death timer on Captain Twig here. This is where you got to be careful. If you're the Camelot Kings, you can't suffer many deaths right now. The staggered deaths will kill you. But Genetics again into the backline, another massive Intoxicate. And then a big stun to follow as well. But the Jade Dragons will put down the Bacchus, the right side Phoenix. I think you just got to give this one up at this point if you're the Camelot Kings. And there were huge damage numbers from Netroid on the back end of that fight as well. And another initiation from Genetics looks good. But the Camelot Kings just didn't have the numbers, didn't have the damage to make the Jade Dragons think twice.
Yeah, Tings and Netroid did not have the ult available, and obviously Genetics has 2 items right now. He can't get effective when he doesn't live through these CC chains. Of course, he's getting these big ults in the backline, and it's working out quite well, but you're just not able to live through the fights
good, right
now. Yeah, it looks great, but you can't do everything yourself, of course, and if Netroid had ult there, or Big Man Tings had ult there, maybe there was some follow-up. Unfortunately, you only lose 1 Phoenix, so obviously you still have the chance to defend here. Looks like Twig might be looking for an invade. I was going to say, if Sanford Soccer spots this out, we could see a little brawl here, but it looks like it's just going to be some stealing away of camps.
Twig has Aegis, so maybe at this moment and in future moments, if there is a 1v1 between the junglers, it relies on Twig's reaction time with the Aegis and mitigating that crushing wave from Sanford Soccer, but haven't seen the 1v1s between those two just yet. Calamitous Rod of Tahuti now for Sanford Soccer, and so burst damage, yes please, but increase it a little bit with the meteor dropping down after a second or so for a little further burst damage. And so Sanford Soccer is in a strong spot here. And Pagon gets a big payday on the end of that fight as well, completes some important items for himself with the Heart Seeker down at the end of that build. And so really both mid laners, you know, Trilly, now at a point where I already harped on Big Man Tings and what the build looks like and how strong this Persephone is right now. Pagon as well. Can't ignore the damage that this Ullr is going to output.
Yeah, with the Bluestone Brooch as well. Any one of these Hail of Arrows could be pretty much half-healthing a carry. Good thing that one missed, Netroid.
That's a decent range.
A
My
skillful
goodness.
juke, yeah. It could have been pretty deadly there, but the mid-tier 2 still does stand tall. As Sanford Soccer, actually, he's backing here. No, he is going to cancel that back, trying to get that tower. You only have 1 Phoenix down in arguably the worst one to have. That right Phoenix is going to be pretty easy to defend if you are up by FG right now, so looks like they will just be going for that tier 2 tower, and then the call seems to be to back off here, just for a little bit longer.
Jade Dragons have a minute left on this FG buff. type of deal where you can give it one concerted push. As Mike sends some minions on back, trying to group them up. I think the way that the Jade Dragons are positioning, though, I was thinking they might be happy with just taking a breather. I don't know. I think you got to maximize your Fire Giant. I mean, if you got 45 seconds, you got a chance at it. Why not? See what you can get done. Knock up on a Genetics helps. Big Man Ting stunned. Goodbye. Killing spree for Pagon. And that is setup and knockdown brought to you by Polar Bear Mike and Pagon. Icing on the cake with all the damage that this Uller is going to output. Camelot Kings now without their mid laner for 45 seconds.
He had beads and Aegis. Only used the beads, but did not respect the Aegis. Twig is in the wall here, gonna have a lot of damage, but the siege begins.
Genetics is in the back. Stun onto the carries of the Jade Dragons. River's Rebuke is up. Genetics belly flops his way back, but it's only as far as the rest of the Jade Dragons. Captain Twig now buying time, maybe delaying out when Big Man Tings can respawn. Mid lane Phoenix is gone. The call is end. The Jade Dragons will prove me wrong.
They'll
and
hang
they will
up the
turn out.
phone.
They'll hang up the phone, and the Fire Giant will be calling in about 50 seconds.
Yeah, Twig just going to clear some of these waves as Fine OK continues the chase. I thought, rightfully so, the crushing wave could have been the option here. Twig is going to have to get some juke shoes out, but Variety's going to help.
Well, Variety was here. Variety doesn't do much damage. This is all on Captain Twig and juggling out those cooldowns. Uh-oh, Pagon! Yeah, we saw the writing on the wall there. Captain Twig deleted. This might just end the game as Variety, Whirlwinds of Rage and Steel, desperately trying to cling to life. Rampage now for Pagon. And suddenly there are 3 left alive for the Camelot Kings for 45 seconds. The Jade Dragons barreling down the left.
They didn't want to end now, but they are definitely ready for it here. And it looks like Genetics, Netroid, and BMT are going to have to host quite the defense to try to stop all 5 dragons.
Yeah, there's no beads for Big Man Tings. Netroid has both of his actives. A glimmer of hope, but that's about it for the Camelot Kings here. Game 3 looms large over the horizon. The Jade Dragons fight back in, and they do it effectively. Big Man Tings tosses his ult out, but all the damage from the Dragons is onto the Titan. We will go on to a Game 3 to end this week.
I really think that siege just started with Mike and Pagon able to blow up BMT with both relics available.
Yeah.
I mean, they had the lead and they had FG, but you might have thought there was a chance to defend there, but once you lose your Persephone, who was arguably doing the most damage on your squad, that siege just went down.
We talked about all of this potential for the Camelot Kings. Never quite reached it in the late game here. And on the flip side, the Jade Dragons, you look at Pagon out of the mid lane, the burst damage that he was outputting, the setup from Fine OK. I think Polar Bear Mike really turned this game around. Think about how the first few minutes went, Trelly.
Oh, yeah.
Where the dual lane is just being stepped on by the Camelot Kings, and this game flips around. What a way to end this week in the SPL. Game number 3 between the Jade Dragons and the Camelot Kings. Coming up next.
might be overrated. It's so typical, you wanna give it one more try. Even though if your mind is telling you it's all a lie. Oh, I gotta wake up. This might be a breakup. 'Cause I don't believe you when you say that you miss me. 'Cause where are your actions to prove me you're different? When I say I need you and you head the direction that's leading away from me, baby. I don't believe you, no. 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 I don't believe you, no, no. One thing I love about you is your dedication. It got me dreaming at the station. On my way home, oh, I gotta wake up. This might be a breakup. 'Cause I don't believe you when you say that you miss me. 'Cause where are your actions to prove me you're different? When I say I need you and you head the direction that's leading away from me, baby. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I don't believe you, no. 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 I don't believe you, no, no. Oh, I gotta wake up. This might be a breakup. 'Cause I don't believe you when you say that you miss me. 'Cause where are your actions to prove me you're different? When I say I need you and you head the direction that's leading away from me, baby. I don't believe you, no. I don't believe you, no, no.
Here in game two, it got off to a rip-roaring start over on the solo lane side of the map. A lot of action to be had and a bloodbath across the entirety of the map out here. The Camelot Kings were able to hold a lot of the farm game while the Jade Dragons were holding up the kills. At the end of the day, it's the Jade Dragons in these 5v5 team fights, especially these ones around the Fire Giant, that they were able to come up massive in Mifflin. I mean, we watched Genetics flop into 5 people, and the instant that he did, he just died.
The Camelot Kings struggled to find their footing in this one, J-Mac. It felt like the initiation was lacking a bit, the damage follow-up not quite there, and the Habois was a very good answer to the entirety of the Camelot Kings draft. The Jade Dragons, essentially after that 15, 16-minute mark, had complete control across the board. But I feel a little bit vindicated, because I think Variety ended, what was that, 2-6-0? Something along those lines?
So?
Yeah. So I knew going in. I'd played with Dwarfs enough. I've seen Jing Shen in the solo. I've been around this rodeo a couple times, and it did what I thought it would. Survived in the lane, but struggled come late game team fight phase. But you gotta give credit over to Sanford Soccer. Takes the Habois for himself. Teaches Pagon what it's supposed to look like, and it does a ton of damage. Final K has a phenomenal performance, creates a ton of space, makes one individually very awesome play, I thought, where the Jade Dragons were approaching the base of the Camelot Kings. He isolates Captain Twig, chases him all the way across the map, and then eventually wipes the entire team to end up with the Titan win. The Jade Dragons showing some of that mental fortitude and team growth I was talking about during the initial picks and bans, the initial death segment, where beforehand this was a team that felt very, very much so momentum-based. And they still are a momentum-based team. If they get rolling, they get rolling. But beforehand, had they lost a game one, had it been as convincing as what we just saw, they would have generally shut down. The Jade Dragons show me now that they're capable of lining up these reverse sweeps.
Yeah, they're able to make these big and flashy plays out here. And Sam on this Habois, and as you said, Pagon didn't have the best success with it in game number one. Pagon much more successful here on the Uller in game number two for himself. Sam putting out some crazy damage numbers with this Habois. It was actually only 2 and 5 out of Variety this time. Not the 2 and 6
Gotta
out
put
of
some
the
respect on
Xing
him. That's on me.
Yeah, 2 and 5, man. Can't be disrespecting the extra death out there. Variety will not stand for that one. But Final K 4-1 and 7 on the King Arthur, a pick that only Final K has been bringing out here in the Pro League so far. 100%
damage.
10K even. You know
that
what?
does not happen.
That's honestly probably one of the most impressive things is getting a dead even damage number there. But going back to Final K on this King Arthur, I mean, 100% win rate so far on this god whenever he has picked it out to play it. Done it 3 times so far in his matches. And he's the only one really playing it.
Yeah, the only one. Not even really. It's just him. Final K loves playing these lane bullies, loves being a trendsetter in the solo lane, and has found his home with King Arthur, which I would argue in a very good state right now for the current meta. Bluestone starts or going in towards that hammer tree really transitions very well. We've seen him stack up that defense very early on, a couple times sovereignty in that first slot, just to leverage some of the power, the inherent strengths of King Arthur having more abilities than just about everybody else, especially in that solo lane to make up that lacking damage in the build. Final K, a trendsetter.
We'll see if anything changes up for the Kings drafting here in game number 3. Picks and bans. First one going to be out, as usual, will be the Ardio. But you think that there's some merit here up against this Jade Dragons roster, Mifflin, to maybe just take the Hobble off the table in the top 3? I mean, wasn't the most successful in game number 1, but because of the amount of flex that it has and because we know how successful the Dragons can be on this pick, you think it warrants a ban here in the first phase?
It feels really bad to have to dedicate a ban towards Habois because Habois is so counterable on play on field. Generally, you just want to stack up wherever he is. It makes it a little bit more difficult to counter him out when he is in the jungle. You got to get a very good idea where Sanford Soccer is going to be rotating, where it is he's farming, how can you move over. Do you really want to go to his speed buff? Can you catch him at the back camps? Whereas in the laning phase, it's, all right, so Pagon's playing Habois. Maybe we just 3-stack in mid and make it work. The Kings, you called for it. They take the Habois away, not in a ban, but in a first pick selection. And I got to sing its praises again because it is picked. Has flex potential, can go mid, can go jungle.
But that does leave Kleena open as well as Yamoja, so Mike will go onto this Guardian one more time here in game number 3. The question now is, are the Jade Dragons going to pick up the Kleena? That's been working so well for the Kings in games 1 and 2, and the answer to that one is going to be yes. Kleena, Yamoja, first 2 pickups for the Dragons.
Very consistent lane bully in Yamoja, Kleena, some flex potential in a solo and jungle, great ability to either play that gank initiator role where you're just going in for that damage and then hiding inside a wall, or be that objective shred that your team needs with Pierce the Veil. So, loving what we see from the Jade Dragons so far. Neath lock in, though, for the Camelot Kings. Generally, when the Kings take Neath, it's for big man Tings in mid. So, curious to see if that is where they decide to toss that one. Showing their hand very early. Could be that the Kings give it to Netroid. There is that potential, but generally they have played it towards the center of the map. And if that is the case, I think you can very accurately say that Habois is likely going to the jungle for the Camelot Kings because Bologna, that's a variety pick.
100% here. And that was something I was going to bring up before the Bologna got locked in, but I didn't get the moment to do so, is that variety hasn't really gotten to play a more bully-style character like we're more accustomed to seeing. You know, he's used to playing these Ardios, these very aggressive warriors. When he's gotten this Bologna in the past, he's typically been controlling the lane. And so Variety's kind of been largely absent as far as the laning phase has been going. But now that he's got this Bologna up into the King Arthur, might finally see Variety be able to get a little bit more active as these early games through. Bans are already ripping through for both of these two teams. Fafnir and Olaron, the bans out of the Jade Dragons. Tiamat and Kabrakan will round out the Kings bans.
You know, and going off the point of Variety now playing a much more aggressive pick, King Arthur is generally a god that is going to play very far up in the lane, often on your tower line. Now that you've got a Neath matched up with this Bologna, there is deceptive kill pressure over in the solo lane. That what was it called? World Weaver? Or is it Spirit Arrow? Which one?
No, World Weaver. That's the ultimate. That's
World Weaver. That makes sense. It's the global. I should have known that. World Weaver, being that global and going for that Mannequin's Hidden Blade style of build, means that you're going to be removing large chunks of anybody's HP, percentage HP, so it's even effective against these tanks. Going to be a while till you get to that point. But still, a long-range global stun that deals burst damage, very applicable, especially with the chase down potential that Bologna has with the Eagle's Cry or Eagle's Rally. I'm lost, man. It's been a long day.
It's been a long week, my friend.
It is weird. What is today? Sunday?
Sunday. Yeah, it's
crazy.
Sunday at a little after 5 p.m.
Okay, well, it's not that late. No, we're not in real hires hours. I gotta tighten up.
I mean, we've been here for almost 7 hours now. We've been here for a good chunk of the day, rounding out our day here on a game 3 with the Dragons and the Kings. As those bans have come through, that Olaron ban, probably one that maybe sticks out a little bit more to me than some of the rest of them here. This has been a pick that Netroid has liked to fall back to over in that dual lane, especially when they are running something like these more traditional hunter mids, the on-hers, the Neaths, that sometimes pop their ways up here, even the Moos and Cobbs.
Yeah, so we'll find some value there. Sir Nunos locked in for the Jade Dragons. I am a massive CERN fan. I will not hide it. It's just a great pick. Having a cripple, having a root on a consistent cooldown with the ultimate change now dealing damage to the wave as well as gods, the polymorph acting as a disarm and a silence in one place, just makes him so versatile in these team fights. Anytime you can find a way to slot AoE consistent CC into a pick that isn't a frontliner, it just makes your team fight so much easier to execute on. And it's exactly what the Jade Dragons were needing with their draft, because who's burning beads consistently? King Arthur can do it single target with his empowered ultimate. Kleena, maybe with a silence, but how often are you really beadsing that? Yamoja can do it, but it's generally going to be preempt, and you're really already winning a team fight if Yamoja's burning beads. So CERN going to help out a little bit in some of that CC immunity removal for the Jade Dragons. But I need to see a little bit more. We not quite enough. You've got one large AoE beads burner, but I want to see one pick that can really make use of that burnt beads.
So when we're looking down the table here then for the Jade Dragons, with Kleena locked in here, most likely sliding itself over towards that jungle role since the King Arthur has already been put for the solo lane, the Cernos and the Emojins in a duo. That just leaves your mages out here. Mifflin, is there maybe a preference for the Jade Dragons mid to kind of get that AoE control that comes to your mind?
I was going to say ESET as one option, but
again.
locked in for the Camelot Kings, and I will think again. Persephone jumps out. Grasp of Death, just very good in some of those situations as well. As the Camelot Kings round out their draft with a pick that we have not seen a whole lot of. 0% pick rate, 3% ban rate, which is surprising for those of you who are just now tuning into Season 9 for the first time, considering at Season 8 finals, Izanami was just the cream of the crop. Has seen some nerfs since then, but still incredibly strong, still has auto attacks that pierce entire minion waves, still will be able to establish some of that pressure early on. So, fits the King's draft very well, and does confirm that this Neath will be going towards the center with Habois in the jungle, or ESET. You're not playing Habois in support, though, so I've talked myself out of it. ESET in support, Habois in the jungle, Bellona holding it down in the solo lane. Morrigan Hover for the Jade Dragons. Not exactly the most consistent CC. Will make use of those burnt beads, though. Has great 1v1 potential. Has the awesome ability of just being invisible and removing someone from the map. Has a great matchup into Habois. And some decent transformations already. Double Kleena means that you can shred objectives very quickly. If you need a very quick get out of jail free card, transform into a Bellona, all of a sudden you're incredibly tanky, have a bunch of block stacks, and a CC immune leap available to you. So, fits the draft, but slightly unorthodox mid laner, so could hurt you a bit in these base defense situations or even base siege situations.
All right, maybe the Dragons were on that same thought process as you, man. And ESET would be a great pickup here in mid for that one. And, well, they took ESET. Why don't we just get an ESET of our own by drafting a Morrigan here, though? With that ESET going over to support role, won't be nearly as high damage as maybe the Dragons hope if they decide to make a transformation there for Pagon in that mid lane. But rounding out these two compositions, I mean, the scaling when it comes down to these double hunters we talk about all the time. You get to late game, you have two hunters, you're going to kill objectives here. Do the Jade Dragons have a good answer to try and deal with that late game double hunter comp?
Well, they've got decent ability. I am concerned about the ability to lock down some of these backliners. Izanami and Neath both incredibly safe, so is it really up to King Arthur and Kleena on their own to finish off some of those kills? If that's the case, who's addressing the Habois, who is likely going to be a massive thorn in the side of the Jade Dragons going forward? Bellona kind of acting as the sole space creator for the Camelot Kings might make it a little bit easier for the Jade Dragons to close that gap. So, that said, Kleena's got a lot of damage output. King Arthur will have some decent lockdown. I think it's going to, if this game goes late to an even state, 30 or so minutes in, you're going to put a lot of the weight onto the Morrigan to find some solo kills. If you can remove any one individual piece of this King's backline, Habois, Neath, or Izanami, it makes the entirety of their draft much, much weaker.
Yeah, I mean, taking a look, kind of at some of the builds that we saw the last time through. I mean, Vinoke was able to get this teleport online fairly early for himself, max that one out. And then going along his build path, he went for a couple of less than conventional items that we've been seeing. The Spirit Robe has been popping up more and more as of recent. That's something that he slotted into at the very end. But he also went for this Oni Hunter's Garb. So Vinoke seems to be willing to build these very high damage reduction items to be able to dive in towards these backline fights.
He does, and that's solo lane, right? Like, you're doing that regardless.
Right.
Those guys are tanky regardless. But I did say that Final K is a trendsetter and will do so not only with his selections, but also his build. That said, man, it's just not the most consistent CC from the Jade Dragons. That is my only concern with this draft, is that their initiation is going to be very high execution from an even state. Any draft is going to be easy to execute on with a lead, and the Jade Dragons draft has the potential to establish that lead, but it ain't going to be easy.
The set is 1-1. The teams are 2-1, but only one can come out on top. Who's it going to be in Game 3?
What a way to end this weekend, huh? Camelot Kings and the Jade Dragons go all three. Standings implications already early on here in Phase 1 of Season 9 of the SPL. For the final time this week, Dulcin, Traley, and Rosie showing you everything that we've got going on between the Camelot Kings and the Jade Dragons, Traley, and how dynamic this game could be. I largely center that around Big Man Tings and this Neath. I mean, the game changes so heavily when you have the ability to kind of gank a lane with your ultimate for free every single time it's off cooldown.
Yeah, you definitely have that option, as well as the fact that anytime you think you're 1v1ing someone, you never know where that World Weaver could be at. But interestingly enough, Pagon could steal that for himself with his Morgan. He could say, hey, you're going to send a World Weaver there. I could also do that, turn to the Neath, do the same. But there's a lot of different avenues for some outplay here. Same for Soccer. Going to be on the cleanup. Hiding in the wall is always going to be something to worry about here, as the duo lane of the Jade Dragons is still level 1.
When you reach level 2, the Camelot Kings do first. Panda Cat and Polar Bear Mike will go ahead and take that pressure. We already saw Captain Twig and Variety invade Sanford Soccer at level 2 in game number 1 of this set. Sanford Soccer turns his eyes towards the Heartbeat Camp and realizes there's nothing to fight for over here. As Captain Twig will be on the Hobwa for the first time this set. We died for first blood, though. Final K sure would like to have an impact on that silence out from Sam, but no gap close, no lockdown this early on for these two picks. As Variety now wails away a bit of damage onto Final K, and really for the first time this set, big change for Variety, who's on this aggressive style pick. Can Sanford Soccer juggle the aggression in a back and forth first blood? It's going one way here in the solo lane, as Sanford Soccer will poke on out of the wall, but Captain Twig is now on this side of the map, and I'm wrong. No first blood, as both solo laners live.
There's a lot of damage being thrown out there and a lot of help from the jungle at this point, so neither one of these solo laners are going to find any deaths here, as Final K going to have to clear that wave up by himself. Opting to go for the teleport for both of them this time, so just a little bit of poke, not going to be the biggest deal. They'll be able to join that fight pretty quickly, but again, looking at this duo lane, Netrioid has so much clear on the Izanami. We haven't seen her too much since this rise of Medusa and things like that, the Cernos as well, but you're going to get clear for free. It's just very easy to establish lane pressure with the auto attacks from Izanami, so this purple buff invade could be getting looked at here.
Yeah, that's why I always pick Izanami in my games. If I'm ever playing Hunter, I do enjoy Iza because you just sit back, farm up the waves, you don't have to think too much about it. So I think a strong pick for Netrioid and Genetics, and not playing the Chiron, a big difference for Netrioid here in this set, because the Chiron had looked good, even in a Game 2 loss for Netrioid. And Genetics just continuing all series long to put pressure in on the red buff. This time, it'll drop down in favor of the Jade Dragons. Pagon will have to go back and pick that up at some point, but he's getting the golden experience. Strong in that regard. Big Man Tings, he's going to take over to level 5 here at any moment, and that's really, in my opinion, Trelly, when this game starts to heavily change. Captain Twig, Sanford Soccer, when they get their ults, of course, as well. But immediate map impact. If the Kings are communicating and Big Man Tings can send an ult wherever Captain Twig is ganking, and there's a crushing wave on the other end, have to imagine some securable kills are over the horizon.
Yeah, that's going to be a lot of damage that you have to watch out for if you are the Jade Dragons. Obviously, no form of Aegis on the map at the moment, and it looks like Big Man Tings is already charging that World Weaver. Really not looking for anyone just yet. Looking at the right side of the map, just in case a squishy target pokes their head out here. As Pagon takes over to level 5 as well and goes for that Doom Orb. Same with Soccer. Going to be out of there.
Yeah, the fright in that blink was palpable. Sanford Soccer sees Twig at level 5, round the quarter, and Sam immediately blinks out of there. Backs his way onto his own side of the jungle. So Captain Twig reaches level 5 first. We put pressure over here on the mid lane.
They know Sam has no beads.
Is in stealth. I know, I'm thinking Sam could be a good target, so is Pagon. There you go. 1-2 punch off of the body blocks from Sam, effective. And Captain Twig just a bit too far forward. 1-for-1 trade, but first blood to the Kings.
Yeah, no matter which target they went for there, they had the option to kill. Obviously, Sam, no beads. Pagon, no real way to juke after that stun. Even though the beads were available, weren't used. Pagon recognized that Crushing Wave probably going to kill me here, but at least we'll get the return kill. So we see a little 1-for-1 trade, but the gold lead is anything but even. The Camelot Kings have about 1,000 right now.
Yeah, they do. First blood plus a little extra farm has helped them in that department. And so Crushing Wave plus World Weaver on cooldown. That's where my mind goes here. How can the Jade Dragons then fight against that? Obviously, you need some ward coverage. You got to be playing safe at any given time, and knowing where Captain Twig is on the map will absolutely help you out. But that's just the first example of what I imagine will be repeated attempts here at Trillion. Already Pagon was the initially identified target. Any other good targets in your mind pop out? I mean, between Panda Cat and Final K, obviously Sanford Soccer without the beads. Or do you think this is a gank Pagon on cooldown type of game?
No, I definitely think because Final K not going for that beads and still has not fallen back yet. That's why we see Twig over here in the solo lane for a bit, seeing if there was a gank opportunity. But anytime you can stung out this King Arthur before like double defense is online, because you're either itemizing against physical defense or magical right now, and it's probably physical because you're against a Bologna. So that Crushing Wave is always going to be the option. Just the stun is all you'll really need here, as well as the fact that Variety's going to be. That's another body to help you CC. So I think solo lane's going to have to watch out as well. Probably just ward up in mid lane, and you can always know when that World Weaver is going to be charged up over here.
Absolutely. Big man Tings, no stranger to charging it up, seeing what types of targets are around, and going about his business. Final K will finally drop back to base. Variety's gone Berserker Shield first. No surprise. And so often how Bolognas like to prioritize their build. Frostbound Hammer might find its way into this build at some point. As a World Weaver onto Sanford Soccer is in, and you don't need your Habla when Variety is on this side of the map. World Weaver, and then a jump in the Camelot Kings. They are making incredible use of the potential that this mid lane pick brings.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we see Big Man Tings with like 10 assists by the end of this game. Just so many ults already fired off, only 2. But every single time it's off cooldown, you have to be worried, and it seems like right now Sanford Soccer, with no beads available, is going to have to ward up. Like I said, I mean, he's always going to be a target on those back camps on that right side of the map. Even if it's not Twig, Variety can still get there just as easy. Looking over here at the duo lane, though, still just going pretty even at the moment. You don't really want to fight into these Anami because she just clears so well. But if in the event that there is a brawl, they have a few different options there if they're trying to 1v1 here.
Yeah, Netrioid, Panda Cat, both have their ultimates ready. I did wonder, Variety has Mike behind him. Blue buff is up. Mike trying to read out the stun. Another World Weaver. This one's from Pagon, though. I'll connect onto Variety and do near no damage. It's a Variety just fine. The first Jade Dragons World Weaver of the game doesn't result in much. I admire the thought process, though, from Pagon. But now Polar Bear Mike, he is under attack. There is still a Crushing Wave from Captain Twig, should he choose to use it, and he will, but won't find any damage. Now Big Man Tings rotating over from mid lane, has damage, has root, has a kill on the Polar Bear Mike. BMT affecting all 3 of the kills for the Kings.
Yeah, you always have to be watching out. Even if it's not the World Reaver, Big Man Tings is going to show up in person to help us friend these kills. And Final K, here comes another one.
Oh my god, it's absurd. Final K will dash away with his ultimate. Keep himself CC immune. This time the World Weaver, a rare, unsuccessful one from Big Man Tings. We'll have to wait for that to come back off of cooldown. Another stun from Genetics, though. These two teams just will not let off the gas. Let one another get out of these fights cleanly. Captain Twig rotates over. That's big damage onto Pagon. Sanford Soccer lets out a scream. And the Camelot Kings mounting pressure on the right side of the map. I imagine both hunters, they get to lane, they're just jumping at one another, they're clearing the waves, they go clear the Harpy. I mean, well, all this is happening on the mid to right side of the map. Netrioid and Panda Cat are on vacation farming up their lane.
Yeah, I mean, you just don't have any ultimates right now, otherwise we would have seen even more fighting there. I think Captain Twig was trying to get as active as possible there. Even Pagon was finding a stun, but the ults are on just too much cooldown right now. Can't really get as aggressive as these teams want to. Even though the Jade Dragons are behind a fair bit, they're still not afraid to fight. I think the Morgan always going to have some avenues to get back into the fray, you know, send some World Weavers away as we saw. It really just depends on can you find someone out of position right now. And I don't think Big Man Tings is ever going to give that option. He's just been so safe.
Yeah, Big Man Tings is, we talked about it in game 1. I mean, he's just so effective as a mid laner. And obviously, communicating effectively with the rest of his team there in his player cam. Just an absolute treat to watch. Now he's got Jotun's Wrath. So I'm sending out World Weavers on cooldown. I was anyway. But why not now? I'm gonna be a little bit more effective with those ultimates. That's how Big Man Tings is thinking. And just wait until late game when Hidden Blade comes online. This is not even a Kings or a Big Man Tings thing. I just love how obnoxious this style of build can be. Where you have just immense burst damage later on in the game. It's on cooldown. I'm going to let it fly. I'm going to send it Fino K's way. Let's roll out the red carpet. Let's get a knock-up. Let's get a water hands, and I'll hold on to the crushing wave. Fino K, no chance. And the Camelot Kings add another. I don't know how you play around it, Trelly. I mean, if you have beads, great. If you have a CC Immune Ultimate, fantastic. We've already seen Fino K play around it in that regard. But if Twig is ganking a lane anyway, I don't know. I think Big Man Tings just has a kill button right now.
Yeah, it's very difficult to try and deal with this. Pagon going to take even more damage than he was trying to dish out here. I mean, whenever you see that all come out, you just got to say, hey, we got to fight elsewhere because there's at least 2 people here right now. And the tier 2 tower is taking damage right now in the solo lane. Fino K really cannot afford to push up that far, even though Big Man Tings is not there. Isn't he, though? He always has the vision, and he's able to just help out. We saw the Jade Dragons try to pull Gold Fear. They recognize, like, hey, there's 2 people on right now. Neath ult's down. But just the fear of Genetics with this Circle of Protection, you can't really pull the Gold Fury.
Yep. And I'm curious, after we see what happens with Genetics here, he'll take a couple stuns. Rosie, if you wouldn't mind, the cooldown on Big Man Tings' ultimate is what I'm curious about here. Because at fully stacked Transcendence, so 90 seconds anyway. And so that's not all that long, right? I mean, a minute and a half is not too bad. And then you've got Transcendence, and you've got Jotun's Wrath. So you can do this, as Panda Cat has to use beads and ultimate to dash out. So finding value on a continued basis is Big Man Tings. Now, admittedly, I'm unaware if the 90... Okay, so the 90-second CDR is at base, and then you get 30% CDR with stacked Transcendence and Jotun's. Why not? I got a minute effectively of cooldown to wait. I think Big Man Tings is playing this properly.
Yeah, especially if you're going to get a relic every time or a kill, which is really what we've been seeing. Obviously, Panda Cat did just have to use the beads to get out. Mike, Diz found a beautiful River's Rebuke.
And Big Man Tings has already used his mobility. You can punish the guy who's been making your life hell all game long, and they do. The Jade Dragons will knock down Big Man Tings. Variety now being chased as the Eagles rally away. And 1 kill over to the Jade Dragons. Camelot Kings grab the Pyromancer. And Big Man Tings unable to backflip over the wall. And that was going to be my next question. We have loved on Big Man Tings throughout the laning phase, how he set up for the rest of his team. How does this knee start to look, though, in team fights is the next big question, because it's great at setting up kills now. What does that look like later on in the game?
Yeah, I mean, it's really a pick-based pick, right? You want to try to get a kill before the fight starts with your ult, or at least assist, try to get a relic, something like that. But after you've done that, you're really not finding too much help until late game when you have this full red items build. I mean, right now, Big Man Tings is able to just chunk out Sam for Soccer, Pagon, or Panda Cat. Any one of them, if they step to him right now with this red item build, the Spirit Arrow is going to hurt. But late game, it's not going to be too bad as Pagon realizing that Captain Twig might be coming from behind here and looking for the gank. But yeah, I think Big Man Tings is going to find some success with that ult. But late game, I think the Morgan transformation is going to be vastly more effective.
Yeah,
but you just have to get to that point.
Yep, Pagon. Just a level behind now. I do wonder, Panda Cat, who is lacking beads at this point for the next minute or so, I do wonder if Big Man Tings consider sending an ultimate back over towards the dual lane and buying Netrioid some space at this point, because Variety has received a lot of help, 2 levels over Fino K, and mid lane has felt good for Big Man Tings himself because of the kills and the assists that have rolled through there, 2 levels rather, for Big Man Tings. With how long the dual lane is, might be difficult to kill off Panda Cat. And so Panda might be safe for the time being. First Gold Fury of the game still hasn't been taken, 13 minutes in. There's shred potential. When you got Big Man Tings and Netrioid on your left side of the map, you have Circle of Protection as well. You wouldn't be surprised, Trelly, as a World Weaver onto Pagon, half HP's the Morgan. Does that buy some space, though? You've effectively TKO'd Pagon. Do you immediately, though, now rotate to the Gold Fury?
Seems like that is the call here, at least going to show some face at it. They have the Circle of Protection, they have the Crushing Wave, and now they have Vision. But it looks like not ready to pull this objective just yet. I love how loud Neath charging the ult is for us, so we always know when Big Man Tings has a kill in the sights, or at the very least, a relic. Obviously, Pagon down beats.
Yep.
Aegis for 30, and here comes the gold.
And Big Man Tings will have his ultimate back in the next 30 or so seconds. Gold Fury up, Gold Fury down, and it's the Camelot Kings detonating that circle of protection. And they will grab it easily. And this is the scary Camelot Kings to play against. A team that is so map aware anyway, and now you've also given a team that loves to just play the map and build up their gold that way. You've now given the Kings a piece of utility to start doing this as Paycon evaporates. Double polymorph out from Panda Cat. Polar Bear Mike has already used his ultimate. Fine, okay. Over on the left side of the map as well. Big Man Tings has ult. He's also in the back line of this fight. Polar Bear Mike takes the ultimate. Variety goes up, down. So this is probably the least effective World Weaver we've seen this game, but the Camelot Kings still come out way ahead. They get Gold Fury. They might get a tier 1 tower and they get a kill. That's a massive silence across the Jade Dragons roster, and here comes the Netrioid. Variety is around the backside, and the Jade Dragons running for the hills as the Camelot Kings will continue their onslaught.
They can't even defend the tier 1 tower, especially not this tier 2 tower. They have the minions. That's a 15-minute tier 2 5-man siege because of Variety making that rotation over, and now we're seeing these charts. And it's not looking good. Right now, the Camelot Kings have 7,000 XP, close to 8, and 7,000 gold. Might get a few more towers in the mix. Why not? You have the lead. There's only 3 that are able to defend right now. Unfortunate for Pagon. Pretty much dies the second he transforms, tries to get into Variety to be a tanky target to survive that crushing wave, but you were still the Morgan when that wave came through.
I think that was the last opportunity for a little bit with those relics down to get a kill onto Panda Cat as well. That was well timed by the Camelot Kings to rush in and knock down Panda. Captain Twig, Habwa with Captain Twig is a storied pick as well. And I remember this guy playing this pick out of the mid lane at times. Now 3-1-3 in the jungle for Habwa. And how interesting a set this has been for that pick in general. We've seen it in jungle twice, one for both teams, and out of the mid lane to varying levels of success. And I think the way it's been paired with Big Man Tings' ultimate this game has just been a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah, I mean, you called it right at the beginning. Anytime you see World Weaver in a crushing wave early game, it's going to bring a lot of success, and we saw it time and time again where Big Man Tings just recognized, or maybe Captain Twig recognized it. Either one of them said, hey, let's see that ult, or I'm going to charge the ult. Whichever one came through, they at least knew their targets and they knew where to find some success as the Pyromancer is going to be pulled here by the Kings. Mike is in range, but not a great steal option.
And Netrioid is over here on the right side of the map, whereas Panda Cat is not. And so by saying that, I was wondering if there might be a quick snap decision to maybe go towards the Fire Giant. But Variety is going to try to mirror out Panda Cat here. Blink forward from Variety. Panda Cat. That's a whole heap of damage. Dash away from Panda. Eagles rally in. And Panda Cat will just delay things out a little bit here. Variety will end up on the killing spree. Add another assist to the the assist column rather for Big Man Tings. Variety gets another kill. And the Camelot Kings now with a 5 versus 4 advantage. Name win the ADC department. They're going to walk down this tier 2 tower in mid. Polar Bear Mike throws up the water walls. Big Man Tings again, though, tries to backflip out. Gets riptided back in, which would be great if there was any way to capitalize on that advantage. We San for Soccer will push back the impending onslaught. The Camelot Kings will have to think twice.
Yeah, a solid River's Rebuke, making sure that tier 2 tower stands tall here. As we look, Pagon did optimize into that Magi's Blessing, which is solid on the Morgan because you at least have a little bit of CC immunity, and then once it goes down, you can turn into someone else with CC immunity, but you are against Bologna, so Variety's going to be able to get that for free with the Scourge anytime he walks up, so Pagon's going to have to try to avoid the solo laner of the Camelot King as much as possible. With how active Variety's been, I think it's going to be a hard thing to do.
There will be Variety. And this is why, I mean, I don't know, pun intended, I suppose, but the variety of styles of play that Variety can throw over into the solo lane. I mean, think back to games 1 and 2. My man was relegated to Guardian solos. And I say relegated because it's not this in-your-face. I mean, it's purely like team play based solo lane play. Now you give him something aggressive, a little bit more fun probably for Variety in the Bologna pick. Berserker Shield, Frostbound, Shogun's Kusari. And Variety makes that look good as well. This Kings roster always, at least since the end of last year, has been regarded as what could and maybe should be one of the top few teams here in the league in Season 9. And a game like this, showing us why with the unique play styles they can have. Big Man Tings, if wasn't annoying enough already. Hits a pretty big power spike here. Titan's Bane completed for BMT. I imagine a Mannequin's Hidden Blade will be around the corner at level 20. But if nothing else, this Titan's Bane will further chunk down targets regardless of who it is.
Yeah, we got about 2 levels before we can really see how fun Big Man Ting's Neath build.
Fun is very perspective-based, I think, when talking about Neath this game, whether you're the Dragons or the Kings.
Well, right. We are just spectators. We're a third party who can just enjoy how much he's able to do with this World Weaver across the map. Hopefully a Heartseeker as well as that Hidden Blade, and then we'll just see massive amounts of damage if the game even does get to that point here. But Gold Fury goes down, and now the Kings are posturing over towards this Gold Fury here. They have circle protection. Variety's teleporting in. They are grouped up. I'm thinking the Fire Giant not far off.
Yeah, the writing might be on the wall here for the Camelot Kings, sending their way towards right. Sanford Soccer is over on left, dealing with the Oni Fury, or the Oni Wave, rather. I suppose the delayed Oni Fury, if you want to look at it that way. Fire Giant is low. Variety is strong. And so the Jade Dragons are going to be zoned off. And look at Big Man Tings, the way he's positioning. He needs to be on the FG, but he doesn't care. He is knocking down PBM's health bar while the rest of the Kings secure the Fire Giant for themselves. And the Camelot Kings continue their objective mindset. And I'm not sure there is much the Jade Dragons can do there. This team, so far behind at this point, they probably realize a Fire Giant fight goes worse for us than taking down some towers and trying to get some map state back in our favor.
Yeah, I will say props to the Dragons for having no one die there. Usually when you have someone face check Fire Giant like that when the rest of your team is split pushing, they almost always get caught out, but not going to be the plan here. Sam does get a tier 2 tower in left, and I believe Pagon was looking at the tier 2 tower in mid, but as the Morgan, not too much split push potential, that's a hard word to say, at the moment. So no Polynomicon online just yet. Had to get that Magi's early because recognizing how much CC this Camelot Kings roster has. Pagon, if he does get the Poly online, there is some chance for some one-shot potential here, but you still have to deal with this constant onslaught from Big Man Tiggs, who did tick over to 20. Hidden Blade is online now, Dave, so we're going to see it. We're going to see it.
Yeah, it's time. At 20% is the health damage that you're going to be taking on that item. I hope he doesn't keep us waiting long. Because, again, regardless of the Kings or Big Man Tings, I just think that is such a funny, at times, play style to watch because it's just so obnoxious for the opposing team, I imagine. I mean, Magai's Cloak picked up for Pagon. Purely to deal with World Weaver, you imagine. Sure, there's plenty of instances of CC on the Camelot Kings, but World Weaver into a Morrigan Dome has just resulted in kills a couple of times this game. So that's the sort of stuff you got to think about. It delays out the damage a little bit for Pagon down the stretch. The Fire Giant on all 5 members of the Kings for a couple of minutes. And the Jade Dragons will group themselves up around their Phoenixes in one last attempt. Yeah, that's a King Arthur, by the way. That's down to a 3rd HP as BMT lets his ultimate fly. Final K is going to be able to go back and sustain a small win for the Jade Dragons and keeping their solo laner on the map. The other solo laner is wreaking havoc on the backline as Variety goes up, down. Polar Bear Mike, though, somehow survives. Netrioid rooted in place. Panda Cat silenced down. The Jade Dragons stand strong for now.
This Phoenix is still pretty healthy here, but so are the Camelot Kings. Finally, they're putting some attention to it. Nick goes down.
Oh, man. Final K again gets melted through. And that shows you, obviously all of our emphasis has been on the World Weaver. Even when that's down, the abilities now for Big Man Tings just absolutely chunk. And Netrioid has done some pretty big damage this game as well. But Variety plus BMT have really been the massive 1-2 punch. And then Captain Twig just behind him on the damage charts. They're going to have World Weaver back up here shortly. Jade Dragons need to put up a stand somewhere. And taking all of this chunk damage isn't going to help them out in the long run.
Yeah, Sanford Soccer trying to wrap around here. Is going to be in the wall. Possibly looking for some poke, but not finding much.
Oh my goodness! That is a World Weaver that took away 66% of the HP bar from Panic Cat, who now has to go back to the fountain. Circular protection detonates, and that's big value as Final K is the one who goes down. Pagon melted through. The Camelot Kings have not looked back since the early game began. Sanford Soccer, he will fall as well. Into the Titan room go the Camelot Kings, and they will take this set 2-1.
Variety is being an absolute bully in that backline on this Bologna pick. 4-0, but just looked unkillable. Sure, was doing crazy amounts of damage. We saw him at the top of the damage charts, but the damage taken, the damage mitigated, so much as well.
This is a brutal set for my fantasy team. I have variety, of course, out of the solo lane, which is great. But he's beaten up on my jungler and Sam for Soccer and Polar Bear Mike. Who knows how to feel about this one? Kings fans are happy with the way that this set rounds out. Dragons fans, I imagine, truly confused because you get this insane performance from the Dragons against the Warriors. They look good in one of the games here in this set, but the Camelot Kings have come to play, and a unique and dynamic composition here in game number 3 wins them the game and wins them the set. That's all we've got for you here in this one, and this week we'll take a break, and the desk will take us home.
Your eyes tell me that you don't wanna leave just yet. No, my eyes agree. It's almost like when we first met. Oh, I don't care, it's getting too late. I want you and I can't wait. Don't wanna spend a minute without you. I know you feel the same. So come on, give me love. I'ma show you how to move with my body. Come hit me with your touch and make me wanna say, damn. And yeah, you know what's up. Ain't nothing I won't do for your body. So give me all you got right now. I know I'm yours, baby. So come give me love. You know you're mine, baby. So come give me love. I never felt nothing quite like this. I get a high every time we kiss. Can't get enough, baby. So come give me love. All of your love, I can't fake it. When I'm with you, my legs go weak. Hey, can you hear it? I think my heart just skipped a beat. Yeah. This feeling is getting so strong. Love me till the morning, love me all night long. There's something special about you. You're the one that I want. So come on, give me love. I'ma show you how to move with my body. Come hit me with your touch and make me wanna say, damn. And yeah, you know what's up. Ain't nothing I won't do for your body. So give me all you got right now. I know I'm yours, baby. So come give me love. You know you're mine, baby. So come give me love. I never felt nothing quite like this. I get a high every time we kiss. Can't get enough, baby. So come give me love. All of your love. Won't you love me till the morning? Love me in the evening. You know what I want. Won't you hold me like I'm yours? Show me that I'm yours. You know just what I want. Won't you love me like the last time? Like our time was right now. Show me what it's about. Love me till the morning. Love me in the evening. You know what I want. I know I'm yours, baby. So come give me love. You know you're mine, baby. So come give me love. I never felt nothing quite like this. I get a high every time we kiss. Can't get enough, babe. So come give me love. All of your love. Won't you love me till the morning? Love me in the evening. You know what I want. Won't you hold me like I'm yours? Show me that I'm yours. You know just what I want. Won't you love me like the last time? Like our time was right now. Show me what it's about. Love me till the morning. Love me in the evening. You know what I want. All of your love.
Games 1 and 2 of this set were fairly close bouts between these two teams, but Game 3 was anything but. The Camelot Kings are able to steamroll through the Jade Dragons here in our third game of the day. The Hobwa in the jungle out of Captain Twig look very strong. Variety getting to be the bully in the solo lane that we all know and love. And the Camelot Kings come up with a dub here in game number 3 to win this set out against the Jade Dragons and move themselves up into the standing. I was talking with Biggie, temporarily out into the lobby and said, man, it's so crazy. We're tied for like second, third seed, and a win in this game means that we're going to go up to first seed. A loss means we go down to sixth seed. Just a crazy amount of implication on that standings here. But the Camelot Kings are able to rally this one out in game 3.
And in convincing fashion at that, J-Mac. I mean, from like 9 minutes onward, I was almost certain. Well, I'll be honest. In P's and B's, I was almost certain that the Camelot Kings were going to win because I just had no clue how that Jade Dragons draft was going to operate. Just the initiation felt like it was a little bit lacking, and it seems to be one of the weaknesses of it. The Camelot Kings able to exploit that early and utilize that Neath ultimate to gank side lanes, which was, again, what we thought would happen. Captain Twig, though, makes his stamp known in this game with a 6 KD and a ton of damage to boot. I've never seen a Hebo get active quite that quickly.
No, I mean, Captain Twig was getting active like level 2. We had a 2v2 happening
That was
over
a
by
long
that
fight.
Fire Giant. And that one spanned from the top side, the Chaos side of the Fire Giant pit, went all the way down to like the Greater Scorpion, and went then all the way back to the blue buff on the Chaos side of the map. I mean, that one was all over the place between these teams. Inevitably, though, comes out at the end of the day, Camelot Kings up on top. We were talking about, coming into this game, how Variety's been playing not really these passive characters, but these gods in this lane where you don't really get to do anything. Sobek and Xingqian are not really known for winning the lane, being these ultimate bullies. Bologna, a completely different story and a completely different look out of Variety.
Yeah, Variety back at home as far as I'm concerned. And less Xingqians in the future, more Bolognas. I'm hoping for the Camelot Kings, and I'm sure their fans can echo that sentiment because Variety just looks like a different beast when he's allowed to be that threat in the backline, when he's allowed to just initiate these fights and stick in there and stay involved. I don't think of Variety as the, hey, I'm going to blink in, I'm going to find some CC and hope that my team follows up. Variety strikes me as the type of guy who wants to get in there, get his hands dirty, and do it himself. Bologna fits that style.
Yeah, instead of I'm going to jump in there CC and hope you guys do it, I'm going to jump in there CC them and kill them myself here. 4-0-5 on the Bologna in this last game for Variety. 3-1-6 for Captain Twig on the Captain Twig jungle, on the Hobwa jungle.
Might as well call it the Captain Twig. My man earned that right.
Got it here. 12,000 damage out of him. Big Man Tings, though, stealing the top damage, at least in this game. 17K on this one-tap neat style of build here. I mean, triple mace tree build alongside that Transcendence. Anybody gets hit by that, I mean, we saw what happened to Panda Cat's health bar at the end of the game.
Yeah, I don't know what the actual ranked streets are calling that build, but it is just gross what Mannequin's Hidden Blade is able to do with that Neath ultimate. It's just remove somebody from a team fight immediately. It's similar to what we saw when Rom was in the meta. Just go up into the air, start a fight by dropping someone to 80%, and all of a sudden it's a 5 versus 4. That's exactly how the Camelot Kings utilize their Neath.
A lot of setup around the map to help out the jungler here for the Camelot Kings. That's who we got standing by for our post-game interview, Captain Twig. Here, first off, congratulations on your win today up against the Jade Dragons. Now with a couple of wins this weekend on your belt, you guys move up in the standings, I believe, to that first seed spot. I mean, how does it feel? How are you feeling about the team right now?
It feels amazing. It's so confidence boosting to win like over and over best of 3 sets, to go to game 3 and maybe we lose one of the first 2 games and just kind of come back and make the right adjustments.
Yeah, I mean, and talking about best of 3s, I believe all of your sets so far have gone the full distance on that one. Do you guys find maybe more value in getting these 3-game sets versus kind of 2-0 blowouts? I mean, obviously you want to get nice and easy wins out there, but do you find a lot of value in these 3-game sets?
I mean, we probably learn the most from the 3-game sets, especially with the pick ban. Dragons may be the best pick banners in the league, in my opinion, and it's very hard to know what they're going to do. Like this set, flexing Hebo, we didn't really know like who was going where, and in those best of 3s, that's the best practice you can have for like adjusting mid set.
Yeah, I mean, that was something that we were kind of struggling on the desk. Game 1 and Game 2, we see these first few picks and go, man, even we don't know where these go, and I can only imagine what it's going like for you guys over into the booth. I mean, your next matchup's going to be against the Tartarus Titans. Do you have any expectations going towards that set?
I think much like the other sets, I think it might be go to the 3-game. It'll be probably pretty close. I think if we can make the right adjustments and play our game, they have no chance.
Well, there we go. Thank you so much, Twig, for standing by for the near game. Congratulations on your win. I'll get you back with the team.
Thank you.
It's always interesting to hear that perspective. A lot of teams, they want to get the 2-0, they want to get themselves out of there, but from what Captain Twig's saying, being able to learn through these 3-game sets, being able to get more value out of that, it's always a very important thing.
Well, do you know how long Captain Twig's been playing competitive Smite?
forever.
Do you know what phase we're in currently? Twig is using this all as time to improve the team. He is continually iterating and sharpening the blade that the Camelot Kings started on last year for one singular goal. Every single Smite Pro, everyone in the SPL aiming for one exact thing, and that's to put a ring on their fingers, man. And I'm not talking about marriage. I'm talking about the World Championship. He's doing it. He's practicing. He's getting ready. And that's exactly the right mentality to have as a competitor.
He's gotten so close so many times. Maybe this year can be the year for Captain Twig to finally put that ring on his finger. Let's take a look at the schedules to see what all at least happened today. We had the Bolts get a big 2-0 win over the Leviathans to start our day out. That was all the way back at 11 a.m., if you can even believe it has been that long here. Tartarus Titans also with a 2-0 win over the Valhalla Valkyries. Very close second game in that set there between that one. And then a 3-game barn burner here between the Jade Dragons and the Camelot Kings. That one brings the Kings up in a victory for themselves. And that's going to move themselves up in the standings as we take a look now holistically after 2 full weeks of play. Camelot Kings sit firmly at the top with a 3-1 record. Right behind them, though, is the Titans and the Bolts, tied for that second seed. And then down onto the lower end here, we have the Leviathans, surprisingly, at 6th seed. Not something we thought we would be saying here in week 2, Mifflin.
Yeah, but, like, it's tied, right? The only Warriors, of course, have the head-to-head, so we'll be slightly higher in the seeding. But 2-2 are where they both sit, as well as the Jade Dragon. So I would say 3-way stack up towards the middle of the pack, and then a little bit more separation with the Solar Scarabs and the Valhalla Valkyries.
Yeah, I mean, most of these teams still 3 to 4 more games or sets to play up against some of these teams. We'll take a look at a preview of next week's schedule. To start the week out on Friday is going to be the Valkyries versus the Bolts to kick things off, and then the Leviathans versus the Scarabs. And then over on Saturday, you're not going to want to miss this one. The Valkyries and the Dragons, the battle of the brothers in the mid lane there between Pagon and Benny Q. And then to round it out, the Tartarus Titans and the Camelot Kings. Sure to be an action-packed Saturday.
Yeah, I'm most excited for the Tartarus Titans up against the Camelot Kings. Just hearing how Twig is addressing that set, what his expectations are for it. Maybe just a little bit of showmanship, some I'm not going to call it false confidence because the Camelot Kings have certainly earned the level of confidence on display, but no chance. I'm not sure Twig thinks that either. But either way, I think it's going to be an explosive set, one that you must watch.
Yeah, and then obviously we'll still have more sets on Sunday. That's going to be kicking off at 11 a.m. on Sunday. But all the other ones will be 1 p.m. for the SPL. So we'll be back with the SPL over on Friday. We'll have SCC starting over on Thursday. If I'm not mistaken, well, let's have the Dragons in studio on Wednesday for some fun. So make sure that you're tuning in to the Smite Game channel on behalf of myself, Mifflin, all the casters, production, everyone behind the scenes. Thank you all for tuning in. We'll see you back with the SPL on Friday. Peach it.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Alienware Analyst Desk. Of course, it has been a fun time here at the Smite World Championships 2016. I'm Golden Boy, joined by Adonis, Incon, and fresh out of his graduation at Hogwarts, the one and only Ataraxia. How are you doing, my friend?
I'm doing pretty good, but I am very curious as to what people think about this. You know, is this working for Golden Boy? Can he do pretty good? But I am very curious as to what people think about this. You know, is this working for Golden Boy? Can he do better, guys? What do you think?
Listen here, I got booed yesterday. Okay.
Yeah, I guess.
And I found the guy who booed me.
Oh.
Okay. It was a warm embrace. All right. And it got really awkward really fast because it was like really just uncomfortable for both of us. But with that being said, enough about your failed adventure into the land of mystery and magic. Let's actually go right into the bracket and talk about what we have in store for today. We have Paradigm. There's going to be one more, by the way. You just never know when it's going to come. We have Paradigm versus Enemy today to kick things off. And then, of course, the last match of the day, the one that people, I mean, I've asked so many people in this building. I was walking around yesterday and I said, who do you think is going to win the Cloud9 Epsilon matchup? Got a lot of Cloud9s, but they said they wouldn't be surprised if Epsilon won. So it's going to be tough, Adonis.
I mean, these games are so competitive. This is probably the most competitive Smite tournament we've ever seen. I mean, it's so hard to call both these matches, and a lot of it's going to come down to who shows up today, right?
Yeah.
You know, Epsilon and Cloud9 are the teams that I'd say are very consistent all the time. They're always playing at the highest levels. Paradigm and Enemy both have shown that they can play at those levels, although it's not always there. Are they both going to show up today, and who's going to come out on top in picks and bans?
That's right. And, of course, folks, another thing to remember about will be the Xbox competition that will be taking place today. The boys in blue, Envy, are going to face off against Eager in what could surely be only called a slobber knocker of a matchup. That's going to be a good one. Incon, I know your boys are there, and I talked to Allied yesterday, my co-host from last year, and he's pretty excited, right?
The boys are feeling very confident. You know, they put in so much work to transfer from the PC to the Xbox. They had a very short amount of time to do so, and they have scrimmed Eager quite a bit prior to this tournament, and they are very ready and very sure that it's going to be a quick couple of games.
I mean, now they don't have Incon to, you know, hold them back anymore.
Ooh,
so
oh my
they're going to
God.
win, of course.
Whoa. Okay, you
They
need
have
to
this
relax.
nice Omega, Omega instead of
Incon,
Incon.
it's too early, okay? And Incon is a treasure, okay? He may
A national
have,
treasure?
He may not a global icon national treasure like myself, but he's a treasure. He's a treasure. I mean, listen, he may wear the same shirt 5 days in a row, but don't judge him.
It's not the same shirt.
He actually switched this time. Because I made fun of how much he smelled yesterday. So Envy overnighted him a new one. So
Yeah.
you know, 'cause
Leave it to
it was
Hastro to
getting
take
real
care of
bad.
his boys.
A third day in a row would have been rough.
Oh, man. Okay, so, guys, we have a great matchup lined up for the first game. Enemy versus Paradigm. It has been a story for Enemy. You know, the question that was asked was how many teams do Enemy need to beat before people take them seriously, before people respect them, but standing in their way, Paradigm. And these guys look fantastic. But let's actually talk about Enemy first and foremost here. And you know what? Let's actually introduce you guys to Enemy in case you haven't seen them yet or you're just joining us for the first time at the Smite World Championships. Here's Enemy.
Check out this Verbo.
Oh, man. Michael, they're your cousins.
Look at me. Here I am. Right where I belong. I see that face coming back to me like an old familiar song. What better place could anyone be? 'Cause you're here with me. It's all I've been looking for and so much more. And now I'm here, now you're here. Nothing can go wrong 'cause I am right where I belong. And now I'm here, now you're here. Nothing can go wrong 'cause I am right where I belong.
the boys donning red enemy. And actually, it's Vedium's birthday today. Everyone in the building sang Vedium happy birthday, which is pretty cool. Ataraxia, that was nice.
Yeah, I heard Paradigm, very EU welcoming and warming. They got him a birthday gift, and I hear it's going to be 3rd and 4th place finish at the SWC.
Ooh. Yo,
EU.
you have no chill. Like just zero chill.
To be fair, you started off with Harry Potter once again.
I did. I very much did so. Well, so I asked Scott Gandhi yesterday if I could actually do like a Doctor Who reference, and he said that no, because Ataraxia doesn't deserve a Doctor Who reference.
Wow.
So, that wasn't me, by the way. That was Gandhi.
Gandhi,
and
come on,
we
dude,
all
I
know
thought-
he's a horrible human being. So
Before I would have defended him, but now Gandhi, horrible human.
horrible man.
The
horrible
worst,
man.
just the worst.
See, I wanted to give you a Doctor Who reference. Okay, so let's talk about this squad. Obviously, super talented and comes with a great story for this event. Incon, we'll start over with you. You have a lot of familiarity competing against this team. This matchup's not going to be easy for them by any means.
No, this matchup's not going to be easy for either team. For Enemy, though, it's really going to come down to picks and bans. That's been their strongest point coming through, starting at Super Regionals all the way through Hero Worlds. Their picks and bans are incredibly strong, and they need to continue through with that. But it's going to be hard against Paradigm, who plays such strange characters like warrior supports.
And, it's not even just their picks and bans, it's how well they execute their compositions. Because not only do they draft phenomenally, but they also play to the strengths. A lot of teams, they'll draft an early game composition and kind of just sit there and not really take advantage of it. Enemy, they know when they're running late game, and they'll just play super passively, allow other teams to make mistakes, and fight into them. And that's what we see from them typically is a lot of mid and late game designed compositions.
Now, what I want to know is the Enemy, they play these strong meta comps, and, I think drafting is by far being their strongest point, and, as you said, playing the draft perfectly. But Paradigm, if any team in the top 4 is going to play unconventional stuff, it's going to be Paradigm. So how much do Paradigm actually care about these meta drafts, and can Enemy, with the regular picks, can they actually deal with what Paradigm are going to throw at them?
I think those first couple of games will really be detrimental to seeing how this is going down. It's going to be if Enemy's picks come on base and they're like, wow, we couldn't deal with their picking ban phase, then I think we might see more conventional picks coming out of Paradigm. But on the flip side, if Paradigm's crazy picks work, we might see a lot of target bans coming out of Enemy in order to deal with it.
And what I think this is going to be most highlighted probably in the Soul Lane, Salt Machine versus Zalia. And so far this tournament, we've seen a lot of Jingten versus Bologna. That's the name of the game. But, both of these teams have been very willing to ban away Jingten, and I also think we could see some Bologna bans as well, and maybe some switch-ups. And we know Salt Machine is fantastic on those two gods. However, how deep can his god pool go? We've seen him play the Guan against the Hades and actually win the matchup, but Zalia isn't someone who's going to lose these matchups that he shouldn't, and Zalia is the one willing to play the Isis, the Chuck, something off-kilter. So I think maybe Paradigm making Salt Machine uncomfortable could be a pretty good look for them.
And this is Zalia's playstyle, He is the one who goes for the counter matchups. He will bring out the crazy stuff just to win lane, like Power Pot Isis and all this other janky stuff. Power Pot Shark was a pick he used to like to do against Bologna specifically. Whether he still does, I don't know. But if someone is going to come out of it all the way to throw someone off the game, I absolutely think it's going to be Zalia.
Something to bring up here is that yesterday versus Pain, Enemy banned out Jingten both times, first ban, right? So that is going to come immediately. But in their matchup against Fnatic, as a matter of fact, they opted not to ban out Jingten. Instead, they picked them up, which is crazy because it was their 3rd pick. I do not see Jingten making it that far into the draft. It's definitely either first ban or potentially even a first pick, the way we saw Bologna go pretty much every round yesterday.
Based on how successful he's been, especially in the later half when we've seen the more competitive matches, early in the tournament it seemed to be, ban away the Jingten, or even if they're both open, get the Bologna, because a lot of teams wanted to run those aggro-style compositions. But now, heading into this tournament, into the more competitive matches where games are going later, and, the Jingten is doing so much more work than the Bologna against the opponent's backlines, I think, Jingten, if he makes it past a first pick and he's open, I will be so surprised.
Yeah, honestly, for me, even more so than the particular picks for Solo Lane is what Salt Machine shows up today.
Yes.
Because we have seen the Salt Machine that doesn't rotate, and we've seen the one that does rotate. And that is the difference between winning and losing games for Enemy Esports right now, is he needs to get over into these fights. When he does, he makes a huge difference because he's so mechanically gifted as a player. But if he's not there, he can't hit his abilities.
Even against Pain, I took note of it, right? Stalker was actually out-rotating him and picking up some kills, and obviously Enemy was just better than Pain gaming overall, so they're able to overcompensate, but Stalker could have turned those fights So, Salt Machine, who's showing up, and, both these teams have been inconsistent in the past. Enemy, though, at LAN has been phenomenal.
And Stalker was winning those lanes as well. No, sorry, Slot Machine was winning those
Yeah,
lanes, and
he was
Stalker
winning
was
the lane.
still out-rotating him, which is, that shouldn't happen.
One thing I want to talk about is, kind of this villain role that Payne Deviani has been owning as of late, kind of enjoying it. Do you think that, you guys are going to like this one, do you think that maybe he needs an attitude adjustment? Shout out to Sozo for that one.
Oh, look at him. He's loving it. I mean, honestly, you take a look and, he was kind of vilified by the community. Heading from the summer to the fall split, he kicked his entire team. Everyone was gone, and he brought on 4 players, 3 rookies, 1 person who had played a single split in the summer, and that was, one of the star players now in Vedium. But, he said, this is the roster that I think I have the best chance with, and he's proven it, right? So he got vilified, but, obviously he's made the right decision. He's at Worlds. He's at the semifinals against Paradigm right now.
Yeah, and on top of that, that fantastic matchup against Fnatic, which we saw in that best of one.
This play, too.
Yeah, Kepri actually was mentioned, as a matter of fact, that Kepri didn't have 100% participation in picks and bans yesterday, right? So, I'm interested to see how Kepri influences the battle as well.
And Payne Beyond, we've taken note that Kepri and Athena seem to be his primary 2 gods, probably his best 2. However, there was questions on how deep his god pool, though, although we had a pretty solid Bacchus the other day, too.
Yeah, I mean, he's played actually quite a few gods this tournament, so it'll be quite interesting to see what he pulls out of this tournament. I wouldn't be surprised, though, to see him go back to that Athena Kepri, at least at the start here of the tournament, for these first couple of games, those comfort picks that he really likes to be aggressive with, and then progressively get into more of the defensive gods like Geb.
All right, folks. So with that being said, we have, of course, to talk about the other team, the guys on the other side of the stage that are waiting to battle it out with Enemy, and it's none other than Europe's Paradigm. Hey, I got you on that one. Okay.
Like what you see? Tap that app.
There you have it. There you see the boys donning black and yellow, the one and only Paradigm, and this squad, talked to Zimstar yesterday at the, juice gathering that Dan Brandon put together, and he is feeling very confident in the team, as he should, because they are the #1 seeded team coming out of Europe, but also just because of their talent. Very, very talented team. And the first player I want to talk about, actually, is Trix Tank, because this guy, star player for this squad, great support player as well. What does he bring to the table that could give them the edge in this battle against Enemy?
It's his incredibly deep god pool and honestly willingness to break the meta. We saw at Super Regionals against Epsilon, he pulled out Hog, which was thought to be dead by every single player in the Smite scene. And then he, blinks over the wall, or blinks over the wall, steals a red buff, flies out, and, they're able to snowball off there and allow their hell to get to late game. And Trix Tank, that's his style, is be very aggressive and play these warriors that people aren't used to playing against.
For me, though, it can be his biggest strength. This is god pool and these warriors. It can also be his biggest weakness. When he does these crazy strategies like blinking over the wall and hogging, if that doesn't pan out at the start of the game, he could put himself and his team so far behind already. And so it really comes down to that perfect execution that he's been known for.
And what about for you, Atarax here? What do you think about Trix Tank's presence as support and the diversity that he brings to this team?
I've had the opportunity to play a lot against Trix Tank. Coming up to Super Regionals, we were scrim partners, so we got to see the blink hog over the wall. It honestly didn't actually work all that often, really. So I was, when he did it against Epsilon, I was like, oh, is he gonna, how is that gonna go? And he did it against QG, a different version. He went to the purple buff as Guan Yu and then dashed out. So for Enemy, when you look at Trickstank, you can ban out gods and stuff, but can you ban out Hog? Because he is the only player right now who's actually running Hog, and you have to be, you have to respect that, because Hog is an active which can secure everything. Obviously, that's what it's for. But no one practices against him always. It's like the Mercury type ganks, where if you don't practice against it, you're going to fall for it. And it's the same thing with Hog. If he comes to invade and he's like, oh, we forgot he's got Hog. Obviously, they won't, because Trickstank has done it, so they're going to prepare for it. But it's all those, like goal-free contestant stuff. You always have to remember that he has Hog, and that is a difficult thing to do when no one runs it.
That's true. You have to be so ready for that Gold Fury. We saw a couple of times where we thought the enemy might get the Gold Fury, and Trickstank actually got it with the Hog. I think that was particularly with an Ice Assault, where we were guaranteed, like, oh, the Ice is going to secure that Gold Fury, and then he didn't, because he came in with the Hog. Stuff like that is incredibly hard to deal with when nobody gets Hog. Who gets Hog right now? It's not even good. But all of a sudden, Trickstank's like, no, Hog is the best right now, and if you get the Gold Fury, it's worth.
Interesting stuff. Now, of course, we'll see how that pans out for Trickstank, but then another player to talk about, and again, another star player for this team, another super talented, the ever so versatile Azalea. This guy is just so good, can run a variety of gods in his lane. Adonis, we'll kick it off to you. What do you think about what Azalea brings to the table here?
I mean, Azalea just brings such a dominant lane presence and phenomenal team fighting ability, and I think this is, if there's going to be fireworks in a lane, it's going to be in the solo. Salt Machine versus Azalea. Both these players incredibly confident in themselves, borderline cocky, but they deserve it. They always win their lane almost every single time. They play matchups phenomenally. And, this direct matchup, who gets Bologna, who gets Jing, or are they both going to be banned out? This could be a dynamic, if one can get ahead of the other, could just be the important 5v4 team fight, because the other solo laners are so far behind.
As I said before, Azalea is the guy who is, he's going to find a way to break meta picks, and Salt Machine, all we see is meta picks. So, the Paradigm, I feel, have the advantage in this matchup in particular, because they have so many ways they can play this. They can ban out the Xingqian and the Bologna, and then see what Salt Machine has to run with, whatever he's left. Has he got some backup that he's going to be comfortable with outside of those two? On the other hand, they can also just leave them open, and then Azalea can bring out a counter, which he has been known to do very well. So how is Salt Machine nervous about this matchup? Is this something that he can deal with, some off-key picks that Azalea could bring out?
Honestly, if I'm Salt Machine right now, I am looking at Azalea, I'm like, pull out your chalk. Just do it. Go for you can have it. I'll give it to you. No problems. Give me Bologna. Give me the Xingqian, because North America loves their meta picks, and we love it because it works.
Yeah, well, it makes sense, but, I mean, let's be honest here, right? At this level of the competition, either both of them make it through or neither of them make it through, right? It just depends. You could potentially see, like, as we saw throughout the day, Xingqian getting banned out, and then, first pick goes Bologna, which has happened quite a bit, and you saw the impact that had in solo lane, right? Like, Bologna was just, it's so dominant there, and anyone who tried to get, like, I would say, unique god pick to try and, like, counter that, oftentimes has failed. So, if Chalk does come up, I mean, I don't think that will win out against the Bologna. What do you think, Adonis?
In the direct matchup, probably not. I mean, Chalk is a safe laner, but Bologna just does so much more in team fights right now. Although you can, that's the thing too, right? If you take a look and think about Hog specifically, and if Paradigm are going to try and run, a very objective style team composition, Chalk that massive silence on his ultimate, which, people don't really factor in all the time, it's going to make it much harder to contest them. So, I mean, that's a team composition, a strategy we haven't really seen any team run, but it's always been there, right? Use the Chalk, silence people out, allow Trickstank to secure the objectives with Hog, and just get so far ahead and snowball off objectives. That could be something that enemy has to watch out for.
And then, of course, the last player that we're going to talk about here is Cuvo, the jungler for this squad. Again, you keep saying the word talented because they're here. They're at the Smite World Championships in the top 4, and they certainly do deserve this. We'll go over to you, Atarax. Your thoughts on Cuvo and what he's going to bring to this team, and does he go for the Assassins?
I absolutely love Cuvo. He is an amazingly talented player, and on LAN, I cannot remember the last time I saw him have a bad game. I think that he is in the unfortunate position that he is overshadowed by adapting, because everyone loves to sing praises to adapting, and rightly so, he's very good. But I think as far as the rock on Paradigm goes, the one he plays the consistent meta picks. He is the stable one on the team who always does well. And for me, at the SWC and Super Regionals, Cuvo has been on fire. And he is, in my opinion, he is the danger man for the set. If someone is going to get Paradigm ahead and steamroll these games, it will be Cuvo on his signature floor.
I agree. Cubo is one of the strongest players in the world. That's why he's here. And like you said, he often gets overshadowed in Europe by adapting, but he's mechanically so great. He does not make mistakes. I can't recall the last time I saw him even miss a double tap on Thor. These kind of things coming out for him, just so incredibly gifted, and I'm really looking towards him to carry.
Do you think that they focus on Cubo potentially ban out Thor? You know, there are other things to ban out, but like you had said before, right? This guy never has a bad game, so maybe taking him off of his comfort pick and putting him onto something where he has to adapt could be the case. I don't know, Adonis, what do you think?
I think Cubo's God pull is pretty deep, and I'm assuming he's been practicing some other picks that, we haven't really seen. We've been talking about the Mercury here. We haven't seen it too much, but I think in these 2 best-of-5s today, we're going to be seeing a lot of Mercury, as well as, maybe some even spicier picks. I heard some Ao Kwong in scrims. I mean, it might have just been experimentation, but hey, you never know.
In ranked, QVO has been known to play a couple of spicy picks. Mercury, Ao Kwong, he did love that for a time. Hopefully that's translated to scrims and it's done well, because I would love to see an Ao Kwong again. And then Bastet as well. QVO is one of the few people in EU, and he does incredibly well with Bastet. It's crazy.
That's something we completely forgot to talk about. Adjust and Cubo both love Bastet. That could be something we could see in this matchup as well.
Well, it's going to be exciting without a doubt, people. Are you all in the building ready for this match? Because it's going to be a good one. Enemy versus Paradigm. We'll be back here at the Alienware Analyst Desk for picks and bans. But for now, we toss it over to Sean at the stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the Smite World Championship, Day 3. It's semifinals day. Are you guys ready? Two men who I know are utterly ready, the men standing by either side of me. Payne Diviande, how are you doing today, sir? Are you feeling hype?
I'm about to make $50,000 minimum. Of course I'm hype.
Trix, what do you have to say to that statement?
I mean, I'm excited to play them, and it's going to be some exciting matches. We've been scrimming a lot, so it's definitely going to be some good scrims. But as a wise man once said, let the best EU team win.
Now, Payne, you've been vocal, outspoken, and done an amazing job so far. What's been your secret?
I don't know. I guess when you don't have the Baba Yeti with you, you just win, right? So, I mean, incoming next match, Strix.
Trix, it's only fair that I let you retort.
I mean, as Real said, let the game play and do the talk after.
It's all about gameplay. Now, ladies and gentlemen, while it is important that all of this is on the line, there is somebody who has a special day in your team today, Payne Diviande. Who is that?
Oh, that's right. That's Sweaty.
Sweaty, do you think if we ask, Sweaty will come out? Sweaty, come on out. Come on, Sweaty. Come on, Sweaty. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this isn't part of the regular programming. They're going to shout in my ear, but let's do it anyway. Sweaty, stand here and let these wonderful fans stand here and sing you a happy birthday. I will set the tone, and we'll all do it together. On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Sweaty. Happy birthday to you.
Guys, that's what it's all about. It's love, but now it's game time. Shake hands, boys. Let's get this underway. Hug it out. Guys, it is your first semi-final. Make some noise for, of course, Paradigm and Enemy. Let's go!
Check out this Verbo.
Oh, man. Michael, they're your cousins.
Look at me. Come on. Here I am. Right where I belong. I see that face coming back to me like an old familiar song. What better place could anyone be? 'Cause you're here with me. It's all I've been looking for and so much more. And now I'm here, now you're here. Nothing can go wrong 'cause I am right where I belong. And now I'm here, now you're here. Nothing can go wrong 'cause I am right where I belong.
All right, back here at the Alienware Analyst Desk, it is time for the picks and bans. Paradigm, Enemy, about to go down for the first semi-final matchup of the day. Here we go, folks. It's go time. This is a pressure situation here. Of course, it's all fun and games down at the stage there. But right now, it's business, and Athena is going to be the first one to go into ban.
Full on target. Take it away from Pain Deviant, his most comfortable god. Forces him into basically Khepri as a second option. An enemy, they already know. Jingtian right now, can't let him through for first pick.
Look at that win rate in Xingqian, 78%, and I believe these stats go back to super regionals. Is that right? I mean, that's absolutely absurd. You can't let him through anymore. It's done. Jingqian is too good.
Okay.
Oh, is
so
that just
we
world
got
stats?
word that
Okay,
they're
so
all
80%.
world stats, so that's still pretty impressive.
Yes.
Regardless.
It's even more impressive.
Yeah, more, I'd say, because he's had his
At
nerfs
Worlds,
now. At
80%.
super regionals, he wasn't nerfed. Here, he's been nerfed, and he's still 80%.
And that is going to do Bologna will not be there.
Here we
So two solo lane bans there for Enemy, and the crowd goes wild.
This is interesting because we had talked earlier about we thought Paradigm might ban out the Xingtian Bologna to see how deep Salt Machine's God Pool would go. But they're banning him out as saying, you know what, his God Pool does go deep and he's going to pull it out right now.
Zeus going to be highlighted. We actually haven't seen too much play from Zeus this tournament. He's been available a lot, banned a couple times, but not a lot of teams have been picking him. I like this Zeus, especially taking it away from Paradigm, because Lobster very proficient on that god.
Honestly, though, I'm not sure if I like them not giving Agni the Chaos. Agni's such a strong god for him. He plays it so well, and he's so comfortable with it. And we're going to see it switched over here, looking like a Khepri, which, of course, is Pain Deviante's other major god with Athena.
Agni also very good against Zeus because you have the long range, so, you know, maybe they're looking to bait Paradigm into that.
Okay, I do not like the Osiris pick here. I have an opinion about Osiris. He is the novice solo laner god in that he doesn't lose any lanes, he just beats everybody, but when he transitions to team fights he has a very rough time, and that is when you will see the difference between a top tier solo laner and a beginner. You know, anyone can win lane with Osiris, but can you do well in the team fights? So hopefully, you know, Salt Machine shows what you got.
That's going to be Salt Machine's job there, and Giannis will be locked down as well. We saw how effective Giannis has been also for a lot of these teams in this tournament, Adonis.
Trixtank looking for his signature Bacchus right here. That is super aggressive support, and it's getting locked in. Also, Paradigm has a lot of global presence right now, so enemies going to have to be careful this game. They always have the World Weaver plus the Janus ult to get the rest of the team there.
A lot of mobility and burst. There's a lot of pick potential on Paradigm right now, and that's what I think they're going to be looking for is like this pick style comp. Jean Kui going to Chaos, and, you know, Chaos has had a phenomenal game actually against Fnatic with the teleport in, actually held that second active for so long. Very strong here.
I think the Zhonghui pick is going to be interesting because we've seen two entirely different sets with the Zhonghui. We first saw Enemy vs Fnatic where Zhonghui was incredibly effective, and then we saw Fnatic versus Epsilon where it was almost useless.
Two jungle bans.
You know, how does Paradigm deal with that?
Here's something too with the Zhong Kui though, is we talked about earlier, right? Giannis and Bacchus are actually very good against Zhong Kui, and they can both escape outside of that massive AoE damage.
I do love this enemy lineup, though. Such a tanky composition. And then, of course, throwing in the Surge Cat to get in a ton of damage. Also one of Adjust's most comfortable gods. And you never have to be worried on the Saket right now because even if you use all of your abilities, you have the Khepri to ult you and get you back out safely. So there's no risk right now for the Saket pick.
This is the perfect draft for a Saket. I agree. 3 frontliners and a Cabrakan locked in there. That is, without a doubt, Qvio. Qvio is one of the few people who is stuck by the Cabrakan jungle.
Oh, maybe not.
Or maybe not.
What if it's Bacchus solo Cabrakan support?
Oh,
we've seen Xaylia
we
play
have.
the Bacchus solo before, so this could very well be the Bacchus solo Cabrakan support Thanatos jungle. I just said that all in one sentence. What am I doing here?
This is why I love Paradigm. They're not going to do a Muzen. They won't.
No. Not against the Thanatos. Okay.
He's just having fun on his birthday. Just having fun on his birthday.
Let's see. Who does he go
Bakasura.
Nah.
on the whole, though, I mean, this
Imagine he
enemy
misclicks and then
lineup.
just locks that in.
This enemy, Opwash is actually a great pick right now. I do not hate that pick.
Do you think they could go? Okay, no. There we go.
Yeah,
that's what it's gonna be.
Chiron, I believe, had a 100% win ratio yesterday.
All five games he won.
If it
four
continues.
4 in ADC, 4 in or 1 in mid lane.
And then he had a rough day 1, but 71% total. You know, that's a scary god.
All right, this is going to be a good one. Predictions when we go in. Adana, start with you.
I think enemy won the draft here, and I think they're gonna win this set 3-2.
Game 1 goes to enemy.
EU boys, Paradigm all the way.
I think I might have to go a Paradigm as well. All right, we're going to toss it over to our casters, F-Dot, Hindu Man, and Aurora. Take it away, boys.
Thank you very much, Golden Boy. We're here on the desk. Well, it used to be desk. Now we're just standing here. But this is one of the more exciting matches. This is really, it's Friday. We're ready to go. It's Saturday. Either way, this is when there's not even a seat available.
Nope, it's packed right now. Everyone seems quite excited, even though they're quite quiet.
For the moment.
There we go. Now, the one thing is picks and bans. I think we might see some surprises where Paradigm put these gods.
I mean, surprise maybe. We've seen the Bacchus solo work in competition. We've seen it come out of Xaylia before. It's interesting. The match that Bacchus solo we saw out of Xaylia, they lost the game, but they did very well. They made some mistakes that I think here at the big stage, they're going to be able to fix.
Cabrakan versus Osiris in lane, if we're going to see that one, actually, we're going to go into game. Ignore that, let's go.
There we
game
are.
1.
No more guesswork. We'll see exactly where these gods are going. And as we take a look at Bacchus, he will be played by Trixtank, so nothing too crazy. Kimo Fred in the jungle on that Thanatos, and Xaylia will be playing a solo Cabrakan.
Look at that belly flop early from Trix. Quick invade from enemy. They were looking for an early game pick potential at the beginning of this one. Not going to find it, though. But they do get some nice deep wards down on this right-hand side.
Enemy looking very aggressive, as you said. 5-man looking for the pick. They wanted to shut the Thanatos down. They watched some of the Chinese games. What happens if Thanatos doesn't get started? They were looking for that.
Yeah, they saw enemy doing this every single day, I think, so they expected this coming out of Paradigm, so that's why Trix was ready to flop away as soon as he saw any members from enemy.
You see what Trixtank did as well. He's actually went right out, didn't buy any items, just wards, placed them down nice and quickly. Enemy coming into this side of the jungle also stops the chance for a potential invade from the Cabrakan and Thanatos combo early on. Obviously, Osiris Circuit not going to be so good in the 2v2 at the beginning of the game if there is any sort of invade.
Yeah, I feel like we're just going to see normal starts coming out from both teams. I don't know if we'll see the straight rush to mid like we did yesterday between the Epsilon Fnatic series, but I think we're just going to see standard coming out from both sides.
I like the fact that teams have really started to pick up these executes. It's something that people were talking about both at home, here on the stage, even in games. Yeah, Thanatos and Alquan, maybe the executes will come in mind against the Khepri. Well, it took us to come all the way to Worlds to actually see it, and the Thanatos is going to be played by Kivo Fred. I haven't really seen too much of him on this character. We'll see how it works out.
Another thing to think about, Thanatos is really strong against Zhong Kui. Executing his Zhong Kui is huge in late game. It's 40% threshold once you get to max rank when you're level 20. Being able to execute, we got to fight him duo lane already.
Only a bit of aggression between the two. The Burp's going to come out level 2, so he's not going to do the stun on that with the minions coming in. Paradigm just going to back up. This is quite unexpected, though. Is this lane, should this lane push to the side? I guess it should. Khepri
yeah, for sure. Yeah, Chiron's very strong, and Khepri is also very, very strong in the early game.
So in the middle lane, at the moment, you can just see they're putting the pressure on us. Back to the duo lane for a little bit of fun. But I want to talk about the solo lane a little bit here as well, Aurora. We're going to see the Cabrakan versus Osiris matchup. And in this matchup, Osiris doesn't have the best of times because it is a magical god.
Yeah, Osiris is really, really strong usually, so I think he'll do okay. His wave clear is insanely powerful. Death Toll gives him a lot of healing because his auto attacks cleave in front of him every 3 and 4 auto. So I feel like he'll do pretty well against Cabrakan. Cabrakan, once he starts getting his points in his 1 and 2, he'll start getting a little stronger, but I think it's going to go Osiris' way in the early game.
Well, so far so good for Paradigm and Enemy. Paradigm going to swing into the jungle for the back harpies on the left-hand side for the time being. You can see it is Giannis and the Thanatos together, so that wave clearing mid a little bit safer, I want to say, than the side of the Zhong and Circuit.
It's pretty rare to see this Neith get pushed up on her tower, but something we talked about yesterday with Zapman is the impact of Khepri in a lane and how Khepri just almost automatically makes whatever side he's on the dominant side.
Very, very similar to what old Sylvanas used to be when he used to heal the minions, as we tune in with a solo lane trade now, as you'd expect between the two there. Zaylia did just hit 5.
Yeah, did you see that? He canceled his tremors right before the stun went off to stun him, so he didn't get punished at all. That was perfect play coming out of Zaylia.
So good work so far for the boys of Paradigm and Enemy. I expect this game to be a real feel-out game, though, Aurora, as well, between these two teams. No one's going to overdo things too early on. They want to see how their opposition's playing, what they like in lane, and how their composition's going to work out as time goes on. It doesn't really, I mean, it matters if you win this game because it's a nice boon, but it's not over by any stretch.
Yeah, I feel like if Enemy picks up this win, they're really a good team when they get momentum. So I think it matters more for Enemy than it does for Paradigm, in my opinion. But yeah, like you said, they're just kind of feeling each other out. And they were also feeling each other out in pick and ban, because pick and ban is very important for both of these teams.
For sure. They're both very well known for that.
And don't forget, a lot of these teams have spent a lot of time scrimming each other. So a lot of it is, well, what do they show us? What do they keep in their pockets, etc.
Evo's about to show us something, I think. He's hovering at the fire giant. Circuit is on the way over at the same time.
No vision.
It looks like both teams seem to have an idea that that was a potential play coming out from Cuvo then over the solo lane to try and get the gank onto Salt Machine. So already, Paradigm showed a little bit that they want to try and put the pressure on Salt Machine. And here we go.
Right
the first
away.
engage. He's on his own. Lord of the Afterlife away. Ult for ult.
That's one of the big things about this Osiris versus Cabrakan matchup is those tremors out of Cabrakan are so useful for keeping somebody stuck and making that exit hard to do. But if you're able to just jump away like that Lord of the Afterlife, Osiris will be able to eject almost all of the time.
And another thing that we forgot to notice was that Cabrakan actually started with a purple pod.
Oh, yeah.
That was what made the gank almost possible, but they were both level 5, so it was just an Osiris ult away, and they weren't able to pick it up.
Yeah, that's such a standard start for Zaylia with that purple pod. I mean, we've seen him even go ISIS purple pod in that solo lane. He likes to start off with a little bit of extra damage just so he can maybe decide to make those ganks happen.
Left Harpies do go the way of Enemy there. The right-hand Harpies have spawned, and Circuit's in position there. Adjust is going to swing around to a bit of an advantage and experience there, as we may actually see all three of them get that experience again. Enemy doing a good job of sharing these camps and actually controlling them for the most part.
Now, this pace of the game right now, this is all Enemy. Enemy is very happy to keep this slow, steady, calculated pace. Kivo Fred on the Thanatos, he wants to get active very, very soon. The Circuit, on the other hand, let her get some items. So right now, Enemy, it's all tied up, but Enemy, they like the pace of this game.
I feel like Paradigms are really, really strong at team fighting comp, and with Thanatos in the late game, his 40% damage or threshold execute is going to do wonders, because they have 2 Guardians to get targets low between Cabrakan and Bacchus, and they also have the World Weaver and the Janus Unstable Vortex. So they have a lot of burst damage coming out, and Thanatos is going to be able to finish off these low targets.
And the big key here is that they got the Khepri, and I think the practice against to deal with the Khepri is picking up this Thanatos for the execute, so it's going to get through. The good thing we've seen out of Enemy multiple times is this Zhong and Khepri combo.
And also when Thanatos builds the full cooldown reduction, that ultimate is up so often, he'll be able to do pretty much whatever he wants. But we keep mentioning that Thanatos execute. That's really what he's here for. So if you take a look at the build, he's building tank boots. He doesn't really need any extra damage. He's going to be pretty much an ult bot plus a great silence character as the game gets into mid and
This
late.
is perfect gank time for them, because his purple bot just faded, but he sensed it out. The perfect senses by Zaylia right there.
Because he didn't have the purple either, he also plays that very far back. You can even see Trix here and Kivo hovering in the wings. Zaylia will be letting him know now that
he's baiting him.
This
I like
really
that
hard.
play.
Adjust is going in with a blink. The ult is coming out. The World Weaver's on his way. Zaylia will go down for first blood. But can Paradigm turn this around?
Paradigm was looking for the turnaround. Salt Machine's going to take a fall as well. Enemy did a great job at getting that first blood. Being on the board immediately is a very big deal. But Paradigm able to answer.
That Janus ult was crazy.
It was
James
good ult.
came straight through, hitting Salt Machine, it just took him out.
Was the bait good enough, though? Was it the right thing to do? Because you gave up first blood there. We see that it was Sir Cat that got the kill. And on top of that, it was Bacchus that got the return one.
I think he thought they were going to be more hesitant, but Enemy did the right thing going right away. If they chose to be hesitant, he would have lived, and they would have picked 1 kill up still.
Exactly. That is exactly what happened. Enemy had, and that's really Enemy's hallmark. They really just always go in. They are so snap ready to go and be aggressive that bait, it was the right call, actually. Paradigm, they had people in the wings, but they took longer to get there than they thought that Enemy would take to attack. So because of that slight lack of hesitation, like you said, Aurora, Paradigm are the second team on the board.
Early itemization choices here. You can see Bacchus going for the penetration boots here. How do you feel about this, Aurora?
Yeah, I like that. Pen boots on Bacchus makes his ult super strong, and what they're trying to do is get people in the threshold for Thanatos to execute. So I like these pen boots coming out by Bacchus.
I expect to actually see Bacchus initiate when Cuvo is already in the air and then land the ult early just to get him in threshold range. But look at this, a double root from Pain. Good silence coming out, though, from Cuvo to deny it, but they're still going in.
That's the strength of that silence right there. The channeled abilities are just absolutely irrelevant when Thanatos is around. Justice still playing up because he knows that Salt Machine's going to make the rotation. Justice surrounded, gets stunned out, belly flopped, intoxicated. Here comes Zelly around the corner, but Lobster gets the kill. 2 on 1. Cuvo from the top, Cuvo from the bottom. Double kill, triple kill for the jungler. It's 5-2, and it's 7 minutes into the game.
You saw it right there. The execute came through, hitting two people. That's crazy.
He hit the double and then afterwards just cleaned that up as well. We've been talking about Cuvo Fred. He's had a good tournament so far. Show me the replay. I need to see that again.
Yeah, Cuvo Fred playing out of his mind right away, looking at the Gold Fury, but this is how it got set up. Immediately shuts the Khepri down.
So what happens is Cuvo goes in the backside. He knows they're going to re-engage. When Sir Ket comes in here with the ultimate, you'll see it onto Giannis. And Cuvo backs all the way out because he knows they're going to initiate. They know they've got the rotation from the team with the World Weaver coming in. Watch where he goes. Round the corner like, all right, I'm not involved. Oh, look how tasty and nice and delightful they all look.
Here it is. The
Yummy.
Execute. 2 for the price of 1, ladies and gentlemen.
And with Cabrakan there with the walls.
Throws down the damage for the triple kill. Cuvo Fred comes up on top. That's exactly how you want and should play the Thanatos. And the Gold Fury, we danced around it, but Paradigm was unable to fulfill their dream.
Yeah, that's right. We did see him try to pull it, but looks like Enemy got themselves in position for it. What a good time to be a Thanatos, though, Aurora. Big time.
The Bacchus hit his ult on everybody as well. Tricks with a phenomenal ult, just hitting everybody, making them all drunk. And I think they just forgot about Thanatos on Enemy's side. Khepri pulled in, and they all kind of clumped up, and that's why the double execute happened.
And that right there, that's the beauty of this Paradigm composition. What they do is they go ahead and they pick up the Thanatos that executes at 40%, as you said. Well, look at the rest of the team. Giannis, burst. Cabrakan, burst. Trix Tank's ultimate, burst. It's all these characters that are going to annihilate HP pools, but maybe not destroy the character. Well, that's when Thanatos can execute.
Completely agree. And on top of that, what it also does is the burst makes it very difficult for Pain on Khepri to find the right person to ult at the right time. So it puts extra pressure on Pain. Not just that, he also has to keep an eye for Cuvo in the air because there's no point ulting someone when you can get executed.
Yeah, Enemy really needs to be careful with their team's positioning. If they can position well as a team, they're going to do wonders in team fights. But look at the gold. It's pretty close right now. That's pretty surprising.
Oh, yeah.
Enemy's been farming extremely well.
Well, the first blood went down, but then with Paradigm going for the Gold Fury attempt and not finding it, they didn't get anything else off the back of that fight.
Here's what I'm thinking about. If you're an Enemy fan, what you have to be really hoping your team does is adjust to this situation. Paradigm, they just showed their whole card, right? They just showed the whole hand. This is our game plan. It's on the table. So what Enemy has to do, maybe spread out a little bit and be aware of this burst situation.
Root comes out, but there's no further aggression there. I see you pointing at the screen here, Aurora. You see the build from Thanatos.
Yeah, look, he's going straight into Breastplate of Valor. Shoutouts to the 2032 build, the Wolfie. He likes to tank Thanatos, so he's probably excited to see this right now.
I mean, this is something that I've been preaching since the character came out. He scales at 60% on most of his abilities, but it's irrelevant. The base damage is so high by itself, and as we keep saying, it's all about the execute, baby.
Cuvo managed to steal one of those away against 3 members with that nice little scythe there. You saw the souls actually flowing to him, so you can actually tell that he got it, as you can see just there on your screen. But this composition from Paradigm, it looks like they've let Enemy think they win the draft, because they've had plans for it in every single lane here, Aurora. They look very comfortable, Paradigm, right now.
Yeah, I really like the strategy coming out of Paradigm. It's perfect. And I was surprised that they didn't ban Khepri, but now I see why they didn't, because this Thanatos combo is working out extremely well.
Patiently waited for it and got themselves in a pretty good position so far. As the game goes on, though, towards the later stages, which side has a better team fight here in the mid to late stage?
I think it comes back to positioning again on enemy's side. If they group up and they get hit by multiple spells, they have a lot of bursts coming out of their team. They have Neath World Weaver, they have Neath Root, they have Bacchus Ult, Bacchus Flop, and then Janus Shotgun. So they have a lot of bursts. Also the Kabrakans. So if enemy positions well, they have a very strong chance of winning the team fight, but if they don't, it's going to go Paradigm's way.
Exactly. Paradigm's composition is also more what I call interactive. Enemies composition is all, these are just good characters that will fight well, etc. Paradigm have a very specific game plan, and if it all goes well, you see Thanatos double executes and finish off with a triple kill. If it doesn't, you see a lot of empty mana pools, things on cooldown, and dead yellow and black jerseys. So Paradigm have to execute very well to pull this off.
And we see again, there's a lot of dashes coming out of the side of enemy. They don't have a lot of jumps. The only real jump they have is Sir Kets, and you could also count Osiris Ult, but that's an ultimate, so it's up every so often. So it's gonna be hard for them to get away from each other right away. They can get stunned out of their dashes. They can get silenced by Thanatos out of their dashes, like we saw earlier in the mid-camp fight. Yep. Khepri got silenced out of his pull, so they have to be careful with their positioning, with their abilities as well.
Trickstank for me has got a big role to play in this game. We saw it in the early engagement there, the right on Harpies, and this is why enemies playing a little bit further back now. They realized they gave up a little bit too much, and they just need to hold off for now, let Vicium farm. But Trickstank, he's got to engage, he's got to get big ultimates off, and then he's also going to be relied on for this shell that he's building into against Chaos's Zhonghui in the mid lane during these extended team fights.
One thing I want to bring up too is Vicium can cleanse CC with his, I think it's his one, or is his one? Yeah, and it's his one, and he could cleanse the Bacchus drunk. So if he gets good cleanses off in these team fights, it could be really well. A lot of people forget about that when they're thinking about Chiron.
Is that wise to do that though? Because the damage on that is actually really strong. Does he really want to be using it on his team to cleanse them rather than deal damage?
Well, it depends. If they get stunned out by Bacchus's burp or root, I think it's very, very potent. And also, same with Zalia's stuns as well. Sometimes the drunk could be really, really annoying in fights. So I think the cleanse is worth it over the damage in this against this team specifically.
It makes some sense as well. I mean, also there is a cripple on that just for a second too, so it can stop Bacchus from escaping potentially, or even a Giannis getting through those poles.
Look how much weight is on the right-hand side. Kivo Fred shows his face, brings Salt Machine down to about 75% with just a single death sight.
Well, going back to what you were saying about the cripple, if you cleanse on top of Bacchus, because you want to cleanse either a Bacchus burp or Bacchus stun, you'll be able to cleanse the cripple, or you'll be able to cripple Bacchus as well. So you could get 2 for 1 right there.
See if he can actually pull that one off. This lane over in the solo lane is kind of going as expected. Salt Machine's keeping the pressure on, but Zayla, he's used to these negative matchups. He plays things like Nemesis in lane, where he just sits under the tower for the whole day. A little bit of an aspect of like the old Game Hunter style when he used to play like Kronos in the old days and just get beat down early, but then farm up and get to the team fights. But with his rotation so far to that one team fight we saw, it's really paid off for him.
15 minutes into this one, and it was a pretty exciting early game, which is what Paradigm wanted. We mentioned about 4 minutes in that it was a little slow. Thanatos hit about level 6 before getting involved, but then Kivo Fred made a huge play, but due to enemies' just efficiency across the map and the ability to protect the Gold Fury, everything is all tied up.
I wouldn't say it was just Cuvo Fred. I feel like as a team, Paradigm made the play together. Cuvo Fred just finished the kills, but that was perfectly executed.
He's under trouble, in trouble here. Has to try and take to this guy. He's going to go down onto Chaos, and they do pick him up. A good job from the team of enemy. Thanatos was too far forward. Yes, he's gone for a tanky build, but if you're going to be there alone, you will get bursted.
Yeah, they do have Sir Ket. They have the true damage coming out of Sir Ket, so he has to be extremely careful.
And there's a lot of dots as well. So Kivo Fred, even if he makes it into the air, all of these dots on the side of enemy can take him down while he's flying. He's not invincible.
Well, Kivo's ult is on cooldown while he's still dead. Just did use his there as well. But this attempt at the Gold Fury is going on still. And the boys of Paradigm know it. Trickstank doing what he can, but he's being focused at the moment through space and time. Forces a reset on the Gold Fury. And with Zalia over here with a good wall ult, they're in a bit of an awkward position, but it looks like Paradigm just retreating back. They're happy with his engagement so far.
Very interesting decision coming out from NAV. VCM had the Gold Fury down to 50%. Nobody from Paradigm was around, and Paradigm, instead of going for the objective, went for a fight on the backside.
Not going to find the stun, but he does onto Vicium. Vicium beads away and turns to return some damage onto Fumballer, who's very far forward. Backflips into the Madame Zhong and Osiris. It gets bursted. Insanely, he had no support. Meanwhile, the other side, Vicium, birthday boy, gets himself a kill onto Lobster.
Kivo Fred's coming from the back, wants to decides better.
And don't
He's
know.
caught out by the enemy jungle. Can he
Pulls
take-
back up.
Ooh,
Gonna
he's going to take to the
again.
sky. There's a lot of dots on this Thanatos. Watch his HP. Turn to 0. Pain to Beyond gets credit. Enemy takes 2 members out. Make that 3 members out. And they're looking for the gold. It's already dead. Ladies and gentlemen, enemy have a 3,000 gold lead.
Paradigm there, they overextended in that fight. They did well to reset the Gold Fury. They felt like they could continue the aggression. Thanatos was coming back up too, so they're like, excellent, this is good times. But he just went wrong, Aurora.
I don't know. I think there must have been some miscommunication because Funball flipped into their 2 frontliners, the Jean-Qui and the Osiris, so he just got taken out right away.
I think the call was for Vicium there. They didn't find Vicium, so Funballer overextended, tries to get safe, didn't realize the back front line now was behind him. So they get Gold Fury and a tier 1 tower, and now they're looking to steal the Billu as well.
Yeah, enemy right now super objective-minded, just looking for everything that can take away from Paradigm, which is exactly what they need to be doing. Adjust now about half a level above his opposition in the jungle on Cuvo Fred. It's exactly where Adjust on this Circuit wants to be. It's all about these items. The Jotuns is done, looking for the crit next. Those Death Banes are about to hurt.
And another thing we saw there, Cuvo died in the air. They have 3 dots coming out of the side of the enemy. They have Sir Kettle, they have Zhang's card, and they also have Kepri's Rising Sun. It's crazy.
And don't forget, Reels can tell you, the Vicium on that Chiron's going to be able to hit him in the sky as well.
Going to cause some issues for the boys of Paradigm. And right now, that was really well played by enemy. They went behind earlier, those right-hand Harpies. Really good situation for Paradigm, but they played that so well, they've now taken the lead in this game and they're in control. And enemy, for the most part, they're a team that generally takes games later, Raw. I mean, most of their average games
Double
are like
fight over
minutes.
the solo lane. Salt Machine loses half of his HP right quick thanks to control from Zelia, but no chase by the boys on Paradigm.
I think his build choice is quite wise here as well. He went for Stone of Guy because he's going to deal with the Giannis burst and deal with Zelia on the Kabrakan.
It looks like they're setting up a dive here in left lane. Circuit's kind of roaming over there, but I think they just called it off. Bacchus sees him coming into mid, but it looks like it's just going to be a back off by Bacchus here.
They're trying to pick on someone.
Oh, maybe not.
Pressure onto him, but he's got support from Cuvo and
Nice job.
immediately Adjust ambushes away just back to safety.
Yeah, I mean, look how much damage Trixtang took from just that small interaction with the Circuit. Everybody's got to start to be careful about this Scorpion
Adjust has
lady.
got himself in a good position though right now. He got his crit worked on. He should be looking for that Deathbringer, and then soon the damage will go off even higher as well.
Yeah, another thing to look at too for Paradigm, they have a full shell finish for Jean-Qui, so that's very strong for them. But these team fights haven't been going well for them. They have to get a burst combo off for them to win the next fight.
That's what I was talking about. It's so execution heavy. Enemy on the everything has to go in its right spot. Zelia has to drop tremors to control. Trixtank jumps in, etc. Right here, enemy, they're just gonna walk into a tower. Kivo Friend and Funball, not much they can do to defend this.
They've got support from Giannis coming in with that portal though. Trick's going to rotate through with that, as well as Giannis. That was through space and time used there to get him over there. Zelia does have the teleport available. I'm not sure if he's up right now, but he's also being pressured in that lane.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to get his tower taken right here. I don't think he's going to teleport back. He might, but I don't think he'll be back in time. Salt Machine looks like he's going to take the right tier 1 down.
Salt Machine's going to go ahead and push this right tier 1 down. His teleport's up in 15 seconds. So what we're going to see is Osiris takes his tower down, pushes the wave a little bit more, and then teleport over to the left-hand side if enemy want to push the objective. Already taking tier 1, though.
Cubo's in trouble. He's going to get ulted on there by Chaos. They've got the card on him too. The dot damage, he's going to continue as the Ghost chase down Pain. They're looking for Cubo. Will they find him? No! He doesn't get hit by the exit. The in-hand misses too. Cubo survives, but still the pressure from enemy.
Pain went ahead and caught the escapee, but no follow-up, so the death didn't happen. But it was enough pressure. Enemy can now look towards the tier 2. It's only 20 minutes in, and enemy's playing like it's 28.
They're doing a good job, though, because they're grouping up and just forcing the pressure onto Paradigm here. Small goal lead, small experience lead for them in this game, but they're starting to just capitalize on the opportunities of grouping as a 5-man.
Salt Machine got caught. Tremors, bounce, looking for more burst, but on the left-hand side, Paradigm helping out. Chaos helps out their friend. Trixtank takes a spill.
But they still try to fight this at Paradigm, and I don't think they should. Paradigm didn't get the ult off on Trixtank. He didn't get the Intoxicate. So the burst isn't there, and now enemy can continue running them down. They get the root off. Cubo's in trouble. Giannis' pot is beautiful, though, from Lobster. Getting back to safety.
Lobster always available to help. That's one of my, I love watching Lobster play Giannis because he will go aggressive and deal that damage, but he's always saving these portals for to help out his team.
And right there, he just helped him again. Kepri could have pulled him there, and Cubo could have been gone. Great portal coming out of Lobster to save his Cuvo's life.
Zaylia did just use his teleport to get over here. Meanwhile, on the right-hand side, enemy abusing the map once again, taking the blue buffer away from Zaylia in that lane, continuing to apply pressure, get more experience and gold.
Just looking towards the back, Salt Machine gets hit a little bit by Lobster. Right now it's 5-7, and enemy they have the lead. I'd even say they have the momentum. Paradigm though, they're definitely not down and out. But again, I'm going to stress on this. It's just so execution heavy. It's hard to put your cards in a row in every single team fight.
Well, I don't think it's too hard. They just have to hit a Bacchus flop and follow up. Like, they can definitely do it. They're Paradigm. They're #1 European team in the whole tournament. So I think
we've only seen it once.
We've only seen it once, but
We've seen two fights. Really?
Yeah, we haven't seen much team fights.
Talk about team fight now. There's a good stun coming out from Trix. Good damage from the unstable Vortex, but just quick enough to get away. And Chaos did a good job of avoiding the damage.
If they're able to do that to Serket, she doesn't really have a way to sustain. So if they can keep doing that to Serket and poking her out before these team fights start, it's going to make it really hard for her to get into the backline and pick off these squishy targets.
Free tower going the way of Paradigm. Trix taking that tower like a boss, not needing any minions. Just go ahead and deal the damage straight. Enemy walked away from it. It's only 500 gold. So, I mean, Aurora, talk to me a little bit about that. How important is a tier 1 tower?
It's good for map vision. It makes it so you could rotate around the map easier for your team. Going through mid lane's a lot easier to gold and to Fire Giant. The gold's good. Gold's always good because it's gold, but it's not the biggest deal in the whole game right now.
Well, gold has been pulled again.
Yeah, enemy thinks gold is pretty good. They pulled the Gold Fury, maybe just enough to bring Paradigm out of the shell. And Pain's going to force the issue. Trix Tank associated by himself.
Oh, look at the afterlife from Salt Machine going in, catching the act through space and time comes through, doesn't do a lot of damage. The ghost from Chaos are wrecking havoc. Salt Machine picks up a double.
Paradigm pushed out completely. 2 members alive, but barely.
The one thing that we didn't see the poison spread, and we got
Lobster's being pressured on the tower here, being forced away by Salt Machine. Meanwhile, the rest of enemy still doing the Gold Fury. Lobster should be okay. He's going to pull.
Salt Machine's hitting everything today, and the rest of his friends are just hitting the Gold Fury. Already dead right about now. Enemy's going to put more gold on their side. Taking a look at the graphs. Very quickly, this game has gotten out of hand for Paradigm. 7,200 gold. They find themselves in the hole.
Meanwhile, on the left-hand side, you saw Just was pushing this lane up, ready for a siege on the tier 2 potentially as well. Enemy's still in a good position, health and mana-wise here, to continue putting the pressure on.
Right here, left-hand side, enemy still pushing down these towers. Really haven't seen much of them do anything besides objectives. Cuvo Fred caught in the clutches. Great belly flop. Pain Beyond forced to ult himself.
He's still dead when he
Bang!
lands.
There it is. Cuvo Fred over the top, looking for the execute.
But what can they get from this Paradigm? They have to continue a chase to find more. They do hit Chaos though, but Chaos turns around. They back out away from the car through space and time from Lobster. Here come reinforcements for Paradigm.
The whole team is here. Cuvo gets one, but immediately gets taken out. Trix Tank answers, takes out Chaos.
The wall blocks off Thesian from getting away from the Cabrakan, and the portal is good from Lobster. The follow-up damage is there. Salt Machine is in trouble. Those walls are lasting forever. Lord of the Afterlife away. Backflip from Footballer and the flop to Chase from Trix. There could be a kill, but Solly's so tanky.
He's level 20. He's Osiris. He's full passive. It don't matter.
He's dead.
Deicide for Paradigm. This is what we expected in the semi-finals between EU and NA.
10 across the board. Paradigm do a great job in that exchange to take 2,000 gold off of the lead, and right now they are looking for the Fire Giant.
The Kepri is alive, but he doesn't have any steal potential, really.
Dots! Hey, he's got a dot, okay? He can live a dream.
I mean, we've seen Incon do it.
We got the root steal as
if
well.
If you got like this, Paradigm, this could be close. Pain Divion is here. He's placing the ward as well. Gives some vision. Teleport is available for Osiris. Oh, the burst is good.
A lot of damage
Pain
coming out onto the guys.
well.
Paradigm in some trouble. Trix taking about half HP, but so is the Fire Giant. Paradigm wants to force this, but as soon as it just show up, they smell
Enemy's keeping it. Enemy's keeping it. They can pick this up for themselves. This is a smart play by Pain, but Cuvo notices it.
Oh gosh, this is a mistake, but Cuvo is still here, still keeping the pressure on for his team, but he's alone. With a
Cuvo's ult is already up. Here he is. He's in the sky. Everybody walks away from Fire Giant. I love the way enemy reacts. Still up. Salt Machine playing forward. Cuvo Fred being chased up. Fire Giant goes the way of enemy. Beautiful execution. The red team is on top. Trix Tank is on the ground.
Now the mistake has been made by Paradigm. They won a team fight, but they didn't manage to get the fire. They're going to get punished heavily. Cuvo is dotted up again by cards. He will fall to adjust. An enemy can continue the push now with Fire Giant on all 5 members.
That was an absolute veteran play coming out from enemy.
No, Payne just took the fire. That was all Payne right there. That was so smart. His shot calling just came through. Staying on that fire giant, he was like, "Oh, thank you for doing the fire giant for me," and he just took it, and they were just able to take it for free after that.
Thank you, come again. An enemy takes that fire giant, looks at the right-hand side, takes out a tier 2. Remember that 2,000 gold that Paradigm took away? Well, it's right on back, plus more.
Cubo's still dead for 20 seconds, so they should be able to push this Phoenix down.
There's the Phoenix getting pressured once again by enemy now. Chaos trying to zone away Zalia from coming around the backside. On the front, you can clearly see Salt Machine tethering people up and being that front line he needs to be, and done such a good job of it so far. He has. Phoenix has finally fallen the first one of the game. Enemy in a commanding position now.
26 minutes in, and the bases have already been started to be broken. One of the big things about that last fight, if you didn't notice, was how much damage Paradigm took from the Fire Giant. 5K actually is the number that the Fire Giant did to Paradigm. So because they didn't play, I'm sure Brandon somewhere is screaming, because they didn't play the Fire Giant correctly, that led themselves to be forced off the Fire Giant. And as Aurora mentioned, Payne just said thank you.
It was a risky play in the first place to go for it, just because of the respawn timers. We were saying, well, it's only Capri, but they had to have more burst damage than they actually had available to them to really bring it down quick enough. They didn't tank it well either, and they got so low that they just couldn't even defend there.
You guys didn't hear? Fire Giant just got a new ability called Double Zeus Ult.
That's pretty much what it was. It felt that way. He just pulled the damage out. So 12 to 10 right now, enemy with the Fire Giant. They've taken down the Phoenix and right. Only a tier 2 tower in the left with about 1 HP remaining.
It's as good as dead.
It's on its last leg, so I don't think we'll see Paradigm look to defend that one. Middle lane has that tier 2 tower. Defense options, though. What is the call here for Paradigm? How easy is it to defend a Phoenix with the team comp they have?
They're definitely going to look to fight on Phoenixes. I think we're going to see enemy go for the towers first and try a Phoenix push before they go back to Gold Fear, because gold doesn't really matter right now. They're not going to go back to base and use it. So we're just going to see them go for Phoenixes.
I actually really like Paradigm's composition for defending, right? Because for as much as I've been talking about how difficult it is to really execute their composition, the reason it's so difficult is because spreading out almost completely nullifies everything. Well, if you're fighting underneath a Phoenix, you have to be enclosed together. So Trix Tank can knock up 2 people. Cubo Fred can land on 2 people. Enemy made that mistake once early on, and we saw that fantastic play by Paradigm. The only way they can make that mistake is by fighting under a Phoenix, which they have to do.
Well, let's have a look at enemy here. The tier 2 towers have all down the second.
Look for
Phoenix
Trix.
this side. There's Trix. Instant beats from Vicium, though. On the backside, we see Zalia trying to stun him out. They don't have any follow-up for it now, and now Zalia gets pulled in by Payne. He's going to take a lot of poke and wall in. Payne to beyond. They're looking for the burst on him. The ult is used. Thanatos in the sky. Is he going to dunk it? Of course he is. Trix Tank doing what he can, but the damage on him is insane. He's been ulted, and he flops into his team, spreads the poison. Lobster is now isolated against the rest of enemy. He will fall too.
Absolutely. Oh, man, it started to be fantastic defense by Paradigm, but a slight mistake on the side of the blue squad spells disaster.
That was all Salt Machine. Did you see all the ghosts? And everybody hit a huge ult in that team fight, just hitting everybody, reducing all their healing and making it really hard for them to come back in this team fight.
Not a surprise they're going to back off. I expect them to go all the way in and look for the kill there, but the players say, nope. They reinitiate, and they were looking for the counter engage again onto Cubo. They're not going to find it. Oh, blinking again from Chaos there. Looking for the pick on football and not going to find it. Cubo tanking up the front. Good sight.
A lot of damage.
Vicium. He may go for the execute on Vicium.
He's definitely going for
it.
He takes it away. Vicium will not live. And Paradigm now making defensive set, unfortunately for them, under their Titan. A little damage has already been done, but it will largely be fine.
Fire Giant is due up soon. You can also see it's worn off on this side of enemy. With Vicium dead for a little bit of time, it does buy a moment or 2 for Paradigm here, Aurora.
Yeah, and the right Phoenix is also coming up at the same time about around Fire Giant, so they have to push these waves out if they even want to try to contest Fire Giant. So that's probably what we're going to see coming out of Paradigm right now. And Bacchus is just trying to do his best, but he's a poor little support. But he has the pen boots, so it is helping him.
So we'll just see what they can do here. Paradigm is just going to try and defend what they can. Keep an eye on the Fire Giant, though, because there's a lot of burst abilities on the side of Paradigm to try and bring this down and counter it. So enemy, I expect baits out of them here.
They don't really have that many burst abilities. I feel like the biggest burst ability they have is Unstable Vortex, and also Genesis ult. You could also count Bacchus's ult. All the other, Intoxicate as well. All their other burst is coming out of Zalia and Cubo, and it's more like single target. It's going to be hard to hit the Fire Giant with those burst abilities.
Completely understand. Well, through space and time, we've seen it steal many Fire Giants before.
Yeah.
Can he do it again? That'll be the question. At the moment, Phoenix has respawned on the right-hand side. And you can
So is
really
the Fire Giant.
I think the play for enemy here is to go and push that back down first.
They're going to just try to get a ward on it, and I think they're going to try to, like, let him steal it with the unstable, or just with the shotgun right through the Fire Giant. But it's going to be really hard to do that because look at all the war coverage coming out of enemy right now.
Yeah.
There's so much vision on the right-hand side. Enemy looking for the Fire Giant. And they're going to start. Salt Machine by himself is going to stay in the lane to try and
Can we
create that
hover over
space.
Janus? I want to see if he tries to steal with his ult.
Keep an eye on the Giannis because at the moment he's the only one close to it. He's across the other side
No,
of the
but I
map
think
right
they're just
now.
giving it up, it looks like.
No desire to even touch that, says Paradigm. The Fire Giant going to go the way of enemy for free at the 31-minute mark. And now enemy have a fire belt around their waists. They're ready to go. After that Fire Giant, they're looking for the win, guys.
Quite clearly, they're going to push down the right-hand side. Weaken Phoenix here. Don't expect too much of a hard defense from Paradigm at the right-hand Phoenix. They will have to defend the Titan, though, if they try and push in. Root comes out, and Trix getting rooted there, and the dodge, but initiating, looking for the pressure on Visham. That's the call target. He's half health, he's very low. Cubo's going up, and it looks like Visham shut down the backside, but meanwhile, Zalia has been chunked slowly but surely. A just will secure the kill. Meanwhile, Thanatos did not finally execute onto Visham.
That's one of the big things about that Fire Giant buff, the HP 5. We saw Chiron underneath the kill threshold, underneath 40% HP, but as he waited, he ran away. His HP ticked up. Thanatos unable to find the execute. Left Phoenix being aggressed on right now by the guys on enemy. It's down, and now they have nothing. Well, it's almost down, and after this one, they'll have nothing stopping them besides the 5 members of Paradigm in the base.
What can they do to defend? Well, it's 4 members because Funballer is already dead. They're moving on for the Titan. It looks like North America is about to take first blood in the semi-finals.
There it is, ladies and gentlemen. Enemy, the team that many people did not expect to even make it to regionals, let alone finals, are making a position to find themselves in the finals of the finals.
Big talking point here, Aurora. What was the big game-changing factor of this?
Payne Diviande keeping the Fire Giant. That was really, really smart by him to do that. Just pure bettermanship.
I mean, we had the Gold Fury. First of all, we saw the fight from Paradigm that they won on the right-hand side of the Harpies. Then the Gold Fury exchange, which ended up going enemy's way. And then from there, they kind of catapulted from that.
Exactly. The first, we saw 7.5 minutes in the fantastic Thanatos situation on the guys of Paradigm, but that's pretty much it. Paradigm need to find a little bit more of that. Hey, analysts, why don't you break this one down for us? Thanks a lot. We'll talk to Golden Boy.
Thank you guys so much. Of course, back here at the Alienware Analyst. That's what a game one for this semifinal. I mean, damn, that was a good game. Like, and again, I actually tweeted this. I said, you know, hey, it's no surprise. I don't understand high-level Smite, but even I, as outside as it could possibly be, can appreciate what we just saw, because that was an expertly played game on both sides, and it really just went down to like those minute details, and then, you know, of course, that big swing that ended up happening in the favor of enemy by getting that first Fire Giant.
Yeah, enemy, you know, they started off strong, and it was clear that their game plan was get Salt Machine ahead. And it worked. You know, the first blood onto Zalia here. I think this is the bait back, right? The double bait back.
This is the first blood,
yeah, they just try and get him there. We actually did see a return kill on Salt Machine, but this, the difference in the solo laners, I think, was the big thing in this matchup. You just saw Salt Machine so much more effective, especially jumping onto Funballer every single team fight. We saw him just completely destroy Neath. Osiris worked so well against her, and we saw that there.
Yeah, I mean, there is a meta for a reason. You know, that's the whole North American aspect, is we have our list of, this is the character that you pick if they're open, and then you pick this god, and then this god, and Osiris was the god to pick in the soul lane, and it definitely showed by how much better he did than Zalia.
I think a lot of it comes down to Kabrakan as well. You know, I talked to Incon you about this. I feel Kabrakan is a very good god if you can get him into team fights. It's just that he doesn't fit anywhere, you know. He doesn't have a great early jungle. He has a pretty bad matchup against most solo laners. He's horrible in the duo lane, but he is still a good god. And unfortunately, I think that for me, Saket was the big factor coming into this one, because she is one of 2 gods who can scare every type of solo laner, whether you're playing tanky or mobile, because she has the true damage. It's her and Ao Kwang, in my opinion. Both of those are very, very good at killing everyone. And I feel that if they're going to run these janky immobile solo laners like Kabrakan, then they need to get rid of Saket, because it just played out of his mind. Like, how many times did he explode onto the entire team?
That's what's crazy, is we were talking earlier about when we saw Saket play about the poison spreading. We're like, oh, it's just because, you know, it's this lower level play, right? No, this is the best teams in the world, and we're still seeing people like Trixink walked back into his Hunter, and he gave Funballer the bleed.
That was really bad. And, you know, Europe, they don't really play Saket, and These picks and bans going into game 2 are going to be phenomenal because we always talk about the meta that develops in a best of 5 specifically when you start losing to these gods that you don't typically deal with. And, you know, we saw, you know, Naja in North America become that target ban against certain players in the middle of a set. And I think Serket could be that target ban against the Just. You know, Europe, you know, NA bans it anyway, but Europe typically, they just don't even deal with it.
And in the middle of the season, you know, Serket was a big ban, but people have learned to deal with that. We saw earlier in the tournament, however, that Paradigm did actually ban it out against one of the Chinese teams. So, you know, clearly they are comfortable putting it into the ban stage. Maybe they just thought Adjust Serket wasn't that good, which surprises me because Adjust Serket has been a cornerstone of enemies' play throughout this tournament. So when he doesn't have it, if they ban it out next, which they absolutely should, then what does it just play?
Yeah, I agree. You know, that's his god he's been going to every game, and it's not like Cubo needs the Serket on the board for him to play, right? Cubo has all these gods that he can play very comfortable with. Thor, he had a great Thanatos game, actually. We saw him with the early triple kill. So there's no skin off of his back. So I say get rid of Adjust Serket and then see what he can play later in the game because he hasn't really proven that he can play other gods.
Yeah, that Thanatos triple kill was so cool. That was it was incredibly well planned out, and I have to say, just very. And we're actually going to take a look at the clip here because it was such a good play, and just seeing the way, you know, the timing of it, realizing that, hey, let me not use this right now, let me double back and just wait a little bit and then go for it. You know, like, it's just to have the wherewithal to do that is just fantastic. And this is not the triple kill, by the way, but, you know, people think I must be crazy.
This was actually
this
the
is the
turnaround
comeback,
right? By Paradigm, though. I think we see the Yana snipe come through and the Cabraka ball. This was actually Paradigm's big turning point. Enemy a little bit over anxious. We saw Kepri get picked off at the beginning there. We saw how useful that Thanatos execute could be against Kepri. And right here, too, right? So Pain de Viand actually doesn't use his ult to save Adjust. Because he knows Thanatos is in the air, and then he dies to Yana snipe anyway, and then Thanatos still has his execute for those next 2 players.
So cool. Really, really well done there. And I guess, you know, we got to talk about the Fire Giant play as well, right? Because, you know, they managed to take him down, right? You know, Paradigm looks great. They had the first play they took out was Pain de Viand. Then they decide to chase a little bit to get that 4th kill. Then they rotate over to Fire Giant. But because of that timing, because every single detail counts in competitive Smite, Pain de Viand was able to show up and disrupt that and break that down for us.
Yeah, so we saw, you know, the first replay we saw there where Paradigm had the really nice cutoff play. They were able to get it a deicide, but the kills were very spread out. Pain de Viand got picked very early in that fight at the Tier 2 tower, and then Salt Machine got picked at enemy's Tier 2 tower at the last. And basically, you know, the deicide was there, but Pain de Viand was able to rotate back and just disrupt Paradigm because they didn't have the damage, or they were tanking it improperly and kept getting knocked up, kept getting poked out, and enemy just played it perfectly.
I feel like the Fire Giant attempt by Paradigm, it was a good call. It was a very knife-edge call, but when you're in that situation, when you are down, you need to go for that play. But I feel like the result that we saw with enemy taking it was equal parts of Pain de Viand playing it perfectly. You know, we saw him save the route, so this is forward thinking until the Fire Giant's knockup is coming. So he's clearly tracking the Fire Giant as it goes on onto Zelius as Zelius gets knocked up. But, you know, in equal parts as well, it was Paradigm's, frankly, horrible management of it. You know, they had Funballer start to tank it when he was low, so he tried to reset it. Lobs ended up getting hit by it, and then Zelius obviously rooted later on, so they just took way too much damage, and the DPS wasn't on it for the entire time. So, you know, shout outs to Pain, he played that perfectly. Also, to Fire Giant for killing him. But it's Paradigm really messed that one up.
Yeah, that was a really good shout out to Pain. We saw him, not only did he play the fight perfectly, not only was he saving his abilities for when the Fire Giant used his abilities to combo them together as an extra player, but he also had the presence of mind to pick up the Fire Giant after they had pushed Paradigm out, which then gave enemy the Fire Giant after that fight, and then they won the game off of that.
And this, you know, this team, enemy, they just continue to outdraft, in my opinion. Like, Paradigm, I understand what they were going for, but it's kind of the same thing that we saw Eager run against, it was Fnatic in the wildcard. They run this Thanatos, but it's a very high execution lineup where, you know, if your Thanatos doesn't get an execute off in the fight, you're almost guaranteed to lose. And, you know, enemy, they play these pretty, you know, AoE-centric, but it's very hard to miss their abilities, and they execute their team plan very well.
Honestly, I don't even think it was Cubo's fault. I think Cubo played brilliantly. He had such great executes that game, and he really was doing his part. It really came down to the rest of the team. You know, Trixink was getting picked off a lot. We had some really good Capri pulls onto the Bacchus, and so maybe he needed to get a beads for himself, something of that sort. And then, of course, came a lot down to Zeliak, who couldn't quite get his presence known in the fight nearly as much as Salt Machine did.
All right, folks. Well, it's time for game number 2 in our first semifinal matchup of the day. Of course, if you're just joining us here, Enemy is looking really good against Paradigm. They're going to be up 1-0 in the series, but it's time for game 2. Let's start the folks, here we go. Game 2 as we kick things off, and let's see how the first wave of bans go. I mean, we did see Bologna and Xing10 get taken out in that first matchup there, which resulted in a very interesting solo lane matchup. Soul is going to be the first one to go for enemy.
I dislike Paradigm lost the last game, so they have taken the second pick option, which I am not a big fan of because I really feel I need to get rid of Sakat. But now, if they get rid of Sakat, then either, well, Xing has just been banned, which means Bologna is going to get through. So now they have to deal with either Salt Machine's Bologna or just Sakat, and either one of those things is not pretty.
I mean, yeah. Because does Cubo play Sakat ever?
He does, yeah. He has had a strong Sakat in the past, so maybe that's what they're going to do, Out of EU, QVO probably one of the more signature Sakat players, so maybe that's the plan, let it go through and then just take it over
So then are they trying to bait out the Sakat picks or Bologna picks? They get Sakat. Is that even worth it? Is it worth to give up the Bologna for the Sakat pick?
Maybe they just ban it out, ban the Bologna, and then will they first pit Sakat?
That's a
Are
great
they willing
question. We know enemies been leaning a lot towards that Kepri. They've been loving to get these Guardians going up front. I wouldn't mind seeing some more heavily like Geb type flavor from Paradigm too. We saw the last game that they lost a lot because they didn't have any peel. Everybody in the team was trying to go in all at once, and we're going to see the Athena banned away from Pain because there's no reason to give him this most.
So here's my thing too, right? Zhang, Kepri, Bologna. These are enemies. There are 3 most coveted picks outside of. Sorry, Zhang, not Jing. Excuse me. So Bologna's going. Are Paradigm going to take away the Kepri here? I feel like they have to.
I would say Kepri Sakat would be the way to play it, but Kepri does do quite well against Sakat, so maybe they can just let Sakat go if they feel comfortable.
It's kind of strange though. We're talking about these picks for Paradigm. Kepri Sakat doesn't feel very Paradigm, does it?
At all.
Something, yeah. They're hovering over a Sobek right now. That feels so much more Paradigm than Kepri Sakat does. So it seems that they want to keep playing their own style and they're not going to transfer to enemy. And Sobek go on you. That is the pinnacle of Paradigm.
That Guan Yu's going support. That's going to be Trix Tank. I'll be really excited to see if we're going to see the Hog come out again. But Sobek is just, that's the matchup against Bologna, right? You can tail up, knock her out of her bludgeon, and it's something that you should, stay even with, if not win early on.
So this is such a Paradigm draft, they're going for the spicy picks that regularly, you don't really see them get picked at all, never mind in the top 2. But what I dislike about this is that enemy are like, I can guarantee they're like, what are they doing? We're getting exactly what we want here. We want Arjongui, we want Kepri, this is perfect.
This is exactly what the 3 top gods I expected out of them outside of the Jing and the Soul lane. Xiblanque hovered, but I mean, that's looking pretty late game, though.
I like the Xiblanque for the map control. His ultimate is one of the most underrated ultimates in the game. Not being able to see as far as the presence for initiation goes is absolutely incredible. And we're going to see Paradigm ban out the Hun Bats here, so that means Serket is still on the board. Perhaps they're going to be leaning towards it to grab it here. They should have the next pick, but I mean, do you really want to even risk it?
Enemy are in a position where they can get the exact same draft as last time, but better. They get a Bologna instead of an Osiris. Paradigm clearly have something up their sleeves for this. They're doing this on purpose, but I'm scared for them.
If I was enemy right now, all I can think is, man, we are feeling good.
Chiron Sakat, yeah. Run it back with a Bologna. What could go wrong?
It's such a brilliant
This is an
draft.
enemy draft. It's perfect.
Serket's also very good against Kronos, too. He can just burst him before he can even get his ult off.
Neath, one of Vedium's most comfortable picks. We see that coming out. That was one of his picks he loved at the Super Regionals. Nothing wrong with that right now. They don't need a super hyper carry. Loki, though,
No, they're not doing that. They're just messing.
I love how you see that and immediately just say, nah, it's not happening. Yeah, it's kind of hovered down now for too long.
Quang, I mean, that's actually a reasonable pick.
It's actually very good against Sobek, too.
Similar style to Sakat, he has that. He's basically magical Sakat. He gets in the back line, picks one target off, and goes through it. But it has to be Sakat.
This is the Worlds tournament. You're not going to spice it up right now. You're going to pick what's been working for you, and what's been working for them has been that Sakat.
Here's the thing with me in this draft. I don't know what Paradigm's thinking because that's what we've been talking about. Enemy is so good at drafting, and you give them the exact same lineup that they've been winning with since Super Regionals. They have to have some game plan heading into this.
We look at Paradigm's draft. Do you think that's an EU team draft or a Chinese team draft? Be honest.
I think it's a bad draft.
Yeah, it's a very interesting, very unique setup. All right, who do you think's taking game 2, guys?
Enemy.
Enemy.
I still have faith in Paradigm. I'm going Paradigm.
You know what? I have to go with enemy. Just because
Traitor.
I just feel like they got exactly what they wanted. All right, here we go, guys. Hope you all are hyped up in the house. It is time for game number 2. Let's go ahead and toss it over to our casters.
Right away, thanks a lot, Golden Boy, by the way. But right away, I want to talk about this.
Golden Boy?
Yeah, I think so.
I thought it was A-Rock.
I thought it was Donatello. But either way, right now, we're looking at these picks and bans. Everybody's talking about enemy. You got to think about the players specifically. I'm looking at this Paradigm lineup. I know exactly who's going to play what. I know how happy they are to play these characters, and I think that they feel comfortable enough to bring win in game number 2.
This is one of those things of EU versus NA meta is what I want to say here, because I'm pretty sure everyone at home is like, enemy has a very good composition here, but Paradigm, they're comfortable with what they have too.
I like what Enemy's doing. They're just doing what works, and it looks like we're getting into game here. Enemy versus Paradigm. Game 2!
There it is.
All right, Rock, calm down. Just steal my job, you carry on like that.
Swamp Machine going to go ahead and take Bologna into the solo lane. But yeah, right down the line, we've got Cubo Fred on the Snaja, Solo Beck for Zalia, Lobster on a Kronos, Trix Tank and Funball making up the long lane with this Guan Yu Shibalanki combo. I've seen every one of these players play these gods in dire, straight situations. Paradigm feels so comfortable.
They feel comfortable, but they've got the pressure on them early on in this game. The Sobek and Nejar are going to have a little bit of a harder time clearing the jungle at the beginning of the game. I mean, it is a circuit, but still, there's a chance for invasions here, Aro.
Yeah, we'll see about invasions. I think they're just going to both start at standard again. They just did the same thing. They group up as 5 just to ward. I don't think they're really looking for a pick. If a team makes a mistake, they're going to be able to get a pick, but they're just looking to ward with the 5-man group up.
How do you feel about the Chaos going for the power pot at the start of this game there? He's gone purple pot, he's now out with it. Is this just going to help him in the lane? Like, speed things up just because, you know, they've got that jungler that's going to be a little bit slower in circuit and clearing the wave.
Yeah, I think they want the purple pot on Chaos just for the clear and just so they could get to mid camps easier. He also did it last game, which helped them a lot in the early game. He's not laning against Janus this time, so we'll see what's going to happen.
One more time, we're taking a look at where Trix Tank's going, and again, it's the Hog. And I like how Incon put it before. It's not good, it's bad, but when it works, who's going to tell you it's bad?
Well, they've got to focus down Trix Tank in every engagement before they can do it. This is old school Smite with the Hog 3. You used to see this all the time. Where's the support? Kill the support. But on the right-hand side, early invade looking for the blue buff. Notice how enemy didn't do their speed buff there. They did their own blue, rotated straight up to have that fight at that blue buff and stopped Sobek, the one that really needs this blue, from getting it.
That's huge, yes. Sobek's mana is very, very minimal in the early game. It looks like Neja's rotating in.
Cubo Fred in some trouble, but a great stun stops enemy from really dealing damage. Sobek into Cubo. Salt Machine falls for the first blood, going the way of the Europeans.
I saw this play against China. China did the same thing and didn't think. Left-hand side aggression again. And look at that. Funballer going in, putting some extra damage on.
No fear.
Archers are doing good work on Vishen, returning good poke. That was not a good decision from Funballer. It didn't pay off.
Yeah, that time it really didn't. The no fear is, I like the no fear, but you got to remember how dangerous these minions can be.
Talk about danger though. That attempt for the blue buff really hurt the boys of enemy. I don't know why they did that. Chaos knew that he was going over there. Lobster, the call must have been there that Lobster was coming, and they still went in.
And Kronos has a purple pot as well, so the 3 came out and just destroyed them.
On top of that, Nejar getting that early kill is going to help him out this jungle. Now it's the return for Paradigm.
This is what I was talking about during the picks and bans. You just can tell how comfortable Paradigm are right now. They're not afraid of anything. They're in enemy's jungle more than their own, and we haven't even reached minute 2.
And look at Zayla. He's freezing the wave, making Salt Machine lose XP. They just did that so he could get the lane slower. It was a great play coming out by Zayla.
Pressure in the mid lane coming out from Paradigm. They're just pushing that one in. Meanwhile, back in the duo, relatively even backwards and forwards there. But over on that right-hand side as well, keep an eye on how this game's going to play out for Cubo Fred, because his ultimate is going to be very important. He can take Chaos out of the fight on Zhonghui, which is one of the reasons you look to pick the Nejar, take him out when he uses ultimate. On top of that, it's very difficult to use the ultimate of Capri at the landing time of a Nejar, so you could potentially get him in a bit of a bad spot.
Also, not for nothing, flipping the tables around on that one, Hinduman. You could Naja ult the Kepri, and while Kepri's stuck in the air, burst somebody down, and Kepri can't ult while he's being hit in the face.
And that's the big key here with this composition. It's good sustained dot damage coming out from enemy. Meanwhile, across the way, a little bit more burst heavy with Lobster on that Kronos in the mid lane and the Sobek.
And I also like seeing Cubo playing this Naja. In Ranked, I've been playing, and he's been playing a lot of Naja in Ranked. This is a character he's been practicing a ton, and it's great to see him pulling it out in this world.
Well, we were waiting to get to the semi-finals to see what the extra picks would be that we've not seen too much of just lately. Najat had a little bit of fun in the SPL, but not towards the end now in this current meta. I expected more Mercury so far, but we've still not seen that.
Yeah, I did expect a little bit more Mercury, to be completely honest with you. Vishiam's going to go ahead and root Trix Tank, who heals himself up.
I have a feeling we're going to see some Mercury later between the Cloud9 and Epsilon boys.
Oh, yeah.
Adapting and Annister both love that guy, and they're both extremely good at it.
That, of course, is the semifinal match that's going to come up after this one, both of which are best of fives. Right now, Paradigm trailing to Enemy 1 game to none. We're in game number 2, and right now Paradigm, I mean, they have 1 kill already, but we saw the same thing happen in game 1. They were off to a quick start, but were unable to finish it.
They're in a better position last game too, but their composition's a little bit different. But look at this, Cuvo coming over, putting the pressure on, didn't use his ultimate there, just sashed in and forced Salt Machine to back away.
Great play by Zaylia there. He was in trouble, but the pluck saved him. He plucked away, and he also threw a just back. And we got a fight in the duo lane over here.
Trix Tank caught out. Half HP, thanks to Pain Devion's grab, but now Funball playing aggressive. He's going to go chase out, and now everybody's separated. Support, and Hunter. Trix Tank forced up on the horse. He's going to run away, but that is a win for Enemy.
I think they were worried they didn't see Bologna on the map was the key thing there. She was back, and with Chaos rotating in, they didn't know if Bologna had gone back and got teleport or was just rotating all the way to that fight. Could have been an awkward moment. So using that ult there looked a bit ridiculous, but he had the idea behind it.
It's the lack of information, and, you know, better safe than sorry.
No, I think Trix had to ult there. The World Weaver is getting charged. If he didn't ult, he would have fell for sure.
With the Jean Kui coming in as well, would have caused a big issue for him. So Purple Buff does finally go to Enemy on their left-hand side there. No more contest from Paradigm.
Easy plays right now for now. Enemy right now, as we said, this is pretty much, again, a very similar composition to how they picked last game, and it's going to be the same sort of idea. This early game is... It's always important, right? But it's a little bit less important when you're really looking at these gods that want to perform it later on in the game with more and more items. So Enemy's fine with this 1-0, 5 minutes in.
Really good work from Zaylia there, cancelling out the bludgeon and continuing the pressure. Going to try and force the ultimate here, potentially from Salt Machine. Will he get it? Yes, he will.
Beautifully timed.
Well timed by Salt Machine, yes. Very, very right, well, perfect.
Yeah, he knew he was going to cancel it a little bit early, so that's why he ulted a little bit early. Just perfect timing coming out of Salt Machine. Just great play to see out of both of these players.
Yeah, that really goes to show you where we're at. And solo lane, we were talking to Zapman before, he mentioned that Omega always mentions how mental that solo lane is and how you have to get into each other's heads, and that's exactly what was going on there. Both players are in each other's minds.
Especially with that first kill going the way of Paradigm as well onto Salt Machine. Salt Machine had a very good game last game. You can see that they tried to focus him over in that solo lane last game as well. And they find out, and here he is again. Cuvo going to take him straight up, but he's got no ultimate to get away from this time around. But do they have the first damage?
That's the combination that you're looking for, and that's why Cuvo forced out the ultimate before, so that they can get the kill right here.
Big heal.
Cuvo Fred, number 2.
Oh, imagine if that was old Nijar. That was a dead Nijar, but the new heal coming through to save his life. But look at this. Justice here has a blink available, but not going to get in range with that ambush. Luckily, the back happened.
Again, calculation. That all of that in your head, ultimate v ultimate type situation. Paradigm wrote it down in their notebooks, came right away before it came up, and that's why Bologna took a spill.
We just got a Guan Yu forced out by Enemy. It was kind of a good trade. It's still a win for Enemy. They got Guan Yu out for nothing, pretty much. Pain was taking a lot of damage. It looked like they were going to fight, but then they saw Zhang come, so he just retreated with
How is the Guan versus Kepri matchup, support versus support? Because on paper, it seems that could go either way, just because Guan's so aggressive, can shred the protections, and also has the heal, so that dart that Kepri puts on will help him. But then Kepri, well, he's got the silence and the root.
I feel it really depends on the Hunter, because it depends where the minions are at in the lane. If they're in the middle, Kepri's going to win, and if you're pushing a Guan in, they're going to win. But if you have a Hunter that's stronger, like Neith, with the Guan Yu, you'll be able to push him in, and Guan Yu is going to be able to do whatever he wants. It's going to be hard for Trix to do stuff this game because it's a Shablanca in his lane, and Shablanca doesn't really have that great of push.
And it's funny when we get to the team fights, we're going to see a different aspect to Paradigm. Last time they went for this big AoE composition of burst a single target with executes. Well, this time they're splitting the damage. We're going to see Trix Tank go to the back line. Zaylia and Cuvo can also split targets, and that leaves Lobster and Funball just to support.
We're going to see the Trix hit the frontliners, actually, because he's going to be shredding their protections, and that's what Guan Yu's best at, yeah.
So you'll be looking for the Neef to chase it down, because like Guan pretty good at chasing the Neef consistently.
Yeah, he's going to try to force people's movement abilities, like backflips and stuff, but after his ult's down, he's going to go run straight to his back line and help hit the front line.
Especially with the heal as well coming out.
Yeah, exactly.
Heal all the time.
Yep.
Well, we've been channeled. It looks like we may see through it all, but look at that Funballer with the ultimate at the right sort of time, I think, to help defend the potential of that one firing across one of the little intricacies that you don't always see.
Yeah, we're getting a little. It looks like both these teams, they want to fight, but they want to fight safely. They really don't want to be too risky in this situation.
We actually see across the back, you can see the ults were used by both Zalea and Salt Machine over there, so clearly there was a little contest going on between those two once again, and both the Hunters wanted to get involved, and Funballer, well, he got involved at the right time, because I don't know how Zalea would have fared.
Can we see Golden Hand? I want to see how close Zalea is to his Breastplate of Valor. He's probably extremely close. He's still pretty far away. He's about halfway there. Once he gets set online, it's going to be very hard for Salt Machine to fight him. He's already down 0-2. Once Salt Machine finishes his Stone of Gaia, it's going to help him a lot, but Zalea is going to have the upper hand in the power spike once he finishes his Breastplate of Valor.
What I want to see from Cuvo Fred this game, though, is he got off to a great start. Last game, he's off to a good start again at 2-0. This game on the Naja, he needs to follow through with it this game. He went for the tanky build on Thanatos, but they just couldn't make it work for them. With the Naja, though, more of a hyper carry in the later stages, obviously, so let's just see if he can follow this through. But look at Adjust on the left here.
Oh, yeah, two completely different characters, this Naja versus Thanatos. I love to watch players switch back and forth between just polar opposites right there. Thanatos is just sort of a build him tanky, cooldown reduction, and go for it. Naja, on the other hand, is all about building damage.
Yeah, Naja just finished his pen, and Surcat doesn't have his pen yet, so if they fight here, Paradigm's stronger because they have 10 pen on their side, and they're definitely power spiking a little bit better than enemy right now.
A little bit caught out, but it is a Surcat, so he will quickly dance away from that one.
Look at that damage coming out of Kronos. That's really good poke.
Well, this is a good setup for the Gold Fury to start. Visham knows this is going on. You'll see the reinforcements of enemy coming around. Look at Chaos's
They have a hog, remember.
Swinging around the side as well. Cuvo got a little bit of poke there, but he can heal that back up. Plus, he's got Guan and Lobster. Beads forced onto Lobster, so he's going to have to back away as well for now. Pain now zoning them away from it, and it looks like we'll see a reset again from enemy. Paradigm want to do this, though, because they've had this hog.
Yeah, Paradigm really wants to force this as well because they probably see what items they have. They have more powerful items. They have a stronger power spike right now. So if Paradigm forces a fight, they can win this. But they got to be careful how much damage they take from Gold. Guan's going in.
He's going to go on the cavalry charge onto Visham, holds the backflip to the last second. Meanwhile, Chaos is now isolated, taken to the sky from Nijar. As soon as he uses ultimate, they're going to burst in when he lands. Can they? No. The ultimate from Kepri is there.
Cuvo Fred very low, and it just jumps right on top, takes him down, and then zigzags the support. That's a double kill for the jungler on the side of enemy. Visham barely gets out, and Funball makes sure that's not gonna happen. 3-on-2 right here. Credit to enemy. That Salt Machine makes it a 3-on-1.
Salt Machine did good work there as well. Zalea was chasing down Visham on low health, but Funballer found the kill, and it was a nice work for enemy once again. Check out those golden experience. You can see it's starting to climb again.
Yeah, Just was crazy in that fight. He was just zigzagging all over the place, taking people out left and right, double kill for him. Really great plays coming out of Just right there.
Little bit of nervousness, though, coming out from Paradigm. I can see that in Trixank. He's trying to push this too hard, I feel. Trixank going in a little bit early before his team's in the right position. The call to switch to Chaos, though, who was coming on that Jean-Qui, was very, very good. Good armor from Cuvo to take it out, but they tried to continue bursting when he landed instead of just potentially resetting because Capri's ult was still available.
Yeah, I'm surprised Capri's still in the game. I can't believe he made it through pick and ban. That's just crazy to me. Pain de Vianda has been putting on a phenomenal performance on Capri all tournament and at Super Regionals, too.
Yeah, that's the big thing for me. I mean, Xing Chen, I like that ban and I agree with that ban, but the Athena, I think in this situation, Pain is a good Athena and Kepri. Those are his two sort of go-tos. The Athena ban right here from Paradigm, I think we should switch that around. I think we ban the Kepri.
I think Pain's a really good Athena, but as a team, Enemy just plays so well with Kepri, and Pain knows how to play it extremely well also.
The funny thing is that Paradigm have come out with two different strategies to deal with the Kepri. They brought out Thanatos last time. This time they brought the Nijar to do the same sort of thing of split him away from being able to get these ultimates off or not make them effective.
I think they brought the Ninja more for taking the Jean-Qui out into the air while he's ulting. He did that last fight. That was really good, well by Cuvo Fred.
But I think everyone just hung in position there for the most part to just wait for him to land, try and burst him, and Kepri was sat there right and left-hand side once again. Trix versus Pain de Beyond. That's a battle backwards and forwards between these two all the time.
Yeah, these two supports are not quiet players, not quiet people, so they're definitely they're not going to shy away from the slap fight.
Played against each other before as well. I mean, over in Europe, Pain de Beyond did do a transfer to Europe for a while and played some teams there.
Exposed secrets.
Exactly. So he's played for Zalea as well. So
and
Funballer. So he's been around. He knows these boys. Does Pain de Beyond, as does Trixank. So those two know each other very well.
Pain de Beyond is actually the only player that has ever really switched from region to region.
What about me? I did it for 2 months, but I guess I didn't play in the SPL or anything like that.
Are you at Worlds?
No.
Worth noting,
but he said only player, and hey.
You know what? Worth noting.
I'm sorry.
QE3Q, the player that we have on our analyst desk here from Brazil, he actually was a fantastic ranked player before we opened up servers down there. So there have been players that have done that are notable, but as far as on the big stage, really, it's just Payne Devion that has played for both NA and EU. So he's got a little bit of insight into both sides.
Pace slowed down a little bit here. Paradigm were the ones aggressing earlier on. They're looking for the Gold Fury, but the way enemy defended that and then turned that fight around is made Paradigm take a back foot for a second or two. Still no Hog 3 finished 4 Tricks tank there. He's probably going to be working for this Breastplate of Valor that he really likes on the Guam.
Look at Cuvo Fred's farming. I was talking to Herwin the other day about this in Ranked. He was playing a lot with Cuvo Fred, and he just noticed how well he farmed Amnesia. Right now, he is top gold per minute. It's just, he's just doing a great job farming overall, and that's why Paradigm has the gold lead.
And that's above the solo laners as well. That's not an easy thing to accomplish, getting above solo laners who sit there all day and pretty much just farm religiously without any issues.
Najat is a lot of fun to farm with, to be honest with you, and it's pretty efficient because you throw the ring and the camp is basically cleared by itself. Yep. You hit a couple of basics and you've got a lot of movement speed. So Najat, with that movement speed built into his kit, allows him to rotate around the jungle a little bit faster, like a Suku, a Wheelish, or the adjust with the jumps on the Circuit.
Left harpies go the way of enemy. Right ones due to spawn. They'll pick up the mid wave first of all, though, and it looks like we will see Paradigm in position for the right ones if they know they're available here. But it looks like we're going to see Lobster back, so I don't think we'll see a contest too much out of Paradigm here. If they do, could be a 3v2 and a bit of a risky business.
Yeah, Cubo Fred just going for a ring toss there, not really wanting to full commit. Trickstank tosses him a heal, walks away.
That root is so scary when you don't have vision. Paradigm has no vision, so if Payne just roots him like that, their first instinct is retreat backwards. So it just stones him out and gives enemy a free mid camp.
Difference here on the builds as well. We can actually see Ninja Tabby be, oh, hold that for Cubo's under pressure there, has to heal. And Adjust, though, just going to back away, not going to continue.
Smart.
They did get the heal off him, though.
Yeah, that was very smart by Adjust. If he went any farther, he would have got punished, and we might have seen other players in other regions and other junglers do that, and that's just really great knowledge by Adjust to not dive in.
Just strong discipline to not go for it, but that's ultimately a win because don't forget, that was a large heal. The way Naja's heal works, it's 20 basic attacks. That's not quick to build up. So by getting that heal off, that's a pretty win.
For me, I think he just wasn't sure where the rotations were coming from. Don't forget, Circuit's ult does reduce healing to 0.
No, yeah, for sure. I feel like, though, if he chased him, even if he ulted him, I think he still would have, he might have got the kill, but he would have also died for sure, in my opinion.
Put him in a rough spot. So 15 minutes in, and now Chaos continuing to farm. I've got the spear online. Beads 1 as well for the time being. 0-0 and 3. Chaos having a very good tournament so far as well. He's been one of the standouts, and the fans have noticed that too at home. They've been, you know, you can hear it in the crowd too when his name is said.
Another fight here in the solo lane. Salt Machine versus Dazelia. Bludgeon not going to be interrupted. I like that. Salt Machine's holding the bludgeon until after the tail. It's a game of chicken.
It's also lack of mana on Zayli to be able to do anything about it too here, so he's going to have to base.
He couldn't tail whip him.
Yeah, couldn't tail. Well, even if he could, he still had the charge.
He had just tail whipped the lane, so.
And he just charged prayed him, so I guess he couldn't stop it. So yeah, good use by Salt Machine to
and the big talking point is both these players in lane have been very, very well known for like dominating lane, being very strong in lane. But the weaknesses have come from both of these is rotating to the team fights and making an impact. Zalia struggled against the Cyclone spin from early in the year just because Cyclone was much more influential in the team fight stage. Salt Machine, though, he's started to correct his issues as well, and he's turned up this tournament and at the SPL Super Regionals. He did very well there with his rotations, and people are starting to take note.
Yeah, his team fights are just very, very strong. He plays characters like Bologna and Jing 10, and those are his two well-known characters, and they're just great team fighters overall, and he plays them very, very well.
Jungler's going to meet each other on the duo side, both looking for the same sort of idea of a gank. Fumballer was pushed up there. Visham called over for Adjust to come and found Cubo waiting in the jungle too, so back to farming we go.
So look at the gold. The enemy kind of closed the gap. They've been farming extremely well.
Look how active everybody is here on the left-hand side. Paradigm wants to start looking for a Gold Fury. Again, they have this Hand of the Gods. They need to make it worthwhile.
It's only Hog 1, though, so it's not as much as you'd expect at this stage. I mean, you've got to be very careful with just the Hog 1. It's just decent damage, but it's
still a lot of damage. It does more than any other spell right now in the game on the other side of the team.
Look at that damage on the Payne from Kronos.
Salt Machine comes in with a bludgeon, though, doesn't get to use it as a tail whip. Comes out Lobster rewinds very early into an awkward position there. Payne Divioni's zoning the way the rest of Paradigm. Paradigm uses the ultimate on himself. Meanwhile, the Chaos is here, and Salt Machine will bring down Tricks like Pain. Finally falls down. Funballer is in the fight on the backside with Cubo. They're looking for Vician. Meanwhile, Zaylee doing a good job of getting beat down by Salt Machine, keeping him pinned. Salt could be in trouble.
Yeah, here's the rest of Paradigm. Salt Machine forced to jump over the wall, and that's exactly what Paradigm wanted. They are free to look at the gold.
Really good patience coming out of Salt Machine. If he ulted straight, they would have been able to catch up to him. He waited till he got to the red buff wall so he could ult over and get out for sure. And we also saw Funballer pick a stack up. He has 5 power, and they also picked up the Gold Fury. So Shablanka is going to become very strong in these next upcoming team fights.
Really good fight from Paradigm, though, because what they did, they split the opposition up. Pain Divion was doing a good job of zoning, but instead of getting impatient Paradigm and forcing Funballer and Cubo to come through, they waited and just beat him down. Then they turned up for the rest of the team.
And another thing to note is that Funballer's ult makes everybody blind. It's very hard for a Kepri player to get his ult off on the correct target, and he got low in that fight. He chose the right target on himself, but it made it very, very hard and awkward for Pain Diviande to play that fight perfectly.
And the last thing to note about how well that fight went for Paradigm, because everything worked out for them there, was the positioning of Lobster. Kronos, yes, he has the ultimate, but he can get in some trouble. Lobster spent his entire time sort of looking at the fight from the left-hand side, understanding he'd be able to catch up to Salt Machine as he came down, met up with him. They didn't get the kill, but they got the objective, which is pretty much more important.
That's what they need right now. That first goal Fury, definitely a boon for the EU boys here after going down that first game to Enemy at the beginning of this one. And 19 minutes in, but we'll probably go back to farming a little bit more once again. I don't think anyone's going to try and run away with this just yet, Aurora.
Yeah, it looks extremely close still. Both teams are playing extremely well in the team fights, and it's going to come down to really the next Gold Fury, I think, where the team's going to break away, or Enemy might just come back with the next goal. It really depends on how much kills they get in the next team fight.
Last game was really close between the two as well. It was generally came down to that one deicide that Paradigm got, and then they stuck around at the Fire Giant too long. Pain Divion did a good job of controlling that in the end and bringing it back for Enemy to win the game.
4 to 5 read the kills right now, and Paradigm, they're leading in that. They're also leading in the gold thanks to that last exchange, which resulted in the Gold Fury. 20 seconds shy of the 20-minute mark, and Paradigm are looking strong with this Kronos on their side, along with the Shibalanke. They are ready and waiting to go to the late game.
Look at Sobek's damage. He's been doing extremely well in these team fights. A lot of it's coming from the lane for poke damage, but in these team fights, he's been hitting really good ults, and he's also been hitting multiple people with his tail whip and his sickening strike, which is his 3. So
and it's not the easiest thing in the world to deal damage at the same time as make sure that's used for CC as well.
Yeah, you know what I really like, even more so than that amount of damage, Paradigm caught up a little bit in a pincer, but they're going to walk away and send Enemy packing. More interesting to me than the Sobek sitting up on top is how low a lot of the how similar everybody else's damage is. It's a interesting kill game in a situation where everybody's sort of doing equal amounts of work.
Look at this. Both the Hunters have joined the middle lane here, looking to put pressure on a Paradigm. Visham turns up to defend, but not an opportunity for them. Paradigm take a tower in mid lane with a very nice, sweet rotation, and they're looking towards right here for that other tower.
Yeah, he plucked him. They could pick him off here, but he senses it and he's out.
I actually think this is more for the tower. They're trying to abuse the fact that the Gold Fury is down so they don't lose anything left. Yeah, they may lose the tier 1 tower if Visham stayed, but Paradigm just gave themselves 1,000 gold across the map.
And this is also what Paradigm's composition does. So this is a situation where Paradigm picks a lot of gods that they like to play and everything, but a side note of what Paradigm's comp does is how well they kill towers. Funballs and Hunter, no big deal. Lobster on this Kronos, he double dips. He's going to be killing these towers very, very fast. And people always forget how powerful Flaming Spear, Naja's steroid, is. He tears through these towers.
And this is one of the best things Paradigm's good at doing. They like to group up as 5 as a team and start taking out the tier 1 towers and tier 2 towers. They do this extremely well. When we scrimmed them at Super Regionals, our team was very, very bad at doing that. We learned a lot from Paradigm and how to group up as a team and take towers out one by one by one. And for them doing this makes them like a death ball, and it's very, very hard to break their ball because they have a Sobek. If anybody jumps in, Sobek's going to tail whip him out, and they just have a lot of damage to follow up with him as well.
It is a death ball, but it's also very good in the 1v1 department over there as well. If you look at the matchups in 1v1s, you could really see that they could take each other on and do a good job. I mean, Zaylee could just zone out Zaylee on Sobek can just zone out Bellona all day long on Top Machine. Meanwhile, you can see a Just versus Cuvo can go either way, but when that crit starts coming out from Cuvo, it's going to cause some issues.
Take a look at the builds right here on the side of where Paradigm is leading. The Winged Blade came out first on Naja. That's going to give him a little bit of utility waiting out the crit item. And it's likely to be the Deathbringer. That's pretty much how you go for Naja to supplement that ultimate. He'll be able to deal even more damage with that. Look at where Trickstank, though, built that hand of the gods.
I was going to say,
it's now a fist of the gods.
He spent a lot into actives here. Full shell to deal with the Zhonghui, but going for the fist. Why is he going for the fist of the gods here?
I think he wants the fist to stop Kepri pull because that stops it.
Oh, of course.
We got a
look
fight
at that
here.
burst on Tricks. He's going to get really hurt. The dot damage is good enough to bring him down. Just falls, and Zalia uses his ult to try and zone. But Zalia's in a bit of an awkward spot here as well. Gets rooted on the backside. Salt Machine dealing with 3. He's alone, though. Does have his Eagles rally. He's going to go in on it.
I love the play of the Lobster to bait Salt Machine into this fight. But now that Salt Machine has brought his friend Adjust, things have changed. Zalia's being chased out on the left-hand side. Enemy does not want to full commit. Their solo laner is down to about half HP. They have stuff on cooldown.
We saw right there, Cubo tried to go for the ult on Adjust, but he just slid right out of the way with his zigzag, and
Paradigm's
missed
nowhere
it.
near here. This is a
Well, they
free
can't do
gold
it.
here.
They lost one of their frontliners. Zalia's also very weak in this fight as well. It's very well played by Enemy to turn on a second Gold Fury.
Yeah, again,
bringing it back towards even.
Strong discipline from Enemy. It would have been. We would have seen a lot of teams continue that fight and go for it, maybe lose a couple and be unable to take that Gold Fury. They lick their wounds, they take the Gold Fury, they look towards mid, but Paradigm
They're going to try to start a fight here.
Oh,
Oh, great route!
Vicium.
Vicium's big route there
No
after the
surprise.
backflip to make sure they couldn't follow up. Sobek definitely would have looked for the pluck there. It looks like Paradigm still want to try and push down mid, though. They're going to have a wave coming with them to look for the tier 2. Enemy need to go back to base quickly, but they've got a little bit of defense here still because Chaos is good health, as is Vicium.
Yeah, that root was so important. If they weren't able to get that root off, there would have definitely been a team fight. I mean, look at this!
They're looking for the pick again on Cubo, who takes this guy. He is poisoned, though, so he needs to get the crit damage off quick before he falls.
It's
He does fall, but he's spread to the whole team. Trickstank's gonna run away bravely. Look at my horse. It's not amazing. Meanwhile, Lobster now has to run away too. 2 kills to the side of Enemy.
Paradigm have been doing fantastic in this match, but these last 2 exchanges have been Enemies, no doubt about it. They've shortened the lead to about 1,000, just above at 1,200. And because of that, Paradigm now have to start thinking with this tier 1 tower. I mean, this game is tied.
Yeah, and this is what Enemy wants. They're fine with this. They're going to go to the late game. They're so used to playing this comp. It's kind of like the TSM of the old. They played their standard comp, Thor, Ra, Geb, Apollo. They just play the same characters over and over again. This is kind of what we're seeing for an Enemy, and this is just working out for them extremely well.
Both of these teams, though, are ready and willing to go to the late game. I said it before. Shibalagi and Kronos, I mean, where are their later game gods?
Exactly. They're extremely strong, but I feel like just the CC and all the synergies that coming out inside of the Enemy, they have an extremely strong team comp.
These two need to be careful over here, though.
He stopped his jump.
Paradigm is on the way. He ults the target, striking away. There's the Capriel, going to pull him back in, but it looks like Paradigm going to keep chasing. Salt Machine against 4, zoning them away best he can, keeping him busy. He's got the Eagles rally, will use it defensively soon, but flip back into dangerous territory. Salt still holding that ultimate to the very last second, but Funballer continuing the chase too. Just take some free poke. Vicium and Chaos are here, trying to keep them at bay, but Chaos is getting low too, and the ult is up for Cubo. Cubo will secure 1 here, slowly but surely. Vicium
is nailing these roots. It's good enough to play defense for the players, but the tower's gonna fall. This is just all Paradigm's right-hand side lane. They've taken it.
The mistake here was sacrificial. That was the issue. They should have just sacrificed the kill. You know, Josh should have just died, and they should have left it instead. The team tried to work as a unit, peel for each other, but that just forced them into a worse spot as time went on because that ball of death from Paradigm just kept charging on.
Yeah. That all coming out of Cuvo right after Zhang popped his all was just perfect timing again. Cuvo's been playing a very, very good Neja game. And if he can keep this up, I feel like Paradigm could take this game for sure.
Big shoulders that Cuvo needs here to carry this team at the moment. He is 3-2-3. He's had 2 very good games at the beginning, but right now, Paradigm, they still have the opportunity in this game. They now have a gold lead once again.
The gold lead is still on top now. It's 2,600. It's been back and forth the past couple of minutes. Paradigm really really controlled the early and mid game. But as we went on and on into the later game, it's getting closer.
It is getting closer between the two right now. 27 minutes into it at the moment. And now with Visham level 18 at the moment, they're looking for a pick on Tricks, but that fist helps him. Just was looking at going in still there, but with Lobster showing his face in that mid lane, he chose the side of caution.
And look, he didn't use his ult again. Adjust is just playing so disciplined, and it's just great play coming out of him. If he used his ult there, he knew he was going to get out for free, and Adjust is just playing extremely
It's
smart.
not just Adjust, it's enemy just all across the board. A lot of teams get in trouble from itchy trigger fingers, but everybody's holding these ultimates till they absolutely need them.
Fire Giant is going to be the one to be started up soon by one of these two teams. Essentially, what's placed by enemy, they have control. And Paradigm want to keep an eye on that now. Let's have a listen to Paradigm, though, as they're looking to try and get control of this Fire Giant.
Fling these guys right now. They're probably done.
Yeah, chill.
We'll get some poke, maybe?
Yeah, maybe. No, just chill. I don't know.
Just defend left. Just defend left.
How long for your ult? 13. Just poke them with your abilities.
They're gonna push left here.
Okay, group.
Go left,
Go left. Can you hold anybody, Fred?
I pick up.
Just poke. Chill though.
Nice damage.
Yeah, I'm going now. Tricks. Disengage. I'm good.
That's good.
This is good. Reset the fight. Reset the fight.
Yeah, reset.
Let's do a blink. What did they waste?
Right? I don't know.
Strong ult, didn't he?
I don't know.
Tricks,
I really don't know. I know they used Chow that fight, but
I'm not sure Sakata.
do you want to fight or something?
You get it.
Let's
start pushing for wards in here, dude. Come on. Yeah, let's start grouping up and pushing there.
How many times have we said the word discipline?
It's discipline, but the big key for me here is Trixank is quiet.
Yep.
Trix is not having a good game. He's not happy with himself. He's 0-4-3, and he doesn't like that. Trix is a very emotional player. We say this a lot, but he likes to go in and be big. But look at this fight in mid lane. Chaos has to use the ultimate. Nishan not being able to take him away. You see how he used the beads defensively there early. Meanwhile, on the right-hand side, look at the burst damage onto Cubo. He goes running from Salt hits too. Salt Machine trying to do weight. The Fist of the Gods is being surrounded. And just does clean up Cubo. Meanwhile, Funballer gets out. So finally, the ult comes through from Kepri too.
Kepri puts the health onto the solo laner, but Zillion takes out Salt Machine, waits it out. No ult is good enough. Lobster's coming back on in.
He has to help.
Full HP, but now he's all alone. Serket's gonna catch up to him. No Cobra's Kiss. There's the Death Bane thanks to the beads.
3 seconds for the kiss, but there's Chaos with the Exorcism 2 card.
The card hit!
It connects and Chaos gets another kill. Enemy 11-7, and the Fire Giant looks potential.
Yeah, the Fire Giant right now, the only one alive on the side of Paradigm is going to be Funball. Everybody else is sitting down for at least.
They did lose Salt Machine, so that's their main take for Fire Giant. They're looking for a pick here on Funballer, but it looks like he's going to back off.
Just trying to pick him on the corner if they can.
Visham is full health.
Well, I don't think Funballer can do much. He can try and poke them
crits
down.
coming out on this Fire Giant.
It is good damage from Funballer available. He's got some crit online here. Pendivion going to hit with the Will Weaver from Visham.
You might have stopped the dash.
Turn it on him and pick off Funballer
I think the Will Weaver caught the dash. That was huge.
Just at the end, and now the Fire Giant falls to enemy. No one in range from Paradigm. NA are poised to take a second game here against Europe in the semis.
Paradigm looked on fire. Paradigm looked this was their game for 25 minutes.
Yeah, Paradigm was playing extremely well, but you go back to the Kepri Bologna combo.
Yeah.
Even though Bologna didn't get revived by Kepri ult, she just was able to stay alive forever, and she got to do whatever she wanted. We saw a double rally here in the back line, hit 2 of them, and she just stayed there, auto, and she couldn't get taken out because the Kepri ult was on her.
Again, 2 games in a row, 2 Athena bans, in my personal opinion, 2 incorrect bans. We need to take this. The Kepri is just too strong in the hands of Pain to Beyond.
Yeah, I think I wouldn't be like they've been scrimming each other, so maybe they know better. But who knows? I feel like this Kepri is just so strong.
Well, you got to think about what these characters bring to the table, right? And Athena sets up damage, and that's what enemy is very good at. They're very good at capitalizing off of opportunities presented to them. But what happens here is Paradigm is executing well, and Pain to Beyond is able to make up 4 mistakes with that ultimate.
So I like the pen coming out of Serket. This is going to help the tower pushing as well. And it looks like we might get a fight here on Sobek. He's looking for something.
He's getting pulled. Bursted down in a second. That was a tank. That was a tank.
Bye, Azalea. And bye, tower. Enemy's going to go ahead and push down the left-hand side as well. 1,500 gold. And ladies and gentlemen, the lead has been swapped. Enemy is now ahead by 3,000 gold.
They're looking for a Phoenix, and Salt Machine quite happy to tank up the front side right now. And at the moment, still trying to do what you can to keep the pressure on.
Paradigm right now in some trouble. Enemy doing very, very well.
Oh, quick pause coming out here from the boys as well. See how long this one lasts. Let's have a little check of this as well. Oh, we're coming to us at the desk. This game has been a bit crazy between the two.
Yep.
But at the moment, it looks like Enemy got themselves in a very, very strong position in this game. Paradigm, they've been ahead and answered back from Enemy. Paradigm again, answered back from Enemy. Paradigm again, then Enemy take a huge lead, get the Fire Giant, take a Phoenix, and it's Paradigm are in trouble.
I mean, it's just so interesting how well Enemy has been able to keep their minds right, because that's really what I'm thinking about. When you're down the entire game, 25 minutes, you know how much of how steady of a mind you have to stay in it, stay with it, and then make these huge plays.
But that's been the season for Enemy so far.
Yeah.
These kids have been behind a lot, and they're used to playing from behind. It's one of those weird things to say because Allied's very good at that
And
too. However, but playing from behind is a very difficult task. But they've done it consistently through the league.
And this comp is their best comp from playing from
Yeah.
behind. The Bologna, Kepri, and Jean-Qui, all three of those paired together, they're just so good at playing from behind with that composition, and they just play extremely well. They're fine to bring it and draw it out as long as they want.
What they're doing right, which is the key thing here for them, is that they're waiting back if they're losing the engagement and starting to wait for the right opportunities to go in. Trying to force Paradigm if they want to commit to something to make it happen.
Well, this is something that we've seen, again, talking about how good they are at playing from behind. This is something that they're used to. It's funny, they are the underdog in the way people feel about them. They were the underdog throughout the entire season, and when they play, they have been behind and won so many times. And I was looking at their losses in the fall split as well, and even then, they trail by 10K, make it back, and even when they wound up losing, they wind up taking a chunk out of the opposition. They are very, very good at staying grounded and understanding that all is not lost thanks to a couple of leads on the enemy team.
This talk of Enemy being a weak team and potentially just making it here can now finally stop. Like they beat Fnatic earlier on.
Oh, yeah.
They're potentially going to go up 2-0 here against Paradigm if they can continue this game so far.
There's a lot of Smite to be
This is a real
played.
team. This
It's
is
a
real team.
3,000 gold lead for enemy right now.
But it's a good situation for North America because most people came in thinking they had one team here at Worlds. Well, you've already knocked out one EU team. There's potentially another here.
I mean, enemy is just on a tear right now. This is the semifinals, of course. We are in a brief pause during game number 2 of what will be a best of 5 series between enemy and Paradigm. Later on in the day, we're going to take a look at our next series, which is going to be Cloud9 versus Epsilon. So pretty much, we have some of the most exciting Smite for you here that could even be possibly asked for.
Now, during this game now, what I'm looking at from Paradigm to try and get back into it, like you said, it's still close.
Oh, yeah.
They still a lead, though, for enemy. I'm looking at Funball more than anybody. If
Okay.
you listen to the communications in the team during that game, Funballer there, he was the leader then. When Trixtank went quiet, somebody had to step up. Cuvo's not too much of a talker, neither's Lobster. And Zalia's too busy in the solo lane most of the time. So Funballer stepping up is very important for this team. We're finally back into game, though. And it's time for the defense for Paradigm on this middle Phoenix. Tier 2 tower is about to fall down.
There it is, 1,500 gold going the way of enemies, so maybe this lead is larger than we might have thought. The Phoenix on the left-hand side has already fallen, so enemy now looking for their second Phoenix of the game.
So on the left-hand side, Salt Machine going in, but he's getting bursted down. The good fist of the gods. They did force the ultimate from Kepri, though, so that is a cool out. Cuvo on the right-hand side is isolated a member in the mid lane, though, at the same time as this is going on. With Trix going in there as well, looking for the pressure from Vicium.
Vicium in trouble.
Vicium playing it very well. Trix is in world of hurt, but the heal is good.
Big heal is going to force adjust out on the right-hand side, followed by a Hunter and a...
Oh! The World Weaver blocks the shot, so it just can juke out.
He's going to jump into the wall.
It's available.
He's out of there.
Just survive.
Vicium. Ladies and gentlemen, Vicium has been the aggressor and getting kills. Vicium has been a savior and protecting his teammate. Vicium is doing everything possible for this enemy squad.
Earlier on, you saw the Fire Giant when they ran past the Fire Giant and they were trying to peel for each other. That's what enemy does. Paradigm played it very well that time.
Wow.
This time, though, the peeling worked. Vicium's ultimate, oh, jeez.
Yeah, he had 2 crazy ultimates this game that didn't lead into kills. He had that one for Peel and also the one that stopped Shablanke's dash around Fire Giant. Vicium's been showing a great display of ultimates for different usage, and he's just been using this Neath to the highest potential that you could possibly have.
That's what I'm saying here. Vicium is just showing up in all sorts of ways, and this should be no surprise if you followed this team for a while now. Vicium has been that one player that even when people weren't sold on this team, which at this point you better be, back when people were still asking questions, Vicium was the one that people were like, all right, maybe he's got some potential. Well, he's here at Worlds, and he's doing everything possible to help his team out.
We'll give a shout to it just there because his jukes through the jungle were good. He hid behind minions to block shots as well.
That was big.
That was a key thing. Obviously, Vicium coming in with the stun was huge, but just positioning is what's really helped
And we
him out.
also saw him use his beads to get the cooldown reset. And we might see Paradigm coming in for a fight.
Yeah, this is a fight for sure. Trick staying up on the horse, looking for some stuns, but he burns all the way down. Salt Machine jumps right on top, and Trick Tank is deleted.
Cubo Frank gonna take one up to the sky though. Azalea zoning duty once again. Dunked down his Chaos back into the fight. Turns his attention to Cubo. Heal is currently down. Chaos gets bursted by
Capri comes in on Chaos!
Capri and Zalia. Well, now he's gonna deal with more on the backside. Salt Machine solos down Fumballer.
Enemy on all cylinders right here. Just takes a big chunk. Here comes Lobster, trying to do what he can. Capri not gonna hit. Lobster not able to find it. Vicium with the crit. Lobster, take a seat.
Sobek walking back to base to try and heal himself up. Phoenix in the middle lane will now be assaulted. No, they won't.
Phoenix.
There is
No
fire
Phoenix.
minions there.
No Phoenix, just Titan. Enemy want to go directly for it. With everybody on Paradigm, there are so many seconds that they have to sit down. The Titan has fallen. North America is up 2-0.
2 games. The underdogs, the last hope of North America that nobody expected to really perform, are showing they can take it to the #1 European team.
This has been an exciting, I mean, is there a better word for exciting? This has been an enthralling achievement for Enemy. As I said before during the game, people didn't expect this team to even make it to region.
This is Cinderella stories once again. For some reason, Worlds just has them. Titan last year, right? They turned up and were like, oh, these are just a bunch of guys that came through the Challenger Cup. These guys, they've just appeared too.
And remember, they were the 5th seed. They would have not made it to regionals if it didn't get converted into super regionals.
They had a negative record in the SPL. They went even at super regionals. They're not even right now.
One more time, I have to give so much credit to Payne. I love the way he's crafted this team. He found these players, as Kevin said, 3 rookies and basically a rookie, somebody that's played a single split, a handful of games here in the SPL. Payne found these players, knew that they would be able to achieve this, and that's the thing. I talked to Payne throughout the SPL, I talked to Payne throughout the Super Regionals, and I talked to Payne here. He has never once for a moment doubted that this is where he would be right now in January.
Great position for these boys right now. 2 up against Paradigm. Paradigm, when you think about it, they've got an uphill battle. They've got to take every single game as best of ones now. Enemy can kind of sit back a little bit. I don't want them to rest in the laurels because you give that team any sort of momentum from Paradigm and they will find a way back in.
I mean, if there's one team you really don't have to worry about really relaxing too much, it's Enemy. These guys are excited. They are always ready. I talked to them before as well. Not quite cocky, but just barely there. They know they can win. They want to win, and that's what they're going to try and do. Golden Boy, break this one down.
All right, thank you so much, F. And wow, what a game we just witnessed. Enemy up 2-0 against Europe's finest in Paradigm. It has been quite the story for those young men, but let's go ahead and talk about the first minute into the game where we had the first blood on Salt Machine.
Yeah, we saw that early invade come out from Salt Machine and Adjust. They were just trying to, once again, Adjust putting a lot of pressure on the Salt Machine or that Soul Lane, trying to get him ahead. Unfortunately, though, the same thing that we saw happen in Cloud9 versus OMG, where the mid laner rotated on the invade in stealth, the same thing happened here. Lobster rotated over to that blue buff, and they were able to pick up first blood. And, you know, it's so weird for me. I always feel like Paradigm are running these pick-based compositions, and they'll find these early picks, but it's the only one you ever see.
Right, so Paradigm is leaning towards these, okay, we're going to win our lane type matchups, and if we can all individually win our lanes, then we can transition, but they're not picking comps that work well together. They're picking individually good comps for what they're going against, but not as a team, and Enemy's waiting for that 20-25 minute mark, and then they're just taking these team fights like they've been doing for the last few games.
This is absolutely, I think we're seeing a lot of strong plays out of Paradigm individually. Zelia being a very effective frontline, QVO with the Thanatos in game 1 and the precise Naja ults this time, but their comp just doesn't make sense, and they need to get a just off that Saket. It's getting out of hand now. He's been playing every game but one, I believe, in the entire tournament. You know, he's done incredibly well every single time. He might not be top of the play damage you see there, but that's not what Saket, that's not where she is. You know, she sets up the kills. All of her damage is effective. It's the damage that gets a kill that wins a team fight. And he can't do it anymore. They need to get him off it.
When it comes to best of fives, you need to adjust. And like, no pun intended there. Like, you take a look at the history of Smite, you know, Titan last year at Worlds, right? Cloud9 was forced to start banning away Yuumi and Ares. They couldn't deal with it, right? It's not something that they felt was top tier. It's just, it was so effective against them. Going back to the COG Invitational, the mid-split in the fall there, Cloud9 starts losing to Eager. Dare to Care's Naja, phenomenal. No one's banning away, hasn't banned away Naja in over, 2 years. Start banning away. This is what Paradigm needs to do. They need to get a just off this Circuit. They're focusing on the Hunbats right now, which has been fantastic as well. But, even this game, player of the game, he is playing so well right now, just getting Salt Machine in all his lanes ahead, and he's unstoppable in these back lines. Because Trix Tank and Zalia are both very hyper-aggressive players, which works when you're even or ahead. But when you start to get behind, they never are effectively peeling, and Kronos got blown up every engagement.
We see them both, charging in, and they just get, as you said, they just get blown up. Both of them are wanting to get in there, and we see Trix on his horse going in, and then before his ult's over, he's like 20% HP, Salt Machine jumps in the back line, and he's done. And we're seeing the same thing with Zalia, and no one is protecting the people who actually need to win these fights in Funball and Lobster.
And Paradigm has had opportunities to get rid of his Circuit, but they're choosing to ban things like Hunbats over the Circuit right now. So whether that means that they're more fearful, whether it be from scrims where the Hunbats is way too effective and they want to deal with the Circuit instead. But right now, in this moment, you're on the main stage. This is it for them. You got one more game left. Get rid of the Circuit. Deal with something else, because the Circuit is setting up way too many plays for enemy to come back.
I actually want to ask you guys about that, right? Because, we saw the Hunbats ban come down, and is there just something more fearful about Hunbats than there is versus Circuit? Because so far, with, of course, just being the player of the game here, you can make the argument that the Circuit is the problem at this point.
I actually think Hunbats in these type of games, in these best of fives, and these crazy team fight oriented games are better and more effective. But because of Paradigm's playstyle, where they kind of leave their carries to protect themselves, Circuit is just it's more effective. Circuit is more effective against Paradigm specifically because they do a poor job of protecting their carries when they get behind.
I think as far as the Hunbats ban goes in particular, I think everyone views enemy as a team fighting team, and none of the players stand out as individual, like the Reels type carry. No one has that aura around them. And Hunbats he's the team fight one. He's the, oh, they have a Hunbats and they won that fight, great Hunbats ult, but no one looks at the player that Hunbats just carried that. He's just a team, he's like a Kazronkwe. And Adjust on Saket is proving us otherwise. He's showing us that he is a world-class jungler in his own right. He is mechanically very gifted at this god, and maybe Paradigm needs to start doing that respect ban and just get rid of it.
And honestly, another problem for me that game was Trix Tank. The Guan Yu was not effective. We looked at his horse, and his horse was not amazing. It just wasn't bringing anything to the table, right? We need him to play a god that can peel, what you're talking about. We need the Geb coming out of him, the Khepri, a Sylvanas, anything so he can keep his team alive, because he's trying to go in, and then he's just dying himself.
But that's not even like the biggest problem. It's the fact that if Guan Yu goes in, that's fine, but then Zalia needs to become the peeler. The team's not adapting to a playstyle, and I've said this for so long. This team is very good individually, but they always struggle when they need to peel for their carries. It's been the same story, I think, for an entire year. And if Funball and Lobster are on these hard carries, like Jablanque, like Kronos, and they're getting no protection against a Circuit, like, you can't stop it.
Okay, so now that we know what we know about how enemy enjoys playing, and honestly, I still believe Paradigm could pull this one through. Like, to be honest with you, I still have faith in Paradigm. I think they're a great team with tons of opportunity in front of them, just these like small things, right? And I would even say the big part is the picks and bans, right? I had to side with enemy on that game just because, and listening to you three experts talk about it, right? You can clearly tell that enemy got everything that they possibly wanted. It was like Christmas for them, You know, it was like, hey, they had this thing that happened on their 25th and it was wonderful, and they got maybe an Xbox, I don't know, but then, you know, Christmas happened again. Hispanics call it Reyes. We call it Three Kings Day, you know? So this was Three Kings Day for them. They got that one, and it was amazing. They loved it. And now, like, going into Game 3, this is do or die time for Paradigm. So can Paradigm bounce this back? And, I mean, just out of the gate, and Ataraxia, we'll go to you because you are familiar with Paradigm very well. What do you think is going to be the difference maker going into Game 3?
Well, for me, I think we all know that EU loves drama, right? We love a good story. And I think this is Paradigm, you know? Let's go down 0-2, and then we're going to bring it back 3-2, get enemy off the high horses. This is EU, you know? EU have got this Paradigm all the way, no doubt.
How'd that go for you last year?
Wow. Oh, my God.
You were down 0-2, right? And then you had the Cinderella come. Oh, wait, no, you lost game 5.
yeah.
That's right. That didn't happen.
Well, it's the other way around, you know, this time. We'll be good.
Okay, listen, I ordered some ointment for all of us because clearly we have some burn conditions that we need to, you know, tend to. All right, folks, so we're going to get Game 3 started up in just a few, but throughout all of the Smite World Championships, each day has been awesome and exciting. Of course, meeting everyone out here. Everyone's just enjoying the matches, the Hi-Res Expo, but of course, what we're here for are the games. Let's take a look at Day 2. All right, that was day number 2. Man, you know, it's crazy. We have, it feels like this is such a big day, and like this is it. And of course, because last year we were only here for 3 days, 4 days here in Atlanta, Georgia, for some Smite. And you know, I'm glad it's not over yet. We have so much to come. You know, not only do we have the continuation of this matchup that we're seeing right here, folks, but coming up next, the matchup that I know a lot of people in here are very excited for, a matchup that can go either way, and I'm going to use this reference, and it will stick.
Oh my
the
God.
immovable object versus the unstoppable force. Epsilon versus the one and only Cloud9. That is going to be our next matchup. And then let's not even forget that after that, we have Envy versus Eager in the Xbox semifinals. So I know you're particularly pumped about that one. There you can actually see the bracket. It's exciting because I had a chance to watch that COG Gaming and Wear matchup that actually occurred. And my goodness, you know, just, you know, Cognitive is good. So
they're solid.
Yeah, they're really solid. So, you know, it's going to be a tough battle for whoever comes out of that semifinal matchup. Of course, all that action is going to be taking place throughout the day, so make sure you guys do not go anywhere. But let's actually talk about the game again, go back to it, Game 2, lots of things to take away from that one. How did you feel, I guess, for Enemy going into Game 3? What are the things they need to repeat, keep going with, and just stick with?
And we need to change nothing, right? Because they haven't changed at all since Super Regionals, and it's been continuing to work. It's Paradigm who are really needing to adjust, and it's, you know, Enemy's going to, you know, picks and bans here, like we've been talking about with every game with Enemy, is going to be so crucial. Are Paradigm still going to just give Enemy the same draft they've been playing for 3 months?
I think the ball is definitely in Paradigm's court for this one. They've been trying their janky stuff. But the issue for me is it's all been at once. You know, we saw yesterday when they played, they did have some spicy picks, but largely the majority of the team stuck to the meta. And I think when they all try these the janky ones, then it just doesn't work out as well. So, you know, Paradigm, they are clearly the ones to experiment, and it's gotten this far, so power to them, keep doing it. But maybe get some standard stuff in there, and then one, maybe two, but probably just stick to one spice pick.
I agree. They need to tone it down. This is the one downside to having such large god pools on all of your players. They all want to, you know, start diving into that god pool, but they don't all need to do it once. Have one chalk pick. You don't need the Guan Yu and the Sobek solo and all of these and the Chrono. Like all these crazy picks all at once is just too much. You do one pick to throw them off, and then the rest of them you do standard because standard works.
Yeah, you know, you got to stick with what you know, right? And I think before the game started, Incon, you had said, does this look like an EU draft? You know, and I guess, you know, that ended up biting him in the butt in the end there, right?
I mean, it looked like a China draft, honestly. Like that was even more off kilter than.
Listen here, Bart.
China
Relax.
can draft better than that, man.
Okay, relax with the mean comments, Bart.
I think
You
China
know?
got more kills, to be honest, though.
Well, I would say, oh, I didn't even. that went right over my head for a
Just
moment.
saying.
There. It's just.
It just glides
so
off,
many
that's why.
mean things that we're a very mean group of people here.
You know,
today.
Have I?
Is
started
it me
working
that
with
I
Hindu.
started?
No, I
Like,
started working with Hindu, and it's just this all the time. I get berated, and then you know,
okay,
you gotta start firing.
you gotta
back
just
sometimes.
let it out somewhere, right? You know, it makes sense. Okay, all right, fine. Calm down there, Padawan. All right, but you know,
At least an acolyte, you know.
fair point. Fair point.
Thank you.
You know, keep it the theme. Okay, so. Now we have Game 3 coming up next, picks and bans here, folks. So this is about to happen in a little bit. I guess now this is the part where we kind of theory craft how this is going to go. What would be the first couple bans that we would potentially see on each side? What do you think that they're going to focus on? Ataraxia, you look very eager, so I'm going to start with you.
I would love to see Paradigm pick up the first pick position.
They are first pick, by the way.
They are? Okay,
I
that's
believe so.
fantastic. You know, step one, done. Bounce a cat.
Step one.
and then let them get something good out of this. Get a Kepri first pick, or a Jing Shen, or a Bologna, and ban the other two. Those are the three gods. Ban two of them, make them ban them, and pick the other one.
Yeah, the last time they had first pick, they first picked Neath, correct?
Don't do that.
No,
No.
don't. Yeah, you don't need to first pick the Neath. I promise it'll be there later in the draft for you to pick up.
And, you know, we actually saw in game 1, enemy ban away the Jing Bologna in that second spot, which they are, once again, the Chaos side. So I expect they're probably going to run the same strategy. They have typically when they go into games, they have a set mindset, and if that strategy in the picks and bans is working, they keep to it. So I do expect to see a Circuit ban from Paradigm, and then Jing Bologna on the other side, and then maybe a Soul. I would imagine that Paradigm are going to ban out, or maybe they could leave it open for themselves.
Yeah, either leave open the Soul or the Kepri, ban the other one out, and then pick it up in the first position, and that is a great start to the draft from then. From there, they can start to deny the other picks from them, but really, that's exactly what they need to do, in my opinion.
Well, there's a lot of questions and a lot of mystery to be had here, folks. And I know you all have been eagerly anticipating this one. So without further ado, let's jump into the picks and ban phase for game number 3. To be the champions of Smite. Here we go, folks. Let's make this happen. Where does this go? I mean, there's a lot of questions to be had, and this is it. Do or die time for Paradigm. Their chance to be the champions of Smite of the world is at hand here.
Circuit.
I think Paradigm have an
Circuit.
opportunity to really do mind games here, because they shouldn't. But if they ban Circuit first, then enemy like, yeah, that's for me. That's the first thing they're thinking of is getting rid of
yeah,
Circuit.
you're scared.
But if they ban out something like the Soul or the
I like
Kepri,
that as well.
then it's less of a this is targeted you. This is just a really good god.
Is it though?
And then they do follow it up.
Pain though. I mean, they're very scared of his Kepri because he's been. Not to mention, he's actually been resurrecting Circuit over and over again. So maybe it was a combo ban. They're going to ban Circuit out too, maybe.
I mean, Pain is being played probably the best show in this. Oh no.
Ataraxia, you look
Paradigm.
very angry. Here.
I'm upset, man.
Here.
They can still first pick Circuit. They can still take it away before enemy can
Well,
get
we
it.
said that last game and they didn't do it. They opted to let
I'm
enemy
trying
have
to
it
give
again.
the benefit of the doubt. You know, they still have opportunities.
I still don't think it's necessarily Circuit. I think it's how they're playing against Circuit. I think they're playing very poorly. If they can fix you know, how they work their team, I think that's ideally. And yeah, I like the Soul first pick. Give your dual lane a lot of pressure.
17% win rate at the SWC is alarmingly low for a god that has been banned and picked as much as she has.
Every game.
Every single game, yeah. And a 17% win rate.
Neath early?
Yeah, I'm not enjoying this right now. I mean, enemy coming from these last two extremely strong drafts, they don't need to pick up this Neath early. They can lean towards something else. I wouldn't even mind picking up something like Geb here, you know, such a safe pick for Pain de Viande, which we know he leaned towards after the Khepri and Athena are down.
I feel like Vicium had a stronger showing on the Chiron than the Neath, but maybe it's to throw off the dynamic of Neath and Soul historically being very strong together in Europe. But Chiron should really fill that same role, so I'd love to see Paradigm pick that up.
Is it going to be a Serket here? Freya.
Freya, that was banned out in the last game, so...
I'm not a huge fan of pairing Freya and Soul together. Usually the whole point of getting Soul and Freya, they fulfill the same role, right? They're doing the exact same thing on your team. Although I do like the Osiris pick that Paradigm is leaning towards right now. When Shington and Bologna are down, you pick up the Osiris because, like you said earlier, he doesn't lose lane. There's nothing wrong with winning your lane.
Osiris is also very good against Jean Kui because with the way his tether works is that it reduces the damage that character deals. So Jean Kui is not a god that can escape the tether ever. So as the second he ults, Osiris is going to go next to him, press his 3, and then just follow him around.
I love this pick of Serket here. It was either between Serket or Geb, I think they were debating, but the Serket just works so well against Soul and Freya that they don't want it banned out. Once again, we're going to see Funball and Lobster on these two hyper carry gods, and Adjust has Serket. Paradigm, they need to make sure they protect their carries this game.
There is no point for them to ban out Hunbats here, right? The jungler's already picked. They've got their Serket. I want to see another target ban to Pain.
Geb.
Take out his Geb, and then what are they going to do? They've been relying so much on the defense. That's a great ban.
You can see
Brilliant.
Good call. Good call, Incon.
I kind of want to see Ares against Serket Neath. Very good, but the problem is then you have no hard peel for your hyper carries.
And furthermore, you know, they have the Sol and the Freya, and the big downside, as we touched upon, too magical. This kind of forces Tricks to go for a physical support, unless they're running the Sol in, well, Osiris jungle and Sol solo.
Yeah,
it's very
I think
awkward.
the first half is like I understand they're like trying to counter, but how are they going to round it out?
1 second.
It was very interesting. It was actually a pretty good ban there, actually, for the Guan Yu. The more that you think about it, because they knew they wanted to run a physical support, they banned out the Guan Yu, which was, of course, targeted at Trix Tank. Even though it wasn't that effective last game, it would have fulfilled exactly what they needed this game.
So they pick up the Bacchus, which is probably the support that I think Trix would have leaned towards here, and it forces out the Ares. And like, I love Ares against Serket, but once again, that Serket is going to have such a strong time if he can just avoid the Ares and jump on Freya or Soul.
The big strength, though, is that Sol and Freya both have mechanics to stall Serket out in Freya's ultimate and Sol's 3, so they can, you know, Serket has to awkwardly wait until those things are finished. And Ares, if they lock this in, can pull Neath, can pull Jean Kui, can pull Serket, can pull Bacchus. None of them have a CC immunity outside of Beads or Aegis that is going to stop them, except for Serket, she can jump on someone. But all of those people are going to get pulled into Ares.
They're definitely going to need a runic shield on the side of enemy this game. You've got Freya and Soul for that damage. Finishing up with the Bastet, which is a good pick here. Bastet actually does pretty well against Zong because he has no movement abilities to get away from those cats. So he takes a lot of damage from them, especially early.
I love this draft from Paradigm. This is a Paradigm spicy draft, but it's actually really good. Unlike last game when it was awful, just the worst thing ever, this is an excellent Paradigm draft. It's off the wall, and it works. It fits.
All right, guys, well, it is all locked in. Atarax, we start with you. Predictions?
Paradigm.
Paradigm this game.
Paradigm this game.
Paradigm, because they're going all the way. Is this going to be the storyline of this semifinal matchup? Will Paradigm be able to fight back and potentially force a game 4 and 5? We'll find out, but first, we have to toss it over to our casters. Take it away, boys.
Thanks a lot, Golden Boy. You know, last time I stood here and I said I loved the Paradigm draft, and I did for them specifically. And again, we have another draft that seems tailor-made for Paradigm.
Big shout-outs, though, really focusing Pain to be on this.
Oh, yeah.
Consistently, all 3 bans focused at him, take his God pull away from him. Surprised he didn't go Sobek. We discussed this.
Yeah.
Could have gone for the Sobek pick. He went for the Bacchus. And as soon as he locked that in, I did talk to you. I was thinking Ares was going to come.
Yeah, I don't really like the Bacchus pick. They have Soul and Freya, so if he ever flops in and puts himself out of position, he's just gonna get like hit down by both of their range magical carries. It's going to be very hard for Bacchus to do a lot of things.
Yeah, I mean, the Sol and Freya are so exciting for me. We're going to see how well the Freya does. I assume it's going to be in Funball's hands, but again, Paradigm can do anything they want with a lot of these picks.
There's a lot of people in Europe watching right now. They're over in a LAN party in, I believe, in Holland right now, so they'll be wanting something out of this for them. Maybe the fans here would like to see at least one more game after this one in this set. We'll find out. But yeah, they do.
Yeah, you know, I think this is definitely one that can lend itself to be a strong look for Paradigm. And right away we see something that's very unique to Funball on this Freya, the Achilles heel.
Achilles spear. It started off actually with Zalia when he used to play the solo lane, but then he's actually picked that one up.
And look we got a Mark of the Vanguard coming out of the Ares, so they're going to try to get kills in this lane. So I kind of like it. And they might get Bacchus here, but no, he flops out. Very smart play by Pain de Viande
I think completely right, though, because if he can get some chains off early here, Trixank, he'll get minion aggro. So that Vanguard will protect him and allow Funballer to proc that Achilles spear in lane and potentially put the burst damage down. Pain de Viande's going to play this lane very, very carefully. And once again, Visham needs to be on target with those roots and the auto attacks to keep them at bay.
But looking at the pick and ban coming out of Paradigm this time, I really, really like their comp out of all 3 games. This is the comp I think they can win with for sure. They took away the Geb, they took away the Khepri. Those are the 2 most important supports coming out of enemy. Yeah, Pain's Athena is really good, but enemy plays so well with the Geb and Khepri. It's just crazy.
It's a good composition for Paradigm this time round. I'm not going to discredit enemy at all because they pretty much got what they've had for the entire tournament.
Besides one of their core supports.
Besides the core support, a lot of people say maybe the Circuit is the big influence here. Maybe it's the Zhong Kui. Well, they've still gone back to those even though they've not had this Khepri.
We've talked a lot about a lot of these picks. Now, the Bastet, it's interesting to me. We saw a lot of Bastet play during the regular season. There's nothing necessarily wrong with the Bastet, but how does she fit into this composition?
I like the Bastet pick because she applies a lot of physical damage. They have Ares, they have a Freya, and they have a Soul. That's 3 heavy magical damage dealers. And with Bastet, they can get away with that because she does so much physical damage.
On top of that, you've got an Osiris here who can also deal with the Zhong Kui as well. You can use the tether on it to reduce the amount of damage that's going to be applied to them in the early stages.
We got a double power pot coming off of Zhong Kui and the Circuit. It looks like they're going to invade the back camps. They can do this because the enemy team has a Bastet.
Yeah, Lobster and Cuvo Fred, they know that the enemy is in their jungle, but there's nothing they can really do about it. So because of that, Paradigm's going to shade to the left-hand side, relinquish those right-hand Harpies, and just go directly for the easy one.
Slower start from the mid lane of Paradigm, as expected here. Keep an eye on Trixank, though, does have the blink online as well. So you can see actually in the lane in the map, even if we're not looking, you can see that. But look at that, Zalia under pressure from Salt Machine. This is a reverse matchup of game 1 between these two. And at the moment, Zalia taking a lot of poke with the left-hand side. The chains were applied, but Visham gets out. But it cost him his beads that he started with.
Yeah, he has a sliver of HP left. Now, if Visham was on any other hunter, he might have to back here. But if he plays safe and drops a couple of strong unravels, he should be able to be fine in this lane.
And look at enemy. They have double beads because they don't have any CC immunity ultimates. That's very, very smart by them. If Ares hits level 5, blinks in and ults them, those are just 2 free kills for Paradigm.
Just keep an eye on those beads for the consistency of the game. Cuvo coming around right again, looking at Salt Machine. Not going to actually find anything. Just going to pounce in and clear the wave.
They don't really have any kill potential there.
Is that just showing
Bastet
pressure?
level 4. Yeah, he's just trying to get XP. He's trying to ramp up because he's a Bastet. Once Bastet gets ramped up, she's going to be able to do so much damage, and her ganks are going to start coming online right around level 9, I would say.
A little bit of play out of Paradigm here that's very similar to what they did against China, zoning them off the experience as much as possible, trying to group up the extra minion wave here. Blink is available on the Trixank too, so just keep an eye, because if they hit 5 soon, they could go in and look for the kill.
Look at Fedium's positioning. He's barely spacing himself out from the whoop. If he gets whooped, Trix is going to blink, and he's going to get chained. So this is very good positioning by Vedium. They didn't lose too much minions there. I think they lost 2 melee, but they're fine with that. They're just going to keep farming and farming.
Good little poke from Funballer there as he continues to pressure the minions under the tower as well.
Funball right now hit level 5. Trixank is not going to be long before. There it is, level 5 as well. So
keep an eye on where Circuit is as well.
Pulse. Trixank standing still deliberately.
If Vedium walks up to the tower line, Trix will blink and ult right away. He might look walk into the purple buff, and we might see Funballer come back, but it looks like they're just going to roam into the jungle and see if anybody walks towards them.
Big key here is the mid laner and the jungle as well.
Oh, yeah.
They have to keep an eye on these rotations to support this duo lane as early as possible.
They're communicating it. They know that mid lane isn't there. They see him back now. If Neath walks up, Trix is going to get his ult off.
Here we go. Will he go for it? That's the question with the backflip.
Oh, here it is.
Hit. Is he going to go for the blink at all? Nope. Just going to push them again.
She's trying to bait the ult with her backflip.
That's
He didn't get it!
He
Trix
got
was
him
gonna
with the
pull him!
backflip. There's a stun. Vicium's in some trouble. One missed basic
Earl.
could be it. But in the sky, first blood goes to Funball. Paradigm on the board.
So Viridium didn't respect Trix's blink there. He was going to try to backflip it and waste Ares' ult. I think he should have backed to base there. It was a smart idea trying to get the ult, but it was just really, really good play by Trix saying blinking in. It's very hard to react to that in time, and Trix was able to get the pull off, and Ares Freya combo takes him out.
Really good work from Paradigm. This is what they wanted in this duo lane early on. Getting Trix tank on the comms is going to be big too. Last game he was dead when we listened in. This time around, I guarantee they'll be talking.
Payne's in some trouble. He's crippled, so he can't
Good
jump
stun.
right away. He's
Stuns
going to
both
take
of them out.
half of his HP.
Just the time of Vicium turning up to the lane and at the same time stop them continuing the aggression there. Trix could have got the second chain off potentially, but he fired it quick, trying to back off and continue on. Really good work from Paradigm in the duo lane. What's going on the rest of the map at the moment, though? Because the moment Paradigm are in a good position. And look at this. Salt Machine, a little bit of trouble there. Good stun.
Stunned out.
He's going to possibly die here. Will Weaver's going to try and help to save the day. But the kitty cat has arrived and makes him pay.
2-0 Paradigm one more time. The Europeans find themselves in the lead early on. Now, the real question here is, can Paradigm keep it going, or will enemy be able to turn it around like they did in games number 1 and 2?
They've got to keep the pressure on is the big key here. And they've got to take every single game as a best of one. Trix gets the chain off just after the flop.
That was
onto
a
Payne.
nice chain. He let him there.
No follow-up.
Oh, here comes Adjuster along the left-hand
he's
side.
rooted out.
Trickstake is rooted, but Trickstake reads him. He's going to get stunned underneath.
Still
thanks to
dead.
this tool.
The card is hit, and there's the ult coming out from Circuit
That's
too. He will fall down.
I love the read on a Trix, but at the end of the day, 4-on-1 is not a good situation.
Yeah, Circuit is good against Ares as well as Ares is good against Circuit. If both their ults pretty much counteract each other, and also Ares chain stops Circuit in her tracks. But if Ares gets caught out by Circuit, he's done if his team has follow-up. So Trix has to be really careful if his jungler isn't on the side of the map, and if they don't see anybody in the middle lane.
Keep an eye on Adjust then, because at the moment he's got himself off to a good start, answering back to that duo lane start that Paradigm had.
A lot of damage going on, a lot of attention being paid, rather, in the middle lane here for the very first time. Cubo Fred's going to join up with Lobster, who largely has just been sort of trading waves with Chaos.
Shout outs to the Traveler's Shoes on Trix. That's the best boots you could build on Ares. I see people going pen, I see people going cooldown. As an avid Ares player, I feel like the movement speed is so important. Also the gold, it gets you to your aura items faster, that gives you more power. Yeah, power doesn't scale that well on Ares. It still helps a little bit. And with this movement speed, it makes it easier to hit chains, and it lets you catch up to people as well.
Actually coming around the back here, gotta go in with the blink, doesn't find the chain there, but good damage on to Adjust, but the cats were dropped expecting the chain to connect.
Unfortunately for Paradigm, you know, the beauty of Smite is the fact that you have to hit your abilities. If that chain hits...
Oh, he's in trouble!
Oh, no, Lord of the Afterlife will save the day. Zalia played that inch perfect. There's no rotations coming.
Love that play by Zalia. He gets out of there, and you know what he does? He turns around and throws more damage. I'm just saying, you almost got me, but not quite.
I would have loved to see Zalia go up and come right back down and dodge it, but we might get a fight in mid here. It just looks like poke. Oh, we got a World Weaver going somewhere.
Yeah, going over to the right side, gonna pick up Zalia. Zalia!
Wow!
In the lane to farm that last wave of experience, and he paid the ultimate price.
You know, I said I like that play at Azalea. He turns around and throws the damage out, and should back right there, but Zalia pushes the envelope a little bit too far. With Neath, you always have to realize you never are truly at 100% HP. You always have this looming threat of being hit by a World Weaver.
Harpy's on the left, going to be contested here, potentially by Payne. Will he go in for it? Gonna look for the flop. Not gonna find it though. Gets the stun off and just backs away.
So Payne wasn't afraid to flop in there because Trix uses chain to get the Traveler's Gold, so he was safe flopping in there. So I kind of like the steal attempt by Payne. He really didn't put himself in danger.
I like how you mentioned that Trix used the chain for those Traveler's Gold. How much will these Traveler's Boots impact the playstyle? Because of course, just as a reminder, the way these work, the more you hit, the more players you hit, the more gold you get. So how does this impact you as you're trying to play the game?
Looks like we got a fight here possibly. He's carded, but he's fine. Looks like it's just going to be a back off by both teams.
Yeah, just a little bit of back and forth.
I'm here on microphone.
cuts out because my computer doesn't work anymore. Okay.
Instead, he sat in the mid lane and consistently farmed and farmed and farmed.
Well, no clue if you guys can hear me or not.
His choice of core this game is to go for the penetration boots and straight into a polynomicon here for the extra damage.
I really like the pen boots on Soul. It lets her start doing a ton of damage.
You're bouncing on the microphone? Yeah. That's why it doesn't work anymore.
Boots come online, and she just is able to do a lot of damage in these team fights with a combination between her ult and her stellar burst.
Duo Fred looking towards the right
My
side.
labia
He's
is
gonna go
itchy
ahead
as
into his
fuck
own
right now.
Jungle. Nothing too crazy going
Just
on.
thought you guys should know.
Mid lane, lot of members on enemy here. Looking directly at Lobster, and with this help from Vicium, it's gonna not hit him. Beautiful timing coming out from the veteran mid laner for Paradigm, understanding just how Soul's ability works and gets the CC immunity right in time.
Only a
That's
world leader
perfect.
for that, and because of that pressure, they were able to go in
You should
and
clamp them to
invade.
prevent the itching.
Machine.
All right.
A bit of trouble here.
No movement.
Pinned in. He's got no support from any of her teammates. They may get a red buff on the left-hand side, but Cubo Fred gets himself another kill.
Maybe I should.
Pressure on the left side, as
Maybe
you
this
said,
should be a
in
day
your
of
man,
clamping
what winds up
and
happening is
torture.
Paradigm pick up the kill, but enemy not much. Like you said, they got a red buff. Don't
All day.
Look at that again. That's perfect
Oh,
timing.
no,
but
but the
Blaze
flop was
Blue.
better. The flop was perfect. And Chaos and a just combined. And not a lot Cubo Fred can do here with Vicium's rotation to mid, but look at Tricks.
Now
Are they really
that's
going
enough,
in?
and
They
here
got Jong
comes
over.
Straight.
Oh my
That's
God.
the chain on
He
beads.
beats.
That's going to force out the beads. But yeah, one more time. The red buff, maybe not enough to make up for the loss of life in the solo lane. Well,
Really good work from enemy here. The right half.
My headset just keeps cutting out, like all the time. Every couple minutes, it just cuts out for 5 seconds. And it's like not even the headset's problem. It's ridiculous.
Experience in gold graphs here, and to see how exactly close these two teams are in this one.
100. It's not enough.
And
That's
it
not
cut out
enough.
again.
This is a tie game for all intents and purposes. And Paradigm was off to a great start, but enemy turning
We
things
have almost
around
7
as we get
cajillion
closer to
hours
the
of torture to redeem. That's
so
true.
Far. Like every time Paradigm take a lead, enemy advance it back every single time. Whatever
The Smite audio acted up too when your headset did. Yep.
This has been everything.
That's what happens when you
everything
update
they've
your
ever
computer.
done in Smite
When you're
has been
forced to update
from
your
behind,
computer,
so they've got
everything
no
stops
problem.
working.
3-3. This is a repeat
It's
of
really
the
great.
first game
Really
I
great
rocked
strategy.
We
Great
might get a
business
fight
plan.
here, but it looks like they're just going to take the mid camps
Fucking
and back off.
assholes.
Well,
We do have Tricks coming around, but nope.
Nope, they're changing the mind. Not going to go too aggressive.
I didn't even have the
The
option to
Harpies
not
aren't
update.
available there,
I
so
had
not gonna
to.
find it, and the Harpies did go down, so. Here. Been in a lot of action
As I
over
was
here.
saying
Mainly,
before my
though,
microphone cut out, at least on my
Xaylia's
Mac, I
able
have
to
the
build
option of
support. Cubo's
saying
been
remind me
doing
later
fine.
or
And
whatever.
Just has really yet to show his face over here in the solo lane.
And I really like this. This is the first time we see Xaylia really
They fuck with everything. Yep,
taking this
everything is
lane
fucked with
and
now.
winning it.
So I don't have a
All the
camera
best in
anymore.
the first 2 games, and right now Xaylia is showing
And
how
now I
strong
also
he
don't
is.
have a
He's
microphone
controlling this
apparently.
lane
So
very well.
And I think
I'll
they
be
put
streaming
the
without
response
camera
in
or
there as
microphone.
because enemy were the
And then
ones
the
that
gameplay will
banned
stop
out the
working.
gods in the solo, and
So
they banned out that Bellona. They
really cool.
banned out that Xing 10 against Xaylia. And
Really
now
cool.
Rosalia-
And they picked the Osiris as well.
Exactly, they took 3 picks away from him. What have you got now? This game, Salt Machine, he
Really
went for
pisses
the
me
pick
off.
that Xaylia went for in game 1.
Mid lane match.
I already restarted.
Jungle
Doesn't
versus
matter.
mid support, but here,
because
the
whatever the
areas, I mean,
Windows
Fred is a
update
little
was
bit
just
different
deleted
than
every
the
driver
other
that
different
existed
character. I mean,
ever.
he just deals
So
so
now
much
nothing works
damage
anymore.
if he's allowed to get up close.
Like a USB hub no longer works because of an update to Windows? Seriously? Like you changed the hardware configuration for a USB hub? Like why was that necessary?
Yeah, just a little back and forth here.
Look at the
Fucking
beads there.
stupid.
2 beads at rank 2. That's super smart because they have no CC immunities on
So now
any of the
anything that plugs in the USB, my mouse also, sometimes I have to click things 2 or 3 times to get them to click. So my mouse and like my hard drive and everything that plugs into USB, nothing works anymore if it plugs into USB.
Adjustment,
Like,
another good rotation over this left-hand side of the map.
Oh, we got spots of trouble.
Because the USB hub plugs into my USB port, and anything that plugs in my USB ports no longer work, which is basically everything.
Teleport coming in too. Is he going to get a big 4-man out? Yes, he is.
Wow. That was a good ult, but there's no follow-up.
He was expecting support. There was no support. Here comes Cubo from the right.
The support's a little late. Ooh, that was a good kill.
Just has a hair of HP.
Nice.
Lobster gets 2. Paradigm still giving chase, pushes 2 members of enemy under their tier 2. They have to go back to base, but enemy has already picked up the goal.
Too bad that you got that ult too early.
Insane there. It hit everybody. Every shot on every single person. were so low. If they had any
Okay.
other follow-up, they would have.
Like, I'm not doing anything. I'm just sitting here. It just cuts in and out.
Oh, yeah.
Because it's a USB plug. So now it no longer works.
Absolutely crazy fight.
Stupid.
So much
So
damage
fucking
coming out of
stupid.
Paradigm. Paradigm had 4,000 damage in the team fight, while enemy had 1,100. So just that solo changed the entire fight, but still, enemy was able to pick up the gold for you, so the game's tied.
I actually think if they didn't get rid of that teleport,
Like, how am I
from
supposed to stream like
Xavier there,
this?
that fight would have been totally different and gone all Paradigm's way. But the Gold Fury going down and taking out that ward made it even for enemy.
So important.
Is there any chance that there's a copy of the previous update online or something that you could download? I have no idea.
Look at the right-hand side of the
Copy.
solo lane. Here comes the just from the backside.
Because I had no option to avoid the update. I avoided it as long as I possibly could.
Channeling the ultimate. Stun is going to miss. Wall is strong. So is the ultimate. Zelia takes a spill. Adjust. Evens up the game. It's 6-6.
Knew he was dead even before that even happened, just because of Kuvo's positioning. There was no chance for a rotation for him. After the Lord of the Afterlife was used so early on,
Look
there
at
was
Kuvo
no
Fred,
further
man.
escape for the man.
And World Weaver just came through.
Looks like he's 12 years old.
Look at this. Vadium's working back to the lane. But Fumbo doesn't have his 2 up to punish him.
That's the same Kuvo Fred that we watched yesterday.
Banished as well, so no fight
You
there.
know? Except now he looks like he's 12. Because it's a season 2.
You're only a hunter for 6 seconds at a time.
But those 6 seconds are generally more dangerous.
And kids are the worst,
6
too.
seconds if you hit them. 14 minutes on the clock. Everything's all tied up in every single category imaginable for pretty much everything. And enemy, oh man, that Gold Fury was exciting, but Paradigm made sure to answer right back.
And we keep saying this has been the story of all
They
the
grew up
games.
Seriously?
Leading an experience though, 1,300. Definitely something
Seriously?
worth noting. Everybody pretty much even across the board, but taking a look at the supports. Tricktank is leading Pain to Beyond in levels, and this is very important because you have 2 aggressive supports. These
It's
are
constant. I'm not even fucking kidding me right now?
Build that he's got coming out.
I think he might be picking up a Runic Shield. I kind of like it a little bit. They have 3 powerful magical carries, and it reduces power.
So
It also
fucking
reduces
frustrating.
attacks.
It's the
Yeah,
Freya
that's pretty
Soul?
big. Yeah.
Yes, Runic Shield is the anti-soul Freya item.
And I was talking to a fan yesterday. He actually brought up, why don't you
God, I was
make
really
Runic
happy
Shield
till I got on my
bit more?
computer.
And he said he brought up
I was
the
having a good
point,
day,
if they have
and
Raw
now
Tahuti,
I'm
it
pissed as
reduces
fuck.
magical power by I think 78. I don't know if that's correct, but if it is, that's crazy as well.
How you doing, Aurora? You good?
Yeah.
Having a good day?
Hey guys.
Yeah. He's working hard as Aurora today, as a Zap all weekend.
Look at
long.
Aurora.
Give him the love they deserve. These guys have been awesome.
Looks
up
like
here on
he's 12
stage.
also.
As we tune in once again with Paradigm
Look at this.
and Enemy. Look,
Look at this right
Paradigm
here.
looking for bait
Look at this
here.
right here. Everybody's just waiting. Ah, Tricktank showed the cards though. Unfortunately, enemy not going to walk into that one.
Still a good position, though, for Paradigm in the stage of the game that they're in. Overall, I like their late game potential as well. When they get to the full 5-on-5s, it's pretty strong.
Look at these left-hand side here as well. You've got 2 people just looking towards the fun ball. And that's a dead.
Again.
Fun ball's in some trouble. Ultimate's going to be strong. Beads do not
totally
take
dead.
damage.
Dead again. This isn't a surprise for me because what enemy have looked at is exactly Paradigm's playstyle. Trickstack never really comes over to the duo lane. He looks to work as a 3-man unit in mid, leaving Funballer isolated, and they're abusing it.
Going back to the Surcat pick, the analyst desk was talking a lot about it. It is super strong, and it's extremely strong against Freya. I remember talking to DJ Pernicus, that's one of my teammates. Freya, because
Hello? I'm so fucking irritated right now. Cool spinning circle, dude. Let me guess, that doesn't work anymore either because of whatever update. Might as well. Maybe Chrome browser uses a USB connection. You can't play what was already loaded either. Okay. Alright. Very cool. Super fucking cool.
Never really comes
What? Really?
over to the duo lane. He looks to work as a 3-man unit in mid, leaving Funballer isolated, and they're abusing it.
Going back to the Surcat pick, the analyst desk was talking a lot about it. It is super strong, and it's extremely strong against Freya. I remember talking to DJ Pernicus, that's one of my teammates, and he loves Surcat into Freya because you could ult her before she goes up in the air, and if you do, she might die in the air from the poison. It looks like Saul has to retreat here.
They're going to go aggressive on him, and again, Cubo gonna drop the cats and the bleed too. Those cats will continue to chase all the way under the tower, forcing him back. Clearing the minion wave here means that they should be able to look for the tier 1 tower on this right-hand side. Lobster, though, in mid lane, a little bit overextended, but luckily Visham is not swinging round. He's just picking up the Harpies.
Gold Fury is coming up soon. We might see a dance here for it soon. It looks like both Soul Laners have their teleports online right now.
Yeah, both of them are online and ready to go for the next Gold Fury attempt. Keep an eye on the wall coverage between these two teams now. It's very, very important for both of them. Surprising thing is, enemy have the gold lead still, even though that tier 1 tower on the right just fell for Paradigm.
So it looks like we got a sprint coming out of Cabrakan. That's to get away from the cats and the Osiris flows. He gets pulled by Ares now, no matter what, because he has no CC immunity at all.
Is that the worst thing, though, if you get pulled and you're a Cabrakan?
Well, late game is Cabrakan. They have Lobster and they have Funballer on, two of the highest damaging magical carries for auto attackers. So if he gets pulled into both of those guys and has Bastet dots taking on him, he could die extremely fast no matter how many tank items he has.
Aurora sounds like such a nerd right now.
Enemy right now, we've seen them. They're still in the lead.
He seems like he's calmed down quite a bit as he got older.
How well Paradigm has been playing. They've been taking objectives off of the board. They seem to have the momentum, but enemy is still sitting pretty.
Here
and
we
more
go.
importantly, Trickstank on the left-hand side.
Flop from Pain, dodging the Ares ult.
Yeah, and he just got good beads as well off from Visham. So Visham's beads on cooldown there. You can see that he's invested deeply into them though. Rank 3 beads early on. You don't see that out of Hunters unless they know they're going to be focused, and that's what Visham's had done to him.
Here's what I was about to say before Trickstank jumped in there. Look at the player cams though on enemy. All of the momentum seems to be on Paradigm. They're going across the board, picking and picking and picking and picking. Enemy knows they're heading gold. They know that they're sitting. They know that they're sitting pretty. Nobody seems worried in the slightest.
But some of the gold lead is just coming from the Watchers to the Vanguard combo again. So you have to substitute some of the gold into taking instead of Trix is getting off it. So it's about 400 gold that they're getting from that. So they're only down about 400 gold
Before
I
I
would
go
say
and
right now.
Once again, over on the left-hand side, enemy 4-man group and looking for potential picks here. The left-hand tower has fallen here. So Funballer has a bit more breathing room in this lane now.
This is a force.
Overextend. It is a force because they know Trickstank has already used his ultimate.
And I love this decision from enemy. Exactly what you said. They know that the ultimate from Trickstank is off the table.
To see how long it's still. It's up. We got 28 seconds still.
So enemy needs to make this fight now. Chain is on adjust so he can't get too
he's
aggressive.
rooted out. He could be in trouble here, but it looks like he's just going to be able to walk away.
They're worried about Lobster rotating in from the mid lane there. They saw him turn up the Golf Fury reset. Blinking though from adjust. That's on cooldown now as well. He dances away. Visham's backflip down. Zalia around the back. Visham's in trouble. No beads, and he just did choose his backflip too. But Zalia's getting zoned into an awkward spot.
Zalia was surrounded. Chaos picks up one, and right away we're going to see the trade back. Chaos very low. There it is. Zalia evens things up. Stall Machine's down as well. Lobster picks up that one. Adjust is running away. He'll be fine. That's a Surcat. But Paradigm going to turn directly around and look at goal.
Only Visham in a position to do anything, but keep an eye on those weaves on the ground. They will be detonated if there's an opportunity. Golf Fury is still being done. Zalia and Trix doing a very good job of keeping Visham just at bay, and he will be out of the fight. Golf Fury to Paradigm.
And Paradigm has to win this because it's 0-2 right now.
A little bit better.
It's a best of 5, so they have to win it if they don't want to get taken out of the tournament.
Carries on your team.
And the good thing is though, it adjusts his investment to attack speed reduction, which will help out against this team. You're looking for things to try and deal with these auto attack based mages to stop them getting out as much burst as they want. I'm surprised. What else do you expect to see? Do we expect a Witchblade or Midgardian at all to try and deal with these guys at all?
No,
I think weird one, but
I think the Runic Shield's good enough. I think they just have to kind of play around the positioning from the Soul
Freya
and
needs
the
to pull
Freya.
out the
And if
left-handed
Surcat's
broom
able to get her
for
ult off
sweep.
on Freya and kill her before she goes up into the air or while she's in the air, that's going to be the key to these team fights for enemy.
One of the big things that Paradigm has been able to utilize to turn these things around is changing their target priority. We keep seeing adjust be immediate chain target.
Look at Kabrakan's build right now. He has no magic resist at all. So if he gets pulled by
I haven't seen any ads
he's
come
gonna
on.
get blown up.
Are there no ads playing on my channel? Did the Windows update break that too?
Well, like I said, he's got no immunity in his
Might as
kit,
well.
so if he gets pulled in, Salt Machine's going to have a rough game here. And it
I haven't
looks like
seen
if
any
this
the entire
continues the
time
way
I've
it's
been here.
gone, Paradigm's picks and bans have worked out so well for them.
He might get chained here. It
Oh,
looks
he
like
does.
Maybe
Chaos
just
in
missing
some
them, though.
trouble.
I don't know.
Cubo's right here, but here comes a Just.
I'm back.
This is trouble.
I had some ads earlier, I think.
It's good, but there's a flop, but good use
Like
of the
last
flames
week,
there
or
to
like-
stop knock up. Zalia now
Bishop's
comes up.
coming.
The jump is down
Oh,
on base, so they're
shit.
looking for the
There's
pick.
the
on him.
ult.
He should
Here
have
comes
saved
the
that
ult,
ultimate.
Pulling him in. No beads is used. Cat still on Pain Beyond,
Hi,
but
Jasmine.
he's tanky enough to survive. Zalia.
Why'd you
being
come back
focused.
inside?
I just got a minion. I just onto the minion. It did spread enough to deal damage and force him back, but Lobster on the front side forces him out. Just gets out of danger with the barest amount of health.
Like before you started
Kabrakan's
bouncing on
look
the
how
mic.
much damage he's taking from Frey. He's already chunked down. Almost half health just from Frey and Soul. That's so much damage coming on into him. He has no magic resistance items
Listen to
at
this
all.
fucking nerd.
The ethereal
He's so
crack is giving
excited.
him HP, and he's trying to rely on the HP to deal with the magic damage dealers, but it's just not enough.
Oh, Lobster, a little bit caught out of position there. Going to take a bit of
It's
poke,
okay.
but has
His
that
friends are
form of
here.
escape
Separate.
if need be. The reason we saw Paradigm
up,
back
Nerd
off
Cat?
there, even though they were doing great damage, they had no frontline left. Zayla was already half HP. Everybody else had backed, so they had to just fall back and play it safe there. Paradigm would be happy with that, though. They need to play it right.
Very, very even game here. 22 and a half on the clock, tied up at 8 across the
When a
board.
nerd- when nerds
1,500
get excited about
golden
their
lead for
passions like
Paradigm,
that.
but That's just the tier 2 tower. The way
You know
these
what I
games
mean,
have
though,
been going,
Coffee. Like the whole,
normally
like,
we say 1,500
where
is
like
the start
their
of the
the
league.
pitch of their
You're
voice
looking
goes
at
up so much,
400,
and like they
500
can't even
to
catch their
call
breath
even.
because they're so
At this
excited to
point,
talk
Henry
about
Man,
what's
I
going
think
on
we
in a
can call
game, you know?
1,500 even.
Look at Soul's damage so much. We might get a sneak
And like they start
attack here.
slurring their speech and stuff, you know, and like
Instant beats, instant back. Bishop's response time to that was amazing. It was barely
they got
in
like
the
the
air
lisp
before he
going on and
responded.
stuff, you
Got
know?
a corner kick from
They're just so
Paradigm now.
excited.
Player damage. VCM's on top for enemy, and then Soul's on top for Paradigm. That one fight at Gold Fury gave Soul so much damage. Lobster's just been playing this game so well.
He didn't rotate early.
Aurora's
on. He's
chilled
just
out
farming up.
quite a
He's
bit
now level 19 in this game.
nowadays.
His build is absolutely all about bursting.
He's still a
getting down
nerd, obviously,
towers
which is
too.
okay
Just
being a
gets
nerd. I'm a
back
nerd
chain,
too, but it's not
backs
like
away nicely on the backside.
nerd
Little
because I
scary for
like smart
Paradigm. They
stuff.
Split up right there. If enemy
But like,
went a little
I don't let
deep,
myself
they might have been able to capitalize.
start slurring my
and force the
speech because
defense
I can't
on their
catch my
tier
breath and I
two,
start
especially
drooling
being
because I'm
pushed
talking
into the
about
lane.
Another
a
thing. Oh, we got
gameplay.
engagement here.
Here we go.
Oh, nice chains.
How many will he pull? He gets one. Salt Machine
He's dead.
obliterated.
Oh
Now
shit.
who's next to fall? Salt Machine actually, no, he's still standing for
No,
the
he's
time
alive.
being here.
He's fine.
Trickster goes down to a just Lobster, trying to throw it down onto
You should
Vicium,
back
who's
out of
actually
there, buddy.
focused onto Zalia there. The
Yeah.
boys of enemy are retreating backwards. It went 1-for-1 in that engagement. Support down. I thought Salt Machine fell. It was the backers.
Oh.
Bro, target the tower. What are you
Still
doing?
going in though, Zalia.
There you
Pushing them
go.
back. They've got the damage teleport.
If you target the tower, you wouldn't have been able to teleport in.
Gonna try and force them back. Being
Okay,
slowed on his
well.
engagement push.
Look at how much damage
Nice.
it took.
Nice
So
done.
much. Don't stand in the fire trap.
Yeah.
Visham's having such a good game. Look at him get
Don't stand in the fire trap.
He's trying to follow the autos. Or Ravel comes out
Ruh-roh.
too. Salt Machine still chasing him.
I'm a cool
looking
nerd.
potentially for it, but he's
Yeah.
got no backup. He needs to be
They might
careful.
try to pick him here.
They
I
can't
am.
get low on mana is
No, they're
fumble
just
there.
gonna back off. He's
If you're
fine.
trying to make fun
Too
of
low
me,
mana was fumble of
I
the
don't
play. He
care.
had to be careful. If you used anything, that would have been the last ability he could afford.
Very,
I like video
very
games
dire
and I suck
situation
dick, you
there.
know?
I love how
pretty
just
cool.
when one kill goes, the other team immediately answers.
But you saw that Trix blinked in, Ares ulted, and Lobster had no hesitation at all to fire his ult off because he knew Kabrakan was at least coming in.
Yep.
And I think he ended up pulling two people, and the Soul Ult just demolished
Making
them.
fun with
Instead.
you.
That's what
Making
happened.
fun
there,
of
was,
me.
there was a Kabrakan and a Bacchus right on top of each
Yep.
other, and then Soul
That's
said,
fine, I
all
don't
right, I'll
care.
put stuff on top
Look
of
at
that
this.
too.
Fire
I have
giant been
really
pulled
high
with
self-esteem.
Cat by Paradigm
It doesn't
here.
matter if
They're
you make
looking
fun
to
of
burst
me.
this one down.
They don't
There's
notice
no
yet.
idea just
Secret,
yet.
secret,
They
no
have an
vision,
idea.
no vision, no vision.
They're coming
no,
now.
Being facetious.
no vision, no buff.
No
Paradigm
vision.
gets the secret
No.
fire.
Fire giant to
Wow,
Paradigm.
that's rough. They shouldn't have let that happen.
No, no, but they're gonna try and fight this.
Ah.
Being bursted down. There's
Oh
a
my
big ult by
God.
Paradigm. And now
You better kill him.
Potential of chaos falling down first to footballer. Paintivium flops away. Zaylee with the backside. Shoving feet.
Dude, he's so low and he's still just moving in. He's like, that's fine.
Up in the sky. Pain and
He's like,
Salt
let's
forced
go.
out into
Oh,
the
you're
mid
dead.
lane.
Wow.
Pain forced out into
Holy
the
shit.
fountain.
Footballing is a good move.
Oh, you're totally dead too.
Beesham's gonna fall down as well. Paradise gonna push down mid.
Wow,
Looking
look
for
at
the
this
Phoenix.
comeback.
Potentially take us
What the
to
hell?
game 4.
This is that
you slutty nerd.
1500 we were talking about. They're
Yeah.
going to look for the Phoenix. That'll be more gold. We were even before. We're anything but. Paradigm takes the lead by 5K and 3 kills.
It's okay
Moving
being
up
a
to the end
nerd,
here,
and then there's
Jabbar
like
takes the
don't
tower.
have the
nerd,
Can't,
you
can't,
know?
can't.
Like with
Round
double
to the
R's or
left.
3
They're
R's.
looking for the adjusted alone. Blink for tricks doesn't connect though, and now they're going to
It's
take
like the
tier
F
two
word and the
tower.
N word, you know?
Trickstank still
You
needs
can
to
be
reach
one
in a
without
little bit,
being
so
one.
that's why he's not tanking up
Without
just
acting
now.
like one.
Fire Giant will help him out with that. Big
know what I
swing in
mean?
this game. Fire Giant.
Good job, microphone.
Absolutely huge play right there, and
That
it
was
was
a huge
all
play.
due to the lack of vision that enemy had.
That's
We
why you
go
need
back to the player
wards.
damage. Look at Lobster's player damage again. It's spiked up for 7.
Look at Lobster's player damage. It's spiked up so high.
Been a lot of talk about Sol. A lot of talk about Sol this entire tournament. Is she useful? Is she not?
Sorry,
It
sorry,
appears the
Aurora.
new teams, they're the
Aurora's
ones that
actually a
like
pretty
to
cool
run it
guy.
with an additional sort of ranged hyper carry.
seems like.
We've normally seen it with a Hunter, but this time we've done it with a Freya.
That's the difference that
He's a
we're
cool
seeing.
player anyways.
One
I
thing
don't
I want
know.
to bring up
He's
too,
a cool
we
guy or
haven't really
not.
seen Paint alting too much as Bacchus. Have we brought
that's a good
one
point.
Intoxicate up
I
at
don't.
all?
I agree.
All game?
He may have used
And his
it, but
voice
I
is
don't
so
know
high.
if I've seen it being used that much.
Hey, look at this. Remember when Paradigm secretly
More
took a
wards
large
equals
objective
more
on the map
good.
without enemy
Yeah.
knowing about it?
Well, this one's a little bit different this time round, Tom, because this is Gold Fury, and the boys of enemy have got a Phoenix down. They know their back is against the wall in this game right now.
Trix is going to try to force something. He might beat here because he doesn't see anybody coming.
Might be chain lands as well, just delaying the flop a little bit
did he
longer.
beat there or no?
Did he
I don't
beat
know.
there?
No, he didn't beat
Smart
it.
play by Pim.
Just held them nicely.
Just
Now
bully
with
the
boys
man.
of enemy, get themselves in position to defend the tier
I'm
two. They
trying
wanna
to.
defend it here by the looks of it, 'cause Visham just backed
I'm
up
not very
there
good at
to
it.
Set that weave down potentially to delay one more wave.
Just coming around from the right side, looking to set up a flank for
Tie
the
break,
jungle,
okay.
but Cubo Fred sniffs it out. Jungle gonna
Gonna
play
defend.
goalie, not gonna happen. Tier 2 tower on the left gonna fall. Paradigm still pushing down the left-hand side.
Can we see actives really quick? All their beads are still up, so Ares Alt will not pull anybody besides the Bracken, but they could blow him up still. He did finish his Pestilence, so he won't get blown up as fast.
Just coming from the mid, looking for a flank. Paradigm smells it, Paradigm retreats.
Just the whole idea of Circuit, that's what they need to do. Cubo going to put the pressure there now.
That might split push here. She has her cats up, and she could take the Phoenix by herself.
Cubo's been playing man-to-man the whole time, making sure it just can't
the
get in.
pistol,
And
Submachine!
Submachine blown up Zelia finishes the job that Lobster
Heather's
started.
still on in the
Here
back.
comes Aries. Pulled up Zelia. Man-to-man.
Split push.
Just the whole idea.
Just coming from the mid. Look.
Just the whole idea of
Are you
Circuit,
back
that's
from
what they
ad
need to
chat?
do. Cubo gonna put
I didn't want you to
pressure
miss
there
the
now.
final
That might
siege
split
here.
push
Could be a potential
she has
final
her cats
siege.
up, and she could take the Phoenix by herself.
Cubo's been playing man-to-man the whole time, making sure it just can't
the
get in.
pistol,
And
Submachine!
Submachine blown up Zelia finishes
assume
the
you're back.
job
It's been
that
more than a
Lobster
minute.
started.
the
Here
back.
comes
Oh, this
Aries.
pull.
Pulled back in as a jump.
Uh-oh.
Beach was a little bit too late. Meanwhile, on the backside, Zelia went in deep looking for Visham. Didn't find the kill. Phoenix
Chaos
does
is
fall
slowed.
down.
Chaos is slowed.
Chaos is body blocked to death.
Oh my god, he really is. He can't move anywhere.
Jump quiz good.
That was
but he
terrible.
can't take on the Mountain Paradigm
I assume
right
you
now.
heard me.
Soul Machine's dead
Maybe
for
not, though.
35. Chaos is down for 50.
I rewound
All
it so you
that's
wouldn't
left
miss
is
the team
just
fight,
Pain and Vicium.
the final
this is at
push
the very
here.
least a right side
If it's the final
Shane
push.
doesn't connect. Escape
Because I
from
thought
a jump,
ads
but
might be
Pain
done.
didn't
I'm not
have
getting
the
ads on my,
second
my
push.
monitoring account, so I don't know when ads are on.
Cubo will pick up. No, it just does get killed finally. And Pain to beyond.
Oh,
That's
thank
a
you.
tag.
You're
Fat
welcome.
man down.
You gotta tell me when the ads come on, because I don't know.
16 to 10 might just be the final score here, folks.
Yeah, it looks like it.
Looking towards the Titan. It's at 50. It's at 40. It's at 10. It's down.
Don't go in, Neith.
Paradigm down 2 games, and they find a
Dead.
win. They will extend the series
Dead.
to a 4th.
We're going to a 4th game here.
Jasmine.
After game 2, Paradigm needs to take each
Hello.
game one at a time, and it's worked out very well for them in that one.
That's exactly what they're doing here. They go back in the last game again. They went to some comfort picks this time around. One more time. You take a look. Tricks Tank taking a drink of water. He needs it. That game had a lot to do with air.
Look at Aurora.
I really like their picks that game. That was
Doesn't even grow
probably
facial
their
hair yet.
best comp so far. You said you liked the picks last game. I wasn't so sure.
His voice hasn't
They
even
were
changed
alright,
yet.
But this game, their picks were good.
Big difference, though, is the evolution of the tournament going on. All these teams that are still involved in a tournament are very good at adapting based off the situation presented to them in picks and bans.
F
so what
dot.
we'll see out of
I saw
more
that.
than likely enemy here is they'll adjust.
I wonder what
They'll
happened to
pick
F dot.
up
He hasn't been
support
casting
early as they
anymore.
have to.
I haven't
So
seen
if
him
we
in a couple
see,
years.
Athena banned again and Cappy banned again.
I think season 6 or 7 might have been the last time he was casting.
Yeah, I mean that's the story that they were really given was, hey, Pain.
He was like a
just
big part
beat
of
us
it,
2 games
so I don't
in a
know
row.
what happened to
Yes,
him.
it was a whole team. Pain beat them 2 games in a row.
He's
with
a late
help from
bloomer,
enemy.
14-year-old.
And then The
Maybe.
decision to make the bans against Pain.
They don't usually have
worked out
like
well
young
for them.
guys
Game number 4,
like
I
helping
expect
cast on here because they want
Paradigm
people who
to
have
go
like
the
brain
same
power.
Sort of train of thought when it comes to the picks and
Or
bans.
like not brain power as far as the game goes, but brain power like ability to articulate words, formulate sentences, communicate with other people.
Before we go to Golden Boy.
Enemy needs to figure out something with their support.
Maybe he's just
here,
like a really,
or Paradigm might take the set.
No, come on, he's 2-1.
They got to figure out something though. If they keep banning like this, I think
it's still an uphill battle, Tom.
We're not.
Yeah, no, for sure.
We're not going to finish this argument. Golden Boy, help us out.
All right, well, I got to say, man, what an incredible matchup we just saw between Paradigm and Enemy Esports. Swing a Red Bull for the working man because Trix, Tank, and Lobster went to work. All right, boys, let's break
See, that's
this
why I have
down
Ataraxia on here,
because there is
on the
a lot
analyst
to
desk,
talk
because
about
he's
here.
like
That Ares pick
he's like
was
more well
awesome,
refined and
you know,
stuff.
you guys
I don't know about
mentioned
Incon,
before,
but
Ares
Ataraxia
has
on the
to
right
be, you
there,
know,
he's like more like
come out
refined
strong
and
at
like
the beginning of the game, cannot fall behind.
mature.
If
You know,
Ares
maybe
falls
that's the right word
behind,
for it.
That is it. It is
More
done.
mature.
And this whole plan, Paradigm will be pretty much just saying bye-bye to
BRB,
their
okay.
opportunity of winning the Smite World Championships. Because of this, they are now forcing a Game 4 in Ataraxia because, you know, you have been in the Paradigm camp since the very beginning. I was a turncoat for a brief while. I want to ask you, what do you think about Paradigm's play in that game?
Well, just to touch back on as to why I am in Paradigm's camp, it's because Lobster, Trix, and QVO, you know, in that game, all these games, all tournament, those three are such a driving force of the team, and they are untouchable. They've been on a team for well over 2 years now. Their synergy is on point, and as we look through the highlights
2 years,
of,
wow, because
of
it's
this
season
game,
2.
I'm sure we're going to see so much synergy and play between them, and it's just absolutely beautiful to watch.
This is really what we wanted to see out of Paradigm. You know, everybody was really thinking that Paradigm has all these, you know, amazing players and that they should really be taking it as long as they can get past that draft stage. And so they finally had a stage where we went, wow, those are good picks and bans. Those are great target bans. You know, they're not just banning out Shinten Bolognas. They're letting Enemy get rid of those so they can pick the gods that they really want to play while simultaneously taking away the gods that Enemy wants to play.
Yeah, and that's another observation to make as well, right? Because they didn't leave a lot of support options for Enemy at all, which is pretty bad, right? And they focus on Pain quite a bit. Do you think they do that in Game 2? And also want to talk about Circuit as well, because there was a lot of frustration on your end about getting rid of Circuit, Ataraxia, Adonis, but we'll start with you about the support bans. What do you think about how they look to approach that, especially going into Game 4?
I was a little bit worried about leaving Circuit open, and you know, we even actually saw it in that game. Circuit started making plays. Like the positives for Enemy that game were put a lot of effort into shutting down Funballer's Freya very early, and you could even see that heading into the later portions of the game. Funballer was actually the bottom damage on his team almost the game. I think it was only above Pain's Bacchus maybe, and fortunately for them, they just couldn't get it rolling late enough. And then there was that critical snuck Fire Giant when the game was still relatively close. And then we saw Enemy try and force an engagement, and it just went poorly.
Yeah, I mean, it was the perfect Fire Giant for Paradigm because none of them took any damage. So then when Enemy tried to force that fight, and they are all there, I think F. touched about the fact they had no vision, and you could see that, you know, Ares went in, ulted, took all their beads, and then they just cleaned up. It was you know, it's a nice try from Enemy. It's always a strong idea. Maybe they go different ways. We can get some picks and make Fire Giant mean less. But Paradigm were on the ball. They expected it, and they dealt with it perfectly.
It's huge that you mentioned, actually, that they tanked the Fire Giant very well and didn't take any damage from it because Enemy didn't, you know, have the vision. So they went in thinking that perhaps Paradigm would be low. They could try to take advantage of them right after that Fire Giant. But they were all at full health with Fire Giant, which means they actually walked right into an absolutely terrible fight for themselves.
Yeah, that was a trap. You know, it's a trap. That's exactly what that was. Seriously, because as soon as that came out, you know, they were able to get that Fire Giant, and immediately you could tell that at that point, Paradigm, they were in the money. They were feeling great, and just nothing could stop them there, right? It was just, they steamrolled them at that moment. And again, I just want to get right back over to that Ares talk because I enjoyed that so much.
Yes.
I thought that, you know, Trix Tank, you know, he executed that exceptionally well, but Can lightning strike twice again going into game 4? You had a nod there in console. I'm going to you. I'm starting with you, buddy. Do you think this is going to be the case?
Ares is one of those picks where you kind of break it out because it's crazy and, you know, maybe catches somebody off guard. I know, in fact, though, our friend Ataraxi over here had quite a bit of success with Ares when he played in the last World Tournament. So could it work twice in a row? Yes, it definitely can. But if enemy really starts feeling like it's going to be a problem for them, I wouldn't be surprised to see him ban it out.
Yeah, it was actually in game 3 of our set in the finals last year where, you know, we whipped out the Ares and then we took Cloud9 down and then we took the Clock Prime then. And game 4 as well. And then it was only game 5 where they actually ended up banning it. So will enemy... You know, this is very interesting position for both teams to be in. Our Paradigm thinking Ares is the key to success, let's keep picking it, or thinking maybe it's a niche. And then enemy on the same side, they're like, you know what, clearly we're not practiced against this, let's just get rid of it and not deal with it. Or are they thinking, you know, maybe it was just a fluke, we played bad against it.
That is interesting. Adonis?
That's the thing, too, is losing the first 2 games is always so rough, right? Enemy still has time to experiment. Paradigm, they have to play perfectly for the rest of this series. And honestly, I go back to that second game, and a very important point you noticed is that Paradigm elected to take second pick there, and then in the third game they went back to first pick. Enemy here, they're going to take first pick, and they're basically going to say, are you going to ban the Jing Bologna, or are you going to ban the Khepri Athena? Now, Paradigm have to make a tough choice if enemy go first pick, which I can almost guarantee they will, because you don't
no reason
want
for them not to.
You don't want to give Jing up.
Yeah, no reason not to, right? No reason not to go for that first pick there. And we saw what a difference it made for for Paradigm in game 3, correct?
It was just pick order is so important, and I think really it was a pretty big mistake there in game 2, giving it up.
I would still feel really uncomfortable if they let Saket through again, because even though enemy did lose, it just had a great game. I don't think he died until, if he did, it was at the very end after they'd taken Phoenixes. And he was making stuff happen, not just around the map at the start, but in team fights as well. Even though they've lost, if he can perform that well, I really feel like, you know, just get rid of it.
So you still think that you have to ban the Saket?
At least against the Just. He didn't have a bad game on it, so there's no reason to think that they can deal with it. It was the rest of the team that disappointed at Just, in my opinion, and I think that if his team pick up the game and get the picks that they want, then the Saket is going to be devastating once again.
All right, folks. Well, I know you guys are eagerly anticipating it, so without further ado, here we go. Game number 4 in our first semifinal matchup of the day. It's going to be Paradigm and Enemy. If you're just joining us here, Enemy is up 2-1 in this series, but Paradigm has all the tools necessary to potentially force a game number 5. Will it be the case? That's only one place to find out. It's right here. Picks and bans start now.
I'm back. It looks like you guys are watching a black screen. Pretty cool. Phone cut out. Can you play? Okay.
Here we go, folks. Time for this one to kick off. And man, I'm actually giddy with excitement because of how good these games have been. Best series in this tournament by a country mile.
One of the best, series I think we've ever seen in Smite. And I predicted at the start of this that if Enemy won game 1, it was going to be a 3-1. And I think Enemy are going to outdraft here and win this. I think it's going to be a 3-1.
Okay,
Enemy.
we get it. You really like Enemy. We get it. It's cute.
Hey, man, I said they were going to lose every game for like the past 3 months, and gotta.
So now you believe? Now you believe?
I believe.
Okay.
They made
you
me
didn't catch
believe.
that reference. It's okay.
I
You don't
believe
watch
in the Barbayetu, the 3-2 comeback here.
Interesting ban
Absolutely.
coming out there. Enemy banning Freya, saying they didn't want to deal with the Freya again, perhaps taking away from having to build that extra magical defense. Magical defense out of not the strongest in the game. You usually want to lean towards that physical defense.
Bologna.
And we have the double Guardian bans coming out from Paradigm, leaving Bologna as the obvious first choice here, and that's what we're looking for Enemy.
I feel like the Soul outperformed the Freya by a long shot in the last game, which is curious as to why they would ban the Freya over the Soul. But maybe late game the Freya just really came online and threw them some fights that they couldn't win.
Really nervous about Bologna there for Enemy as well. I mean, we've seen what Enemy could do with Bologna and how much of a impact she made in game 2. But Sobek is going to get locked in as well as Soul. So what do you guys think about these first 2 picks coming out of Paradigm?
I think, the Sobek is a very good counter matchup to the Bologna. Zelia did well in the lane last time, and the Soul is Lobster. Great showing, so excited to see this. I like Pain going for the Geb. They know exactly what's happening there. Target banning him. His Bacchus has not been strong in both games we've seen it, so I think going for the Geb here is a really good draft choice.
This is definitely the Enemy perfect lineup right now. They got the Bologna, they got their defensive support, and of course they got their Zonkui for the mid lane, which has been working very well for them. On the other side of Paradigm, we have the Sobek, which is of course for the counter pick the Bologna, tail whip him out of the hammer strikes. Last game on Lobster, I'd be surprised if it didn't go right back to him.
These are the exact picks and bans that Enemy wanted. This is their dream once again, and the question is how are Paradigm going to round out? I think this feels like we're going back to the same game they lost in game 2. This is the same composition.
I feel like there's more thought behind it though. It's they are specifically going for Pain, and the Soul they've picked that up, which is really good. Sobek is that's very good against the Bologna, and Shivalanke, as Zapman pointed out before, is very good against Zhong Kui because of the way the ultimate works, and then Zhong Kui can't chase the entire team. Everyone splits off, and then it's very difficult for them to actually capitalize on it. So far, Enemy, you are right. They've got exactly what they wanted, but I think Paradigm. There we go.
It'll be a Hunbats, to be fair, though. It's still, it's the Hunbats is still
well, they
scary.
could take that. They can take. Where does it just go? Because we have not seen him play any of the gods.
My big problem right now with the Paradigm lineup is once again, it doesn't look like we're going to have any peel for our carries unless Zelia peels on the Sobek, which he can being on Sobek, but he hasn't done that yet, so he has to change his play style.
And it's going to be rough. Zelia and Trix, they are both very aggressive frontliners, and you need to switch it up. And I like the Guan Yu ban by Enemy here. I think that's something that Paradigm was looking to run back.
How good would Ares be here, do you think? I mean, the immediate downside to me is that if they ran it with the Shibalanke, it would be trouble. But if but then Shibalanke can only go duo, so it's, they'll lose a lot of pressure by doing that. But it does seem like it would fit well against the Zhong Kui, Gavin Bologna.
I would actually love to see Bacchus. There's no
like
reason
Bacchus
not
here
to.
as well.
Combine the Shibalanke Bacchus ult. You can't stop the Drunk, which means you're going to get stunned from the Shibalanke ult. And there, we're leaning towards the Bacchus. Not only is this one of Trick's Tank's best Guardians, it also is a fantastic combo for the Chi-Blanc, and it has peel potential if he wants to do it.
This, I feel like, if we're going to go with the meta that we've seen from Enemy, this is 100% going to be Hunbat's Neath. Although I like Chiron over Neath, but they always just pick the Neath over Chiron.
I would love to see the Chiron here. Honestly, it worked so well for them. I don't know why they wouldn't just run back the Chiron, not to mention it's such a safe god.
Makes a lot of sense. We'll see what Enemy goes with here. And Neath, Ataraxia, you had a bit of a reaction to that.
I feel like Vedium is too stuck to this god. He had an amazing showing, to be fair to him, at Super Regionals. At Worlds, I do not think he's had the same presence, and I really wish he would go back to Chiron. Chiron was really good for him.
I almost would have rather seen Rom.
Anyone that's
Vedium
not Neath,
has
because they need a
nasty
carry.
Rom.
They need a carry, and I don't feel... it's another team fight team, and I think that they need a stronger presence for the late game.
I agree.
All right, boys. Well, the God of Thunder has been locked in. Let's go ahead and make the lightning round predictions. Adonis, you.
Paradigm's draft looks much better than before, but Enemy takes this 3-1.
Enemy takes it.
Paradigm.
Let's go. Folks, this is it. Do or die once again for Paradigm. Do they do it? Do they force a game number 5? Make some noise, and let's go ahead and toss it over to the casters.
Thank you so much, Golden Boy. This is exactly where we wanted to be. I don't know about the individual teams that are on the stage. I'm sure they both have some situations that they'd rather be in, but this is all Paradigm. You mentioned it before, one game at a time.
One game at a time is the big key here. I'm surprised, though, because me and Aurora were discussing picks and bans, too.
Yeah.
I would have liked to have seen them either take the Humbats or take the Circuit instead of the backers there and force a just onto something we've not seen him play too comfortably. Because you said yourself, his Thor, you're not so sure about.
I think his Thor's okay, but going to what F-Dot said, I think they want to be here for sure. They have a chance to make to the finals and the World Championships for Smite. That's crazy. I want to be up there, and I'm not.
It's just one of those situations where Paradigm would rather be up 2 games. You know what I'm saying? This is where we want to see these teams, and everybody's going to get ready into the game. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, your game 4 between Enemy and Paradigm semifinals here at the Smite World Championship.
So give it up if you want Enemy to win this game, North America.
That's a loud crowd out there, folks.
All right. And do you want to see Paradigm make it 2-2? That's kind of close.
I think we got more Paradigm in here, I think.
That's cut right down the middle, if
That
you
was
ask
close,
me.
yeah.
Hard to tell either way. 30 seconds before everything gets underway. Enemy and Paradigm, no jokes. Before we saw grouping of 5. Now everybody's just standing. We don't want to mess around.
But I think Thor wasn't a good pick here for Paradigm because, I don't know, I don't like it too much into Zhang. We saw it in Super Regionals. We can play it into Zhang when Enemy was playing it, and he had a really bad ult into the back, and even though we're up 3 kills, it didn't really do anything.
I agree, but what I actually feel this game is we may see a difference out of Cuvo Fred this time round. He's been doing a lot of focus on the solo laner, on Salt Machine in these engagements early on. With this pick of Thor, Neath is a prime opportunity to go in and get aggressive there and shut Visham down instead.
Yeah, Zatman was saying that the other day. He says he really likes Thor into Neath. He thinks it's a really good, so I can see why they're doing it there. But with Geb and Zhang Kui, I don't know if I like this Thor as much as the Basta last game.
Exactly. When a Thor dunks down on a Zhang Kui, he's still able to do what Zhang Kui does. He hits the 4 as soon as Thor comes down, and he's still channeling while he's stunned. So.
And they also have the Geb shield, so whoever he lands on, Geb's shield will come right up and it'll stop the stun, and they'll be able to run away from the Thor.
Big talking point, though, once again, is Cuvo Fred. He's had a great tournament so far. Honestly, his name has been rung through every single game, win, lose. He's still been involved in these matchups. It's a good shout out to him. Even though Thor may not be the best pick here, I'm sure he'll make it work again.
Cuvo Fred's done it before. We'll see how it works out here. This one, you know, it's do or die here. Enemy wins this one, they go on, and that's it for Paradigm. Paradigm still have not just this one, but they also have to win a game 5.
But going back to pick and ban again, I really think the Athena ban was all right. Pain's a phenomenal Athena player, but I really think as a team, Enemy plays so well with Geb and Khepri. Those should be the 2 support bans that they should be banning out.
Yeah.
And Pain got one of them this game, and he's on Geb. Khepri's a little bit better, but Geb could just almost do the same thing.
Well, hey, we'll look at that if we get to a game 5. But for now, we've got this game on. Everyone just continuing to farm up. There's no early signs of aggression from either side here. Sobek versus Bellona going as you'd expect it in the early stage with Bellona just pushing up nicely in that lane. And the duo side of things, Neath and Geb putting the pressure on the Xbalanque backers early.
Yeah, and Soul Lane, we won't really see it till level like 7, 8, or 9. Sobek will start being able to clear the wave easily. It'll just be some farm lane unless there's a gank that comes out.
You know, I'm really interested to take a look at Adjust Bats. He's fantastic at this god. Good enough for Paradigm to know to ban it. Game number 1 and 2, the Party Monkey was not available. Now that Paradigm switched, their ban strategy and go towards the supports to take them off the board, that's open the Hun Bats. Circuit went a different way, and now we have a team fight jungler for Enemy. This could pose a problem.
Really big notice there of how the pings came out on the map, just to show that Paradigm were at the back harpies on the left. Because the enemy duo lane had pushed up, they wanted to make sure they weren't going to get rotated on. That's why they backed up and relieved the pressure in that lane there, just because of the timings of that. At the same time, Kuvo is now in this area. He has the ultimate, and guess what? He's looking towards Vishim as we expected.
He hammered in here. It just looks like he's going to get the wave.
Just pick up the wave, back to mid lane he goes as Pain Beyond will hit level 5 shortly with Vishim in this lane in tow. I think it's like half a wave to go. No, been one more wave expert. It's close anyway between the two.
Very close to it. A lot of different. This is a much different story though than the last one, where we're sitting here counting the minions to level 5, waiting for Ares to go in. This lane is a little bit more calculated.
Yeah, it's just going to be a farm lane. Bacchus has some kill potential, but Xbalanque really doesn't. So they're just going to be looking to get as many minions as they can. I don't think a lot of players are going to lose a lot of gold. It looks like they're pushing in here, but Neath just backflips. No danger at all. She'll be able to pick up the rest of the minions with her 2 and autos. And it looks like Geb's rotating mid already, so they might be looking for something. Possibly a blue buff invade.
Yeah.
Thor is in the back of the jungle, and he could ult up at any moment.
Let's find out here. The blue buff is not flashing just yet, but under the tower, it looks like it just was looking for a potential pick onto Zalia here. Under the tower, looking to try and swing round and get a big fear, no evil ultimate off. The teleport back in comes out from Zalia as the blue now spawns. The pressure in that lane.
There it
but
is.
look at this. Paradigm rotating into protect as well.
They're coming in from 2 separate sides. Zalia from the right, already channeling in the ultimate. Just the threat of that is going to force Enemy out of there. They know that everybody else is here. Lobster gets a slow on Chaos, but immediately turns around to look at the solo lane. Salt Machine surrounded, but Paradigm not pushing it. They didn't want to come too far because of the threat.
It was some pressure there, but right now, blink hit from Pain
Different
Beyond
story.
Cataclysm. Zalia does not have his ultimate available.
First blood.
First blood goes down, but
Thor's in the
Kuvo
air.
is in the air.
Where's he landing?
Gonna dunk
Where's
to?
he landing?
Go mid.
Safely.
Blue buff going to get invaded now by Enemy there, so good opportunity for them to capitalize. Zalia uses ult early to try and get him off the blue buff, wait for reinforcements. Trixtank not going to be able to defend that one, has to flop away. Pain Diviana on that Cataclysm Aurora, so good.
Yeah, really good Cataclysm coming out by Pain Diviana. He's been playing so well. Look at that knockup on
Oh,
Soul.
hi,
She's going to get forced to use her immunity
Coffee,
here, but
welcome
she
back.
looks like she's not in any danger at all.
Take 5 over, could it break something? It'll probably break something. Everything breaks everything right now.
There we go. Chaos in mid lane too.
It's just a Geb. It is a much different story than being caught out by an Ares in the jungle right there. So Geb really not posing much of a threat. Lobster intelligently folds his abilities and waits to meet up into the lane.
Early on though, Enemy will be very happy with how this game's gone on roll. They've not been pressured too much. Kuvo's done one attempt when he's gone into the air, and that was even after the fact that Enemy found that first blood. Are they just going to be happy to just let this one keep wavering like this and just keep farming up and getting themselves to that mid game?
Yeah, especially more this game. Now they have the Geb, they have the Bellona as well. They also have the Neath, which Vedium's just been putting on a show with this. And then they have the signature Jean-Qui that they've been playing all tournaments. So I think Enemy's much happier this game with their composition. And I feel like they're fine just letting this one farm out. And right now they have the lead, so they just got to keep snowballing this.
We saw this at the beginning of the last game too, though, where Enemy had a good opportunity at the start. Hang that fort. They're looking for Zalia again. Full rotation in.
Zalia
Oh, shit.
not going to get stunned. Smart challenge.
Oh.
The ultimate, but it just goes ahead, takes the blink in. Salt Machine wants to be aggressive as well.
Fear No Evil
Both
is
members
up.
are in trouble. There's the Fear No Evil. Overhead smash, but the tower chases off Adjust.
But Adjust needs to be careful now because rotations are coming in. Is Kuvo up in
Thor's
the
in the
sky?
air.
Is he going to dunk down? No, the blink curly, but he waited and held it. Thor is jumped down here into the jungle looking for a pick. Not going to find it.
Rally here
Instead,
comes over the top.
He's been progressed on instead, and now it's the boys of Paradigm going to run away. Tricks with a good belly flop, but he's now slowed down. He's got to escape. Tricks intoxicates to relieve the pressure on himself. Paradigm survive, as does Enemy.
Yeah, just a lot of damage for really nothing.
Crazy engagement over there for, like you said, nothing. Both teams going aggressive. I'm surprised, though, I just went back and he was feeling himself then.
Yeah, that was crazy. I thought he was going to ult a lot sooner there. He waited pretty long for it. I think he didn't know if he had enough damage or not, but he ended up having to ult or he would have died to the Sobek.
I honestly think Adjust was saving the ult. I think that he thought that 2-on-1 under the tower, the kill was possible without Fear No Evil. And unfortunately, for as much I gave Enemy a lot of credit for not pulling the trigger on their ultimates, I think that was a misstep.
Honestly, what happened was he jumped to the monkey, expecting Zayla to jump out of his ultimate.
Exactly.
Then drop the Fear No Evil, find the kill. When he used the Fear No Evil on the disengage there, he wasn't really looking for the kill. He was trying to stay alive because he was afraid of Sobek coming in with a charge play and picking him. Wasn't available to him anyway. And instead he turned around, tried to change it 1-for-1. Great play by both teams, just the calculations between both of them.
Another interesting thing to note, it looks like Sobek's teleport's going to be coming up first, so he's going to be able to back with no problems at all and pick up some items. He's probably going to be able to pick up, can we see Golden Hand, please?
Have a look at that, 11 home.
He's going to be able to pick up the first rank of breastplate. It'll help a little bit for this next blue buff fight, but we might see an invade coming up, but Paradigm spots it, and they're just going to help him take the blue buff.
Well, this is what Trixang does, though. We mentioned it in early games where there was a lot of focus onto Funballer from Enemy because they know Trixang doesn't hang in that lane very often whatsoever.
I have me
He
blowing
likes
my
to be in
nose.
the mid and on the solo side, and they're actually ganking Salt Machine on the right, and he's all alone this time.
Yeah, there's 3 members, and that's
See ya!
Cuvo Fred gets credit for that off the assist of the solo and support.
Left-hand side, Enemy trying to make something happen, so just swing around, look for the red buff, just to answer back in some way to that gank attempt. But Paradigm, they're on point right now, and a good answer back evens things up.
Like we were talking about it last game, we didn't really see Pin Divienda hit any intoxicates, and right there, right away, we saw Trixang get a great intoxicate.
I ate that last donut earlier while you were away.
Really good work from the boys of Paradigm. They've got, like you
Because they
said,
didn't have anything else to
one
eat.
game at a time.
I
every
searched the
single one.
house.
This big ball right inside and invade this time from Paradigm.
All I found was
Just
some
wants to help out, but he
cheese.
just
So I ate
can't.
some
There's
cheese for
3 members
breakfast.
one more time, and a good wall from Cuvo Fred
Yep.
to make sure, just in case. I just got a little excited.
Couldn't even
about
find
it.
any of
Even
Jerry's
Hunter's
milk.
got, like, position
I don't have any of
over
my
towards
milk,
the Golf
but
Fury
they
area
have
there for a
cereal.
second, looking at
Doesn't have any
potential
milk.
rotation if required. Obviously, World Weaver and
He left like
Vision
nothing when he
Alonso and
left. He's
Darkest
like,
Knights both
there's
making
nothing here.
impact in these team fights.
Usually has like milk
much
and
you can say
stuff
more?
and like
I really like the
Different
Darkest
snacks and
Knights.
stuff.
It blinds everybody on the map, no matter what. World Weaver can get blocked.
Yep.
It stuns one target.
Anyways.
It's really, it's better than Darkest of Nights in some situations, but usually in the late game team fights, a blind on everybody that makes them stop moving and you
Yep.
can't see anything is usually better than one single target stun.
And as the analyst said, the combination with Bacchus's Intoxicate there as well.
Yeah.
Oh, brutal.
Yeah, that's one of those interactions
Brutal.
that are just, it's a lot of fun to pull off. Sometimes it's not necessary, but when you do get that kill, it's almost inevitably a kill.
And one crazy thing too to keep in mind is you
Sorry,
can
guys.
actually not get stunned when you're intoxicated by the Shablankel if you
Sorry.
back or if you go the opposite direction that you're wobbling right as soon as the Shablankel ends. It's very
Love you.
hard to do, but if you time it right, you don't get stunned. That's one just fun fact.
So if
to
you
keep in
press
mind.
back, just as that
Well,
happens.
no, you have to go the other, but if you time the opposite direction that by the Shablankel, if you back or if you go the opposite direction that you're wobbling right as soon as the Shablankel ends. It's very hard to do, but if you time it right, you don't get stunned. That's one just fun fact.
So if
to
you
keep in
press
mind.
back, just as that
Well,
happens.
no, you have to go the other way that you're not walking, because you know how you stutter back and forth. back
Two
and
left,
forth.
two right.
Yeah.
Left, two right.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see how that goes on. But look at this,
Huh.
just rotating around for Zayla this time.
Nice
But
ult.
nice time of Zayla with the ultimate. World Weaver was coming in too there. Will connect. Not enough damage to kill Zalia. But look at this now, Paradigm.
It's
might get
okay,
into position
Willow.
for Gold
Is it?
Fury off this.
Is it
We'll
though?
take a look at Lobster. He's gonna
Whatever you say,
protect
coffee.
the entrance at the very least. Paradigm
Tell him, Jasmine.
guarding the Gold Fury.
Tell him.
Ball looking towards
Use
Not
his name with
Kyle's up
disdain.
instead. Cuvo's gonna go up.
Get
into
him,
the
does.
lane directly towards the mid lane. Down on top of Chaos. Bees have been used. Monkey's gonna jump into the main.
Meow.
He'll be fine. Chaos on the other hand.
Not going to find him. They don't have the enhancer on it. Instead,
Nice
Football is in
cataclysm.
trouble. Football is going to try and get away from this, but Lobster did manage to pick up the kill on
Nice.
Pain to be on there. I thought Footballer would fall on the stun from Lobster escaping.
Hi,
Salt
Jasmine.
Machine, a little bit too late in the rotation. He's still trying.
Hi,
though.
Jasmine.
Gotta keep
I went
chasing
outside and got a little
Paradigm
bit
as
of
well.
sun.
Needs to catch any mistakes. That's
I don't
want to
get too much sun because I've gotten a lot of sun lately.
If they played it right,
I don't have
but
any
just in
sunscreen
case,
on.
You go ahead.
They
and
might be
But
trying to
it was
do
really
gold,
nice
maybe
out,
just
so
mids, yeah.
I wanted to
They're
get
calling
some
out now,
sunshine.
yeah.
Good attempt
On my
though from Hardy
body.
to try and answer back there. Fun bowler, if you saw him, he went into tower range to hit the tower to get the bowlers to branch off and find that pick. But it set Visham up to burst him back. Very, very good
The
play
skin's
from
nice
both.
and smooth now.
Awesome.
Love those small
Nice and
interactions. Again,
smooth.
it's about really understanding your character. We also saw
Smooth
Funball
and
use the ultimate
slickery.
and use that range. That's one of the least thought about things when it comes to Shibalanke. When you use that Shibalanke Darkest of Nights, the obvious that we talked about a lot. but it
Nice sound is
also
always good.
increases his
No, it's
basic
not.
attack range
Not
by
always.
so much.
Look at how much they're favoring the blue buff over here. Cuba Fred was there 5 seconds before the blue buff spawned. Sobex
I was gonna go
really
for a
loved
walk,
their
but I
blue
kind of don't
buff.
feel like
So-
it after
I
standing up in
think
the
the
shower
thing
for so
about
long.
Zaylia as
Like
well,
my legs are
Zaylia
kind of
has to
tired
feel
now.
confident in these games. When he's
So now I
having a
don't
good
feel like
game, when he's a
now I
good
don't feel like
matchup,
walking.
He's performed well.
I had to do
Even
like
in
a
negative
complete
matchups,
shower. I had to
he's
do
not
everything.
shown very well from Slot Machine.
Had to
for
do
a better
total
time
hair
here.
care,
And honestly,
total
Bologna has been a
skincare,
big
and
impact for Slot
shave.
Machine in these
Took
games.
forever.
A lot of grouping towards the mid lane now.
Yep.
We just passed the 10-minute mark.
Squat
Teams
time?
Starting
No.
to think about the Gold Fury. We've seen both of these teams really
Coffee.
look at gold and then walk away. Look at gold and then walk away. What kind of opportunity needs to open itself up before we see a big objective?
We either can see a pick or they just need to bait them into Gold Fury. Right now,
What are
like
you
I've been
doing, Jasmine?
saying for this entire tournament, Enemy is
What are you
fine
doing?
being in this spot.
What are you doing?
Paradigm needs to make a bigger separation than this. The games, even again, they're fine with going on later and later and later and just keep farming and farming and farming until they hit their full team fight potential.
Yeah, Enemy, they don't really have this late
that's
game
full.
composition. They can't really play this slow game. They have a Neath and a Hunbat, and on the other side there's a Soul and a Shibalanke.
I think Enemy's late game team fight's fine. The Neath and the
Zhonghui?
The Humbats are still really good. Humbats has an AoE ult, and he
He's
also
like, I
has
disagree,
crit, so that's
F
good.
dot.
And the way Vishnu's been playing this Neath in the late game, awesome
Wow, these
disengagement.
panties are really tight.
Really good ultimates.
Oh my God.
And he's still at 80 carry. He's still going to be putting out some
I'm wearing little
damage.
girl
Left-hand
panties.
side, both the junglers over here. Good
Like
wall coming out
10
from
to 12-year-old
Kiro
girl
to try and deny
panties.
him.
Did he steal that?
Very,
Very
I'm not
tight.
sure.
I
I
think
just
he did,
did
yep.
get that buff. Yep.
Yeah, it
Flips
might
it up
make
and
you
it's gonna rotate back to
do
his jungle
that.
again.
What?
Thank you very much.
I
And one
might
thing we
not
spoke
make
about at
you
Super
do
Regionals
that
was
just
amount
yet.
of front line of jobs. It was
Alright.
3 front liners were the ones that won the
Whatever
game.
you say,
As you see a little bit of a
Mr.
trade-off between
Coffee
the two there,
Cake
but 3 front liners
Dom
on each side
guy
this time because Cuvo on that Thor will play as a
person,
front liner for the most part. And
human.
you've also got Pain Divion Chaos. Jean-Quiz a front
Whatever.
liner, trust me, alongside
Oh, yeah.
Salt Machine.
Oh yeah, Zhonghui definitely counts in the front line.
And then they've still got a Just in the background that can just jump in and out with Pain Divion on the gap.
Salt Machine here will check in one more time. Half HP versus the very, very healthy Zaylia on his
what this
Sobek.
cat's
Knocked
doing to his
around
bag.
Bologna one more time, and she'll be all right. It's the Scourge.
Yeah, her teleport's coming up soon as well, so she can choose to base if she wants to here. You can see Zaylia trying to deny the teleport back to base on that right-hand side. As
Mm,
Cubo's
take them
hanging
off if
around
they
the
are
area
too
here to see
tight.
speed, but mid lane Darkest of
Blue.
Night has been used as we're looking for some aggression to Pain.
But
They're just coming in, and it forces a teleport actually from Salt Machine
they
there
need to
as
be
well.
tight to remind me
I
that
think
I'm
he's fine with that.
that I'm
Sobeck's
not
gonna get some power damage. He
small
might
enough
actually be
yet.
able to take it. Yeah.
That's why we should have
So them being really tight tells me that I need to like lose weight.
Oh, he
Yeah.
got the hammer, but the perfect bead.
Was perfectly
Love it.
timed to make sure he could jump to his hammer, and the World Weaver is down as well. Does the teleport
lots
on
of
the
back
right
talk
side? It
today.
clearly does. Zaylia making something happen.
Bacchus might be looking for something
A little
here.
bit.
We're looking for something in the mid lane now.
Yup, Trick Tank coming around the
Sorry.
right-hand side. Looking to jump over the wall, decides better, going for a more direct approach. Waiting here, he's backing actually.
This-
Bacchus won't be here.
Pain Divion going in with the Blink Cataclysm. That just looked like they were trying to force something here, Enemy, because they, they had the teleporting from Salt
are you
Machine.
doing,
Salt
Jasmine?
Machine wasted teleport. They were going to lose a tower on the right-hand side anyway, but now it's allowed them to try and make something happen instead. But Paradigm are the one that come out on top.
Wards is what I'm looking at. Last game, we saw Paradigm really punish Enemy for not putting down enough wards and take away this sort of free surprise
Jasmine,
fire giant. We'll take a
leave
look
that
at the
alone.
adjustment Enemy has made.
Yes.
There's sentry wards, one just fell. There was 2 sentry wards on the left-hand side. You saw a little bit of vision on the right as
Jasmine.
well. So Enemy right away making that adjustment and dropping a couple of more wards.
Are you
Both
really
teams know that the only
sorry?
gap that's going to be created
Yeah.
realistically is around this goal fury when
No,
it finally
not
does fall.
really.
We start to get to the
I'm
stage
just
of the game
saying
where the
it.
goal fury will start being worth a little bit more gold as time goes on.
It's interesting. Look at the Hunter's builds. Neath is
Just
going
being
into the
honest.
Itchy Vault, which he's been doing all tournament. Vetium likes that build.
Which has to be
And we
praised
see
for my
attack
honesty.
speed boots
Right,
coming out of
Jess?
Shablanke.
Thanks.
He did
The
that last
reason-
game too.
Yeah, attack speed boots are good on Shablanke because he has 2 steroids. He has
Attack speed
the power in his bolas,
I remember those.
which is his one, and he also has his passive every time he gets a kill. It looks like a fight might
poke.
start, but they're just going to both back off.
I think if the
Let's
front
get
would have
the poke.
landed there, there, they would have gone for the full burst combo onto him.
Yeah.
But poking it just down a little bit will hurt. Luckily, Bumba's Mask playing effect there with the red buff, just going to be able to heal himself up a little bit. But another wall and double tap Kivo's on
Half
fire
health.
today. He's doing good work.
Just always on point.
Just nice.
Fred playing. Yeah, exactly. Really is. I mean, just good stuff.
What do you do?
Point.
Just nice. Double tap. Kivo's
Half
on fire
health.
today. There with the red buff, just going to be able to heal himself up a little bit, but another wall and double tap. Kivo's on fire
health.
today. He's doing good work.
Just always on point.
Just nice.
Fred playing. Yeah, exactly. Really is. I mean,
Praise for your
just good
honesty,
stuff.
punished nonetheless.
Kilo Fred, always a mechanical player.
That's
Show off
fine,
rough a
coffee
little
cake.
bit, and like you
I
said,
don't care.
poking out. That's really what it is.
Bring it
Not
on.
looking for the full engage, just a little bit of poke.
Now, the big key is going to be when the
I
solo
ain't
lanes start
scared.
to get involved around the Gold Fury. Now, the tower's over on that
I don't see a
side.
bummer's
Obviously, we know
mask.
the tier 1's fallen. But
Donde
now you see
está
Salmasheen starting to
la
answer back in
mask
this
de
lane once
Bumba?
more. He should be able to put some tower pressure on as well. When the teleports come into play, that's when it will happen.
Look at the gold. Salt Machine was able to build himself up a 400 gold lead just from the early games from Sobek getting pushed into the tower over and over again. That's pretty big, and that's what we're seeing why the gold is spread out a little bit. Paradigm still is in favor, but they should be ahead a little bit more. If Salt Machine didn't have that lead, I feel like it wouldn't be enemy wouldn't be as good a spot as they are right now.
Yeah, we've been a little less detrimental for them. Paradigm, though, 2-1 in this game so far. Balance. Most of the time on a knife edge, this one.
Oh, yeah.
Could still go either way.
Yeah, I love the way you said that. Balanced on a knife's edge, because just as well as it's balanced there, we've seen this game get sliced open very quickly in the past couple of matches.
Trickstone trying to zone
Good
him out
job,
from going
F9.
back to mid there, but with the
Good job.
support, is that Cubo going to skip? No, it wasn't. It was Lobster doing that. I thought Cubo was going up, but Zalia's made a rotation in here to support those Harpies on the right.
But did we see Zalia start with a starter item? He already sold it if he did, and he picked up
Yeah,
a Void
he
Stone.
had one.
And the reason why
sold
is
it.
because Bacchus does so much damage with the Void Stone and also Soul. This item makes 3 people do a crazy amount of damage. And having this and selling your starter item to get it, I kind of like it. It's kind of interesting at the same time, but I like it. I think it's smart. If they get into a team fight, it's going to give them a lot of power.
But it also
I absolutely love it.
too.
Yep.
Magic resistance as well, as we watch Pain Division.
Ow.
Yeah, poke through a Geb shield
I
too.
scratched
That's Soul,
myself.
right?
Yeah.
That's just what Soul does, the poke from range and the slow applied as well.
And the
Shit.
Thor double tap.
Going back to the
I'm
voice
so
on
fat
again, though,
right
it
now.
gives you
Oh my
magical
God.
protection as well as magical reduction on the enemy team. So it allows the extra mages to do more damage.
Yep.
This
Yeah.
is really the fun part of watching these super high-end matches, is that all of these items that aren't really traditionally purchased, we see them at this end because all of the niche, really, the situations that they're
Niche.
useful really make them matter
Well-
when you're playing against players of this caliber.
Void Stone's purchased a lot. I feel what the niche part about it is that he sold his starter item to pick
Exactly.
it up so early. That's the interesting part about it.
I think it's because they know the Golf Fury is going to be such an important thing. Hold that fort, right-hand side, aggression coming out onto Soul Machine, but he doesn't back away for an
Not
inch.
at all.
Tries to time the Eagles right to avoid the
Someone
burst,
caught
but
the World
just
Weaver.
coming in there. Doesn't look like it's going to happen, but yeah, World Weaver
Redeem
was caught in mid because it was
600,000.
being channeled onto Zalia.
Yeah, I think it was one of these players that found themselves right here in the jungle, sort of by the fire giant.
By Trixie's
What do you
help there,
mean?
was able to support him on the rotation. And Funball is still in the middle lane though, continuing to farm up. Visham's made a rotation to mid lane now. Going to start moving back over towards his Gold Fury with his team.
Yeah,
Regret
Funball is
my
extremely happy with
earlier
doing this. Shablanka does more damage than Neek in team fights, but I like how enemies' team comp synergizes with each other a little bit better than Paradigm. I feel like Paradigm has more damage if they're able to
All the
burst down one of the
torture.
backliners. I feel like they can take the game really easily, but
That's
enemies'
fine.
comp is just more overall. They can kind of do whatever they want. They could have Salt Machine go in, they could have Pain go in, they could just wait for a counter initiate, they could initiate an objective. They have a lot of options. I feel like Paradigm's comp is they have a lot of damage to the frontliners or they have a lot of damage to the backliners. So I feel like it's kind of a weird mix.
Zalia right now being aggressed on by Salt Machine, but this is just more of the same. We're watching these solo laners go back and forth, really just, and what that is, it's interesting because that's just waiting for the opportunity. Eventually, a jungler is going to come, and if you keep fighting, then you don't show your cards. If you only fight when your jungler is
Here
there,
we go. We
it's
might get a
obvious.
Thor gank. Speaking about junglers,
He's hanging around the corner here looking for a big Visham. Funballer happy to trade, but I think Visham should smell something out. Gives it a good backflip.
we
off.
got him coming around the
Walking
back.
up. But yeah, just with the blink in, Finna Weevil Cubo uses beats and ultimate to escape that engagement, and he will get out before Pain Divion can reach round from behind.
Yeah.
And if that was late game, if we see that again coming out of Cubo and he tries to ult up in front of him, there's a Humbot and a knee shooting. So if
You
they
probably
can
didn't hear that, huh? Because the
they're
ad
dead.
break.
Salt Machine finds himself in
Hold
the
on.
mid lane.
I'm rewinding
Making
it.
a rotation from the
He's
right
even
side.
laughing because he knows what he just said.
From behind.
Listen to this.
Coming around. We might get a
obvious.
Thor gank.
And
This
if you
is
keep
funny.
fighting, then you don't show your cards.
Just
If
listen.
you only fight when your jungler is
Here
there,
we go. We
it's
might get a
obvious.
Thor gank. Speaking about junglers,
He's hanging around the corner here looking for a bit of Visham. Fumbler happy to trade, but I think Visham should smell something out. Gives it a good backflip.
We got him coming around the back.
But yeah, just with the blink in, Finna Weevil Cubo uses beads and ultimate to escape that engagement, and he will get out before Pain Divion can reach round from behind.
And if that was late game, if we see that again coming out of Cuba and he tries to ult up in front of him, there's a Humbots and a niche shooting. So if they get hit, they're dead.
Salt Machine finds himself
And
in the
F-Dot's
mid lane.
laughing.
Thinking the rotation from the right side of the map. Delia, on the other hand, no.
He's trying hard not to show it.
Down low. Here comes Trix.
Oh my God, that's funny.
Enemy get the gold fury. That's the first.
You almost gave him a reach round from behind.
At 20 minutes.
Trying to answer back here immediately.
That's so funny.
Oh
shit, Geb's gonna die, dude.
They will fight Pain. Maybe no. Eagles ready up for a second. Footballer gets a stack, but on the backside, their Lobster.
They could walk Salt Machine. They did.
There it is. Salt Machine stuck in the middle, and he's in the middle of 3.
Neath is just dropping damage into him. Go kill the Neath, man.
Away. The flip comes off from Zelia. Doesn't find it. Good back from Visham to disengage as well.
Nobody else thought that was funny except for me. I'm the only one that thought that was funny.
Relatively uncontested.
Fuck
yeah,
you guys.
I think there was a good trade of Geb for a Gold Fury.
Yep,
yeah,
I said it.
Pretty good. I'd trade you for a Gold Fury, bro.
Hindu, how could you?
I'm sorry.
Mid lane tower goes down. Paradigm does what they can to stop the bleeding. 500 gold taken off, and that basically evens up the game one more time.
Hang on, he say evens up the game, but there is an experience difference here between these two teams, and it's in Paradigm's favor here. How is this?
He's just back.
How is this? You're such a troll. You're like, ah. How did this experience gather itself for Paradigm here at Raw? What is the difference? Where does it come from?
It's just how they're farming.
Where did it
I feel
come
like
from?
Soviet
Where did it
made
go?
some weird rotations. That's how they got
Where
to
did it come from?
experience
Got that
them.
go.
I feel like Bologna did as well.
Hello,
but
Jasmine.
They were able to stay in the lanes longer and farm. And they've been waiting a long time at these buffs. Like again, right there, they waited 5 seconds for the blue buff to spawn.
But it's Cubo was one of the experience advantage there. As we look at mid lane now, being pressured down by 4 members. Not many people here to defend. Trix trying to body block a little bit of Visham's auto attacks. But round the back comes Salt Machine to zone out Fumble. Trixang still here. Zelia already priming the ultimate to go in and look for the burst damage. And
Cubo.
as well. Bursted as well. Fair no even from Adjust. And a good shield from Pain Divion.
Oh shit.
Healthy. Cubo's in trouble. Very low on mana. Ghost are chasing him down. As is the monkey.
Run, Cubo, run. Oh,
Now
rip.
Soul comes over the top and finishes off Chaos.
2 members of Paradigm very, very low in the mid lane. Zelia's going to join them. Salt Machine's going to stop Trixang in his tracks. Adjust off of the assist. Picks up a kill.
That's the overhand smash of Visha with the end hand finds it. Salt Machine looking for the bloodshed, doesn't find it. Fumble. Lobster is here. He's not going to find the damage he wants.
No party horn for you, Compass, because you ignored me.
Beautiful defense coming out from Paradigm, but it's not without a price. 3 members take a spill. Lobster and Funball, the only ones that did not die. Enemy, they're going right for it. Salt Machine backs, Salt Machine teleports, Salt Machine tanks. This tier 2 tower is down.
And this is what we saw yesterday. Salt Machine runs into the tower, starts tanking it up, and gives them a shield so they can just take the towers faster and faster.
Cry
We
about
saw
it,
that
bitch.
Last year with TSM
Cry it out.
Worlds, and now it's enemy instead.
Enemy in a very good spot. Now that 3,000 gold lead, they've evened up the experience difference too between the 2 sides, and they're looking over towards this right-hand side a little more now.
I like this. They're taking their time to get ward coverage as they walk back into their buffs. Right now, Paradigm has some pretty good wards up of their own,
Yeah, I like
but
those.
enemy controls the Fire Giant wards right now.
Yeah, there's a lot of aggressive vision coming out from Paradigm, and they're just now going to go ahead and take out the objective vision as well. So Paradigm, they know where enemy want to go, are, and will go.
And that's why they just walk straight out base, straight up to the Fire Giant, clear it up because they know enemy have to back. They can catch somebody here.
Beans a little bit too late.
He gets a good route off though, which was important to stop the chase coming out from the rest of Paradigm there. But Beads being down for now means that they can try and look for something.
Look at how powerful Beads 3 were there. He mistimed the flop beads and he beads while he was in the air. The Thor wall came out after. If he just waited a split second longer, that would have been a kill on Vedium.
Oh yeah.
Funballer rotating to the right to help support here because it looks like enemy, they're looking for potentially the blue buff, which is due up soon here, or catch people on the rotation through the jungle to look to defend on this solo lane.
Right now, enemy, they've got 3 players here in the right lane by themselves, 2 in the jungle waiting to go ahead and join. They're looking for something. Vision has been dropped. We'll make a decision. Enemy right now, let's ride along with them and hear what they are thinking about making for their next move.
Again, don't fight. Wait for beats.
Yeah, wait for beats.
We can fight if they force it to.
Throw
hammer?
Yeah. Throw hammer? I'm ready for
Win
methods.
Win 2
Up
beats.
mids.
They're group mid. They're group mid.
Yeah, just
back up. When's your beats?
Time on beats. Time on beats.
Let's go right. Let's go right. Let's go right. Let's go right. Let's go right.
Wait, who are you talking about? We should
I'll push right. I'll push right.
Okay,
I can hold.
Pay the gold. Connor ward gold. Pay the gold. I have a ward here.
I'm gonna do purple. Yeah, I'll help you.
These comms are so confusing.
Connor warding.
I'm going purple.
Nice. Purple now. They're gonna come into us. Take the fight. Take a good fight.
I have beats.
Marcus has no magic protection.
Okay, gotcha.
Alright, look at gold then. Beats are up for everybody.
Push the
You have
wave.
teleport, right, Salt?
Yeah, I do.
Awesome. Three in the right. Yo.
Oh my god.
Go. Salt, get out.
Salt, just get out.
Go. Free go.
He'll go fire. If he doesn't get out. Okay,
Yeah.
burn.
You guys
Soul's
do it.
coming.
You don't mind.
All of them are coming.
He's dead. Yeah, he's dead. Report you, Salt. Oh, you're dead. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
That's alright.
Get gold. You have to rotate the fire now.
It's fine.
Everyone but
I'll be Beautiful. They're not going
Soul fire.
Do not full commit.
All by design, 100%
Wow.
by design.
But look at this, it looks like they want to try and start fire.
Auctioneer, yeah, I know.
Down and they're actually looking for Vicium. They're not going to find him, they'll blink
They
away,
talk
so
really
that's
fast
gonna
and they
be
like
Radiant
repeat
story.
themselves over and over again.
Into a route for Vicium.
And they all talk
Flip
over each
back
other.
in from Xavier to Pain with football around the
Oh
corner.
shit, Geb.
The Geb is in trouble.
How's he alive still? Honestly.
Pain Divion is still alive, only for a second. And Justo is chasing on the backside
Oh.
as a flop from Trickstab comes in.
Is a
Look
Just
at them all.
chasing
Nice
Lobster,
beads.
or is Lobster chasing a Just?
Oh,
It's
shit.
Lobster. A Just takes the spill.
Look at Vicium.
Nice
they're
teleport.
pushing back 3 alone there on that Neath. Really good play to keep themselves in that. The
That was
fire
good play.
giant still stands, and it comes out on top for Enemy.
Enemy did get the Gold Fury, but Paradigm was able to pick up 3 kills. It was, I don't know, it's hard to say who really came out on top there. I feel like kills are worth a lot right now. It looks like Enemy got the better of this because Paradigm wasn't really able to get much off of this. They might get ward coverage, and that might lead into a Fire Giant later in this game. So we'll see right now if Enemy can, or if Paradigm can take advantage of this.
It's a good gold lead though for Enemy as well here. Just over 4,000 gold rather, with that going down. The experience is still even though the fight went well for Paradigm there afterwards. I still think the Gold Fury made a big impact to that. That second Gold Fury is generally the one that starts to break your team's back. But when you spread that gold out amongst the team, it's still less than 1,000 each. 26 minutes in and looking at the speed buff now. Our Paradigm looking to try and find something out here. What would you be looking for here, Aurora, if you are Paradigm? Are we looking for a potential pick here?
Yeah, pick or just, it's hard to say right now. I feel like they need to get a pick or they need to just hit the front line as hard as possible with the Shablanque Soul combo. If they're able to do that and pick off one of their heavy tanks in either the Zhong, Bologna, or Geb, that'll be really good for them. Like they did in the right lane. They picked out Salt Machine and it led into a really, really good team fight for them.
Well, let's have a little listen to the Paradigm comms here. They're up against it. It's 2-1 in favor of Enemy.
Yeah, we got good poke. I'm level 20.
Now look for it. Group for a pick.
I can go back for heavily now.
Go for it.
Can
I keep in?
I'm back. Yeah, I can.
Sweet. We'll not yet. Come. Just look for it. Give us back. No, he's not. I'm starting.
Give us back. No, he's not.
Blown back. Retreat. Chill. Help him.
I have a
It's fine. Holding. Go. Go mid. I'm ulting.
I'm on chaos.
Peace out. Careful, Freddy.
Chaos, strong.
Oh shit.
I'm dead.
Oh shit.
That's in here. Oh, get out. Did you follow him, Fred?
Yeah,
Freddy,
The low though.
Yeah, you're alone though.
We're still in a good spot. It's fine.
Yeah, we can still fight them.
I'm just healing up a bit. I'm at ultimate 30.
Don't let him back though. Oh.
Just wait for me. I think it's best to wait for me. Yeah.
Freddy,
you gotta be with us when I guess.
Thought we could catch him.
No. You're the only one that can go through there except for.
Heavily up at 45. I used it a bit too early to be fair. I thought it was gonna get
full Titans.
They're all grouping again.
I've ultimate 13.
Only one keyword. Just chill, go back. Fall back.
Dude, fall back.
Ulting for Peel.
Dude, he's CC'd forever.
They're low.
I couldn't get out of that.
Get off more.
Get on Salt.
Probably dead.
I got completely changed to
Yeah, you did.
Back in the fires, we watch
Oh,
Fondola
shit.
fall down here. Looks like we're going to see Enemy push on, looking for the kill.
Oh,
to
shit.
Lobster. Falls two.
There's 5 members of Enemy.
Oh my god.
5 members of Enemy. There's 1 member of Paradigm. And that is going to hurt a lot
Oh,
for the
no.
European squad.
Big thing to talk about as this Phoenix falls down was the comms of Paradigm.
They're not going to go for
They
the end?
sounded excited. Cubo tried to
It's
make
only
a
1v5
big
for like
play on
35
just,
seconds.
But a good turnaround from enemy really worked out well for them.
I'm surprised
and
not
then
going for the
worst thing is that Lobster, one of the quietest men in the history of Europe, is the loudest person I could hear on the comms afterwards.
Yeah, Lobster right here. One of the things that Lobster has been so good for this Paradigm team as enemy starts out the Fire Giant is he is the rock. He is the one person that keeps this, that keeps everything going through thick or thin. Lobster's the guy that keeps the team grounded. So it's important to have him making those statements and calls. Right now, though, doesn't look good for Lobster and his squad. Enemy sitting pretty up, almost 10 grand. Fire Giant, tower falls. Enemy's gonna back and make a look for a final push.
At first, when they pushed down mid, it looked like enemy could almost finish the game, but then you look to the sides, both towers stand on both sides.
That's
4
true.
towers. The Titans going to be very strong with those towers up.
Very, very true. That's one of the reasons we didn't see the potential end there. Even though it's 30 minutes into the game and the respawns are getting there right now. But this experience in gold lead, that's not that bad right now in terms of experience because it relatively doesn't matter. But the gold is making more of an impact as time's gone on. These fights, I think Cubo just overextended a little bit. And I think he went on a different target to everybody else in that engagement.
Yeah, that fight between Cubo and Adjust just summed up the series. I feel like if enemy ends up winning that, that's probably one of the biggest fights in the series. Because if Cubo came out on top, Paradigm might have had a chance to do Fire Giant there.
And the funny thing is, I believe Vishem once again was involved in that because he got the World Weaver off to just help turn it around and help out his boy in the jungle. The sign of enemy and their strength as a whole team unit.
And another thing to look at too, Jean-Qui went into the center of 5 people and took out Shablanque and then just walked out with his beads fine. So Chaos has been playing this Jean-Qui amazing. I feel like he's the
Can't believe you
top
ignored me,
quality in the
Coffee.
world.
I'm pretty irritated.
Jean-Qui. I have sat here and
Everybody
I
else
sat here all day,
ignored me
all
too.
day yesterday. And I don't like the Jean-Qui.
But they're
We
probably
saw it in
lurking.
Super Regionals. You buy a shell, it's over, it's done with. Chaos has performed on it, it's worked.
I think Sketch
If it
always
ain't broke,
multitasking.
Don't fix it. And the left-hand
You're always
tower
doing other
falls
stuff, so
one
you
more
like you get
time.
And he
distracted.
made multiple plays on it.
And you end up blowing me off.
Team fight plays, the teleport
Right, Jasmine?
play,
That's what I'm saying.
that was crazy.
Jasmine knows.
That's what I'm saying. It's not just, hey, I'm Jean-Qui.
Jasmine
I'm gonna
knows.
do it. He's making these plays that we don't see. We don't see these
And
stunts
you're on
happen.
what?
We
The
don't
really
see
funny
these
thing that I
heroes
talked about.
interact the way Chaos is making
I
it
even
work.
rewound it after
Hits
the ad
counter
break
right
so that way
now,
you could
falls
hear it.
down, and the boys of enemy
And then I laughed
marching
about
away
it.
at Fire Giant that's got a little bit of
And you're
time
just like,
remaining
doo-doo-doo.
still. Good amount
You're like,
of
I don't
siege
care.
in this Phoenix on the right-hand side.
All 5 looking
Tricks
here.
misses that
Tricks
flop.
Tank jumps in.
That's not
Belly
good.
flop off the mark. Intoxicate hits 4.
Cubo's up.
Soars in the air. Looking for the counter engage. Lands on 2. Gets a stun. Adjust. Turning it around with a big overhand smash.
Sure,
Chaos, though,
Coffee,
had the extra
sure.
protection from his order. Adjusting a back shot to the
Toasted.
monkey. And finds the kill on Cubo. He's juking out Fumble. Flop comes in.
Are you guys gonna
Looking
kill
stun
him?
machine. He kills him. Lost it.
Top of the back.
Holy shit.
Azalea falls too.
Oh my god. That's gonna be game.
Going to the final.
Ladies and gentlemen, your North American
Oh.
dark horse
Got it.
enemy has fought through thick and thin. No one thought they would make it, and they are going to the finals.
Wow.
3 U teams came. 2 have now fallen. An enemy are the ones to stand supreme. They've defeated Fnatic. They've defeated Paradigm. Who will they face in the final?
Oh my! There are 6 people that thought that this team could do it. They are on that stage, and wherever Clerky is, they knew that this team would be able to do it. And you know what? After watching these games here at Worlds, I can't believe anybody ever questioned them.
To be fair, we all questioned them from the start. This was a rookie team that was picked up. We said 7th, 8th in the Pro League. Good luck, have fun. Don't know what you were thinking, Pain Divion. That's what the community was saying as well. Everyone thought the same way. Listen to the crowd!
All of a
Just chanting
sudden,
enemy.
I hear an arena chanting for enemy. This is an enchanting game. I want to hear everything. Kelly, let's talk to enemy.
Thank you so much, After I'm joined here by enemy guys. So how do you guys feel about him? You know what? Since the Super Regionals, since the splits, people have been doubting you guys, but I don't think anyone here is doubting you anymore. How do you feel about your players, Pain?
I have no voice anymore. I actually yell too much in the game, so I can't say. Good job, boys. You're the best. I love you all. You're carrying me to Worlds. Now you're giving me money for pressing 4 on Capri. I love it. Thank you.
Work can be complicated. Asana makes it simple. It's the only work management tool that keeps all your teams synced.
Word.
Now, I know some of you probably weren't here earlier, and some of you might not know, but it's actually Vishium's birthday. So, can we get a happy birthday on the count of 3? 1, 2, 3. How are you feeling, man? I'm gonna move right over here.
Look at this
feeling
cat.
Great. This is the best 16th birthday present that could have ever gotten.
Wait, 16? Yeah. It's cool, a 16-year-old about to win a few $100,000. How does that feel?
Feels great. I don't know how else to describe it.
Well, congratulations, you guys,
The
and
fuck?
good luck going up against the finals tomorrow.
Fucking
Guys,
16-year-old?
let's go back to the analysts.
Kidding me? Kelly's trying to hit that.
Game we just witnessed there, folks. Enemy are going to the finals. Welcome back to the Alienware Analyst Desk. Lots of stuff to break down here. You know, the streak is over. My streak of calling things right.
My phone does not like multitasking.
But
Yeah,
you know what,
and you do
though?
a lot of it. That's how you ignore me all the time.
Yeah, I know, right? You're the 1 and 3 and 1.
You don't mean to. You just do.
I think, you know,
because I assume you're here and then you're not here.
I would just say this: for Enemy, a lot of people sold them out. They, sold them off. They were just like, hey.
That's crazy that
they're
Enemy
not
was like
gonna
a
do
7th or
this.
8th seed in the
Paradigm,
SPL.
#1 team out of
Now they're
Europe,
going to the
too good.
championship.
And for a moment there, it looked like Paradigm were in full control. Actually, I want to go over to you because this one definitely stings the nostrils, I would say. What do you think about it?
Feels bad, man. That kind of sums it
Yeah,
up.
that
You know,
sums
but
it up.
we still have Epsilon, right? Adapting and the rest of the boys. Easy. Cloud9's going down. EU to win Worlds. Still calling it.
It's still gone.
No, but seriously, well played, though, too.
Talk
Enemy.
about the wrap-up to that game, Adonis. Obviously, very intense moment there for Enemy as they were just looking to clear everyone out. What exactly happened in that
How does he
situation?
stay alive, man? He has like no health the whole time. He's just killing everybody with no life.
Failure of
Like he's still alive.
to
The fuck?
learn how to adapt to team fighting
Crazy,
against
man.
North Americans, you know? That's why Circuit worked so well for them. That's why, the Ton Bets is working so well for them. Just the assassins and junglers and frontliners are just able to dive their back line, and there's no protection for their
Crazy,
carries.
y'all.
And, once
Crazy.
again, Lobster,
Fuck you.
phenomenal performance on Soul. 2 games in a row. He carried last game, and he
Hello, Jasmine.
potentially could have carried this game, but he got no help, and he just kept getting dove. And they're just like, Tricks there, like, I just want to
I'm leaving.
Stuff. And,
Nobody's
they
talking to me.
failed to
See
adapt.
ya.
Yeah, and I think we found out why they were banning the Hunbats earlier. They definitely knew from scrims how effective a Justice Hunbats was going to be. Absolutely incredible play coming out from him. At the same time, nothing taken away from Lobster. Lobster played so well, but the rest of the team just couldn't get anything together.
Yeah,
I think for me, Just is really he's made a big name for himself this entire tournament, and I think anyone going forward, regardless,
made an adjustment to how people think about him
I
now? would
say so. Ignoring the awful pun, I would say that he has, and Just is a player to watch out for, a player to fear. He's been doing amazing work, and he's shown that it's not just a cat. It's him.
Also, not to mention, did anybody think that Salt Machine was going to consistently beat Zalia? I mean, consistently
Every
in lane.
single game.
Every game.
Every game. He was beating Zalia, who everybody came in. I mean, he had so many cheers coming for him. They thought it was going to be easy for Zalia to take this lane away from Salt Machine, that was going to be the weak lane, and he consistently shown that he was the better player.
And they even ran the same matchup back. They did Osiris versus Kabrakan, and then they swapped it around, and Salt Machine got the good end of both matchups. So, I mean, you just have to give him props there. He just played better than Zalia today by a mile.
Okay, I want to ask you guys something real quick. Heading into this tournament, who would you say individually was the best player on Enemy? Real quick.
I would have probably said Pain.
And then would you say Vedim number 2?
Yeah.
Who's been the one we've said the least this tournament?
Chaos. No,
Vedim.
sorry.
I was going for Vedim. No,
Yeah,
dude,
you just
but
messed up your whole plan.
I don't know.
I agree.
That was
a
like
good
American
try.
one.
Yeah.
No, but honestly, I feel like we haven't really seen Vedim do anything, exceedingly crazy. He's been fantastic. He's hit a lot of nice stun weaves, but outside of that, it's really been the Salt Machine and Pain showing up consistently, and Adjust as well. Like, those 3 members have been so phenomenal, not just playing at the, which one are we going to see level, but world-class levels, and Pain's and beyond, Geb Shields and Kepriolt's perfect timing. Their land play is undeniably some of the best we've seen improvement-wise over online, right? They're kind of like last year's SK or Fnatic, where online couldn't do anything. They're just like middle of the road, bottom of the road, and then come to LAN, they are just destroying everyone.
It's the team fights and the comps. They are playing, you know, they're picking perfectly, and you say it over and over. They are, and because it's true, you know, they pick these comps and then they execute them perfectly every single time. It's like a, you know, they see an event and then they respond correctly, and then the team fight unfolds always in their favor.
Yeah, for the most part, I mean, we predicted how the games are going to turn out individually throughout the entirety of the series from the picks and bans. We could see exactly what's going to turn out. The one game that Paradigm had the better draft, everybody's like, oh yeah, this is the Paradigm game. They have the better draft here. So Paradigm needs to go back to the drawing board for next season, make sure that they have those drafts figured out, because Enemy is the best drafter in the entire world right now.
Well, but even then, though, I think more so it's, yeah, I mean, yes, the drafts do make sense, and that is one portion of the game. But as I, you know, jokingly referenced to yesterday, I mean, it's still a video game after all. You still need to actually
Twitch
play
is
the
active
game.
on my
And the
phone,
one
says Twitch is
thing
the
that
Xbox.
Paradigm does, you know, I would
More like
say
Twitch is
not
acting up
so
on your
well
fucking
is
face.
being able to work together and team
think of
fight
that?
their opponent. And that has
Like that?
happened. We saw that
Like that aggressive
breakdown
talk?
every time. And then speaking of breaking down, when you jumped into the comms for that listening,
Oh, that was bad.
It sounded like someone killed their cat. And it's like, well, you know what, man? Your cat's still alive. It's still in this, you know, like, believe. And it just, I don't know. I mean, like, that actually really did catch me off guard. I was expecting more hype out of a team that had their backs against the wall, knew that this was their last opportunity to make it to the finals.
What?
And yet,
No,
it just
not
sounded
50,000.
depressing.
It was so bad, especially, you know, even FDOT mentioned it, you know, Lobster, or Hindu did, you know, Lobster typically a little bit laid back.
Not
but he was the loudest
50,000
one on the
needles. I only
communications,
have
right?
96.
In that, the crucial turning point around that fire giant, the
So-
mid-camp area, kind of, more towards Paradigm, near their
Can't do
tier
50,000
one North
anyhow.
City tower. I believe it was Zalia who started getting picked off by Lobster. He had caught them. And then all that we heard was, Lobster said, I'm ulting. No one else said a word. No one was saying a word. And even before that, when Cubo Fred lost the 1v1 against the Just, people actually started arguing. I don't remember who it was. Someone calmed them down immediately, but immediately was like, what were you doing? Why were you doing this? And they started, you know, back and forth for a couple seconds. They calmed
wasn't
down,
that
but
serious.
that's just clearly a team that mentally wasn't there. Their communication wasn't there. And I think that's why we saw the bad team fights, because they weren't communicating effectively.
Yeah, and then that is unfortunate without a doubt. But for Enemy, it is good times through and through. As you can see
That's
right
impressive.
there, our first finalist here. Enemy moves forward
Enemy was like a
past
wild card.
Paradigm in what was one of the craziest matches of this entire competition here. And coming up next, it is going to be the semifinal that everyone in here has been eagerly anticipating. Cloud9 versus Epsilon Esports will be your second semifinal match of the day. But before we actually jump into this game here, folks,
So
I know
48
everyone is
and
super
48.
excited about it. You know, we do want to say that Hi-Res has been doing a phenomenal job throughout the year of supporting
I mean,
charity initiatives, right? They've been, you know, giving
That
a
does
lot.
add up to 96,
And I
that's
think
true.
This is going to be a good opportunity
Very
to take
good.
a look
Well
and
done.
recap some of those charity initiatives that Hi-Res did.
Hey everyone, I'm Gabe Mahelli from the High
Hey,
Risk
Gabe.
PR department, and today we just want to talk to you a little bit about what an awesome year it has
Gabe
been
has no
for
ears.
charity. So if you remember, earlier this year we had the Spring Fling charity event where we had some SVL teams from North America and Europe join us here in the High Res office. There was some pie in the face, there was some cat food that got eaten, and
Ew.
barfs. It was wonderful. Thank you guys so much. But you were able to raise over $17,000
Wow.
for the American Cancer Society. Later in the year, we also had the Nepal relief chest. You guys remember that? There was the earthquake that displaced people, and the chest went to help Red Cross in their efforts to help everyone in and around Nepal. You guys raised
Wow, that was a long time ago.
$100,000 for that across PC and Xbox, which is absolutely amazing. Later in the year, we also had the second annual Esports Summerland, where you guys raised another $2,600 for Red Cross. Now, the 2015 holiday chess promotion going on in-game. We've worked with Child's Play charity a couple times in the past to raise money for children's hospitals across the world. And this time around, you guys have raised already $170,000, all before Christmas. So we just want to say thank you to everyone in the Smite community for helping us give to these awesome events throughout the year.
Excuse me.
Thank you guys enough. It was an honor and a privilege to be part of a community that
They don't
gives
show
back
Gabe anymore. I wonder if he
so
still works
much.
there.
thank you again, and we're looking forward to next year, 2016. Take care, guys.
It is crazy how much money I'm saving with every plate instead of ordering out every single night.
It's crazy
By the
that you're
time
on
you pay
here. Thanks. Thanks, Ad.
Thank you guys so much. If you guys have
You're
seen
welcome, Kelly.
Hi-Rise's streams before, you guys are probably aware that we love to be a part of charities. And last year we became a part. We partnered.
I'm thinking
up
half
with
in one,
Child's
half
Play
in the other.
during the Child's Play
Oh,
chess,
you're not serious,
and
right?
It is my privilege to show you guys all.
Surely you're just being extreme.
$244,000 to Child's Play. Child's Play is an organization with a network of over 100 hospitals that seeks to improve the lives of kids by bringing toys and video games to those who need it most. Kristen, is there anything you'd like to add?
I just wanted to thank the Smite community so much. This is absolutely incredible. This is a perfect example of how we can share our love of video games and have fun and also raise money for a fantastic cause. Child's Play, we really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Smite community and Hi-Res Studios, for making this possible. This is absolutely incredible.
Absolutely.
Stu,
Abs.
as the president of the company, I'm sure it's great
Makes
to be
me
able to
wanna,
bring
like,
a game
work
to
on my
so many people,
abs.
but also to be able to be a part of a charity.
on it right
How
now,
does that feel?
as we
And you
speak.
know what? Why don't you send us off as well?
Okay. First of all, this is
guy.
all about you guys, Smite community. You guys did this, not us. So give yourselves a really big hand. Raise your dongers for that one.
Your
and,
dongers?
You know, every child deserves
Kelly,
to play,
she's laughing.
Deserves a chance to play. It's a charity we've worked with several
This
times
guy.
in the past. They're fantastic.
Raise your
I
dongs.
encourage everyone to continue to support them in the various ways that you can. And thank you again, Smite fans, and we'll be right back after a break.
Okay. Good job, guy.
Favorite memory is Game 5 of Worlds against Titan when we got the Fire Giant stealth, dashed over the wall, and he hit the 3-man route into the silo ult, and we just destroyed Titan.
我表现最好的一场比赛应该是在16进8，我们对战EC 蓝队的那一场。我的克罗诺斯抓住对面一波失误，然后最后翻盘。
One of my favorite memories as my pro player would be probably PAX Prime. That was my first LAN event. We got second place. It was with Denial Esports. I was playing with Mesa to Face, Jeff Inla, Pon, and I think Rush back at the time. And that team was like an amazing team. All the players were great, both players and as persons. So yeah, it was a blast. I loved it.
我个人觉得我表现的最好一场是和 QG 决赛的最后一场。
Oh, I definitely have a favorite memory. Back it was about 2 years ago, I think, the launch tournament. It was my birthday, and obviously we won the tournament, which was probably the biggest moment.
I might be acting a bit extreme at the moment, but who knows? Oh man.
Creo que
Alright.
había una competición que yo no estaba jugando muy bien, y si nosotros no ganásemos los partidos del torneo, yo no tenía más equipo porque ellos irían me sacar. Entonces, como para mí fue ganar o ganar, porque si yo había perdido, yo no estaría acá, yo no estaría cerca de viajar para un mundial, presentando en Brasil y también Latinoamérica.
Must have been
Pretty serious
when
team.
we won the kickoff LAN, like when the Pro League started in Germany, because we came in as last seed and this first LAN I've ever been to. We didn't think that much of us back then, because then again we almost didn't make it there, and then we came there and we won the whole thing, so that was really good.
我觉得我这个赛季每一场表现都比较一般吧。如果要说的话，可能是之前对 OMG 那场败者组第一局吧，我的人头比较多，然后死的也比较少 ，KD 比较高。
Favorite memory? There was one time we were about to win the game, and I went to their fountain and I bought a rod of Tahuti, and I heard Bart go on the thing. He goes, "Man, what a play!" You know, even though the game ended literally 2 seconds later.
我觉得我这个赛季表现最好的是4强里面的第一把吧。对面疯狂针对我，20分钟一个蓝 buff 都没拿到，还是顶住压力开瑞了吧。
My favorite memories as my pro player is really
the first time I've been casted. It was in a Challenger Cup, like Amateur Cup. And so it's not really a big game, but I got casted by DM Brandon, and I was playing already solo at that time. I used to be a mid lane player, but I played draw and I hit a triple snipe. And DM Brandon was really hyping the play up, and it was just a good feeling seeing it on stream, seeing everything. It was amazing.
Probably like the last few days. Just, you know, when we were playing online, it was cool. Like,
Snape's not buggy, it's Biggie.
We're professional Smite players, but it's only like the last few days it sort of like hit me that like, you know, this is a real thing, and it's been quite exciting.
He's from Australia. What the fuck, ad? Your team needs to, they need to fucking show the ads and some bullshit. This is like the best part of the video. Burb? Okay, Burb. What do you guys want to do? Do you want to keep watching this? If there's anybody listening to me?
All right, everyone, we're back here at the Alienware Analyst.
Does anybody have any feedback?
We're getting ready for our next matchup. It's going
should
to
I just
be
keep
Cloud
playing these
9
videos, or should I play a
versus
game
Epsilon
for you
Esports.
guys?
Should be one heck of a matchup. Of course, guys,
Why
I'm
is
Golden
this
Boy,
a
joined
thing?
by, of
There we go.
course, my partner in crime. That is what your title is now. We're
It's
not
partner in
partners in
crime.
crime. We're together, so fist bump it,
All right.
explode it, fizzle away.
Wow.
Baby girl. All right, and
This
of course,
guy.
the one and only Adonis, and joining us as well, ever so
He just
handsome.
looks at him
I
like,
I had jokes prepared, but I'm not going to say them, okay? Because everyone was saying it's Savage Saturday here, and we were being very mean. So I'm going to be nice, okay? He has nice hair, okay? And
Which
he,
one, me?
One and only Anna. Let's calm down there, okay? It's not too nice. We have Anatoly, and of course, he is the soft-spoken, ever so lovable, and in fact, probably the most charismatic human being on the face of this earth. QE3Q. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing great. I'm really excited to see this game against Epsilon and C9. It'll be probably the best game of today.
That's right. I'm actually really excited for it as well. Anatoly, what about you?
I'm excited to see the solo lane matchup in this matchup. It's going to be very exciting. These guys share a lot of god pulls, similar to the junglers
Right.
actually. Between
I feel like nobody has any
Yeah,
input.
you know, the Anister versus adapting debate has been going on forever. North America versus Europe, and it always boils down to those two players. Adapting has been the best player in Europe, in my opinion, in Season 2. And Anister, I think, you know, since the beginning of competitive Smite, has been one of, if not the best junglers in North America. He's had his ups and downs, but he's come swinging, I think, at least at the end of Season 2. So I expect to see an explosive jungle matchup.
All right, then. Well, you know what, folks? Let's go ahead. Speaking of Anister, let's actually introduce you all, if you're just joining us, to Epsilon Esports.
Epsilon Esports.
Meow. He was like 8 years old, apparently.
Adapting.
Hello, Jasmine.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man.
iRapper.
The eye wrapper, man. Holy shit.
Emilito.
Look at Emilito. These guys.
All right, folks, my bad. I had a little bit of a brain fart there and said Anister. You know, it happens. It happens when you get my age. You know, you're just old. It's embarrassing. You know, you just have gas. But in any case, though,
What the
you know,
fuck?
you just gotta
This
call it
guy.
like it is. All right, adapting. Got to talk about this young man, very talented
Jasmine.
player.
Adapting right now, mechanics have been, you know, probably some of the best in Smite, and you know, most notable for his Thor play. But that hasn't even been anything he's been focusing on so far. This guy's God pool runs so deep, and just look at that KDA, 8.7 over all of Season 2. Right, and this is, you know, spring and summer too, when, you know, Epsilon wasn't even this dominating force. This guy has been the primary carry on this team for a long time.
Yeah, he makes a lot of plays for his team, and his god pool, like you mentioned, is very versatile. He's only had one poor game from what I remember, which was the Thanatos game against Fnatic in the online SPL, and ever since then, he's actually turned it around, and he's just been dominating.
I mean, this team's been an force, right? I mean, you know, posting up one of the best records in SPL. I mean, they're just such a talented squad. All right, what about for you, Kiwi? What do you think about not only adapting, but also Demi, too? Because if you talk about Epsilon, you got to talk about these young men. Again, so talented. And here is that Mercury play, as a matter of fact, which is pretty cool stuff, without a doubt.
You know, and Mercury probably going to be a pretty contested pick between Anster and Adapting. We know both these players have had a history of playing it. But, you know, a lot of what Epsilon's strength comes from is the soul lane. And look at that, you know, 8.7 KDA for Adapting, phenomenal. And then Demi right here, 11.4. He's known as literally the Undying because he does not die. 28 games in the fall split, 15 deaths.
Wow.
Nothing this tournament either. I don't think he's died yet.
Demi is so
11.4
dominant.
KDA.
He plays any god at such a high level,
That's
and
crazy.
he has such a immense god pool. It's really hard to stop Demi doing what he does.
Yeah, it's like, you know, I had talked about it yesterday, and I did want to shed some light on it. Like, do you feel that if they're able to, you know, get a couple deaths onto Demi, that's going to probably shake things up a little bit?
Yes, but
okay.
you don't want to focus Demi. That's the thing, right? If you're focusing the guy who doesn't die, that's a problem because more than likely he's going to get away with it, right?
Yeah.
And if you put all that effort into him trying to kill Demi and it doesn't work because, you know, you don't expect it to work. He's so good at escaping ganks, so good at escaping, you know, even 3v1s under his, you know, on tower I've seen him get out of. If you put that much effort into it, it's a losing matchup for C9.
Yeah, Epsilon is going to definitely take advantage if you do focus Demi, specifically going to go focus on the dual lane or perhaps maybe still early Gold Fury. Epsilon is a team that likes to do early objectives. They're not afraid to challenge the enemy team, so that's something that could be in their books.
Also, I want to talk about the support player for this team, too. I figure we might as well, right? You know, you had mentioned before his deep god pool, iRaffer. What do you think about his potential here for Cloud9? Surely they're thinking about, you know, this as well. Like, there's not much you could do, right, at that case. Am I correct? I mean, you know, there's not much you could ban out for him because he's just going to find something else to use.
Yeah, iRaffer kind of fits the team composition that, you know, whatever. Sometimes, you know, players or teams will run, you know, we're going to switch up our jungle, we're going to switch up our solo, we're going to switch up our mid god, depending to fit the comp. And that's kind of iRaffer's job on Epsilon. It's whatever's going to help his team, help his carries get ahead. That's what he's going to do. And, you know, just yesterday we saw a phenomenal Ymir play.
Yeah, Raffer is pretty aggressive actually. He likes to set up things for Emilito and especially for Adapting to support him and make him do the plays.
And not only the aggressiveness of Ymir, but he also likes to play passive gods like Sylvanas, and he'll play anything in between as well from that.
Yeah. Do you think that we are going to see Ymir again, potentially?
I think it's definitely a possibility. I mean, it worked so well yesterday, and I don't think, you know, there's any reason to not pick it up if you're looking to specifically pick off the enemy support. That's typically what Ymir's best at, is picking off opponent supports, walling them off on the rotations. And that's what we saw him focus on Badger yesterday on that Kepri.
Yeah, you can't obviously
Nick, maybe I'll play
Ymir
GTA
wall,
or
so
something.
He's going to be picked off every single time.
Good thing nobody has input.
All right, well, it's going to be tough, without a doubt, for Epsilon because their opponents are not only the crowd favorites here, but they're also the 2015 Smite World Championships champions, here to defend their title, and it's none other than Cloud9.
Oh my
We'll
God.
keep this quick. We're making breakfast without compromises your reality. Lunches you dream about in
Get the fuck out.
Cloud9, G2A. Baskin. Endinster. MLC Stell. Jeff Hindla. Barracuda.
His big old smile.
And there you see them, Cloud9, as they get ready for their matchup here. One that everyone that I talked to yesterday as I was walking through this venue were eagerly anticipating. And I think they've identified that the camera's on them. So
Just look at. Did you see Anister though? He is like, I think he's like practicing like a 1v1 versus Robot right now, but he is so intense. That kid is ready to play right now. You can just see his hands.
Well, he knows the matchup that's in front of him, right? And Inster, right, to get it correct. You know, and adapting. This is going to be a tough one for him, you know. So I would imagine that there's a lot of pressure that's going to be put on him. I mean, you know, one thing you had noted before was that he is the main shot caller for this team, right? So if anyone's going to be focused, it's this guy. He wants to make sure that everyone is playing at tip-top condition, because against a team like Epsilon, there's no other option. So QE, we'll start with you. How do you feel about Cloud9 here? You know, again, just to reference the people I were talking to out there, they said, I think Cloud9's going to take it. I want Cloud9 to take it, but Epsilon is a scary team.
Hey, Epsilon is pretty scary, but I think Cloud9 is prepared for this matchup. I think they expected it to face Epsilon, and I think they're really prepared and really excited to play against them.
Do you think that they expected to play Epsilon? Well, yeah. Well, this
from
was
the start, yeah.
From the start, right? This was kind of the matchup that was built up, of course, when Fnatic went down to the bottom. That kind of threw ideas out there, but still Epsilon able to overcome. What do you think about Anister? We're going to talk to you, Adonis, about this, because I know that you're a fan of him. You had noted him in the first portion of the notes. Anister versus Adapting. This is the big deal here. He's one of the star players for this team. What do you think?
I think Anister is phenomenal, and he does such a good job of directing MLC Stealth and Jeff Hinla, the core. And that's what's very important about Smite. Although it's become less about that and more about the carries rotating, the core is still important. Your support, jungle, and mid laner. And Anister is phenomenal in these smaller 2v2 and 3v3 situations. He's been known to make sure to camp Stealth. That allows Stealth to get very aggressive. And I expect to see this matchup in the mid and jungle dynamic to be pretty intense. I do expect to see Anister looking for some early kills.
I think that's the strongest part of about C9. Their
Seems like nobody
mid-game,
cares.
early game,
So
and mid-camp
I think I might
fights
just
with Anister, MLC, and Jeff. They're pretty strong together. They have a pretty good synergy.
Yeah, when you've been around as long as C9 has been, your 3v3 synergy between those three roles has to be very high and strong, and this is why they're so successful. They make these plays in the jungle, and they just snowball it with little gains, you know, either taking the enemy's buff or looking to put pressure on the tower, or maybe stealing a gold through.
It's going to be tough for Anister and the rest of the
want to
guys.
play
We've noted
Skyrim.
numerous times here, but another player that we have to talk about is Jeff, the sexual beast incarnate Hinla, the one and only. This guy, you know, one of my favorite bits about Jeff Hinla is that, you know, in the notes, I'll always reference this. You just literally put Jeff the Sex Hinla, Canadian.
Yeah, he's from Canada.
That was the only feedback that I had. So I have no material here. I just have that he's Canadian. But that's all I need to know.
You know, he used to lane with Pain Deviant, you know, the support player for Enemy, and they were the Canadian duo. They're the two men that were together for so long. And, you know, Jeff Hinla has been a support. Not many players start out as supports, because support, you know, let's be honest, sometimes it's not the most fun role. But Jeff Hinla, he loves protecting players. He
Rub the beard for good luck.
That's his favorite thing, right? Is to protect Barracuda there. The man to his right, left on your screen. He likes to play this defensive style of support and allow Anister and Baskin to be the frontline initiators.
That's funny.
Fresh out of chopping trees in the forest right there. Look at that face. My goodness. He just...
Hey, you know what I did yesterday, too?
What'd you do?
I said, I'm going to rub your beard for good luck on my predictions. And I called Enemy.
Oh, okay. I'll have to, you know...
It's a magical beard.
Yeah, I know. Well, we'll see. I think C9, you know, we'll save that for later. All right. Anatoly, what about for you?
I think that Jeff Hinla has a lot of synergy with Barracuda. They duo queue rank like every single day, off stream also, so they practice a lot. They don't give away many strategies in ranked as well. I've been talking to them about like what they like to do and what they like to hide, and you generally don't want to do those strategies in ranked because a lot of people will look at these replays and then they'll use it in their own gameplay against them.
Yeah, actually, another thing as well, Adonis, that you had mentioned, and when we had Incon up here along with Ataraxia, was the how they ban, how they play the picks and bans, right?
Can do it in rank slugs. I'll do it on stream.
It's like they think another step right ahead, and that's an advantage that Cloud9 has. But against a team like Epsilon with such a deep god pool and I mean, just amazing skill. Do you think that this advantage is going to work out for them?
I think we'll see some target bans eventually, but, you know, Cloud9, they're the most experienced team to have played best of fives. They're very often in these grand finals because they're so good. And, you know, we've seen it multiple times. Last year against Titan, we saw the Ares and Ymir bans. Gods, they typically never take away. And then once again, during the COG Invitational in their best of 5, we started seeing bans against Naja, this kind of low-tier, mid-tier god. Cloud9, I think, second to enemy, are one of the best drafters in the world. And I think Epsilon, honestly, are right there with them. So it's so hard to call.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to cue.
Yeah, one thing about C9 is that I think they never lost a best of 5. It's because they're so good at adapting on the fly. They're really good at adapting.
Well, adapting.
I don't know. I think adapting might be better at adapting.
Hey, that's a good dad joke, buddy.
I've been learning from you. I had 3 days
man.
in.
Hey, you know, if you need some knowledge on terrible joke advice, I'm your man. But in any case, people, this is it. It is time for the match to begin. It is the unstoppable force versus the immovable object, Cloud9 versus Epsilon. But first, we go to the stage.
Thank you so much, Alex.
Okay. What should I do, you guys? What should I do?
A fantastic day of semi-finals here, and already we did not disappoint with an absolute classic.
Jasmine.
But our second one promises to be a real
Jasmine,
corker
yes.
in itself.
Jasmine.
None other than Epsilon up against Cloud9. Hi, Rafa. Sir, we've spoken a couple of times already now. How is today treating you?
I feel good, feel confident. Should be good.
Now, Jeff. The Sex Hindler. First time we get to speak. How are you feeling, Jeff?
I'm really excited to play. I can't wait.
Guys, are you ready to see these two do battle? All right, Rafa, I'll put you on the spot. You know who's waiting in the finals, but you've got to pass these guys first. What's your final thought?
It shouldn't be a problem. You know, you have the official land insta, so it shouldn't be too much of a problem. Oh, I mean, and insta, sorry.
Well, guys, he has spoken. Jeff, any final thoughts?
Best of luck.
Best of luck. Gentlemen, shake hands. Such friendship. These are both absolute great teams. It promises to be fantastic. One more time, guys. Are you ready?
Oh, it's so built up, I kind of want to watch it now, but I don't know.
Pick some bands then.
I guess we could watch it. I don't know.
All right, here we go. It is time for the second semi-final matchup of the day.
Let's just watch it.
Cloud9, it's about to go down, and already the bans come down immediately.
I don't really feel like being frustrated by my stream not working anyhow. So.
We're gonna see here.
Whatever.
You know, probably seeing Osiris here. Something that Baskin has been notable for. You know, that was kind of like also aligners. It used to be Osiris Bologna, and then when Jing came, you know, Osiris just got replaced. So now that Jing's getting banned out, I expect to see a lot of Osiris in this tournament.
I'm not really surprised here that Bologna and Xingchen right off the bat are being banned here. I know Dimi really leans a lot towards Tier and the Sobek when these two are banned, so more than likely going to see that as the Khepri and Soul do get banned.
This ban phase went by pretty quick, and now we're moving to the first pick. It's going to be Zeus for Epsilon.
And, you know, Yaman had such a great tournament so far, especially on his Giannis. He's kind of like the unsung hero on Epsilon. We always talk about adapting. They're like, oh, Dimi doesn't get enough love, but Yaman doesn't get enough love either. He played so well yesterday, but it appears he's going to be put on Zeus, so a pretty high damage mage in the mid.
And what about for you, QE? Pick up a Neef there. It's been officially locked in.
I like the Neef
pick.
I like the Neef pick. It's probably going to go ADC. I've never seen that stuff playing it, but I like the Neef pick. Especially if Tor paired, because it makes possible to gank Zeus pretty well.
And I expect to see Anister put a lot of pressure on this Zeus.
Yeah, so we kind of figured that Thor would be very highly contested by both these teams. It's already picked off in the second round here. Off of that, Circuit is open for adapting if he wanted to go that way. Chiron being highlighted over. We know that Barracuda was playing a lot of Chiron yesterday, so that's just a good strategy by Epsilon.
I love when, you know, 4 top-tier teams, and there's 2 sets where the meta on picks and bans is just so different. And there's IRAFers Ymir.
All right, could we see this locked in? Yes, it will be.
So off of this Ymir pick, Cloud9 has to adapt to it by going a support that's not going to be easily able to be picked off. Maybe a Bacchus.
I was thinking of Bacchus
walls,
as well.
Something along those lines.
And Bacchus is very strong against Zeus as well, and that'd be pretty much a tri-core coming out from C9 with Neith, Thor, and Bacchus, literally to pick off Zeus very early.
What about for you, QE?
Yeah, the way you counter Zeus is killing him as fast as possible, because if you let him do the damage, you're gonna die, like in 2 seconds.
Oh, and they're hovering over that Giannis, so this could be, yes it is. They lock into Giannis. Now we go over to the next ban.
So right off the bat, we see here there's 3 global gods for Cloud9 with the Giannis ultimate through space and time. It's going to allow themselves to reposition away from the Ymir wall. If they ever get stuck in a bad situation, Giannis can bail them out. So that's a really solid pick against the Ymir.
I really like these multi-global strategies. We actually saw Epsilon run kind of the comp that C9's running now, very early in the fall split, and then they adapted and started switching it up and trying different things. Hunbat's banned away from adapting, and then Athena banned away from Jeff Finla.
So yeah, with Hunbat's being banned here, Circuit is still open. Maybe the bad stat as the Bacchus does get highlighted over for Cloud9. Like we mentioned, they needed to go with support that wouldn't get picked off by the Ymir in the jungle corridors.
One thing here.
Oh look, super loud party fun. Good job, Robin. Welcome back.
Based around kind of these mid-game team fights, and I expect Cloud9 to be the aggressors.
Yeah, so like I mentioned earlier on, Demi definitely likes tier when Xingchen and Bologna is banned.
Curie, what about you? What do you see right now? Last pick coming in for Epsilon. What could it be?
I guess it's a Mercury then.
They decided for you potentially?
But Adapting is pretty good as Mercury. He's probably one of the best Mercuries of the world. Maybe it's between Adapting and Andister.
Yeah.
Do we see it, the AMC, at this point?
No, we don't see a Moose and Cobb. There's no way they would go a Moose and Cobb without any escape.
Especially not with Mercury and tier.
Yeah. So
it's so risky.
We mentioned actually in the beginning of the tournament when it started that Mercury would probably be like a highly contested pick. So we might see Mercury more throughout this set.
This could be the pick that gets banned out, right?
Okay.
Just how Circuit should have been banned out by Paradigm much earlier. You know, Mercury could be that pick that we see banned out in games 2, 3, and 4.
All right, let's go. Predictions. Start with you, Kiwi.
Cloud9.
Based off of this draft, I'm leaning a little bit towards Cloud9.
Cloud9.
I'm C9 all day. It doesn't even need to be a question from me. All right, people, here we go. Time for this game to begin. Cloud9, Epsilon Esports. It's about to go down. Let's kick it over to the casters.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Game 9 of set number 2 today. It's a best of 5.
Look, there's that man in the middle.
Let's hear you make some noise. Well, guys, been waiting for this one for a long time.
Long time. This, to me, is the main event, right? We've been waiting for this game for months upon months. A nigh on undefeated Epsilon finds themselves against Cloud9 just in semis. Winner goes on to fight enemy for the 500,000.
Yeah, I mean, just thinking about the matchups that both these teams have, they have Barracuda versus Emilito, Andister versus Adapting, which is the big one.
That's
Basket. Let's see if he can pressure out Demi.
Well, we'll answer a lot of questions here today. A lot of people have been wondering how strong is this European Epsilon squad going into the defending World Championships. We are about to find out. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get this game underway.
I mean, I don't think I would want to change anything. The way that Adapting played Mercury
This is
yesterday,
like effectively the World Championship match right here. Even though it's for semifinals.
It's Rappers Ymir. This is
These are the top 2 teams
the
in
one
the world.
surprising pick here for me is the Ymir. What can iRapper do on this Ymir?
Well, we saw him basically max his wall yesterday and have a tremendous amount of impact, but against a team that was significantly less mobile than this Cloud9 one. But with that, guys, let's go ahead and introduce your squads. They are the blue team fighting out of the bottom side of the mini-map and the left side of your spectator UI. They are nearly undefeated in regular season play and have ran through the SWC. It is Epsilon Esports. Dimi is going to be your solo lane tier, adapting in the jungle as Mercury. Supporting as Amir and
1 second. I feel like the chat box is in the way. And so is mine. Alright, let's try that. Is that better? Let's see if it's better for you guys. That's better. See, now the chat box isn't blocking people.
Joining him in the duo lane,
I'm such a professional. Look at me go.
They're nearly undefeated in regular season play.
Okay, very high stakes match 10. This will be interesting if we can watch it. Yeah, I wasn't going to leave it on, but nobody was responding to me, so I guess I'll just leave it on. I was going to play a game instead. Clearly professional.
Top side of the minimap and the right side of your spectator UI. It's Baskin in the solo lane as Osiris, and Stir in the jungle as Thor. MLC Stealth in the mid lane as Giannis. Jeff Inla as your support Bacchus, and Barracuda as the carry Neath.
There are a few questions remaining in competitive Smite. Can enemy go all the way? And who is the best player in the world? One of those answers we might get right now, because Andy and Adapting have been fighting for that spot for quite some time. It's been back and forth for now years. Adapting finally making his play into true competitive Smite, finding himself in the Pro League and putting himself right at the top.
And it's so incredible how both these players have the same exact playstyle. Not only do they play the same gods, but they have the same aggressive, I'm going to lead my team into the fights.
So we got an invade coming out. Looks like Baskin's going to be able to
I was going to play GTA. Or maybe Skyrim.
Like this. Do we have one from Dimmy? No.
Or maybe Smite.
You'll see the speed buff is still available on the top side.
I didn't get any feedback, and then the game started, and I was like, maybe I should just watch it.
As opposed to
Exactly
trying
right.
to into the Osiris and Thor. Red Pot Thor just too strong in the early game.
MLC Stealth seems to be willing to give up the right camps. He goes for the back camps, and I think we might see Thor make an invade here. Is he going to try to do the counter? I mean, Adapting seems like he has this. I think they're going to give it up.
Yeah, they'll give away this orange buff. It does appear on the side of Cloud9, which certainly couldn't make you pleased if you're Andenster.
Yeah, Andenster knew he had...
Oh, Barracuda.
Oh, wow.
Oh,
and Andenster knew he had the stronger invade with Baskin as Osiris. Osiris was probably the best level 1 character in the game. So what Epsilon did was smart. They went to their strengths. Their 2v2 with the Zeus and Mercury is much stronger than Giannis and Thor. That's why you saw C9 not contest their own speed buff.
So we got oh, I'm sorry. I was going to talk about the trans rush, but Baskin getting rotated on already. Adapting, making himself known this early in the game.
But yeah, you were just about to mention Transcendence being rushed out by Chiron and Neath. Both of our hunters going to be going into that basically physical damage caster style build.
Yeah, again, Chiron and Neath are pretty much the same kind of gods. They have 3 damaging abilities both in their kit. So what they want to do is they want to rush the mana, rush the physical power, look to make plays early.
Coming down, Barracuda already sitting down a few pots. You'll notice he does not have any health pots remaining, so he's just kind of relying on the work of Bacchus for peels.
Also, Barracuda's level 2, Emilito level 4 through the first 2 minutes.
Sent him back pretty hard. Barra finally hits level 3, but yeah, it seems like Emil has a pretty good lead. Look at the gold.
You know, and also it might be Cloud9's inexperience against Jameer. Jameer is almost never played. I think it was never played in North America. No, not at all.
Certainly not by a top 16.
Yeah, and this is when iRapper is more comfortable picks and really showing the strength of Jameer.
We got a wall here, forced the backflip. He's staying safe, taking a lot of damage for it. Why isn't he backflipping? He does it a little bit too late. Emilito should have first blood. Needs one more. Body blocks from Jeff Hinla. Looking for first blood, not going to find it for now. Barracuda will stay safe.
Well played there by the Bacchus. Jeff Hinla putting that big body where it needs to go. Up will go Thor, adapting, priming up his ultimate as well. Down will come Thor. Emilito in some trouble now as he's blocked in, but a 3-man freeze and a 2-man glacial strike from iRapper. There he will come adapting. This could be your first blood, but the knockup is there. Adapting solo in the backside is Yaman. The dead finds 2. It's a double kill to start off the game. Triple, call it a triple, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, shit, bro.
Oh, Emilito gonna find it, but a 4 for 0, and they're going right to the Gold Fury.
Wow, you could see there that the Giannis and Thor had their,
wow.
you know, the globals to rotate
fucking
faster
Zeus,
than
man.
Mercury and Zeus could, but they couldn't find any kills. And by the time they did that, they used all their cooldowns. Zeus and Mercury were able to clean up that fight.
Look at this chart already, 3.5 minutes in. Let's just run that back real quick. Yaman, we got to know what happened.
It's this backside rotation from Yaman. Yaman has been by far the most important player on the side of Epsilon this entire tournament. Talking to the players, they're crediting a lot of their victories to Jeff Hinla. Chiron does get credited for that ultimate, but that is effectively a quadra to open the game on your mid lane Zeus.
I mean, like, he walks into the lane and he sees a Neath with no backflip at like 10% health, and he's just like, oh, I'll see you guys later.
And right there, you can see the strength of the Chiron pick. He doesn't necessarily have that late game hypercarry potential, but he is almost impossible to kill.
They need something here. Dimmy already ulted out, trying for it. Baskin's going to find a return, but 4-1, still a lot of room to make up.
I think that's an important kill because the Osiris is going to be one of, if not the most effective counters as Mercury later on in the game, but he's going to be falling here for sure. Beneath ultimate coming through as well. It's going to stun out Adapting, but it's going to be picked up by Yaman, who once again comes through with a big rotation. Adapting barely going to make it out of this one. He's going to prime his ultimate, not going to get far enough, and Chef Inla is credited for the kill. He's forced to ult to walk out, but it's 7-2 through 4.5 minutes.
Well, if you guys were waiting for a game to be a little bit more fast-paced, I think you have been finally rewarded. 7-2 at, what, 5 minutes into the game and a Gold Fury?
It is incredible how fast Yaman is rotating on the Zeus. He was there about 5 seconds before Giannis was on it. It's incredible.
This is unprecedented, I think, for this tournament. I mean, we saw 7, 8, 12 minutes go by without first blood, and we have 9 kills inside 5. A lot of that, of course, having to do with Yaman.
That's very strange.
Yeah, I mean, Yaman, again, you can't say enough about this player.
Because the ad break is ending on my end, like way before yours ends.
The face of this team. He's not really
before.
necessarily the most popular player here with the likes of Raffer and Adapting. And even Emelito and Dimmy. I mean, these guys really get a lot more screen time than Yaman. But like I said earlier, you talk to the team, it is very much the case that they know that this tournament is on the back of their mid lane superstar.
Yeah, Yaman here is making so many plays. Even I saw him one game with Nuwa rotating like crazy, making so many plays happen for his team.
Still 7-2. I think taking a softer route here will be Cloud9. They fell down pretty hard in the beginning, almost 3K in a deficit in under 6 minutes. This is going to shake them up, and with Adapting, having a decent amount of gold going in 500 over Andy, we know that Andy tends to, I think, dial it back a little bit when he falls behind in the beginning.
Oh, two-man freeze just outside of the mid lane tower here. The ultimate's going to be placed by both Amir and Zeus, and down will fall Andy. There doesn't seem to be a good answer for Adapting here. He's got the ultimate primed as well, looking towards the left side lane. If you can find this Neath as well, we'll take a look and ride along.
And also
with
the speed of light is consistent,
Epsilon jungler,
to be fair.
Looks for more.
So
look at this, just fearlessly walking into the jungle.
The
The red buff
change.
will be taken. MLC Self make an opportunity
Shouldn't be
to try
that
to
long.
go for this. It's possible he's going to lose his life. Stolen away from Blue it is.
Yeah, that was picked up by Epsilon there.
Jeff, bold. Anister teleporting very early. Going to go over towards the left side.
Yeah, it's important to know what kind of impact this Ymir is having on this game. Ymir has landed at least 2 or 3 3-man freezes in these team fights, followed up by Zeus ultimates.
Is Ymir the problem here? I mean, Brandon was saying earlier on in the draft, right? Mercury could very well be the kind of, or I'm sorry, this was the analyst saying, Mercury could very well be that pick that, is going to get banned out for sure in game 2 because of the effectiveness.
That was a great dodge, by the way. Anister recognizing the spacing from Ymir, takes 1 step back out of the freeze while continuing the damage on into Emelito, but you'll notice wasn't that much from the level 8 Thor.
This was good game planning by Epsilon. They know that Cloud9 likes to have the dominant dual lane, so what they did is they picked a very strong hunter in Chiron, plus one of the most dominant laners in the game in the support role as Ymir.
I mean, this comp is just incredibly damaging. Like, who do you go for? You have 2 major hyper carries plus a supporty kind of Chiron. Raffer likely to fall here. Spirit gun to the back.
Shit.
Right on the money there with that ultimate.
One more. Does he have
just get lucky? I mean, that was
missed
crazy.
With the 3rd shot there, and Bacchus will walk out. A return kill by Cloud9, starting to make back some
That was
of that
pretty good
3,000
shot.
gold deficit, but still an uphill battle for the boys in blue.
I mean, taking down the Ymir.
Yeah,
who
but
is
we're not the only
0-0-8
people
at
using
that point,
internet.
Probably
I'm sure
isn't
things
the
get
most,
taught us slow between here and there.
dwindling to the mentality of Epsilon.
We're the only
Cloud9
ones.
Still in a weak position.
You're
this
just
shows
wrong.
Just one of the
What do you think
weaknesses
of that?
of why Ymir isn't a popular pick. He has no escape ability. So a lot of people
Get good,
say,
scrub.
Why not pick Athena? She has a cone CC like Ymir.
That
and
was
has
a good
lot
shot,
safer
yeah.
with her dash and global ultimate.
The global ultimate, I think, is key, right? Getting around the map very quickly, being able to gank the solo lane and get back for Gold Fury is such an important feature for the character, and I think it's one of the reasons we didn't get to see Pain play it in the last set.
Right, and the trade-off with Ymir is Ymir has a lot more guaranteed damage than the Athena, so it depends what you want to prioritize in your team comp.
I mean, when I have a jungler who lands literally everything, I think Athena's just fine, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, indeed, guys. Well, through the first 8 minutes here, it does look like Epsilon is going to be very much the better of the 2 squads in the first 10 minutes. They're way out ahead. They have their mid laner sitting at 4-0-4, and they also have 8 assists. I mean, you mentioned earlier at 0-8, but still, that's 8 assists on the side of the Ymir.
Check out this grouping on the right side. So many people going deep as Yaman into the jungle, chasing out Baskin.
Yeah, everyone's deep in the Fire Giant there.
Adapting, getting a kill as well onto Andy.
Ultimate's going to come through from the Giannis, but it's just not going to be enough. Andy's getting
Wow, Baskin in a lot of trouble here.
Boom, not enough. Barely there on the detonate. L for love there as the slow motion comes through as well.
Yeah, so what you saw here is Barracuda doing the smart thing. He's behind Emilito. Can't really lane against the Chiron, so what he does is hold the wave. So what Emilito does to counter that is he groups up with his team, and they look to force a fight away from the Neath.
And it worked out. I mean, getting another kill onto Andy, this is the person I would probably be looking to take down as much as possible. We've known from many years of experience that Andy wears his heart on his sleeve. Camping him might break his mentality a bit.
Well, you heard Raffer just in that pregame interview invoking the Lannister, and well, through the opening of this game, it seems that it has been successful in his summoning ritual.
0-4.
Yeah, 0-4 versus the 4-1 Mercury and the 4-0 Zeus.
And you gotta hate to see that if you're going up against Adapting. Seeing him 4-1 at less than 10 minutes with a Gold Fury, and then the Gold Fury is now active. That's just danger.
He's got a Golden Bow and a sprint.
Yeah,
too,
that's
as
called
well.
being a
Ton of
bad
damage
cameraman.
coming out from this next set of major looks.
That's basically what happened there.
That Golden Bow, 10% crit, decent AoE damage as well.
They're trying to
He's
show that
gonna
Neath
have
was
to get
doing
to the
something
backline.
that was
Stealth has
worthwhile,
proven
but
that he can move around
they
very
should have shifted
quickly,
to
but
the
I wanna
fight
see
when the
Stealth
fight
take
happened.
less of a damage route and more of a route to try to help out his team in terms of movement. It seems like they're getting caught out of position a little bit, namely Barra and Andy. If he can use those portals as more of a defensive measure, it'll probably be better.
Well, he has gone for that max CDR build, so it's stand a reason that it will be that kind of utility Giannis.
Yeah, right now you see Mercury trying to push his advantage on the Thor, going for the speed buff invade here.
Little early. Don't think he got it.
Did not get it. It will go to the way of Ananster, but Adapting being the fly in the ointment.
Yeah, it was still a good play by Adapting because there was nothing on his side of the jungle to take, so why not try to go for that steal on Ananster's speed?
And look at that. Immediately gets back to the mid lane right as the creeps meet up. He misses nothing. That was a beautiful invade. Yaman coming over towards the left side. Gold Fury still available. Andy, ooh, I don't know about that one.
I think they're, Epsilon's trying to force this fight here at the Gold Fury. They've got their damage carries there. They're going to start it up as well, pulling the Gold Fury back towards their side of the map. Just under 11 minutes here. Andy's farming up red buff with MLC Stealth. They're going to concede this one on the side of Cloud9.
I mean, how would you possibly steal this away from Zeus?
Wow, no, just the threat of Jeff Hinla has pulled Epsilon away. They're going to find the Fearless Chain. They're going to stack up the dots of Jeff Hinla, and immediately down he will go. Dimmy on the rotation.
I mean,
does
yeah,
find that kill.
the camera guy
Stealth
fucked
doesn't
up.
put the
It's not that
portals down, but
serious.
I don't think Cloud9
There's a lot
continue
going on.
to aggress into this Gold Fury.
Andy
The
still
whole
has
map,
ultimate.
there's a lot
I
to
haven't seen him take
look
to this
at.
guy yet. He's still moving around the map. In fact, they will concede completely. He goes into the jungle on the right side to farm.
Yeah, and this is what separates a good team from a great team. C9 knew they had to give up the Gold Fury, so what did they do? They got farm where they could. They looked to split push. You see Thor went to the right lane, to the solo lane to get as much farm as he can and try to cut their losses.
But poor Baskin was actually waiting for that to spawn, but by the time the Gold Fury went down, Adapting was able to rotate over and pick it up, forcing him away.
And that shows how much control Epsilon has in the jungle. C9 has no idea what the timers are on the mid-Harpies.
Overall, I mean, Epsilon's just in control. Let's go to the grass. We'll show you. We're only 12 minutes in, and it's about, what, almost 5K?
Yeah, it's getting pretty up there in terms of the lead. And I mean, overall, right, I mean, look at the ward coverage coming out from Cloud9. It is extremely deficient. Epsilon all over the map with their wards. Better ward coverage there does get Cloud9, some interesting insight into, like, the orange buff and the red buff were up when Thor basically went and farmed out the right side lane. Could have taken something away from Adapting.
Now, Baskin is level 13. He's keeping pace with everyone right now on Epsilon. Maybe not in the gold department, is slightly behind his enemy solo laner, and is fairly behind, almost 1,000 behind the jungler. But at the same time, it's Osiris. He's very tanky inherently. He has, anti-damage to ensure that he can go toe-to-toe with the Mercury, who shows up out of nowhere. Barracuda getting out of there just barely.
It has to be the Osiris that's the way back into this game for Cloud9. Baskin's rotations are going to be the
Oh my
Yeah.
God, Raffer, you
Good
are
call.
my favorite person.
Good call with the wall.
No problem.
Well, that could be one of the reasons why they picked Ymir. They know MLC Stealth loves
It
him on
looked
his
it
pick,
looked
and the
dumb,
wall
but he was actually trying to
stops
block
you from
the
going
team
to
from
portal.
coming
That is
in
not
if they use the
something that we've
portal.
seen a lot of. I mean, this is something that Raffer is really shaping up to be something
smart.
special.
And they're in a good position here, looks like. Cloud9 wants to make a play on the mid lane here. Raffer's going to be in position as well to dissuade them, but still, 4 members grouping up right around this mid lane. Looking to make their way in.
You gotta love the item build choice from Yaman. Even though he got the lead, he didn't go for more damage. What he went for was more survivability because he knows that C9's comp is built to dive him in the back line.
I think that's even better, too, considering, like, using that gold so early to get the Warlock stash stacked. I mean, you usually look at 14 to 16-minute timing for Warlocks. I mean, he's already got 10 stacks at 13. That's great.
Yeah, it'll be around 25 or 30 stacks, in fact, by the time the normal timing for this item does come out. It's going to be very, very effective. Adapting's going to take a bunch of burst damage here, but I'm not sure they have enough to close him. And of course they do as Anderson comes in, but Raffer's going to freeze Andy in place, and Yaman's ultimate wrapping up. And there it is. Raffer will secure that kill with the wall. His ultimate channeled as well. Yaman getting credit.
Jungle for jungle is definitely in favor of Cloud9 right now. A shorter respawn timer, and then, of course, no killing spree as well, shutting it down. MLC Stealth not in a great position. Very smart of him to get out of there. And
barely, too.
Look at that wall. And that was a cripple right after, too. Wow, all right, M. Jeez.
Yeah, he wants to stop that there. In fact, they put out enough pressure to pull Barracuda away from the left side lane where he was going to consider split pushing. Instead, he's forced to defend the mid lane as the rest of his team falls back to the base, and Epsilon gets free reign of the Cloud9 jungle.
This is the Epsilon I think everyone expected to show up at Super Regionals, the one that we've been missing. For them to go this far ahead of Cloud9 this early into the game is, by all means, unprecedented.
I love the way that Epsilon here is pushing their advantage by grouping up. They don't want to extend the laning phase and let C9 just farm it out and try to get to late game. What they're doing is they're trying to group up, get the towers, snowball their lead.
Right, fair enough. I mean, that's basically, it seems to be that game plan, right? And this is a fairly early game-based composition. In the last game, we saw Epsilon run effectively this Mercury in a mirror. They found an early kill yet again. I mean, this time they found 4, but which also led to another Gold Fury, and then this Deathball style of play. And we even saw a little bit in the last set. We heard the commentators kind of highlighting that as well. But Epsilon playing the safe game and playing the war of attrition as they continue to take down Tier 1 towers, only 1 remaining.
So, boys, check out the Stone of Gaia getting started out by Baskin. That does not affect Dimmy. That does not affect adapting. He is going for anti-Yaman damage at this point.
Yeah, it's the burst out of the Amir and the Zeus that he has to try to reduce the damage on this Mercury later on in the game.
The problem is, can he get to that backline safely against adapting? I mean, yes, he does have that Runeforge hammer, but I was expecting maybe a Spirit Robe or something that was going to give him more of a hybrid role. Witchblade would be very nice as well.
You need a Runic Shield, something like that to get some anti-attack speed out on the board.
I would say
wouldn't
Runic
hurt versus Zeus, wouldn't hurt versus Mercury.
Yeah, the Runic Shield's a very underrated item, almost a hidden item for most players, but it reduces attack speed and reduces magical power, which is actually extremely strong against Zeus and Mercury.
Yeah, I mean, you'll see Mid-Guardian Males, you'll see Witchblades or Runic Shields almost guaranteed in the 4th and 5th item slots here on the side of Cloud9.
I mean, when we saw the last set, you know, Kabrakan can't build Runic Shield. You know, Salt Machine picks Kabrakan into Soul and Freya, and it winds up being a Just who picks the item up on Circuit. Normally wouldn't be found, but it's that important in certain comps. I definitely think that's the way to go, but with the Stone of Gaia, he's looking for a generation. He's thinking that these fights are going to be lasting 40, 50 seconds.
Exactly, and you don't see too much action on the map right now. Right now, all the buffs are down. Both teams are just trying to get as much farm as possible because the Gold Fury is spawning any second now.
I see action
Still
everywhere.
11-4. Gold Fury, like you said, is coming down. I assume this will be our next fight, but Yaman taking it back. 5,000 gold separate the two teams as well.
My chest alarm went off, by the way.
Yeah, what's impressive about Epsilon here is that they weren't just kind of like happy with that 3,000 gold lead. They've extended it now another couple thousand as the next Gold Fury is coming up. And while Epsilon has the luxury of basically forcing the fight here, Cloud9 does not really want to fight into him. They'd be much happier dodging this team and continue to farm around the map. Cloud9's looking to extend the laning phase, where on the other side, Epsilon's looking to find these kills. MLC Stealth will find himself in a bit of trouble, and in fact will use his portal to deal damage to Raffer.
Yeah, I'm surprised that Raffer didn't go back in and
camera action.
Over in the left side, they got a rush onto Emilito. He's going to be forced to beat. Spirit Gun just barely dodged.
Oh, what?
Hold
on.
On the left
Can I
side,
see that again, please?
Rush onto Emilito. He's going to be forced to beat. Spirit
Oh
Gun
my
just
God.
barely dodged.
But look
how did he like?
Cloud9's playing style. I mean, like they did not really commit to that kill at all.
Yeah, the problem here though
Andy.
for C9.
Oh no, he's going to be forced. Can he get away? Can he get away? Does he have the detonate?
He does not. I believe he detonated as the Thor went up. Thor will land now.
Raffer just barely missed his 2 there, would have guaranteed the kill. But what was important to see there is that
Time to pause Smite for chest then?
so
I don't know.
on the Chiron and didn't get the kill.
Guess there might be other people
allowed Epsilon
watching
to come in and bully
that
them.
just choose not to say anything.
Oh, Bold missed it.
Speaking of bullying, Demi going to keep basking out over on the right side.
So I could just play the chess games on my phone.
Annitzer Gold Fury sitting at about 50% HP, just over 5,000.
It seems like nobody really cares that much about my chess games anymore.
There's a Fearless and Cleave combination into the freeze
Oh,
by Raffer.
oh, he's alive still.
In a good bit of trouble. Psycho Crusher over the top from
How's he
Osiris.
alive?
There
he goes.
In return, however, one has fallen. Jeff Hinla is down as well. Barracuda finds a kill on
Oh.
but in will come adapting.
And Barracuda got it.
As Annitzer goes down, but Jimmy finds a return kill yet again on the Baskin.
Oh shit! Oh,
adapting with the sidestep.
Dude,
behind his head.
he's too good.
He's a tribes player.
Barracuda and Stealth still alive. They're aiming towards.
How
the
did
Gold
he
Fury,
juke
but
that?
they're
That's
gonna be
it was
forced to
like point
escape. Jimmy
blank. He's like, oh, I got this.
Teleports back in.
And why that
It's
fight was
crazy.
somewhat even is because Epsilon pressured out the Thor, but he managed to get full HP, come back in. As if you saw Ymir, he had very low HP, and they still took that fight. Actually, Epsilon was pretty lucky there.
I mean, a lot of gold actually invested a tier 2 teleport right now for Thor. He's kind of far behind, and you'll notice he's not going into that normal full CDR build that we see from a lot of assassins.
I keep getting so
He's
many
going
game
back
requests
with
every
what looks
day.
like into another heavy mace. This could be Titans.
Always
it
from
could be
lower rated
Brawlers, it could
people.
be Crusher, but it is certainly not Spirit Robe or Mail of Renewal.
Yeah, Andy right now in his head thinks he cannot go defense. The only way he's going to have an impact in this game is if he can help kill Yaman or adapting. And the only way he could do that is by rotations with the teleport or with damage through pen.
The problem here, though, is not Cloud9 just doesn't have the opportunity even to dive the back line. Epsilon's been doing such a great job of poking them out. I mean, you look at the build-up from adapting here. He's gone Golden Blow into Rage Blade into even more crit, which means these long-range mage looks, you know, when combined with Chiron getting that free damage and Zeus poking with Chain Lightning, you're seeing Cloud9 entering fights to 60%. I mean, you saw Jeff Hindle get exploded at the Gold Fury, basically caught out of position just barely by a wall.
Well, Jeff, right now, level 11, 3 levels behind Amir, who is one of the best scaling gods in terms of level. I mean, he gains, what, 104 health per level?
That's right, yeah, and it's one of the absolute worst possible situations you can be in a game of Smite when the enemy support, especially one like Amir, is that, yeah, this is completely contested, is at the same level. Yeah, look, it's going to be a trade on the right side for Cloud9. They're just going to take a tier 1 and be happy with it and try to defend their tier 2s. But when your Amir is the same level as the enemy jungler, it's impossible to kill him. Like, you cannot kill him. Amateur is doing essentially nothing to Amir.
Yeah, this is very smart by C9 here. They know
Welcome back from the ad break.
They know they can't fight up a straight 5v5.
Very popular, Willow.
Teams have all cooldowns. So what they do here is they split up Epsilon. They look for as much global gold as they can with their split push on the right side.
Very popular.
3 on the right side while Epsilon is going to be trading a tier 1 for a tier 2 here. Cloud9 comes up with the big play. In will come adapting. In will see stealth. And he's out. Ultimate, and away he will go. The rest of the team out as well. No, it's bait. It's bait. Adapting gets some trouble here. They're going to use the Neath Ultimate as well.
Oh, shit.
Adapting's going to hit by Neath Ultimate now. Oh, that's a kill on the enemy carry.
That was a good bait.
A tier 2 and a kill onto the Mercury, but in return, Epsilon gets themselves a couple towers.
It's going to be a tier 1 and a tier 2 for a tier 1 and a tier 2. They're going for the Phoenix. They're trying for it. Emilito going back very, very quickly. I don't know if he has enough time. They're trying for it. They have no minions. They know it. They are out of here.
It's the only way they can force Epsilon back there, though, is to try to aggress into the base and force them.
I mean, not a bad call though. Really, really.
That was crazy.
Stuff,
you know, we're shaping up for a base race here. So I think if Epsilon tries to break the base, Cloud9's just going to dodge.
Yeah, I mean, why not? I mean, through space and time versus maximum velocity.
Like, you can't kill the Titan fast enough with 4 towers up. Even if you take this Phoenix on the right side, he's going to have a tremendous amount of HP in comparison to just your 2 tier 2s. So it's not going to be the easiest thing in the world. But I don't think that Cloud9 is looking to fight. They're looking to dodge and base race.
No, they cannot fight Epsilon in a straight 5v5. Like I said, the way they can come back into this game is by getting that global gold on their team. Try to reach that late game where Giannis can do a ton of damage very quickly.
Yeah, and look, you're going to see that. I mean, look at the teleport pickup here onto the Thor as well. I mean, it would be a little bit, you know, kind of out of sorts, but I wouldn't even be surprised to see maybe even the Neath or another core pick up a teleport as well, just to simply rat this game out. Like, continually be on the other side of the map, porting into the fights late, and that does look like what's going to be the case for both Thor and Osiris.
Rotating over towards the right side, warding up. 22 minutes in. It doesn't feel like it's been that long.
I finished the Cheez-Its.
Is this still game 1? Like, what's the... This game has been so crazy. I mean, it was such an amazing and explosive start from Epsilon. They seem to be completely uncontested at all objectives here.
Pretty bad that I've been living off of Cheez-Its for like 3 days.
Fire Giant is started up.
Are they, oh, it's going to get blocked off. Yeah, it didn't get to the back line. It's Thor taken to the sky. Himla's going down early.
Let's take a listen in with the Epsilon comms. This fight continues on. Yaman has fallen.
I'm ulting with Thor. I'm dead, I think. Osiris.
Maybe split pushing.
I got it. Alright.
Oh, shit.
Back for knee.
Go through the wall.
Can you kill Giannis? No, I can't. Get out.
I really need help, guys.
Yeah. Get out, okay? Can you defend left?
Should just stay with me, man. Yeah, I was in the fire pit, like next to you.
They were behind by a lot early on, but the world champion Cloud9 continues to fight back. Barracuda finds a tier 1 as well as a 4v5 engagement won by the world champions.
I mean, this is what makes
he's just shooting into him. Like, yeah, this is fine.
Say in traditional sports, right? Defense with championship, blah, 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 right?
Nice.
And MOBA's playing from behind is that same kind of idea.
Oh, shit. The whole team. Oh, shit. The whole team shows up. Hey, what's up, man? That's why Bear didn't leave. I was like, wondering why Bear's hanging out here.
Yeah, this is
because the entire team was coming.
Epsilon all early game have been outplaying C9, but C9 has been out mind gaming Epsilon. What they're doing is they're splitting up their forces. Yaman felt like he was safe in the middle of the Fire Giant pit. They all collapsed on him, killed their priority target, won the fight 4v5.
That was incredible.
Congrats on finishing the Cheez-Its. I feel bad for not getting you the soup now instead.
Not something I think a lot of people will ever be able to make claim towards.
And yeah, I mean,
that's okay. I like the Cheez-Its. It's just I've only been eating snacks the last few days. So kind of sucks.
Some of these damage carries. I mean, Epsilon has almost twice the.
I guess not the last few days because
And Osiris is going to be the one that's going to be disruptive.
Friday, Saturday, Sunday, I got.
Stealth is factored in huge in these fights as well.
Well, I mean,
I got
look
8
at
meal
Baskin's build. It's anti-attack speed with the Frostbound Hammer. Mid-Guardian Mail is going to be coming out next. Or
Granted, it was
Amy
fast
Alliance
food
Plus,
meal, so
Master
you
Shield of
know.
the Underworld. No matter what he's building into next,
God.
it's a guaranteed counter against both Emilito
No, I'm
and
surrounded by
Adapting.
people who
This is
only
super smart
poorly.
play.
Yeah, right now this game is really on the back of both mages. Yaman on the Zeus, can he stay alive while being dove on?
Giannis
by
is making
Anister
some good
and Jeff
plays.
Finla? Or can Stealth get out the damage fast enough to take them out?
Also, look, I mean, you got to love what Cloud9's doing here with both of these teleports, keeping them both at rank 2 and making sure they always have 300 gold in hand. And it really just like min-maxing here their goal. They know they need these items badly. They need to get them out more than they need, you know, a 5-second teleport versus an 8-second teleport.
Early on, there was a pretty big lead. 3,000 gold at 5 minutes sometimes is the end of the world, but 1,500 gold less than that actually.
Well, if this
at
was like
25
Fnatic,
minutes.
right? This game was over.
Yeah, that's
right.
true.
I mean, like that's what I was saying, right? I mean, like when we talk to the players, basically what Epsilon was saying is that you know when they would get first blooded out, that would just be an F6. Let's go to the next game. Let's continue the scrims. You know, we know we lose this game. Cloud9 really knows how to play this one from behind. I mean, the minute that they got down, and this is by no means a composition that's exceptionally good at playing from behind. It's just the players. In will come Rapper. He finds a 3-man freeze. The ultimate's going to hit behind. It's just the players. In will come Rapper. He finds a 3-man freeze. The ultimate's going to hit 3 as well and exploded yet again is Andy. This is a fight that Cloud9 has to take now as the Fire Giant is going to be pressured by Epsilon. It does appear.
That was such a
Did he have blink? Is that he blinked in? Like how did he get that?
They got down, and this is by no means a composition that's exceptionally good at playing from behind.
Oh, okay.
It's just the players.
Yeah.
He finds a 3-man
Through the wall
freeze.
too.
The ultimate's going to hit 3 as well and exploded yet again is Andy. This is a fight that Cloud9 has to take now as the Fire Giant is going to be pressured by Epsilon. It does appear.
That was such a clean play from Raffer. He got in there. No one on Cloud9 was ready for that whatsoever. And then follow-up after follow-up after follow-up. Epsilon gets one clean kill and now controls this side of the map.
Yeah, Raffer pretty much got the dream. What you want to do as a support, look for those group ups. A lot of times, you know, your team say, okay, they have an AoE CC, spread out, but sometimes they clump up, and a Raffer took advantage of that.
16 to 11 now. Epsilon still with a moderate lead, 2,300 gold. Although the experience difference, I believe, is now in favor of Cloud9.
Yes, it is indeed. Cloud9 will take the experience lead. Gold, just over 2,000 here, still in favor of Epsilon. Fire Giant going to be pressured by Epsi.
What are you doing?
They're going to be counter warding here and just really forcing Cloud9 to fight.
That's a pretty good blink.
them.
Yeah, it was. That's
Raffer
perfect.
doesn't have blink up. He uses his wall. Backflip going to be out to trade.
That backflip cannot get over the wall.
By the way, you'll notice that Baskin also has his passive active, meaning he's going to be able to chase down even harder, especially with that Frostbound Hammer.
Yeah, I actually would really
I don't know
like to
anything
see
about his
Epsilon try to
passive.
get level 20s on 3 of their level 19 characters.
Baskin accidentally pulling the Fire Giant, taking a small amount of damage in return. Dimmy taking a little bit more, though.
Poke going both ways here. Epsilon does seem to have the better poke composition, of course. That is without unstable vortexes hitting everybody every once in a while. But Stealth just clearing out minion waves on the right side. This is the dance of the Fire Giant.
Dimmy took some damage there. Baskin out of position.
Ruh-roh.
Stealth trying to keep him safe. Barracuda from the side as well. Not going to get much off the Spirit Arrow. Adapting going deep, but Yavin's already gone.
Trying to make it out on the backside here as Rafferty's going to get picked up by MC Stealth on the left side of the fight. However, going up and down is Dimmy. Adapting way out, gets hit by the knee Spirit Arrow. Anderson not going to be able to follow it up in time. Emilito's
Oh my God.
Out of the 3. The follow-up shot, not enough. MC Stealth on the right side does kill one. Jeff Himler credited for the kill, no Dimmy as well.
Yeah, talk about how Dimmy never dies. Nice play. Nice play.
And Fire Giant on his way as well. Cloud9 is taking the lead.
Be kidding me. How have they made this comeback?
That was crazy.
They're about to take it. Fire Giant is all alone, and it's just adapting on the wrong side of the map. Cloud9 poised to take game 1.
That team fight was a classic bait by C9. You never want to go on the tanky target if you're Epsilon. What they did there, Baskin said, hey, come freeze me, I'm alone. As soon as they committed
I saw that.
onto the Shield of the Underworld, and then everyone jumped on the Zeus, Yaman got exploded.
Yeah, as well, I mean, in addition to that, right, Adapting moves up that left side to try to cut off Barracuda, who is kind of chipping away at the edges. He actually uses his dash and then is really out of position, can't rejoin the fight, and he really is a lot of the damage in these engagements.
I just don't understand it. I mean, they have a pretty significant lead. It's only going to get bigger. Gold Fury's available. They go right towards it.
Very nice, yeah.
All Phoenix is now exposed for the side of Epsilon.
I'm pretty sure Epsilon, they said, was undefeated also.
Fire Giant buff. People have caught back up in experience. Adapting has a 1-level lead. Everyone else is either tied, except for Jeff Himla, or have gained the lead. Look at Barracuda, a level now over Emilito.
Really an unbelievable performance here. I mean, we're sitting here 6 minutes ago saying Cloud9 is dodging and maybe looking for a base race to get back into this game. And instead they decided, well, let's just fight them. And they won. I mean, like, they just took these team fights miraculously well. And I think Zaman pointed out best. They decided to play the mind game instead of
Was
playing Smite.
undefeated, yeah.
Exactly. They played
It's
to
not
the
over
strength of
yet.
their comp. What they have over Epsilon is they have high mobility gods, 2 globals, so they split up Epsilon as much as they could, took as many free towers as they could, and when they found their opportunity to kill Yaman in these team fights...
Cloud9's probably pretty close to being
So we got
undefeated.
a Nemean Lion plus shield in the Underworld. This is an instantaneous death trap. If Mercury at any points decide he's going to try to rush down Baskin. Same thing really for Emilito, which means Baskin can safely try to rush down Yaman, and that's what we're seeing in the fights. Osiris
What's
is
wrong,
going to
Jasmine?
put pressure onto this mage.
What's wrong?
Barracuda's going to provide some support shot and support fire from the side. Jeff Himmel's going to lead the fight as well. Stealth's going to provide portals, and Andy's going to look for the gank.
Yeah, and actually the best target for Epsilon to go on in these team fights to really turn the tide is Anister. He went for a full penetration build, has only a tier 1 defensive item. Mercury can almost one-shot him at this point of the game.
They've killed him 7 times, though, and I mean, is that it? I mean, like, yeah, I guess you're right. In the last few engagements, there hasn't been those kills on the Thor guys with Fire Giant buff. And looking at the left side, Phoenix is Cloud9 trying to break the base of Epsilon. Let's take a listen in with the boys in blue.
Everyone back up. I'm gonna go to purple. I'm gonna go to purple. Everyone back up.
Go to get the purple real quick. I think we can kite their engage pretty easily. Alright, we have to make sure for Zeus ult.
Yeah, care for Zeus ult. Care for Zeus ult. I have heavens. I'm still here with you, Barrow.
Alright, I got
missing a couple people. Chiron's right. Chiron's right.
Guys, go right, guys.
Okay. Chiron's right.
Everyone go right.
Missing Merc.
Everyone be right and start poking.
They're between.
Okay.
I poked Merc a little bit.
Nice.
Alright, listen. He's making Merc's in base.
Zeus also has, Zeus is like,
Can
like
rotate
500 gold off Rod right now.
Yeah, I have a wave.
I'm rotating mid. I'm rotating mid.
We're on our way. Okay.
I'm rotating mid.
There's 2 on right. There's 2 on right. I'm pretty stuck.
Kind of cocky.
Push right. We should
be grouped, dude.
Yeah, push right.
Merc's in mid.
Be careful.
Push right group.
I'm just poking Merc.
Yeah,
I'm poking Merc. I'm fine here. I'm fine.
Nice. That's you, Mayor.
Give me a blink down. Kite it.
Nice.
Are you guys okay?
Yeah, we're fine.
My shell's down.
Fuck. Yo, come in on the Phoenix. 100%. Come in.
There's 3 mid.
Well, let's wait for wave. There's no rush.
Yeah.
Our fire runs off in 40. So we have to go this way.
There's kind of a rush.
Just care for my blink.
Are you good?
My shell.
Yeah, I'm just poking.
Nice.
You have blink down. That's their engage. We can push this. Push on this wave. Push on this wave 100%.
Timmy's really poked.
I'm gonna come in on Phoenix.
Oh, the wall for the wave. That's smart.
I'm pushing him off. I got stunned.
I'm ulting up.
Haven't. Phoenix almost dead.
Nice. Zeus, I'm on Zeus.
I ult Zeus.
Big ult.
I'm out.
Okay, nice. Care for Chiron ult.
Oh, shit.
Mid-Phoenix.
Yeah, I'm
I'm gonna TP in.
Okay.
Push.
I'm gonna TP in too. Be
careful for 5 seconds.
Alright, Zeus is still dead. Okay.
Do not push up.
Ymir's blink's coming up in a second here. Care. It's pretty soon.
I don't have beats. I need you guys to put Ymir in combat.
Just TP.
Yeah, I need you guys to put Ymir in combat.
Nice. Good job.
Engage. I need you guys to engage.
I'm pushing in.
I'm on Phoenix.
I'm on tier right now. I'm pushing tier off.
Still on Phoenix.
Nice.
Look at tier.
I'm on cooldown.
Go left.
I'm going left.
We don't have fire giant damage. I really don't want to do this.
Looking for their third Phoenix is
Damn,
Cloud9.
dude.
In will move Rapture from Epsilon. Let's ride along with Barracuda and see if the Hunter can find the hits that he needs. And then supports back in with full HP and mana, as does Baskin, who now is leading the front line. He's going to be walled off. Baskin may be the second.
No, you can't wall him off.
There it is.
You
He uses
can't
the last
get
part
him.
of his passive, and the stun from Anister will prevent the Fearless Chain from coming through.
Rip.
Nonetheless, Baskin will go down, and back will go Cloud9, but not before finding 2 Phoenixes.
Yeah, what a dangerous time for Baskin to get picked. The Fire Giant's coming up at any second. This could be Epsilon's chance to make a comeback.
It's 17-16.
Kind of wish there wasn't the team audio, LOL. Yeah.
5,000, almost 6,000.
It's interesting to hear how hectic it is, though, you know?
Opportunity to fight into Cloud9 here, though, because they do have control of the map. Like Zap said, Baskin's down for 40.
They all just keep repeating themselves, trying to talk over each other as fast as possible.
And then try to rush him down.
But then all of them do it, so they all say the same things over and over and over and over and over as fast as possible. It's like, okay. I'm getting purple, I'm getting purple, I'm getting purple, I'm getting purple, I'm getting purple. Watch out for tier, watch out for tier, watch out for tier, watch out for tier. I'm on Zeus, I'm on Zeus, I'm on Zeus, I'm on Zeus. Like, okay, man, just say it one fucking time, or you guys say it 12 times. That was a good portal.
He doesn't have it. Two's not going to be enough.
By the skin of his teeth, Jeff Hindla will survive that engagement.
Yeah, that was pretty good. I was being aggressive and loud at the time. Hold on, watch it again. Since you hear you don't like it, yeah, I understand.
He's already out, adapting, charging ultimate. Jeff Hindla trying to get out. I don't think so. Heavenly Agility's getting popped. Jeff Hindla's getting flown back. He's crit. He's trying to get out here, adapting.
Oh, the Giannis portal coming through.
That was clever.
He doesn't have it. Two's not going to be enough.
Oh man, that was close.
Jeff Hindla will survive that engagement.
That was close.
To start things off from the Mercury there, but not enough to take down the very, very resilient Bacchus. And still, with 2 Phoenixes down, Epsilon has to fall back. And
Are we back from the ad break, or are we still waiting for it on the East Coast? Even though it's not even the East Coast, it's like Central Eastern area. It's not even the coastline. Bumfuck East. Bumfuck East Side. Are you ready yet? What the fuck? What the fuck? God damn it, Coffee, how long did fucking ad break? Motherfucker! Hello, motherfucker. Hello? Excuse me, motherfucker. Okay, he's back.
And all
Two's not going to be enough.
Woo! By the skin of his teeth. Jeff
Fucking
Hindla will
ass
survive that
Ohio
engagement.
bullshit.
A big 600 damage crit
Okay.
to start things off from the Mercury there, but not enough to take down the very, very resilient Bacchus. And still, with 2
Calm your
Phoenixes down,
tits.
Epsilon has to fall back.
And all that
Yes,
damage
sir.
on the Mercury, you saw how fast he had to get out. That was just a Giannis unstable vortex there. He has his router to Hootie done. That Mercury needs to be very careful.
They needed one. They really did. They needed at least one. Jeff probably would have been the least important at level 17 right now. The CC is important, but I feel like stealth probably was the big pick. They couldn't find him anywhere.
I think this is uncontestable.
I don't know how they could even possibly get over here.
Yeah, that's going to be a conceded Fire Giant the way of Cloud9.
Yeah, Epsilon's comms are basically, listen, we know Fire Giant's up, but what's more important is we have to get both Phoenixes up. They say, okay, our last stand will be...
They should have
on the
contested
right
it.
side Phoenix against the
They
Fire
should have sent
Giant.
somebody there.
Still about maybe 30 seconds for that left side Phoenix, about a full minute or so in the middle Phoenix there. There's a wave pushing
Like
in
just
on the left
Chiron
side
with the
as
ult.
well.
Oh, his
Mid
ult's
lane has
down.
been sufficiently pushed out.
Like the Zeus
Right
ult is
side
up. The
C
Zeus could have
coming
probably
now
stolen it.
from Cloud9 and leading the way. It's Baskin Robin.
They're trying for it.
Baskin
So far,
Robbins.
they're playing this as safely as possible. It seems like they're going to wait for
I want some
another
Baskin
wave to
Robbins.
ensure that the mid
No, I don't.
gets closer. They've already forced adapting away. They're going to try to find their way in on the power play. Once they see someone in the mid lane dealing with these creeps, but adapting instead is looking towards the fight.
It feels a little weird to not contest at this point. Yeah. I
I
understand they want their Phoenixes up.
They're going to try to hold with just a couple of
But I mean,
frontliners
you could have
here.
at least tried to
And the
steal
Raptor
it.
are here. The wall will come out, and LC Stealth going to move into the back line, finds the unstable vortex on the one, and back out he will go. The Titan does start taking damage from the minions.
Because they are
streaming in.
dominating you.
Phoenix
So
on the right side, getting very low, liable to fall at any moment now. Just a couple more in hands, down to about 10% HP, and indeed down it will fall. All 3 Phoenixes off the board. The base is broken, and Cloud9 looking to move in.
Left side Phoenix has respawned, but is already taken down by the Fire Minions. Now Cloud9 have a perfect opportunity. It doesn't get better than this. They have Fire Giant and 3 waves of Fire Minions now coming into the
Jeez,
base. They're
dude.
going to try to fight in as Dimmy tries to hold them down.
Oh, here comes the belly flop. Jeff Hindla
Oh,
gonna be looking for
he's
the
behind
jump
him.
up. There's the ultimate coming out from both the Mercury and the Zeus. Doesn't deal too much damage.
Barra.
Basket still in the front line. Barra will solo down, adapting as he tries to get to the backside. Channeling the ultimate as well, keeping
Oh,
Dimmy
you're
locked
dead.
in place. He's held out by the Thor ultimate and nearly going down his Baskin, but Emilito unable to do enough damage to the Osiris with all of his tanking.
Oh,
and now
through
he's
the
gonna
wall.
let the Giannis move
Oh, shit. Bro.
There's no holding this one. There's
I will see stealth on this Giannis. This is ridiculous. Oh, man. He like ulted him in the face. He like went through the portal and like ulted him in the face. Dude.
4-kill opening.
Oh, they look frustrated.
Boys of Epsilon on the left side. They picked up absolutely
I mean, not
everyone,
frustrated,
and
but
Cloud9 battles back.
flustered.
Certainly a
Yeah.
resilient squad, this one.
Tired.
North American final gets closer. Something we haven't seen ever.
Don't let your enemy get any more of an advantage over you than they already have. Yeah.
NA finals.
That's right.
Yeah, I mean, it was just really impressive play by Cloud9. All they needed was 1 inch, and Epsilon finally gave it to them.
If they try to contest it too much,
Barracuda
though,
stole 2 free towers,
and they got
and
killed,
Epsilon or C9 won a 4v5.
Well, with the
then
fan of USA
that would be the end of the game.
Another guy that really loves America.
So.
His name is Alex Mendez. Golden Boy, take it away.
Oh, indeed I do, my friend. But my goodness, Cloud9, and you know, I think
cray.
I was saying that at the start of that game, if you were a C9 fan, you were kind of scratching your head because Epsilon just brought it to C9 at the start. That Zeus play at the start with the quad, insane.
Phenomenal rotations from both teams. We actually saw that start off with a lot of aggression in the duo lane. Both sides, Barracuda almost falling a couple times. Then we saw the rotation from Thor. We saw the rotation from Giannis. And then it was Adapting coming in. And then Yaman, perfect positioning around the back of that fight. No one knew he was rotating in. He picks up a triple kill. And Ymir, you know, of course, steals the 4th. But it was great positioning. And this was kind of the story of the mid, right? Yaman gets ahead early, but he couldn't stay alive come the later portions of the game.
This is like the dream rotation for a mage player when you can actually get behind them. When all
Emily
the
just stole the
cooldowns are
quad.
used, you flank them very safely and you just do all the damage. There's nothing in return coming your way.
Emily getting the FG is a good step towards the end of the game. Yeah. But at least it gives you a chance to defend, like with all 5 members. I understand why they didn't contest it, but I would have contested it.
And then Zeus had a really good cleanup.
It was insane.
Because they're probably going to lose anyhow, based on what we just seen,
right,
you know.
you have that 3 for 2 that went
But
to
if they
Versus
had
Song
stolen the
just a
Fire
minute
Giant, they
later
could have lived a
in
little bit
that
longer,
matchup, right?
and then maybe
and then, you know,
had done better.
Something happened, right? It looked like Epsilon, you know, they were moving, right? They were not going to be stopped. And then Cloud9, you know, just decided to turn up and make it happen. And let's actually talk about this particular play right here, Adonis.
This was a trade out of the junglers. And the reason this is benefiting is because Yaman and the rest of
Damn,
got
dude.
ahead so early. So what happens is slowly
Nice
this
teleport.
game, the players start
Nice
taking
wall.
each other back and
Bro.
forth, but it's benefiting
This dude's
Cloud9
ridiculous.
because they're the ones multiple levels behind. That means Epsilon, they're worth more gold and more experience. And then
Look at this
fight here in
teleport through the
particular
wall.
was the first
Come
tournament
on,
where
man.
we saw Cloud9 actually start to have a footing.
This
And
guy's
that's
too good.
because Epsilon
Uh-oh.
were so heavily focused on minigames, like onto the Bacchus and onto the Osiris, that they left Yaman open so many times, and he was just unprotected. It's kind of the same
God,
problem
and it's
that
just
we saw
ridiculous.
Paradigm have against enemy, is that their primary carry was
We'll
left
see how
unprotected.
the next game
And to be
goes.
fair, it's actually very hard to protect against the
Yes,
Osiris
sir.
diving you.
Go ahead, Kiri.
I think like
Duh.
in all the fights, Janos did all
Duh,
the work,
duh,
basically.
duh,
So
duh,
it's like you can peel for Janos and basically
Duh.
Sinatra,
Duh.
with
Sorry.
fast rotations from Janos, and TP from Tor and Osiris. So
Oh my god, I'm such an asshole right now. I can't help it.
What about for you, Anatoly? What did you see from that?
What were they even showing us just now? I don't even know what that was.
With fast rotations from
Is that
Janos
what are
and
these numbers?
TP from Tor and Osiris, so they could trade out towers.
What are
and
these
stay
numbers?
the
What does
game.
that mean?
Janos and Smite got
What am I
around,
looking
like,
at?
You think like in
Against the Thor and
What does that
Osiris
mean?
diving you.
Go ahead, Kiri.
I think
Duh.
like in all the fights, Janos did all the
30,
work,
33,
basically, 'cause,
36,
it's
39.
like you can peel for
It's like a
Janos and,
rating thing? Like,
basically, C9 got
Duh.
a lot of objectives with fast rotations from Janos.
I don't know
and
what this is.
TP from Tor and Osiris, so they
Alright.
could trade out towers and stay in
Duh.
the game.
What about for you, Anatoly?
So
What did you see from that?
The problem was that Yaman was unprotected because
Yaman.
they blew all their cooldowns, like you mentioned earlier, on the Bacchus and then on the Osiris. So there was no peels remaining for the Zeus. Whereas a Giannis, you don't have to get peeled for. You just peel for yourself. You beast, you ulti away. There's no problem there. And they did a perfect Giannis pick to counter the Ymir. So if there was ever a situation where the Ymir wall would cut him off, the Giannis ulti would just protect all of them.
Yeah, I mean, the Giannis play was one of the coolest things throughout that matchup for me personally. Let's take a look at the player damage now and see some of the glaring stats. I mean, look at MLC stealth with that Giannis. I mean, just the impact that he had on that game. Every team battle that he, you know, just his presence
Must be some sort of
alone
rating system.
was enough to warrant fear out of the Epsilon side here. What does Epsilon need to do to stop this from happening in Giannis?
You know, you could see that their whole
Probably.
competition was based around this Zeus, right? It was, you know, keep Zeus alive, have him do lots of damage, and
I don't
protect
know what I'm
him.
doing in
But
this game. I
Cloud9,
guess I'm gonna
what
take
they
the
did is
pawn
they
with the
utilized
pawn. I don't
mobility.
fucking
think Zach
know.
took a big mention of that during the cast.
Seems
And they had the
confusing.
multiple TPs, they had the Giannis, and they would just fast rotate all the time. Max CDR Giannis very early with the boots and the Chronos pendant, and then every time that the Giannis ult was off cooldown, you saw it being fired multiple times in these extended engagements. And full shout outs to Self too, because it's really exciting and awesome when you see like these snipes finish off kills, but these single kills added up, and it actually helped, right? It's not just, oh man, that's awesome that he got the kill. It's that one kill could have turned that Gold Fury, or it could turn the next fight because one player got a little bit behind. And even at near the last Gold Fury, 3 members of Epsilon were actually level 19 and not 20, and not having those final levels in your ultimate, it can be a factor.
Yeah, Giannis brings definitely a different style of play. Zeus brings the burst, Giannis brings the mobility, and in the late game, the mobility won.
And yeah, I guess, in talking about the late game, that 4-for-0 wipe that C9 had, I mean, it's just all of these plays just added up. Pretty much just Epsilon could not do anything.
That's what copy sounds
let's
like.
actually take a look at the map control graph here for 5-minute intervals now. You saw it at the start of the game. Epsilon, lots of control, right? And that was due, of course, to that 4-man death wipe that ended up occurring there. And then as it continued to progress, still Epsilon had a lot of control. What were some takeaways here for you as we get into the 15-minute mark, Adonis?
The fact that Epsilon had so much control in that jungle, and Cloud9 were able to fight back. I believe they're down 5,000 or 6,000 at one point. And, we see comebacks in Smite, but typically a lot of the times it's, a world-class team against a weaker team, right? And the weaker team got ahead early, and they just know how to play back. But Epsilon, they're world-class as well. The fact that Epsilon couldn't hold on a lead to Cloud9 just shows how resilient C9 is.
See,
I
that's
think Bart
coffee.
mentioned also in the cast
That's what
where
coffee sounds
Epsilon
like.
and Fnatic would actually F6 if one team got ahead early. They just felt like the game was over. But C9, one of the very few teams in Smite to ever just be so resilient at this high level.
I'm really worried about their morale right now because they were so ahead, and C9 made an incredible comeback. So I'm really worried about how is Epsilon going to go into the game 2.
And we actually heard,
Are you worried about
struggles
them?
in Paradigms
Aw,
comms as
that's
well
sweet
for
of
their
you.
4th game, right? If you start arguing, it gets bad. Your communication breaks down. Hopefully their head's still on them. They came in here and
Hopefully their head's
I'm
not
assuming they were
detached.
expecting they were going to win, but having that, such a strong lead and dropping it off could be bad for them.
Yeah, we're definitely going to see like a lot of adaptability between both these teams for the remainder of the set. I think that C9 has the more experience in the best of 5s compared to Epsilon, so we'll see what gets banned next. Probably Giannis, I expect.
Yeah,
This
I
guy's
wouldn't be
pretty cool,
surprised
actually.
if Giannis goes. Talking about that, right before the picks and bans begin, let's actually theory craft a little bit and see what we can come up with. We know that Epsilon.
Sorry, I don't know what's wrong with me right now. I'm being a little
I don't
crazy.
think we're going to want to let you have that, right, going into game number 2.
I just
Anything
don't know
on the other
why.
side that they need to be cautious about? For example, maybe Ymir, right? What do you think about that?
I mean, the Ymir made some pretty big plays. We saw iRapper actually have a counter blink over the wall, over the mid-camp walls, and hit a 3-man freeze. And Epsilon were very good at
Guess I'll just
initiating
take the
and finding
pawn.
that kill.
I don't know
I
what
do
this
think actually
fucktard's
Epsilon has
doing.
a better late game
What a
comp. I think
fucking
Cloud9,
idiot.
though, played their style. Giannis, I think, is going to be pretty heavily contested now because Yaman also one of the best in the world, and I think we're going to see it banned out here. Everything else, really, I don't think anything stood out individually. I think it was just how they played their compositions.
Exactly. Epsilon is going to have to change their style. They might go, instead of the Ymir, like you mentioned, they might go back to their roots with Sylvanas and, try to make for those early plays. Yeah, I got one in there.
Oh, that was a good dad joke pun. You did it, buddy. You did it. I believed in you this whole time. Now it's your turn.
I see Janos being heavily contested, especially because Yemen plays a really good Janos, and maybe Thor as well, because Thor has a lot of mobility, and his walls in team fights were just great. Made Yamin get caught a lot of times.
Yeah, I was actually really, again, there's so many things to take away from this one, folks, but everyone in the crowd, it didn't matter if it was Epsilon, it didn't matter if it was Cloud9, everyone was cheering because that was just such a world-class game between two teams that could have very well been battling it out in the finals of the Smite World Championships. Again, just 5-star across the board. Seeing how Cloud9 was resilient, Epsilon's immediate, aggression, those things are something that, it makes for a good book, a good night's read.
Oh my God.
We have
Anyhow.
picks and bans coming up here in a few. Let's actually talk about some more.
I'm
What do you
funny.
think about, I guess
Funny
what
looking.
does Epsilon go for here? I mean, of course, they have the option between first and second pick. I'm going to assume they'll take first pick. So do you think that they stick with the game plan again, stick with it being the same thing, or do they try and change it up?
I think once again we'll see Jing and Bologna ban out. I think these teams have kind of decided that one will ban the other, especially heading into that first pick. I mean, this is one of the few games where I feel like solo lane didn't really alter the dynamic. I felt like both solo laners played phenomenally. I just think the Osiris was a little bit more effective at diving the Zeus, and it's the fact that, you know, Dimmy can't really dive a Giannis at all. So much mobility, so hard to lock down.
It's going to be tough, folks. All right, guys, here we go. Game number 2, Cloud9, Epsilon Esports. If you're just joining us, Cloud9 is up 1-0 in the series after a hellacious matchup in game number 1, but it's time for the picks and bans.
Okay. Hellacious. It's a long ass ad break. Jesus Christ. Hellacious game 1. Okay, welcome back from the hellacious ad break that took forever and ever, it seems. You know, Coffee's probably not back for like the next 3 minutes, even though it's a 1-minute ad break. But here we are. Are y'all ready for this? I'm going to assume from your lack of responses that you guys are ready for this. Look at this guy.
Fingers and I do this to make a living. We're too busy to do taxes.
I love doing taxes for self-employed people. You can hand those off to me.
Yeah, but can I hand them off without using my hands?
We can arrange that. You do your thing. We've got your taxes. Into it.
Fucking
TurboTax
nerd.
Live.
If you have to do this,
Oh my god.
you need a new foundation.
Do I?
Never bake again. Never over apply again.
Oh, what the
never
what?
Overcomplicate again.
Who
With
uses
the
that much foundation?
You don't have to.
This quiz
Do you see how much
is
foundation
so
that bitch
scarily
used?
accurate. Answered a few questions, and this is literally my perfect shade. Am I even
Literally.
wearing foundation?
Yes.
This foundation covers everything, but still looks like skin. Insane. Looks so natural. I took that 90-second quiz on their...
Does look pretty good. Does look pretty good. All the ads all the time, LOL. Fuck you, Coffee. What do you know about ads? Psh. Like you know about ads.
Here we go, folks.
Okay,
Picks and ban time.
sorry
We
for being so
have
aggressive. Kinda.
Cloud9, Epsilon Esports. Cloud9 up 1-0, as I stated before, and they are going to ban out Thor.
So taking it away
I like a call.
immediately.
No
from
Bologna,
Adaptive.
no Shing 10 ban yet?
I expect those are coming. Actually, no, Cloud9, right? They have first pick, so they can leave both open and then get that priority right after.
Exactly. They're leaning towards
Oh
that
my God.
strategy. They want to leave both of them open, get a really solid.
That was a ridiculous amount of foundation, right? She like
And
basically
because
dipped her
the
hands and it's like, let me just dredge my face in foundation. Who does that? Nobody does that.
Maybe he'll pick up
That
the
was
Mercury
definitely
here.
over
I
exaggerated.
think also this Thor ban is indicative of that they don't want a first pick Thor. but
Wash
they
my face
also
in
know Epsilon
foundation.
will be so useful with it, and I like this. They want the solo laner. They want Jinger
Maybe that's what I
Bologna
should start doing.
right here immediately, and they know that Thor and
I have to
Giannis,
cover up all
one
my
of them will be
flaws.
gone,
My
if
flawed
Epsilon
face.
Right after that.
I actually have a scar on my cheek from when I was a little kid, and I fell on the ice, and it like it split it open, and like I guess my parents didn't care enough about being parents to get stitches for me, so they just left it, and I had this big old scar on my face.
There you go. Jean Kui.
My parents were like the worst parents, basically.
Second ban on the Epsilon side. Anatoly?
So this leaves Xing Chen open.
Like I have a
right off the
broken
bat.
arm that didn't get healed correctly, and they're just like, that's fine. They just left it. They're like, that's okay. We're not gonna like sue or get it, get it fixed or anything. We're just gonna leave it. Like worst fucking parents, man. Jesus Christ, I don't know why the fuck they even bothered having me.
Their blue buff as a result a little bit and try to snowball that.
Sounds
But
awful.
Xing Chen
Yeah, it
into
is.
late game, you just can't deny
I had an
his
awful
presence.
childhood
I think Sir Ket
and an
knew that
awful
from
life
the
now.
I feel like Annenster
And that's
is
why I
gonna
get to
lean
hang
more
out on
towards,
stream with you
a
guys now.
Serket style, something that can put out a lot
Because
of
my
pressure
life's in
the mid
ruins.
game and take over
Yay.
the soul lane. And I like this Khepri. That's what kind of what I expected. You can't allow Jeff
They banned the
Hemlock
Giannis.
and Cloud9 to have Khepri and Jing 10 here. Just too tanky, too much front line.
That'd be tough. That'd be a tough one to overcome for sure. All right, Neef.
Are you going back to Neef?
I can see a Zeus pick with Nathan right now, because having Neef on your team. Oh,
good call. There you go. Good call. So Zeus is going to be locked in here for C9. Yes, it is.
They did it. They took that
Yeah,
Zeus.
so Zeus provided a lot of damage there.
And they
for
don't have the
Yaman last
Giannis.
game. I think that C9 wanted to take this away from their option. Now, Zeus last game compared to this game, if Epsilon had picked
At
up
least the
Zeus,
company you have
he
now
had
isn't too
to
awful.
be able
I
to
mean, it's
heal for
pretty
him,
awful.
So that was a great pickup there with Isis being highlighted.
Pretty
Another
awful.
very good defensive god, which can peel for itself with a circle of protection.
We saw Epsilon last game play a very offensive style of game, and these 3 picks scream defense. I think they're going to be looking for a lot of 4v4 and 5v5 team fights pretty early. I expect
Z-Sop.
I like the Isis pick, especially because the circle of protection gives you protections and the ability. So it makes
I like how the circle protections gives you protections.
Okay, and Serket is going to.
Sorry, I'll leave then. Okay, Dante.
What do you think about that one, Dante?
I like the Serket ban.
That's like a
actually something
Danteism
I
right
would have
there.
expected Annenster to play in this situation, especially against an Isis. It's very strong at gank here in the mid game. You could basically combo her down before she drops her circle of protection. And also, you know, 100% anti-healing, which means the Isis, even if she drops it, won't be able to heal off her ult.
I like the current one, especially because
What?
Epsilon already have.
Say again?
It won't here in the mid game. You could basically combo her down before she drops her soul.
Who's she? Who are you talking about?
That's actually something
Oh,
I
Serket.
would have expected Annenster to play in this situation, especially against an Isis. It's very strong at gank here in the mid game. You could basically combo her down before she drops her circle of protection. And also, you know, 100% anti-healing, which means the Isis, even if she drops it, won't be able to heal off her ult.
I like the current
Oh,
one,
that's why it's
especially
for
because,
Cat.
Epsilon
Okay.
already have
I didn't think I
Capri,
knew that.
And giving Karon and Capri, you won't win lane at all.
Speaking of anti-healing, this is not really Cloud9 style, but Odin is open here, and Odin would kind of decimate Khepri and the Isis, so...
But who plays it?
Yeah, Annenster doesn't really play. It's not his style, but you never know what they've been practicing behind closed doors, so...
That's true. I remember in the summer they actually brought out Zeus back when Zeus was bad.
Isn't that funny how that works?
Zeus is always bad.
Zeus was bad.
Hey, but
And
it's
then
good
it
now.
gets, you know,
Got
it assists
reworked.
in 4 kills
Hey,
in a row. Yeah, yeah.
Remember when I picked Zeus at Worlds and got wrecked by Ataraxia?
Yeah, you actually got wrecked by a...
Titan.
You ran the Zeus Odin lane.
Yeah, I got first blooded and mid camps.
Feels oh so bad, man.
You look proud of you. Like, yeah, I got first blooded big camps, but I was at Worlds first blooded.
That one wasn't, so.
It stops that zap up there. I like this Geb pick to
That's
protect
funny.
the Zeus. It's another front line for Jeff, but it just fits his style.
And the last pick is going to be the home bats. So that is going to be the God lineup for Cloud.
Home bats is
9.
pretty
Who's
good for
gonna be the final
Annister.
one here for Epsilon. Let's see. Freya.
Huh.
This is Emilio
Okay.
special. He really loves this god, and it could snowball as it gets later.
Okay.
but It's going to be hard for him to, you know, get on the targets he needs.
That's why he go to
Although
his
it does do very
Cronus.
well at picking Geb early on.
We should play Infinite Assault with as many
Epsilon will
Zeuses
win
as
this
we
matchup, but I
can.
like C9
Yeah.
All right, well, boys,
That's what people do
gonna
sometimes.
it for the draft. Let's make the predictions. Go.
Yeah, Cloud9.
I just really don't like Zeus.
All right. Okay, well, you already know where I'm going. Bart made it abundantly clear before. C9. So we will see. Will that be the case? Will Cloud9 be able to extend their lead to 2-0, or will Epsilon Esports?
I think I'm just gonna
answer
masturbate while
back?
watching this.
Let's
I'm just
find
gonna
out.
sit here and
Make
just
some noise
jacket it.
as we toss it back to the casters.
I'm just gonna be like Cyril
Thank you very
Figgis.
much, Alex. Ladies and gentlemen,
Just
it's time
jacking
for
it
game number
the whole
2 of
time.
Cloud9 versus Epsilon. This is a best-of-5 competition. And already up a game are the boys in blue from North America.
That's fair.
game
He's a
that they
bit
probably
dumb.
should not have won.
He's not
This
dumb.
is, I think, they're also their 5th loss ever, right, on the side of Epsilon since we started.
As a
Split 3,
person.
which is a really impressive record. They're not out just yet. They need 3 games to win.
Just
Cloud9
jacket,
only needed
princess.
2, and I think they got the better draft here.
Yeah, and I like the way
I
C9
will.
banned this game. They had a throwaway ban as first pick. You usually have a throwaway ban. They targeted adapting. They wanted to remain as uncomfortable as possible. He didn't look too comfortable on the Mercury. They said, don't give him his comfort pick in Thor. And let's
Although I
play
don't usually do it
Well,
after
guys, let's go
eating a
ahead
bunch of
and
snacks.
move on into the game. This is game number 2. Starting
Whatever.
off Cloud9 looking to go up to match point and move on to the finals for all North American finals. Epsilon looking to draw even at 1 apiece. Let's go ahead and introduce the squads one more time. They're the blue team fighting out of the bottom side of the minimap and the left side of your spectator UI. They're up 1-0 in this best of 5. It's Cloud9. Baskin Robin in the solo lane as Xingchen. Andenster in the jungle as Hunbots. MLC Stealth is your mid lane Zeus. And that's Jeff Hinla and Barracuda combining for the Geb Neath duo lane. Their opponents for the second time in the red trunks at the top side of the minimap and the right side of your spectator UI. They are the nearly undefeated European squad, Epsilon. Dimmy is your solo lane Bologna. Adapting in the jungle as Naja. Yamin in the mid lane as Isis. And iRapper plus Emelito going to the duo lane as Kepri and Freya.
So when I see the Nasha pick, this is not something that I usually get too excited about. Even though he has been buffed in recent memory, it's not something that really screams to me. But in the hands of Adapting, I think that might change. I mean, he requires such ridiculous mechanics. One of the reasons the character fell out of the meta for so long is because to hit the ultimate, you must guarantee it by hitting the sash. I think that Adapting might be able to hit these raw ultimates he needs to keep himself safe.
Yeah, and if you look at C9's history, they have
I do not know how to play Nasa.
Rate against Naja.
Like at all. Naja? Okay.
You know, we played actually as Eager, we played the Naja Isis combo to beat C9 in 2 games.
They forced the ban.
Yeah.
They forced the ban, which is very unexpected. But, you know, C9 is a team that is known to ban things when it's trouble. They will go for respect bans over meta bans. Last year at Worlds, they won by taking Ymir Ares out. If this becomes a problem, expect to see it taken away.
Yeah, actually, the biggest X factor for me is this Freya pick. They saw that Barracuda wasn't too, didn't really want to fight too much in lane. He wanted to sit in lane, farm, use his ultimate to make pressure on the other side of the map. So what they did is they picked a hyper carry.
You want to
they know they can get
make pressure?
Yeah, so far clear is definitely belonging to the blue side.
You know, very, very capable of shredding through really any kind of frontline presence. And maybe most notably the Xingchen. I mean, he's going to have to itemize into some magical defense, or he will get blown up by the Freya later on. It's not really a question of if, it is certainly when. And now, well, in the first minute, it does look like we're going to be off to a pretty even start. Epsilon up just a couple hundred gold through that opening gamut. Experience, however, up to 1,000 there.
How did that happen?
They must have gotten both mid-camps?
No, mid-camps definitely went to
they
blue.
were split.
Yeah.
This Epsilon, getting a little bit ahead.
They're just
on the
hacking.
farm game. All of the buffs are picked up. A back camp was credited to Epsilon over Cloud9, but a little bit better use of that Bumba's mask. Naja.
Miscommunication there as it looks like Andy goes for the invade and Stealth doesn't. He calls him back. Left side, Barracuda took damage.
Yeah, I mean, Zeus is just very risky to put yourself in the enemy jungle, especially early with no boots. You saw Yamin last game get jumped on, and if you don't have great position with Zeus, you will die.
Not to mention, I mean, the Spirit Ball setup from Naja with the sash is very difficult to contend with as a Zeus. I mean, sure, once you have your ultimate, you can fight 2 people in a choke, but probably not before that.
Adapting Yamin should be pretty close to 5. It's a possibility they'll hit it this wave. Left side, more damage coming through as Emelito keeps the pressure on. Pulse on cooldown, though. Barracuda looks to turn it around.
I want
Look
breast
at Epsilon.
implants.
They're already sitting at level 4 with still 3 minions in the lane here. They are pulling ahead a bit in experience, and well, we can be pretty certain then that it is in the dual lane where they're making up most of that.
Look at this. There's a possibility here. They walked over a ward. Adapting's got to be a little bit quicker.
Yeah, back to the ring. The ring, if it hits there, will bounce between them pretty well, and it would have been a pretty risky and difficult kill to pick up, but still nonetheless.
Yeah, there was really no kill potential for Adapting there, but what he did is he alleviated the pressure for the Freya. They really want to help this Freya get out of the laning phase, so it's really important rotation by Adapting there.
Top right camps are going to be coming up on the backside on the side of red. This is extra experience for Adapting and Yamin right now, both of whom should be hitting level 5 very quickly. Adapting just getting in there as well.
Look at the positioning from the Zeus here. They're going to actually make a play over to the left side. Jeff Hinla looking to expose Emelito out there, and well, the rest of the team following suit. But going to the back camp, so you just mentioned, Brandon, are Yamin and Adapting, and they will continue to pull ahead little by little with their ever so slightly better rotations.
Barracuda strangely giving this wave up. I thought we were going to see a Spirit Hour go right through and him go for the clear, push the Freya back.
He said go for.
This is just the case of Emelito and Raffer being level 5. Barracuda and Jeff Hinla, they still had another wave to go, so they didn't want to take the risk.
Mid lane again, a grouping. We see actually a back from MLC Stealth and Andy. Andy on boots 2 right now, same thing for Stealth. Not a ton of damage.
Yeah, the reason why they backed is they want to hit as much power spike, min-max their power spike for this next mid-Harpy fight.
God bless.
Mid-Harpy's going to be coming up here in just about 15 seconds.
He's like, God bless.
Briefly with the soul in here as it's Xingchen versus Bologna. This matchup does favor Bologna through about the first 6-7 levels. Baskin seeming to keep pace pretty nicely here on the Shing 10.
Things will start to trade in his favor. His clear is very safe, has a ton of sustainability, as does Bologna. I think really their end game is about the same. There's a bit more CC on the side of Baskin, which he usually prefers, but Dimmy likes to fight. I think they each got the god they wanted.
Yeah, I really don't like how Epsilon didn't go for those mid Harpies there. They should have known that Stealth and Andy were on the right side Harpies, and they should have gotten the left for free.
So it's going to be, yeah, I mean, Cloud9 takes them away easily. Jeff Hinla getting into level 6. Stealth already level 7. Now highest in the game, tied with Dimmy.
Naja on the right side here is going to find Shing 10 as the blue buff will come back up, but it doesn't look like Epsilon wants to aggress too heavily into Baskin.
It seems to me that Epsilon's a little shaken from their last game.
Oh,
a lot
yeah.
of these plays are free, and they're not taking it because
4 kills at the beginning of the game and go on to lose that game. I mean, I would tilt off into part of the universe probably. So, I mean, I think that's what it comes down to from Epsilon is can they, have the presence of mind and kind of the experience to kind of take that deep breath and win this game. I mean, there's not a lot of downtime in between the games here on the main stage, so these guys have had to get right back into it. Another pick and ban. You heard the analysts say they think that Cloud9 got the better of the draft yet again. Epsilon playing, well, from ahead for the moment, but no longer as that buff does go down.
Willow, chill out. What?
A strange rotation. I've been watching this mini-map. Freya going towards the red buff, waiting there for about 6-7 seconds. Doesn't even wind up starting it. She now rotates over. No jungle camps gained, so a little bit of lost farm time. Barracuda maintains his.
Yeah, and one good thing for Epsilon this game is the Freya has not been pressured at all this game. She's getting away with a free laning phase, and soon she'll be working on her Fatalis.
Look at the cooldown boots picked up by Cloud9 here. 3 of them across the board, basically every mage picking them up. This indicates to me that they are looking similar to what we saw.
Is this thing done being an asshole yet? Is it done being an asshole? Just cutting in and out, in and out, in and out, in and out. I guess we're done.
Early, as well while staying in lane.
That's great
Yeah,
coffee
one good
cake.
thing for Epsilon this game is the Freya has not been pressured at all this game. She's getting away with a free laning phase, and soon she'll be working on her Fatalis.
Look at the cooldown boots picked up by Cloud9 here. 3 of them across the board, basically every mage picking them up. This indicates to me that they are looking to team fight and to...
Kidding me right now?
Game number 1.
Why? Oh, they're going super hard. Andy used his blink pretty early. Raffer should be able to get out of this. He's going to use his ult. He's going to wait on his abduct as well. Let's see if he can get away from this. First blood goes to Yaman.
And now you changed the quality
yeah,
too.
Yaman adapting actually combined for a kill there. The Naja ultimate was used. The follow-up from the Spear Fall as well does confirm that kill. Still on the backside, Xanaster still looking for iRapper, but is now going to get poked out by Yaman pretty heavily.
Getting so fucking irritated by this
and,
fucking
forced
bullshit.
The jungle of Epsilon in a sticky situation here. Basically, death ball similar to what we saw Epsilon do in the mid game in game number 1.
Why? Oh, they're going super hard. Andy used his blink pretty early. Raffer should be able to get out of this. He's going to use his ult. He's going to wait on his abduct as well. Let's see if he can get away from this. First blood goes to Yaman in the meantime.
What?
Yeah, Yaman and adapting actually combined for a kill there. The Naja ultimate was used. The follow-up from the Spear Fall as well does confirm that kill. Still on the backside, Xanaster still looking for iRapper, but is now going to get poked out by Yaman pretty heavily. And forced into the jungle of Epsilon in a sticky situation here as the Hunbots. Remember, he only has the leap up. Oh, Red Smash still coming up cooldown. He'll have all his cooldowns available in just a moment. Uses his beads, still has the dash. And now we'll leap away from the Spear Ball.
Oh, shit.
And Anderson
Oh, he really lived?
Bounces right to it. The ring toss might have hit him there. It looks like he's going to back off, though. Andy
That's
winds
impressive.
up staying safe throughout that. A slight miscalculation from Dimmy and a
Rip.
perfect teleport. It's going to be Jeff Hinla, though, who pays the price for his rotation.
Yeah, you were mentioning earlier, Brandon, that the raw setup from adapting may be the difference maker here if he can hit those ultimates. MLC Stealth, how did he take so much damage from Dimmy? There was Emilito with the pulses on the backside, and now Baskin is overextended. He
nice stun.
Damage coming out.
Oh,
shit. Adapting gets credited for the kill of the ring toss.
Got so lucky there. It was all calculated.
All tournament, he's making these kind of rotations that you normally don't see from a weak laner like Freya, and because of that rotation, they got 3 kills.
Well, let's go to gold in hand here. We see a decent amount of gold going the
Not
way
his
of
teammate,
Adaption.
though.
He
Yeah,
actually gets back
not
to the
so
base
much.
spread, as I call it. God.
But yeah, the graphs don't indicate very much here. About 500 gold going in favor of Epsilon, just a couple hundred experience for Cloud9.
It's going to be heavy mace. He actually had the mace, so he had about 1,000 gold going back. Not too bad. Very close to the Jotuns. Obviously, going to be his first pickup.
Yeah, and that's one of the reasons why you don't see too many early rotations from the Hunters or the solo laners in the early game, because the wave means more than.
As he lands, Neath ultimate going to come in to stop.
Yeah, and that's one of the reasons why you don't see too many early rotations from the Hunters or the solo laners in the early game, because the wave means more than the kills.
There's going to be about 500 damage here on Anster as he lands. Neath ultimate going to come in to stop
He
Adapting
seriously
for now.
lived?
And the Stone Shield will keep Anster alive, but just barely. Hunbot's going to lose some farm time now as Adapting expenses
Keeps
ultimate.
living.
Once again, Andy has to go back to the base, too. I mean, doesn't have a lot of gold in hand. He's not going to get too much out of this. He's still sitting on mace. Doesn't look like he'll have the heavy. So this is going to be a good opportunity for lane pressure or gold fury pressure. Adapting going to go into the jungle, continue farming.
1,000 gold in hand, 1,100 now, in fact, onto the Freya, getting closer and closer to that Fatalis Pen Boots already completed. And does Freya have a Hand of the Gods?
No, come on.
Am I crazy?
No.
Yeah, you're crazy.
That is.
That's a Hand of the Gods.
No.
He should have added that
Surely
all.
that's a misclick.
Yep.
Come on.
Surely that's a misclick.
Emelito's got it. Oh, my God.
It's Hand of the Gods. So early Gold Fury, it has to be, right? I mean, that's the only thing that he can really do here. I mean, he can soul down his own purple buff versus the Neath secure, but...
All right, so Zap, tell us about the Hunter Hand of the Gods build.
It's new to me, but I think there's a couple reasons for this. One, Freya is known to get invaded on. You saw C9 try to make a lot of rotations towards the enemy purple buff, so what Emelito did said, hey, I'm going to get Hand of the Gods, secure my purple buff, and secure my early game.
Speaking of invades, he got that.
Yeah, it also maybe gives us a little bit of an understanding. Brandon, earlier you were saying, why is the Freya going and just standing at the red buff? It must be to use that Hand of the Gods.
Yeah, I guess so.
Which also explains how Epsilon got that early experience advantage. I mean, we just completely missed that. I mean, it's certainly off of the Hand of the Gods, being able to take camps even faster.
Yeah, on top of that, one more reason for the Hand of the Gods is when you have a mage in the Hunter role, you really have no great person to tank the Gold Fury, so they might want to be able to just do it as fast as they can and burst it with the Hand of the Gods.
Ultimately, could come into a fist as well to help deal with things like Andenster getting up into his face, but it's really only Andy that's going to be that melee threat.
I mean, Fist of the Gods is a very underrated item. I mean, it's a stun, right? I mean, stuns are really valuable in a tank meta. CC is really, really important. And being able to follow it up onto a Hunbot, so you burn the beads and then be able to banish out of it, it's really strong.
It's a great way to kite away from those tanky solo laners that come at you in the mid-game.
That's right, but I mean, the big downside of Fist of the Gods is it is a pretty short duration stun and you incur full diminishing returns for the next follow-up. So
that's true.
Banish going to be pretty important. And I was trying to get into this earlier.
Emelito standing still right. He's like, wait, I took Hand of the Gods?
Yeah, he's listening to us. I mean, one thing I did want to point out earlier that was getting into was, you were saying that maybe Adapting's ability to hit these raw ultimates on the side of Epsilon could be the difference maker in this game. What I do want to point out, though, is that there's that banish from Emelito for that setup. So he's going to have the opportunity to find these ultimates off of other characters' abilities. Adapting, going to take Hunbots up into the sky. There's a Zeus ultimate and an Isis ultimate as he falls down, and Yaman will get credited for that kill on Andenster. Barracuda ever so low, channeling his ultimate, just going to try to do something before he heads back to the base. And that something is continue farming. He's a brave gentleman.
Amazing patience by Adapting. What Andenster did there was he blinked in through his monkey bounce, popped his beads right away because he expected 9 out of 10 players on Naja would have ultied right away to avoid the Hunbot's ult. But Adapting showed great presence of mind, patience, waited for the beats to be done, secured the kill.
And yeah, Andy didn't even get the ult off at all.
Yeah.
I mean, there was no CC coming out of Hunbots whatsoever. He got caught like a sitting duck. Speaking of which, Emelito maybe not in a great spot.
Oh, you're dead.
Going to try to combo for this one. Is it going to be enough? One more attack.
GG's.
Himla gets a kill.
Barely enough. It takes one Geb in hand, a hot 33 damage coming through from the Geb there to secure that one.
33 damage.
Was hitting the Freya there. She thought she could steal the purple buff, and she paid the price.
Jeff rolling out here, adapting in a weird position. Andy going kind of all in here. Jeff Himla keeping it safe.
GG WP.
Trying to really force plays with his Hunbots.
MLC Stealth rotating back in, won't miss any creeps for this one. Epsilon, though, up 3 kills. It doesn't feel like it, but only 1,000 gold. This is about where the farm should dictate they are ahead. I mean, usually we see 3 kills with Epsilon equal 3, 4, 5,000 gold. It's only 1,000.
And the biggest thing I've been noticing with Andenster, he's trying to make a lot of these plays by himself. But MLC Stealth is almost nowhere to be found. You saw in the early game, Andenster wanted to go for the invade.
Look at all those trees.
Like they may not be on the same
all those
page
pink
right now.
trees.
Stealth having 2 deaths to his credit here early on in this game.
Do you like that? Added that as like an emoji.
One, but a very dissimilar start to what we normally see out of Cloud9.
Emilito finally back to lane with the purple buff. Picked up a level of beads, not quite enough to get those fatalis or that final fatalis online. Now.
That person who gifted all those subs has never come back. They gifted a bunch of
Fatalis
subs and then just haven't seen them again.
Take the beads, or would you go for the damage?
It's crazy.
I would
Batman, he'd get the
go for the Fatalis. Yeah, I mean, Fatalis is such a crucial item on Freya. It not only does it give her the kill potential, also gives her, more importantly, the kiting potential, and she really needs that online to be safe.
Barra continues to pressure this lane. Emilito pretty much by himself here as we see Khepri in the jungle. Decent shot. No follow-up from Jeff. Decent damage, though. Emilito takes a good 70%.
And a great build order by Barracuda. A lot of hunters sometimes go into the soul leader right away, but what he did was he went for the damage, knowing that he can easily pressure this Freya.
We're gonna see double stacking?
No.
Come on.
No, no way.
No, no chance.
No chance.
Speaking of no chance,
Oh,
Andy,
shit.
No! What? Was
What?
that a crit?
How did he kill him? I thought he was dead.
No.
Come on.
No, no way.
No, no chance.
No chance.
Look how low he is.
No chance, Andy.
Oh,
no.
wow.
What? Was that a crit?
No, it was the...
The Hunbat's always lives.
As well, Baskin's going to toss back Yaman over the top. Will come Dimmy.
Nice stun.
Out the Khepri ultimate used onto Isis as well. Yaman continuing to try to do damage, knowing that he is alive for the moment. It doesn't matter, though. Baskin will pick it up on the extended engagement. Here comes the rotation from Barracuda.
Wait, what? Sorry.
Texas out the Khepri ultimate used onto
I
Isis
thought
as well.
the ultimate was on there.
Damage,
Oh, it timed out. That sucks. The Khepri ult was on Isis and then it timed out.
Baskin going to find another, but Dimmy just too tanky, it looks like, here on the Bologna. Plus that bludgeon doing a ton of damage to Jeff Hindler.
Such a strange fight all around. Adapting and Yaman wind up falling. Khepri ult
I
not
do
getting
like that. The
utilized
tree is pretty
effectively.
cool. Hopefully they'll
A little
come
bit
around
too
more
soon
often.
from
They're
Raph,
pretty
very
cool.
uncharacteristic for his gameplay.
Oh, yeah.
There's a lot of room, however, for the Freya.
Definitely.
As
Pretty
Anna
amazing.
was explaining there, right? I mean, like, they really need to get this Freya up and running, get her damage items going.
Let's take a look at that
The
one more
minion just
time.
falls
You
from
gotta
the
watch
sky.
how Andy even got out of that. It didn't look to me like he was going to
That
get
looked
out of
funny.
that one alive, and instead he winds up getting a kill.
Yeah, he's always like living.
Yeah, no, exactly. What happened? That's the danger of Naja. If you don't kill someone with the ult, there's a lot of turnaround potential that could be done on you. And Hunbat's ultied and killed the Naja.
Trying
Yeah.
range, looking for damage. Very smart on the patience, but Andy as well. Ring bounce doing a lot of damage.
Nice.
Adapting goes for the raw, misses out of position. Andy's going to jump away as well. Baskin going for it. Good.
Oh my God, Baskin.
Baskin getting the kill.
Baskin dives the tower, no problem for Xing10, and here comes Jeff Hindler as well. They can continue diving if they want, but Dimmy just so resilient. Probably not. I mean, it would just
Baskin's
take him so
crazy.
long. The time investment maybe not even worth it.
The most impressive thing for me right now is how patient these players are. On the big stage, playing for a lot, they show so much patience. Baskin waited for the Aegis,
Even
hit it
game.
on the right time, and got the kill.
See, my favorite was the sash comes out, and then Annenster, he's thinking, maybe I should go for it, maybe I shouldn't. I have my beads active. He doesn't beads. Adapting thinks that there's going to be beads, so he doesn't ult, and then they both wind up missing.
The beads, the beads.
Zach, tell me a little bit about the Freya versus Neith matchup overall. Is that something that you maybe, is it 6-4 Freya? How does it normally match up between even players?
In the early game, Neith has the advantage of her high scaling. So what happens is the job of the Neith is to pressure out the Freya as much as possible. But once the Freya gets to the late game or mid game finishes the mono grip, she can all in the Neith, and Neith has to be careful.
And then, of course, that swings back when the executioner is done by Neith for a little while, and until ultimately Freya's late game just takes over and destroys everything with her Spear of the Magus Rod Sahudi combination.
You mean Fist of the Gods, Valkyrie's Discretion combination, right? Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, Obsidian Shard. There's a couple ways to take the Freya late. But here's the Intel instant replay of how Annitzer made it out of this one alive, adapting. Going to put out about 600 damage and the Isis ultimate. It's the Geb shield.
2 crits in a row? Are you kidding me?
Yeah, he just crits twice in a row and then will blink back in, I think, at the very end of this one because he's a madman.
So wait, did Andy have crit on at that point?
No. He fired overhand smash in hand and then threw the monkey and in-handed again right away to get
so that was
crits
two 30% chances back to back
yes,
for that
it was.
kill. All right, Andy, with the dice rolls.
To be fair, Naja was probably dead anyway, right?
Yeah, but I think Andy probably should have died too.
Well, it was the Geb Stone Shield. That's what we did.
Insult is pretty interesting. It's fun to launch
Jeff
people under
Hindler's
tower.
Stone Shield
Yeah.
is what actually absorbed nearly all of
For
the
sure.
Isis ultimate there. And that was what really allowed Annitzer to continue moving around in this fight.
I like doing that with
Jeff Hindler
Kuzenbo
roll out. He's
too.
gonna have the angle on
When
Emily,
he
so
like
Vanish gonna be off
dashes
the
forward
mark.
and pushes people.
He'll be called off by Barracuda.
I like trying to push
Minions
people under
are very
tower.
scary. Sometimes you just got to take him out of the fight. Andy, looking at Yaman here, is going to find himself a Raffer as well. He's going in the wrong direction, but a good bait. MLC stealth with decent damage onto Raffer. Takes about a third of his health. Oh, he's still going.
So,
coming in as
bro.
well. Raffer in a lot of trouble. The Hunbot's ultimate off the mark, though, going to push him back
Yeah, it
into
was.
the tower. Adapting Sash off the mark as well. And, I mean,
He's
it's
so
gotta be
low.
Really, really challenging to play a Naja into something like a Xing10 that just doesn't care.
Baskin's going to notice that rising dawn. He's going to see him. He could probably jump in just a few seconds. He's going to go for the
You
back
should
line.
back up there, Kepri.
Bait, and there it is.
Ah!
Yeah, Raffer's waiting to, Baskin just wants to force the ultimate here. Now he's going to go into Yaman. He's going to full commit.
I might die now.
Oh my God, Epsilon! Baited and outplayed.
That was a really good
Baskin
play.
Taken down by the combination of Yaman and iRaffer.
Oh, we just saw the flaming spear go off. They're going to go all in here. Emilito in a bad spot, but the ring tearing through. Emilito going to find a double kill there, and he gets turned on as well.
Hold on. What the fuck just happened? What did we...
Gets taken
What is
down by
this?
the combination of Yaman and iRaffer.
Oh, we just saw
They're out. They're
spear go off.
fine.
They're going to go all in here. Emilito in a bad spot, but the ring tearing through. Emilito going to find a double kill there, and he gets turned on as well.
Dude.
Wow, the timing of that sash actually, Hanmon's overhand smash did not connect because the sash stunned him.
That's crazy.
Bart, just hands up in the air.
Easter event and RPG ML going on. Thank you, Hans.
You know what that really
Coffee was
comes
telling me
down
about it
to,
too.
and this is just like it got to make Cloud9 so frustrated.
Should I stream that later? Talking.
In that engagement, but nobody falls on the side of Epsilon.
Really helpful.
A tremendous set of plays.
So frustrated. I'm so fucking frustrated. Can anybody hear me? Can anybody hear me?
That sash actually,
I want
Hanmon's
to duel
overhand
an
smash did
EML.
not connect because
LOL.
the sash stunned him.
I don't care.
You guys should have seen Bart just hands up in the air. There's how?
What I was saying is maybe I should stream RPG ML.
Secure it right there.
You
That's
know
why I
what?
pick it up.
You know what that really comes down to, and this is just like it got to
Great.
make Cloud9 so frustrated. That was Kepri passive, I think. That really was the big difference maker there. I mean, you're talking about probably 200-300 HP that was spread out across the entire team, and everyone gets so low in that engagement, but nobody falls on the side of Epsilon. Really, a tremendous set of plays.
That 2 to 4% per player actually wound up he's come up huge, I think, but it all started with that huge bait in the back line onto Baskin. I mean, he knew exactly what he wanted to do. He knew what they could do, but Epsilon performed exactly what they needed perfectly.
I'm hitting F6 if I'm Baskin, right? I mean, like, that's like...
No, he was probably gonna. He's like, wait, I'm Shing 10. I'll be fine. I'll be fine.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he's fine. But, I mean, like, that just goes to show you, and I think that small victory there ends up being probably huge for Epsilon in terms of morale, right? To get that kind of individual outplay on you know, the really, really resilient and very disruptive solo laner that Baskin has been, helping them get their heads back into this one, I think.
Yeah, more importantly, it's keeping MLC stealth down. He carried that last game. In this game, he's 0-4.
Yeah, wow. Very, very strange to see MLC with such a negative slash line. Emilito tearing through right now. Look at this, Jeff Hindla. Perfect use of Cataclysm. Might not get out of this one, though. Few ultimates used, but I'm sure they're happy with it.
There's only so much you can do as a tank against Freya. She is really a specialist.
Wait.
Targets Barracuda in a lot of trouble now. Do they have
Oh, shit.
question? The Zeus ultimate has been
Backflip.
used.
Get the
Is
fuck
on
out.
mark and adapting with a brilliant positioning against Barracuda. Will cut off his escape
Dead.
and find the kill. Credited to Yemen, however. Emilito going to walk
Dead.
on MLC stealth as well. And it seems that Epsilon has found the answer to Cloud9 in the form of Fatalis Freya.
They're gonna continue moving forward here.
Hey, Siri.
Baskin teleporting in.
Set a timer
Not
for
in a
3
great spot.
hours.
We'll be able to jump away, but we're
No, he can't. No. Adapting has the angle. And there's another follow-up as well. A Spirit Ball's here. If they need it, indeed they will. Baskin goes for the ultimate. Over the top of the
Jeez,
Eagles
bro.
Valley is the Bologna as well. Can they finish the
Get
drill
field.
against
Done.
Baskin Robin? Indeed they can. Epsilon in this tournament finds yet another big play.
It's going to be a tier 2 for Epsilon. Their lead continues to extend. It's now going to go over almost 7,000 gold.
I'm getting very frustrated.
Yeah, this Freya is reaching her late game potential really fast. And not only do they have to kill Freya once, they have to kill her twice because of Kepriel.
Look at this, 7,700 damage out of that fight from Epsilon. Incredible. And he's going to get a tier 1 here, but obviously nowhere near the level of gold and experience that Epsilon gained. We're looking at Yaman, 2 kills of the 4, putting up 22.
I'm gonna go shoot myself in the face. Be right
Right,
back.
and these are the smart plays that C9 does. They take the gold where they can get it. Anderson knew that fight was lost. He got the tier 1 tower and a small victory.
There's Yaman there on the bottom right of your screen, looking very focused.
Cutie
16-4
Willow,
right
you
now.
think so?
An amazing slash line. Most impressive to me, though, is
Willow.
from Raffer, a perfect support score. Amazing Kepri ult so far. Great control, has saved Yaman twice now. It's just really good play.
This has really been the tournament of the mid laners. I mean, we've really seen, when you think about the keys to victory, it's been supports and mid laners this whole tournament. Yeah. It's a combination of Chaos and Pain to Beyond. It's a combination of Raffer and Yaman, and it's a combination of MLC.
No
Stealth,
facials.
Jeff Pinla.
That's no
really
fun.
all around, every team that's in the top 3 right now, these are the 2 players that are really making the difference.
Jeff Hinla is going to start rotating over here. It seems like he's been spotted. Ward on the bottom side will keep him safe.
I mean, look at Yaman's KDA, 6.8 to the 3 of MLC Stealth. Granted, MLC Stealth does play frontliners. He played a lot of Zhong Kui, a lot of sacrificial Zhong Kui throughout the season, but still, I mean, Yaman, his Giannis was, I mean, miraculous through the first 7 weeks. I mean, I think that he was banned out Giannis 6 weeks in a row.
Yeah, I think something like that.
And then didn't play it until Worlds.
Yeah, I don't know why Yaman.
Mm.
We talked so much about his Giannis, and you know we talked about last season with his Ra. I mean, every single god we see this guy play has been top notch.
Yeah, I mean Yaman's god.
Maybe if we make Willow so melt away.
Into the mid lane, Chiron
maybe.
into the mid lane. Yeah, each time he's won.
Having a lot of technology frustrations, it's really pissing me off a lot.
Well, filing in now are the minions down the mid lane. Forced to push this out is Cloud9. They don't have a lot of map control now with their tier 1 and tier 2 tower.
Bullshit technology problems. Not even like, oh, there's a frayed cord, or there's like, a loose connection. No, just a bullshit reason because of a fucking update. Now nothing works.
Both teams are just looking for
so
the picks.
fucking stupid.
Both teams looking for the picks to try to guarantee the Gold Fury that's coming up any second now.
Yeah, we got 20 seconds. We're probably going to see a shift from the solo lane over to the duo. Emilito, I'm not sure why he's all the way over here.
Like, I don't even want to try to play a game because it's probably not going to fucking work.
Yeah, the thing is, the Shing 10 can really.
Like, I can't use my computer anymore because of an update.
And Bologna just wants to have the free farm. Yeah.
Like, when did he become level 19?
Well, I mean, there's the Freya's ability to really fight the Shing 10.
Anyhow,
right? He's built into
I'm done talking.
Physical defense, and so this. I don't think it's really truly a lane swap. I think Emilito just found himself over there for some reason.
Baskin out of position here. He's not going to get stunned. Just barely gets into his ultimate. Throws one back. He's on the defensive. He's trying to get out. It looks like Epsilon will wash it out. They're going to aim towards the Gold Fury.
Yeah, 5v1.
Cloud9 over here starting
let
to
him
move
live.
back is the Neath and the Hun bots. They really just want to force Epsilon
back
into an awkward position. And yeah, they're going to concede the Gold Fury in exchange for just some pressure down the left side.
And this is the big way to counter the split push. You want to just group up S5, try to
God, look at how the
into
gold
towers
changed.
or objectives
Experience
like the Gold Fury.
changed.
Great plays by Epsilon.
Yeah, right there, it looked like Barracuda and Annister knew, like, there's nothing we could do here but back. The team can't help us. We'll lose a 2v5. We have to back and concede another big objective.
Right, and the big difference between this game and last game is the Giannis. If they were still split pushing on left, they might have gone for that tier 2 and ultied out.
That
and
Freya is way too dangerous now.
Cloud9 much farther behind than they were in game number 1. The North American crowd has become much more silent this game as the European powerhouses continue to extend their lead.
Yeah, no USA chance so far at 23 minutes through this one. 15-5 in favor of Epsilon, sitting on a 9,000 gold lead and a 12,000 experience lead. Cloud9 really with their backs to the wall in a second game in a row.
Top damage, though, still belonging to Baskin.
I'm a little surprised Zing didn't die to 5v1. Yeah, me too.
Constantly.
It was taking them too many resources to kill him, too much time, and their time was better spent getting the Gold Fury
side of the map. The next big objective on the map
rather than getting that kill.
Yeah, tier 1 on the right side will really help in, preventing
professional plays
and quickly rallying to the Fire Giant, forcing them into wards and well into teleport too, which of course they already will have in the solo lane.
I'm a little surprised by your fucking face,
Stealth taking a very
motherfucker.
Build, it seems, to what Yaman did last time, going into that Warlock stash. Yaman kind of taking a page out of MLC's book, going into a lot of damage, although not full CDR. We do have pen boots, but it looks like the Rod of Tahuti will be next.
Yeah, C9 is actually going to have a big problem dealing with this Bologna split push. Epsilon's smart. They say Bologna cannot be 1v1 by anyone on their team, so let him split push or let her split push while we try to get picks on the other side of the map.
Raffer after a little bit of that DM Brandon praise. 4th item, Mail of Renewal.
Yeah, always. Forever and ever and ever. Keep yourself alive. I mean, a character who can resurrect now.
I like Mail of Renewal.
Well, while it's going off, I'm in there, man. I'm in there. Oh,
hello, Jasmine.
Way off the mark here. Barracuda getting some split
My face is pretty alarming. I should cut it off. Like that movie, Face Off.
His way with the enemy hunter here. Cloud9. They have Barracuda isolated here, but porting it at any time is going to be this Bologna. Frostbound Hammer going to be a big problem for the Neath as well.
I'm sorry, Willow, if I could make it all better, I would. I might be distracted working on your computer, but I'd get it done.
Going over towards the mid lane, and it looks
Thanks,
like
Blue.
Jimmy's going to try to join them. No, going back towards Barracuda. They continue the pressure.
Yeah, and the biggest problem for C9 right now is they have no major damage to really one-shot anyone on Epsilon. The Zeus is just too far behind right now.
Oh, Andy winding, still getting slowed as he jumps over the wall. The ring follows him. Going into an invade. Very, very risky here.
Yeah, once they take this red buff, but Bologna's going to be able to at least sniff him out if she wants to. Now, Dimmy's just perfectly happy to keep Bologna from split pushing. And with this aggression down on the left side of the map and noticing that Anister's taking buffs.
This is a bait.
Look at
oh my God, they're
Epsilon.
so baited.
No, Epsilon's taking Fire Giant, no problem.
That's what I'm saying. They're so baited.
And Epsilon
Oh, man.
takes an
They
easy
did kill
Fire
Dimmy,
Giant
but
there. We said it was the mind game.
lost the
Last game
Fire
Cloud9
Giant.
That was the difference maker. This time it's Epsilon.
So what we'll see here, Epsilon's going to take a 50-second break. They're going to backspin some gold, maybe do a little
That
bit
was
of pressure
sneaky.
over on the left side,
Or
wait
maybe
for
just
Timmy
go
to get back
force
up.
a team fight here on the left side.
Are
They're going to be able to
serious?
close the distance onto Baskin Robin. He's going to go for the ultimate, tossing them back away.
He
from
tossed all of them.
Going to force him to take a detour. However, the silence and slow coming out. Baskin going to try to do
Uh-oh.
what he can, but adapting will disrupt.
That's
the
gonna
loop.
suck when he
He's gonna
lands.
Put out another 500 damage or so.
Yep.
The clutch coming out, the crits coming through, and over the top of the sash toss. Adapting credited with a kill.
CC chains abducts on top of sashes, on top of spirit balls, out of the Nasha ult. I mean,
That's what you want to see. They've already taken out Baskin. They can now push safely into towers.
This is exactly why Epsilon had the Bologna split pushing. They knew not just one person from C9 could deal with it. C9 has had multiple people over there, and without the Assault, they couldn't get to the Fire Giant.
I mean, it just comes down really to me for decision.
It's a good throw at least, yeah.
He was spotted out and goes for the buff, and the second he commits to it, they just started Fire Giant and took it easily.
Left side tier 1 falls. They're going to go right into the tier 2. Too many people from Cloud9 in the mid lane.
Yeah, Cloud9's going to look for the split push yet again here in this situation. In fact, they're just going to move all the way to the right side where Hunbots is pushed into the tier 2, but they can't do much. They're going to try for a kill on a Kepri, maybe?
Raffer's just going to sit here and just be the worst person in the world.
Oh, you guys need to back.
Can allow them to back safely. You can see this is way too late. This Phoenix is guaranteed. Andy gets almost nothing over in the right side.
No.
Huge win for Epsilon, poised to take game 2.
Shit.
You can tell that Epsilon has talked about it after game 1. How do we deal with this split push from C9? They have their Bologna here rotating to handle Anister, and they have their other support, Kepri, dealing with the mid lane split
Well, there's
push.
two big ways, right, to deal with split push. And you have to have both of them. You have to make the right call is the first thing, and then you have to commit to it fully, right? If you don't fully commit to an anti-split push strategy, like, well, let's just continue on, force them at the base, like we saw Epsilon do here. Maybe in game 1, they start backing, going, oh, we don't want to lose a tier 1 and a tier 2 on the right side. And instead, they get a Phoenix early on in this game.
Exactly. If you don't deal with the split push properly, you end up wasting a lot of time, and Epsilon did not want to waste their Fire Giant.
So back is up base. Yeah, Rod of Tahuti came up. A full Titan's Bane as well for adapting. Dimmy's working on yet another defensive item. Spirit Robe plus the Mail of Renewal online.
I'm gonna go cry now.
I would assume last item is going to be Winged Wand here.
Oh, adapting finds a kill on the Anister. He pops his beads 3 to get another set of cooldowns. And down will go the Hunbots, trying to be that pesky split pusher.
Yeah, Anister here going for a little bit of a greedy build. A lot of junglers would get a defensive item by this point, but he went pure damage, adapting, able to one-shot him.
Well, I think what he's been doing in these team fights has been really interesting. If you watch, I mean, adapting joins them basically right at the very end. And he always seems to try to disrupt either the overhead smash or the knock-up combination out of Baskin. And he's been pretty successful with that at stopping the CC from coming out in those delayed CCs out of Cloud9.
Right,
Tower looks funny.
Getting pressured, no backdoor protections removed. They're just going to
With or without a crying machine.
It looks like Nasha's clearly got enough damage. Another 1,500.
That's not what I meant.
Takes down towers absurdly fast.
Especially at level 20.
So I guess
If
without.
you recall from when this character was released, that was really the primary thing that it was picked for, was objective killing. And now after some adjustments, it's become a little bit less profitable, but even when you're at 5 items, it's easy.
Barracuda's backflip is down. He's trying to support from the backline with as much as he can. Actually,
At least I showered in shape today. That's productive.
Spirit Ball for max range deals a
I should be
fair
happy
amount of
about that.
damage to Jeff Hindler.
Epsilon needs to be very careful not to get split here. C9 still has a lot of pick potential with the Zeus Hunbots combination.
This feels like a Golden Bow game, maybe even. Like, Cloud9 is going to have to play keep minions out of our base for a very long time. Maybe it's something that can really accelerate their ability to build minions.
My eyes
Will be
are
done
itchy.
in about 20 seconds. They'll use the last end of it to
I had an
ensure
orgasm
another big
itching my
build.
eyes
We'll
just
go to
now.
Golden Hand and show you how it's shaping up.
Yeah, Epsilon here.
Wow.
They're a huge lead, 16K experience, 14K gold.
Wow.
And Bologna with 3K gold in hand.
Yeah,
That's bad.
2,200 as well in the Naja. There's going to be a
That's
a match
bad.
on the field very shortly.
That's 2,300 plus the sale, of course.
Oh.
Yeah, he goes.
You've
oh,
done
wow,
good
right into
today,
the
Will.
Guardian Mail. This ensures
Thanks,
that
Coffee.
Hunbots does less
Cry,
damage, and we get
cry,
a
or
ball coming out.
actually
I
cry.
love this from Bologna.
Yeah, 2 mid
Actually.
the melee damage kind of front line
Actually, is
forward.
what I meant.
They both love the mid guardian, now the Iqbal as well as Belota to help deal with Neve.
Maybe I'll take a B vitamin. Maybe that's all I need. I just need B vitamins.
Shielded the
That'll
underworld
probably
to
help.
reflect and stop lifesteal,
Yeah.
and Iqbal will strip away even more power.
Give me some
Batman
of
doesn't look
this.
happy about that build.
Some of these
No,
B
I'm not too
vitamins.
sure how much I like the Iqbal. I would probably rather have seen maybe an Executioner.
Yeah, Executioner.
Yeah.
That
Why'd you
Demi
build
probably just
Iqbal?
went, hey, I have 1,700 gold left. Actually, he had 1,900. He said, let me get as much of a power spike as I can because I'm probably not going to back to base again.
To me, I think it's
had
just
enough for
I could
Executioner,
just
right?
I could
No, he
just
had
completely
1900
shut down
gold.
Barracuda. Why not?
I thought he had 2,300. I guess he finished off. What else did he buy? He must have finished off the
Shield of the Underworld.
Oh, was the Shield of the Underworld also?
Nah, he had
Okay, got it,
3,000. He could have afforded both.
Yeah.
He could have.
I thought so
Interesting
as well.
buy. Interesting buy.
I don't know. I like the Iqbal, man.
Well, Executioner does give you a little bit, faster damage against objectives, but he doesn't have another hunter to really steroid with it.
And he gets tanks.
And Naja are hitting the same target. Nonetheless, Cloud9 knows they can't leave their base in this juncture. They push the left lane up as far as they dare, and they will concede the Fire Giant at 30 minutes and 40 seconds now, as Epsilon will move forward and look.
Cooldown reduction right now on the side of Khepri. Slightly overcapped at 5% is not a big deal. He has
And that's
extra
why.
sustainability, a ton of aura for his team, and a lot of control. Raffer is going to be very, very hard to get through and take down. Khepri available as well to keep adapting safe, and you know that's why it's there.
There was indeed the fist going to come up for Freya, and she's 5-slotted as well now with a Bancroft's talent to top it all off. Going to be very, very difficult to kill Emily.
Damage coming through. Jeff Hindler forced to waste his stone shield on himself. He's going to
It's okay, I'll be back up again soon.
Keep his team safe from the back line. Timmy trying to reset. Fire Giant still a long time. This
Just a
siege can
stone
last for
shield.
a very long time.
Remember, there's no sovereignty.
Well, I
inside
hope
of Epsilon
you
either, so they don't have
know
anything
you mean
that
so
can
much.
for it.
You're
And,
very
What
special.
I'm getting at here is their Khepri isn't necessarily
Thanks.
the most
Special
resistant. That's why
needs,
it's
you
so long
mean.
taking these Phoenixes and
I
towers
know.
more often than not.
Yeah, and the reason why
Thanks,
it's taking
Blue.
them so long is they don't have any of that
Oh,
double
shit.
damage.
That's a kill coming right
That's
down
gonna be a
into the
problem.
assault. Either way, adapting, gonna find Barra already taken down. Jeff Hindler stuck in between three, gonna get taken down as well. Out's gonna go to Emilito. Emily's stealth gonna go down to Yaman. Adapting basically in the fountain at this point will be sacrificed, but two Phoenix is still down. They're gonna turn to the mid.
Going to try to take out the last Phoenix here remaining on the board on the side of Epsilon. Cloud9 desperately trying to hold them out of the base. You saw that brilliant play by Dimmy. Khepri ultimate, right into the well he goes.
And he goes in.
Easy back out. Andinster feeling himself a little bit, going to try to go in here, but he will be walked down by Emilito. The gumballs doing just enough, and the Titan starting to fall under 4,000 HP remaining. Only Baskin-Robin on the field, and indeed Epsilon will draw even at 1 game apiece.
So far, the God of Gods has not had a good showing. 2 games picked, 2 games lost, as the mid laners with more movement are able to control just a tad bit better. Epsilon finds, I think, the first tied game, or tied set of our tournaments.
Yeah, and I think MLC Stealth is going to need to find a more comfortable pick. He didn't look too comfortable on the Zeus. His positioning was really tough, and Epsilon took advantage.
Yeah, it seems like all things told, these Zeus and Zhonghui, the Z mid laners, have had a pretty underwhelming
That man looks pretty much the
performance.
same.
Only really seen Chaos on enemy be super successful with Zhonghui, and Zeus a couple of shaky showings.
It didn't seem to me as well that Paradigm understood how to counter the Zeus similarly to how Eager did or how Cloud9 did. Oh, and I think that both
Hi,
teams seem to
Jasmine.
understand it, and that's why we're not seeing it too much.
You're so cute,
far,
baby.
the movement speed has been a big deal. Isis and Janice have been super strong.
Like you said,
Janice.
the Isis and plus coupled with the shell is a big defense against those big AoE ults.
Well, pretty successful there in game number 2 is Epsilon. Good to see
Who's
them get
Janice?
the composure back, and looks like this one's going to be going for a long time, guys. So grab a sandwich. We're going to toss it back over to
A sandwich? Oh, God, I want a
number 2.
sandwich.
Golden Boy, take it away.
Gary even ate all the bread before he left, too.
Deep. What a matchup, man. I mean,
Oh, man.
This is awesome. And what was that? I heard someone say something. Oh, fix your pins, man. I just see it right there. Your pin. Fix it.
The raw.
The raw.
It's right there.
I think you're just trying to call attention to the capo.
Oh,
call attention to
you're talking
my
about this
Kappa
bonafide.
fan?
Are you trying to
Oh.
bait Twitch chat?
No. Although, hey, I mean, well, it's actually not that hard, right? But anyway.
That's what she said.
With that being said, we got to talk about this game.
It's not that hard.
Epsilon, they are looking fantastic. In that last game, this kind of was like Epsilon's thing, though, right? Like, it took a really big battle for C9 to come back into it in game 1. But this one, Epsilon started strong and just did not look back. Let's actually check out the first blood here. Adonis, why don't you break this down for us?
This is basically Epsilon picking on Zeus. Just like how Yaman got dove in game 1, Zeus in Game 2 had the same issues, right? The Naja was very good at setting up the ISIS. We saw it consistently, right?
Yep.
Take Zeus to the sky, ISIS ult on the ground. The second he lands, he just exploded.
Know what I mean?
That was kind of the story of that early game. Zeus was, I believe, 0-4 by 15 or 16 minutes, and he really struggled to recover.
You know what they needed in us?
What do they need?
It has damage and it has escape. And it's a mage.
Agni?
It's Agni.
Oh.
Add Tully's face.
Think they should win Agni over Zeus there?
Yeah.
Oh, come on. You and your Agni.
He's never going to stop.
I didn't think Zeus was a very good
right?
pick.
Agni's like your best friend, right? Did Agni pay you to say that?
You did.
Agni is pretty powerful.
So, Anatoly, you know, thoughts in regard to that game? I mean, you know, MLC Stealth and the crew just not having a really good run as we actually take a look at some of the stats there. It really, you know, it was the Epsilon show, and they just, you know, they were the stars, and C9 were, you know, just along for the ride.
So the problem with that was C9, they kind of banned themselves out. They banned out the Thor and the Giannis, which was very successful for them game 1, giving a very obvious strategy of leaving both Xingchen and Bologna open. They got the Xingchen, which is the better of the two evils for Baskin, but unfortunately neither soul laner really took off in that game. So they needed some kind of a setup for the Zeus. They didn't have the Thor wall to set up the damage from the Zeus, and he was just kind of lackluster in terms of damage-wise.
Do you feel like it probably was like too much meta thinking? Like, you know, kind of like, you know, people kind of like think themselves out, right?
Yeah.
Like they trick themselves. Even though they're trying to trick their opponent, they end up tricking themselves. Do you guys think that that was the case?
It's a possibility. I actually really liked Cloud9's composition going into the game too, but once again, you know, it's just teams that have these earlier game compositions or these pick compositions and execute them. That's what Naja is, right? You're either one, trying to eliminate a single target in the late game because you just have that massive crit damage, or two, you're looking for pickoffs early, and that's what we saw a lot of. Most notably Zeus, and then it started happening to Jeff more. And then, of course, Cloud9 is rotating and trying to help them, and they just start getting, you know, picked off one at a time. I think the most notable point of that is at the 16-minute mark, right? Where Baskin actually gets baited in a 2v1 versus Khepri and Isis, and loses. And because of that, we actually saw Imelito be aggressive on the dual lane, and after they, the Isis and Khepri had won, they rotated in, and then they cut off the rotation from Zeus. So it's just one person gets picked off, and it's kind of a domino effect of Epsilon knows where and when to be aggressive, and then pick off the other players on rotation.
And after that point in time, it's when Amelito's Freya just took off. Late game Freya is the most scariest thing in the world, so that's just Amelito doing work there.
Do they have to ban out Freya maybe in the next round?
I think they could change maybe their ADC because they didn't really utilize their comp at maximum because they had Neve, Zeus, and Humbats. So they were looking to get picks on Isis, and they couldn't. They didn't really get picks on Isis, and Zeus fell behind really badly. So I'd like to see maybe more late game ADC for Barracuda, maybe a Shibalenki or a Hui, and a more safe mid laner for Stealth.
That's something I've been really surprised about. You know, Neve has always been strong. She's always in these big tournaments, but never so exclusively, I would say, right? We're seeing Chiron as well, but very few ROMs, a Freya here or there, but we're not really seeing that often these late game hunters have success either.
Yeah, there's no Izanami.
Yeah, a lot of these late game hunters, we might see them later on as the set progresses. Both these teams like to adapt in the middle of the set, knowing C9. They usually take their best of fives into game number 5, so I wouldn't be surprised if this does go into a 5th game.
So you think this is going for the long haul? We're going to be here for a good... I mean, Bart was right. You know, you can get a sandwich. I mean, outside, I heard the food trucks are pretty good, so you can go out there and pick up a nice sandwich. You know, I think... I
think this guy's hungry.
Thinking about...
He keeps talking about
this
sandwiches.
Plays out, right? I could realistically see this go C9 Epsilon, C9, you know, Epsilon. Like, I can see them trading games, right? Because these guys have, you know, it's like they're, I don't want to say like they're figuring each other out, right? But it's kind of like one got comfortable with something, so now they're going to try and figure out, like, okay, they know we're going to get comfortable with this, so now we got to counter this. And it's just like back and forth and back and forth. I can realistically see that happening just because of the caliber of the two teams that we have here right now.
It's exactly that. And, you know, game 1, the key component was Yaman on his Zeus and MLC Stealth on the Giannis, right? It was the Giannis was more utility-based, got a ton of damage off, and the Zeus just got dove. And Cloud9 in game 2 said, all right, we're going to run Zeus. And then Epsilon said, look, we know exactly what you did against our Zeus, and that was shut him down repeatedly early and dive him in these team fights. And I guess they thought they could do it themselves, and they couldn't, you know. Shout-outs to adapting and Yaman combining and making sure Stealth couldn't get big in game 2.
Yeah, and just like I mentioned earlier, it was the fact of the matter that they didn't have the protections that they needed in terms of keeping their Zeus alive, and they didn't have any kind of setup, so the Zeus was lackluster, and the fact that they banned themselves out was definitely not in their favor. The way Adapting played so far in this set, he picked up Mercury. They took Thor away from him game 1. They banned Thor, and now he goes with the Nasha, so he's picking like different guys. I don't believe we saw a Nasha jungle this whole tournament. I know we saw Nasha support in one of the games. I think it was the Chinese team that banned it. So definitely adapting his God Pool.
Oh man, you're on fire. How did someone put you out? Because you're on point right now. This is awesome. All right, folks. While Anatoly there thinks of his next really and tell you all about the cool things that you can get today here, not only at Smite World Championship, but just in general, right? You can go online and check it out as well. So our friends over at Bonafide are actually doing a sale. You do buy one, get one half off.
Bonafide.
Smite.clothing. Now again, I repeat, for those of you who think I'm speaking wizardry and madness, it is Smite.clothing. That is the extension, .clothing. I can't even believe
it's Ataraxia who speaks to wizardry and magic.
That's right, and he's not here right now. Oh, that's a good one.
See, I got you. I got you. I'll support.
Wanted to draw the Thunderbolt.
Let's not Golden Boy just like you did back on RG, Adena. You're gonna support Golden Boy just like you did back on RG times, you know?
Oh, wow.
We're going back in time, boys.
Wow, what's going on here? Kiwi, where did that come from? You were the nice guy. You were the...
I spent too much time with you guys, so...
Yeah, you spent too much time with us and you say mean things. And then, of course, folks, you can check out hitpoint.tv. Once again, you know, our friends at Hitpoint have an awesome sale for you. 10% off all Smite merch. You go to smite.hitpoint.tv. Make sure you use the promo code HPSWC. Now, without further ado, folks, you know, we're guaranteed a game 4. This one could very well go the distance. Will that be the case? We will find out. It is time for the picks and bans.
Time for a black screen. Oh, look at that. I called it a black fucking screen. That's what I sound like. Fuck you guys.
Here we go, folks. It's time for game number 3. Cloud9, Epsilon, and Epsilon starts right away by eliminating that Giannis.
So it looks like Giannis is going to be the recurring theme for this set so far.
But I like seeing the Giannis. That was some good plays by
Giannis. 2 and 3
Giannis.
already banned first right off the table. Cloud9 going to go ahead and ban Xingchen, not wanting to deal with that nuisance.
And Cloud9, after their loss, electing to take second pick here. A little bit of a switch up. We've seen Enemy have a lot of success. Open really powerful solo laners.
I think we're gonna see a Bellona ban, because basically if you ban Xingchen, you ban Bellona. If you leave Xingchen open, we leave Bellona open.
Yeah. It's probably gonna happen. Or they're not gonna.
Unless C9 have a counter to it, right? They could have something that they've been waiting for. Bellona here, likely to be picked up by Epsilon, but it's not guaranteed. They could look for the Zeus as well.
Yeah, the obvious counter to a Bellona solo lane would just typically be a Guardian coming in the solo lane. Most popular definitely going to be the Sobek.
There's been another one that's been talked of. If Bellona's picked up here, I'm gonna say it, but it's pretty secret. It's something you haven't seen in solo lane in a long time.
All right, well, it looks like Bellona is going to be locked in. So no surprise there, as it was ripe for the picking.
I think they might save it for later, but I heard Cloud9 have been experimenting with some Kumba solo.
Really?
Some Kumba to counter Bellona specifically.
Well, Kumba Karna has the right mechanics to stop the Bellona bludgeon with the Mesmerize, and her ulti, his ulti rather, with full CDR is something along the lines of 36 seconds, so you could just spam that and try to get a lot of lane control.
All right, and the Thor.
Okay, everybody's asleep in here.
I guess C9 is sticking to picking up Neith and to not let it to Emilito, because Emilito has.
I probably should have gone for a walk.
He also has a good Freya too, though, and that's kind of a flavor pick that no one really likes banning out until you face someone who has a very good Freya. Reels and Emilito are those two players in Europe.
So, similar to game 1, we do have the Thorn Beneath for C9. Now, if we're looking for a global mid-god for C9 that's not Giannis, it's definitely going to be Nuwa. It's very safe, and you're going to have a lot of pressure into one of the side lanes, whichever lane Anunster decides to gank.
There's also a very small frame, so Hunbat's ult actually has a delay when it comes out, a very slight delay, which allows players with high mechanical skill to get abilities off or actives off before it hits. Nuwa's ultimate is actually a very fast pre-fire delay, which means if you see the Hunbat start to ult, you can actually ult with Nuwa and avoid it completely.
I'd like to see Nox out of C9 because they have Tor already, and Nox Tor is a pretty good combo, and I've seen MLC stuff playing Nox already, and he's had a really good Nox.
Okay, that's going to be a Geb pick.
Yeah, so with Khepri being banned, Geb is the second best safeguard in terms of keeping everyone else alive. So not surprised there for C9 to pick that one up as Isis gets banned by C9.
Okay, thoughts in regards to the ISIS ban here, Adonis?
I think Yaman just was too good at it this last game, especially shutting down the Zeus, and maybe C9's looking for the Zeus themselves in that regard. Sobek banned away. Obviously, Epsilon don't want to deal with that counter matchup.
Yeah, but we'll see that secret pocket.
I want to see the Kumba, man. I want to see the Kumba. We realistically could see a Kumba Nox here.
If they wanted to pick Sobek against Pelone, they would have done before the ban, I would say.
Maybe they could have preferred the Geb too. Just make sure they secure that.
It could also be like a Hades solo. It could be Ymir solo.
Well.
Any Guardian would be a good counter to Bellona, realistically.
And Tyr does kind of well against Freya, depending, right? If Tyr can get in the face, so strong, but if Freya kites properly, it's a bad matchup for him. It's a lot about positioning.
Yeah, Freya late game is very scary.
You don't want to do that.
That's true.
So there's the Guardian we were mentioning. It's not the Kumbhakarna. It is the Athena, though. And it's also very good solo laner there. They have another additional god.
I'm looking for fun things to send you. Want to make you feel better?
Going to be able to stop the blood.
Okay.
Not going to be able to get poked out. And
I feel bored.
Any team fight around the dual lane or mid lane.
I feel like this is going to be similar to game 1 again, where Cloud9, right, their composition, if it gets behind early, not very good, especially in the 5v5 team fights, but they have so much mobility and they really know how to space players out. And honestly, that Nuwa, Yaman's had a phenomenal Nuwa during the split, but like you said, that could have been something Stealth had been looking for as well, so taking that pick away.
Yeah, that's very huge to take that away, because not only is Nuwa good and safe, you have the Thor to set her up, so you don't want to give C9 that complement between the mid lane and the jungle.
Last pick here, coming out of Cloud9, Guan Yu locked in, and okay.
This could be real.
Could be real?
I think so, actually.
They have a lot of protect for the Artemis.
So, I mean, Barracuda has been highlighting a bunch of hunters that he hasn't locked in. But Xbalanque definitely a strong, solid performing god here coming for Barracuda.
4 globals.
Well, that's going to be it for the picks and bans. QE with you. Who do you think's got it?
I'm sticking to C9.
The C9 global pressure this game, I think, is going to be too strong for Epsilon to handle.
I don't think Stealth's Hunter mids are that strong. I got to give it to Epsilon.
Ooh, okay. And I'm going to go with Cloud9. All right, folks, make some noise. Game number 3 is about to begin between these two masterclass teams, Epsilon versus Cloud9. Casters, take it from here.
Hey there, Smite fans. Welcome back to the commentary platform. One more time.
Not desk.
It's not a desk. We are standing, as you may have noticed. It's game number 3 of Cloud9 versus Epsilon, 1 apiece, and Cloud9 has gone fully global.
I don't know about this comp. They have very, very little magic damage. Items like Mid-Guardian Mail are going to shut this comp down super hard. I think Epsilon's going to have this one.
Not just the items, the Bellona pick itself is so good against Double Hunter. The disarm, plus her and the Guan Yu can easily take down any hunter on C9.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, I think the Freya, once again, is going to potentially be the turning point here for the Epsilon squad. They have the Hunbots as well to follow it up. Nuwa, as you were mentioning, very, very good against those compositions that like to dive her. But seems like the real X factor in this one for me, at least, is going to be maybe that.
It's going to be a low of 46 degrees tonight.
It's the least obvious pick, I think, on
46.
the squad, and really be the make or break, right? Because if the Nuwa Guan Yu works, your push is unreal.
Yeah, Epsilon really wants to go for the support that gives them the lane advantage. The first game with the Freya, they picked Khepri, and now they got Guan to get Freya out of the laning phase.
I mean, check it out. They have no real major amount of healing on the side of Cloud9 and no magic damage. Guan Yu is going to be able to tank up the front line with very heavy physical defense and then send that damage back in terms of healing for his team using Conviction.
I think that Rapper has drafted the perfect god for this, and again,
not a misclick.
Yeah, okay. Emilito was like, no, I did mess up the first time. I just wanted to do it again.
Now I really like it.
Again, it really does make sense what the duo lane of Epsilon is doing. They just want to get out of that early game laning phase. They don't want to get invaded on. They have the Hog secure. They have the strong support in lane.
Yeah, often you'll see like an Achilles spear or something, you know, in that spot for the Freya, but instead it will be the Hand of the Gods to help assist with the early clear. But I do want to point out on the side of Cloud9 as well, you got 2 Transcendences that are going to be rushed down by both of the Hunters. A tremendous amount of power scaling going to come out of these two.
Yeah, I mean, that spells to me that they want to be aggressive early, try to use that Athena ult from the solo lane, and pressure this Freya all game.
Yeah, so it may ultimately come down to Denny here on the side of Epsilon, you know, depending on how much they force this Athena rotation.
Did you notice, instead of taking Tallow Assault, he took the dash? This ensures that Yaman would have taken less damage. She used the root, of course, to lock him in place. I don't know if this was a misclick. They definitely lost about 3 seconds off this.
I don't think so, because I think that they're using the dash for the higher burst damage to use the hog at the purple.
Possible, yeah.
Right,
possible.
that should, I would assume that
Actually,
that does
I don't know if that's enough damage.